G'day guys and welcome back to the 6 Invitational. Woo! And we're digging into playoffs. That's right, it's FaZe 2 time. Groups is done and it's time to get into the big stuff. It means that for a lot of these teams, there's only one last chance, and for the others, there's just 2 chances here in the double elimination bracket. I'm Dev, and Bangu, we have been desperate, you and me, to cast some bangers. We have been desperate, and today, boy oh boy, have we got some bangers.
Yeah, well we do. As we're starting games, of course, we're starting off with a W7 up against Unwanted. What's not to love here? You know, you got some major winners. Is that 2 different major winning teams right there in the beginning?
That might be the case. Unwanted, champions of the Manchester Major versus W7M.
Yep.
Champions of the Montreal Major. That's right, and the winner will go and play BDS. This is the bracket as it stands at the moment. Of course, from the groups stage, Pengu, we saw teams from all 4 groups be distributed across this bracket. The top teams are BDS, G2, VP, Furia. They got pre-seeded into the upper bracket with a bye. And the 2nd and 3rd seed teams are playing here in the upper bracket. We're going to be casting those today. And then, of course, the elimination matches down in the lower bracket for those teams that came 4th place in their group.
Yeah, that's it. And I believe it flips, right? So, like, for example, if you lose between W7M and Unwanted, who would you play, Dev? Where would that go?
I can double check. I want to get this 100% right. You actually are kind of throwing me under the bus
I
here.
actually thought you had it 100% locked down here.
Well, okay, so for which game?
So let's say W7M Unwanted, there's a loser.
They go play CAG, according to Liquipedia.
CAG, okay, so it doesn't flip. It stays 1-1 then.
Seemingly, yes.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
You really tested me then, Nick.
You spoke up before. I was like, okay, you got this figured out. I believe in you.
We do now. Yes, so that's right. You lose in the upper bracket, you go down the lower bracket. That's how double elim works. It's not rocket science, guys. I believe in you. And if you win, you continue into that upper bracket. And now, Nicholas, there's something very special about these matches that will be happening later today on the A and the B stream, the BDS, G2, VP, and Furia games. What's special about those games?
Well, the winner is guaranteed main stage.
Main stage, top 6 at the 6 Invitational. That is a pretty damn big feat. Of course, the teams that will be playing at the start of today will, if you win, get a chance to play in those matches against the top-seeded teams. And yeah, there's going to be some bangers, that's for damn sure. We already saw how the groups panned out. We saw some unlikely favorites. I think G2. No one is surprised that G2 performs well at SI, but given the year they've had, I think people are maybe a little bit taken aback to see G2 in such fine form, considering they are the only perfect team so far. They haven't even dropped a map. It's just G2 and FaZe who were undefeated out of that group stage. I don't think anyone's surprised about FaZe.
No.
They've been one of the best teams in the world for a really long time now. They're very consistent, kind of like BDS, and yet neither of those teams have raised a hammer before. Of course, G2 is looking solid, but our first game up today, it's Major Champs versus Major Champs, W7M versus Unwanted. And let's talk about this roster, right? What a turbulent year it's been, from being the miracle in Manchester to then having Cloud9 support them and kind of part acquiring that Beast Coast roster, to then failing to qualify for Montreal, and then, of course, M80 purchasing Beast Coast, and then
taking some of the players.
These guys just being like leftovers.
Yeah. It's one of those turbulent rosters where you go, what's their future going to look like? And that's where we talk about motivations. They are looking for an org. Dream, the person on your far left of the camera right now, he is also possibly retiring after SI here if things don't go well or they don't find that organization. So there's a lot on the line than just the 6 invitationals, making it far, the prize money, etc. This is a long-term fight for the players, and the coach behind the Mint, coming from Dark Zero, being on the same roster basically his entire career, always playing for different organizations, said, you know what, I'm gonna join these guys instead of staying with DC and just make this miracle run happen and get us all a safe future.
Look, Unwanted have pulled off a miracle run before in Manchester. Why can't they do it here in Boston? And Mint, as you said, he's actually reunited with some of his former players.
That's true.
Gavin, who played for Dark Zero for quite some time. He's the one with the sleeve, just second from the left. And of course, Hot and Cold. Let's not forget about him. Hot and Cold and Mint were OGs.
Oh, way back.
Of that flip side roster that eventually became Dark Zero for a hell of a long time. These guys know each other like like best mates, and that's what we need. We need a little bit of that mateship in the server, because that's what allowed the Beast Coast roster to win in Manchester. But of course, on the flip side, we've talking about Six Invitational champs, talking about major champions. The name you'd be very familiar with if you watched SI last year. Completely different roster now. They picked up the old Los team, and these guys have been absolutely unreal, winning in Montreal against a lot of people's expectations.
They have, and I gotta say, they've had a bit of a slower start to this tournament because of those expectations. We're thinking, they might go flawless in groups, might gonna just go crazy, and they have done a pretty good job overall, getting to this point, but they have had some very dragged out long series, winning 2-0 or 2-1 rather, losing 1-2. They're going the distance, playing a lot of rounds, and just not really closing series out as cleanly as they should. But I think they're ramping up. I can see them doing better as the tournament goes on. It's one of those, you win and play in grand finals and do really well. Those group stage matches, bit of a snooze, right?
Yeah, well, for W7M, it was a tough group stage, like you said. Yeah, every single match that they played went to 3 maps up until their last playday, the one that we watched against Scars, and that's maybe not unexpected considering that Scars were not looking too hot. But yeah, W7M not quite in the form that we saw from them in Montreal, but yet they come into this as the favored team. That's got to be SSG. Yeah. They're playing on the A stream. We walked past them meditating before.
They're so chill.
They're so chill. Apparently, Manic said that he saw them in the gym about 2 hours ago this morning. Even the Unwanted guys are having a little bit of a laugh. If SSG's in the server, you genuinely know about it. W7M, though, to finish off talking about them for a second, yeah, it was a hard-fought group, but they ended up on top. They got 2nd seed out of their group in Group D, and they picked Unwanted as their opponents here. So, if anything, Unwanted, who already have a bit of a chip on their shoulder, even more so now that they've been targeted by W7M.
Yeah, and things here for the map, Veto, starting pretty well for Unwanted, because in my notes, I'm like, they need strat maps, right? We can slow things down, play strategy, play execute. Clubhouse is the #1 strat-oriented map currently in pro play, so them picking this makes so much sense. And W7M, they're from Brazil, they can also play it. That's why they've left it, let it go through so far. But I love this first map pick. But like on the flip side, what's not strat-oriented as much? Chalet. It's almost a little bit akin to Border, very aggressive, very in your face, and it's also a map that Unwanted have not played at this event so far.
Yeah, it's funny. We haven't actually seen Unwanted play it for a hell of a long time. I even brought out the old Cloud9 BC stats from Stage 2. They didn't even play it then. So perhaps they played it as Beast Coast way back. I don't have those stats. And if anything, they're kind of irrelevant stats, considering 2 players have changed, and I've got stats all the way back to September. They haven't played it. So if Unwanted have prepared Chalet, it'll be a brand new Chalet, unlike anything we've seen from them before. And as you pointed out, W7M should be in the driver's seat on that map. They're the ones that want to play chaotic, and Chalet certainly sets itself up for that.
This is a game where Unwanted, they need to go 3rd map. They need to win Clubhouse. They cannot afford to lose their own map pick in my mind right now, because I don't see them winning out Chalet. And Cafe being the decider, this might be a handshake deal, because it kind of plays a bit more strategically like Clubhouse. But I believe W7M, they're quite efficient on Cafe as well, aren't they, Dev?
Yeah, that said, they did lose it already at the 6th Invitational to Space Station. It was their worst loss so far, actually, of any map in a 7-3. And going back in history, we did see them beat Oxygen on it, Cafe. They beat BDS in Montreal in that grand final.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's never too bad when you beat BDS. However, that said, a few more teams are losing to BDS these days than what we saw in the past. W7M should be pretty happy on Cafe. My question is more about Clubhouse, because you pointed out this is where Unwanted need to come out big. And unfortunately for Unwanted, last time they played this map, they actually lost it to M80. On the flip side, W7M already played it in the group stage against Virtus Pro and took a win over the Russians. So even the first map looks pretty good for the Brazilian squad.
It's tough because the way that we've been describing Unwanted at this event so far is that they have worse, quote-unquote, individual players, one-to-one firepower-wise, but they have really good teamwork, synergy, strategy. They play a bit of a slower-paced style of Rainbow Six Siege, a bit more old-school, which I do think pairs up really well against the Brazilians of W7M. But again, if you can't hit your shots, you will get run over. if you're WCNM, what you're looking to accomplish right now is what happened when they played Scars on the final playdate just 2 days ago on Border, where Scars, they weren't hitting their shots and they left a lot of gaps on defense, and WCNM could just rush every single bomb set on Border. They're in the building in 20 seconds, they're getting opening kills, and they create this massive chaos effect, and very few teams can play against that. So if you give WCNM enough map control early on, they can just take everything away in a moment's notice, and I think that's how the Unwanted, they could fall apart.
Yeah, a player that I'm going to be looking at for W7M to try and force those gunfights is Dodes.
Yep.
He's been the top-rated player at the tournament for W7M so far, 6th place overall for the whole tournament. He's been really solid on entries as well. He's winning by far and away the most of his entry engagements. Big player for W7M. It's a star-studded lineup, right? It's what we expect out of these guys. And on the flip side, like you said, Unwanted, like they don't have any players in the top... Oh, the highest-rated player on this roster is Gavin.
Yeah, top of 30 or
24.
something. 24.
Which is, yeah, quite far low down. And even if you look at his entry stats, he's 6 and 13. That's a -7 on entry. He's dying more than twice as much as he's getting a kill on the entry. So a lot to look at for Unwanted in terms of that fragging capability. Are their strats going to be able to carry them through? It remains to be seen. I actually did bump into Gav when I was going to get some water before the match. And I was like, he was like, oh, how you doing? What are you up to? And I was like, good, I'm about to cast you guys. And he made a joke. He's like, oh yeah, we're going to get slapped. And I was like, dude, you're not going to get slapped. You just have to come in, get the confidence back. I can maybe see why Gav's not feeling the confidence. His stats haven't backed it up a lot so far. But if there's any time to change, if there's any time to bring it in SI, then it's going to be in the playoffs.
Oh, it is. It very much is. And I mean, we know they can do it, right? It comes down to, can you step up on the given day? You have a good day right now if you're Unwanted. I think they have a great chance here at beating WCNM. But if you don't show up, you will fall.
That's very true. Now, unfortunately, guys, we have a little bit of a technical issue. We're just sorting out some of the players' PCs. So we're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, it's Clubhouse.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Fácil demais, porra! When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see like why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. Like the new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of like apparent drive of like, yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow, Carrie's Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Just teleport back down into sight, into his other Scorpos shell. Actually lost his life now, so that's going to remove the threat for FaZe on top floor. But the real threat that's up there is Benja. He takes down Souls. He was part of this roaming duo of him and Fultz. Fultz with the opportunity, the option to just get himself back to sight quickly. That's the way that he was using the Scorpos, an operator that we know has many different ways that it can be manipulated, that it can be employed. But in this case, it was just a quick return to sight. 3 versus 1 then. Veto just trying to work his way in from the back of sight. J9, no, super important position, and he played it to perfection. On that pillar, he stopped KDS doing the damage from bottom yellow stairs. That was the first important move, and then he gets the final kill onto Veto as he comes down from spiral stairs, and that is why that pillar is such a powerful position in basement.
I brought the numbers for it earlier when I was looking at Consulate, and I was like, cool, it's a great map when you look at it for FaZe, but it's not exactly an unpopular map for SSG. Over the last 6 months, they've played it 6 times. They're 3-3 on it. You look at it and go, okay, 50% win rate, that's okay. Not forgetting they played it at international events as well. They've played it against big competition. To have a win record is definitely a big accomplishment in FaZe's books, but SSG are certainly not like new to this map. To me, it's not like they barely ever play it. And I think across those first 2 rounds, they've looked largely unbothered by FaZe, and maybe this comes back a bit to FaZe's playstyle. They are one of the more like slow teams that we have at the tournament. They do kind of remind me a lot of Virtus Pro to some degree, where they will take a lot of control. They will play things slow. They're not really going to be a hard rush team. You might see it once in a blue moon. And outside of Veto King's kind of surprise back in that first round, we've not really seen much that suggests SSG are too rattled by what they're seeing coming out of the Brazilian side. So a lot of comfort being shown in those first 2 rounds, and already starting to build up a little bit of a war chest for when these sides flip.
It's been a great start, a great start for SSG so far. Like you said, just building themselves that buffer that they can rely on later into things. We can see that there's 3 of SSG up on that top floor. So once again, I feel like FaZe maybe failed to, you know, successfully do that last time. I said to watch Benja, and he was indeed the one that hurt them from the top floor. So FaZe got to be aware of that, and I want to see them getting in there, taking top floor control, and then we can see a little bit more from them on the attack. We can see exactly how they deal with the site, how they deal with the utility, how is that execution push, because right now, Des, we haven't had an opportunity to see that from them. They've lost in the early round battles, they've lost manpower, and then they've just had to go and look for kills.
Yes, need to see a little bit more, I think, coming out, because every single time they've pulled off this sort of push forward as a team, they've always come out men down. 3 versus 2s, we've commonly seen building out for them, and now Bitter King falls on the Grim, no less, Tim. Remember all those bees to buzz around and bother this SSG lineup and find themselves a bit comfier as a result. Benja going down, the Goyo being the Roma here. Once those Vulcan canisters are deployed, it is far from the end of the world. So I can't imagine SSG are too fussed about losing Benja, but it does give some more map control over to FaZe.
Yeah, still 2 on the top floor for FaZe to deal with as well. We've got Ashen and J9 up there, and again, they're just going to try to hold those positions. Ashen likely has the shotgun, I would imagine, but going to be taken down. That's a big one from Cyber, because it prevents SSG from being able to make any new verticals. They've got top floor control. This is more what I wanted to see out of FaZe. Come in there, get that map control by the halfway mark. Now they can pile the pressure on Forest and Fultz. They can start thinking about sight. They can start thinking about getting handy in there with that diffuser. We've got a little bit of a standoff here, Des. Cyber and Fultz on those backs.
I love this.
It's too easy for Cyber. Takes down Fultz with a few shots to the back, and FaZe are cruising in round 3.
They just looked him like they slowed things down even more in this round, and where SSG get a bit impatient and start trying to find members of FaZe to bring down, expecting a hit to come through. FaZe have just sat either outside the map or, as you saw from Cyber, on yellow stairs, and let the members of SSG come to them. So a good little switch in pacing there from FaZe that has actually got them around on the board. It is 1 in 3. SSG still in the lead at 2-1 after that first quarter. We're now going to repeat those same 3 sites again, starting up on the second floor. But again, just a real good switch of things there from FaZe. Really liked what I saw. Like I say here, these next 3 kills you'll see on your screen, they just sat and waited. They let SSG largely come to them. It's good stuff. That one was a bit ridiculous, really. Full Flash is still getting a kill. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, just playing a little bit less of SSG's game and a little bit more sort of patient, which is what we expect out of FaZe. They're going to set up in their own way. They're going to play their game, and they're going to let you play into them. And SSG that time have sort of fallen foul of that, really. FaZe able to get themselves around, but I don't think SSG will really care too much. You know, don't get me wrong, every round you win is fantastic, but it was their third choice start. They went top floor, they went bottom floor. Piano was then their third choice, so you're kind of not always expecting to win that. If you can come in here with a 4-2 half, it plays into what Jack was saying on the desk to begin with, that FaZe's attacking percentage is just not good enough realistically in terms of what we're seeing at the tournament. Way behind teams like G2, who are absolutely flying at the minute. FaZe have been winning games despite that, but this is getting to the sharp end of the tournament now. When we start moving into phase 2, it's those sorts of issues that, whilst you got away with it in groups, you probably won't get away with it for too long here in phase 2. So FaZe need to start sharpening up. If they only come away with 2 attacks again, they're in that same position, 30-something%, and it's going to be tough for them to continue like that. They've got to start getting those 50% plus attacking halves.
It's quite dire to say that your attacking win rate is lower than a team that has already been sent home. You know, Stars have a better attacking win rate than what FaZe do, which is crazy to think about. And you would hope it's going to warm up, but as you often say to me, Tim, what you see in the groups is not always indicative of how the rest of the tournament will play. We've seen teams go, I mean, like G2 had, they go flawless in groups, and then everything can start falling apart when you get to phase 2. I'm not convinced it will for G2 this tournament. Admittedly, they've looked great so far, but we've seen it happen at events for other teams before. Either way, here we go. Handy starting his march up here from basement. He's having a little sniff around here, of course, assisted by the drones off towards his right-hand side, so he knows this is relatively safe. Imagine trying to head his way out towards Spiral here and cause a little bit of bother, knowing that we've got to think about that top floor here, Tim, once he gets underneath inside a piano. Oh, they're in a great spot. Start chewing up that floor, unsettle some defenders, while the rest of your team gets set up for the execute behind that Ying and the Grim, and things start to look good.
Twitchstone just being allowed to take out an awful lot of utility there. Minute 30 mark, losing 2 Vulcan canisters is really going to facilitate this top floor push across from the admin side that FaZe are trying to build here. They're going to open up the cubby wall, just give those angles in, a little bit of phantom pressure as they get themselves up onto the roof to a little bit of safety. The Clash is going to be in a super important position here. Forest is going to be probably at the sharp end of this FaZe attack. It looks like that's where it's coming from, unless they have a little wobble, lose a man or two, and choose to rotate. But right now, it's coming their way, and it could be a tidal wave.
You see Hanny just starting to harass them from underneath in the backline here as well, so there's not really a super safe spot for SSG to get themselves inside of. 2 players stepping through Barb here to step forward and try and find the fight. They found one, traded back onto Souls immediately, but once again, Tim, FaZe are in control.
They haven't dealt with Forest, and that's been part of the problem. They've been so magnetised towards that shield that Fultz and Jane, I know, have been able to move into long desk and start picking kills up. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them. I think a little bit of pressure from Meeting Door at the same time, and that Clash has done its job. Just absorbed so much pressure there has Forest, and been such a focal point for FaZe to clear out that the rest of the attack has crumbled. SSG holding on really well. 3-1 start.
I think a lot of it came down to one, Fultz getting a couple of kills. Jane, I know in this spot here, he'd been harassed earlier on the long desk by that buck from below, so he was forced to step back here in towards the back room. Has found himself a 3K from the spot as well. Wonderful stuff. And I think for FaZe, probably just not accounting for, as you say, that Clash and how much bother it was really going to cause them. When you had 2 players stepping up through barbed wire, you had the Clash still shocking them out. It was like walking through mud. They couldn't really get anywhere, Tim, without SSG being able to react in time. Really good defense yet again. They've kept FaZe at bay. Now we go down to the basement.
And the thing is, Des, the Clash was present in round 1 on the top floor. I don't feel like FaZe have done what they needed to do to recognise that that was probably going to be a problem again, and how are we going to deal with it? Last time, yeah, they managed to get in there behind. It was a little bit of a rush playing through the window. It didn't pan out in terms of the round, but yeah, they got the Clash down. But if you're going to push from admin and you're going to face a Clash, you might have a more difficult time. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, what have you really brought along to deal with that Clash? They haven't really brought the utility that they needed to deal with it. There's no Zofia there to create a shield break. There's no, you know, are they getting nades into that position? Have they got a Capitao to burn them out? Not enough thought towards that Clash, potentially.
Right, in we step. Got this blitz on side, joined up with the Dokkaebi and the Jackal. They want to go fast, Tim, and go fast they will. Ashen on the Vigil being punished. And we spoke about seeing Vigil play throughout the week. G2, more of a kind of trolling nature, it felt against Joel a little bit. Dokkaebi having a little bit of fun with it. But the problem, a number of teams have fell short on it.
Welcome back to SI25 here on the B stream. We hope you enjoyed a little bit of a tease of what's going down on the A stream. At SI today this morning, it's a battle for the Americas on both streams.
Yep.
From FaZe versus SSG to W7M versus Unwanted. The Montreal Major Champions versus the Manchester Major Champions, who have had quite a fall from grace. Looking for a bit of redemption. To kick it off, we go to Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. Love this map. My personal favorite, I gotta say, all about strategy, heart-reaching, adaptations, and counterability. W7M will start on the defense, banning out the Thatcher, keeping things pretty cool, calm, and collected right now, nothing out of the norm. Unwanted. I'm curious if they're gonna go into this playing their own game, focusing on what they want to accomplish, or they will try and go for some counters here up against the Brazilians. They will ban the Maverick for starters. So again, already see here, very heavy focus about heart-reaching and keeping those walls closed.
Dude, it's been a long time since I casted Clubhouse with a Thatcher and Maverick band. Back in the day, this just meant death. Like before we had baby EMPs, before we had secondary hard breach.
So hard.
Nothing you can do about it, but it's still going to be a massive challenge. And the Kayi does not get banned.
Oh, that could be tough.
How on earth are you going to be opening up these hatches?
This could be an angle where you play like IQ and you have someone else pick secondary EMPs and you just work it out that way. Of course, the big difference is Thatcher's EMP's radius is bigger than the Kite Claws. You can always get it. With the secondary pocket EMPs, it's a smaller radius than the Kite Claw, so you need to know roughly where the location of the claw is to actually EMP it.
And the other downside of the baby EMPs is the duration of the effect is much shorter than the Thatcher EMPs, and it's much easier to juggle against that and juggle against a Hibana. So yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of work involved here for the attacking side. Unwanted may have shot themselves in the foot a little bit. They were the ones that decided to ban that Maverick out. They could have gotten rid of the Kaid as well. They elected not to. This is going to be a very strat-heavy kind of attack where we're going to need to see effective use of that gadgetry. Otherwise, there's no way that the attack can win here on Club.
This is the dangerous part about banning the first attacker. Enemy can match you and make things difficult, but here we are. Of course, WSM, they know balls too, right? They're going to pick up the Kite off the rip right now because you should. Yeah, exactly. And even if they did bring EMPs, again, you got to survive the roam clear first. WSM, they're playing a multi-layered strat right now where they got this turtle on the bomb site, the Capcom traps, the courier canisters, the Kite Claws, but also roaming upstairs on top floor and the primary floor saying, hey, if you rush us, we're going to be fine. If you roam clear us, we can challenge back because they're playing for time, they're playing for kills, and they're playing for utility.
Interesting decision there from W7M not to reinforce dirt. I'm not sure where they put their extra...
The roam, I think.
Okay, yeah. So we've got Kennel's Wall, and they wanted to make sure they could probably get all of the hatches. Like, often on this roam game, you don't reinforce some of the hatches. Because of the Thatcher Maverick ban, we've got all the hatches reinforced. And the Electroclaws in pocket. Is this...
Yeah, so this
is going to work, though?
This X-Cairo will kill the Kite Claw on the kitchen hatch if the Kite Claw is put in a certain location. But we see Dots actually tricking it. He ran back to the hatch, picked it up to juke it, then pre-placed it back down. So they're tricking the Hibana X-Kairos, not with impact grenades, but by simply picking up the Kite Claw and further slowing down Unwanted.
That said, if Hot and Cold is able to march his way up through dirt, he might make it impossible for Dots to continue juggling. Elsewhere, though, Dash is the first one to go down. An aggressive roam and an early pick in favor of the attacking side.
It's really important for Unwanted. What they're doing right now is applying split pressure across all of WCM's communication, right? You're breaching the kitchen hatch. That is Dots making his own place. And guys, I gotta, trick the Kite Claw. I'm gonna fall back. You push third. That's also Dots. Okay, I gotta see fall the sky and then stay alive. While that's happening, Unwanted are also entering the building, going for a roam clear. So there are so many voices of WCM talking back and forth across the entire map.
It may be that Unwanted can brute force their way in here. Dots is hyper aware of that position in dirt. It's one of the only beachheads that Unwanted have been able to establish. The Monty just giving information. The two other Unwanted players filing in from blue with tons of time left, but there's absolutely nothing for it. Loban can farm for 2, 3 kills. Eventually traded, but it doesn't seemingly matter because Dodes has got his back. A great start to kick things off for W7M.
It really was a good start from Unwanted as well, that they got the opening pick, they got dirt control. I mean, they got it to the bomb side, but I feel like they kind of oversimplified it towards the end. Yes, you have 2 players inside of dirt, but you didn't get the kitchen hatch. You didn't really get anything besides the blue itself, so they push in 2 players through a crossfire, they both die, and then that's the entire round. Had they taken 20 seconds, gotten that Hibana back into kitchen, open up that kitchen hatch, do a bit of vert destruction maybe to force Kaid out of that position, maybe then things look a lot cleaner. But they're like, you know what, let's just make it simple, and simple often leads to, well,
yeah. Yeah, Unwanted, a little bit surprised that they didn't really try and work for hatches. They tried to find the path of least resistance, which was Dirt Tunnel, and they just tried to force it. Didn't work out. I do feel like there is going to be value in addressing some of these issues head-on with the EMPs and with Hard Breach. But nonetheless, it's done. Look at your favorite rotate hole right here, Nicholas.
The gym rotate?
Thank you, Sky, on the obs for pointing that one out.
That is indeed my favorite rotate of all time. And it doesn't always come into play and get any value, but sometimes, okay, sometimes it can win you a round. Get a second way to work around. I'm just going back on my phone actually to check last round if the Munty had smoke grenades, because I think he did, and I have a point to make, but I don't want to get can openers, so I don't have a point to make. I was going to say, if you had smoke grenades on Unwanted, you could smoke off that blue door where the two attackers came from, the Blackbeard and the Capital, and make them, you know, create a safe passage, but instead they just walked into the crossfire and died, so that was what I was going to just put back on.
Oh, fair point. Well, this time, in terms of smokes and sightline obscuring utility, we have the projectors from Hot and Cold on the Sens. We've also got a little bit of an unusual lineup in general. Gav has now gone below the sight hatch here in pool with the Amaru, and he can always look to try and go up that hatch. It won't be heard in advance. This is very
really
early.
risky.
He needs support.
There's
He's
a
going to
player
die
here.
straight up. Surely, he somehow wins the fight. Traded back again. And W7M managed to recompose. Every single one of these players from Unwanted who executes onto the site does fall. It's all up to Dream. Adam, though, picked up, eventually is traded back thanks to that shotgun from Volbs. There's nothing in it here for Dream.
And again, this is the very simplistic attack from Unwanted. Normally you want to get, you know, the Jacuzzi breach opened up, maybe breach CCTV as well to apply some of that map pressure and keep everyone guessing as to what's happening. They're going to beat him with the garage wall here. They're coming for it. He reads it, holds the angle. But I mean, you're playing for exit frags, for KD stat padding. You're playing for the mental change here. Oh, I got to kill guys, you know, woo, let's go. But other than that, this round is done and dusted. It's only a matter of time. He doesn't even find the one. Notice, he's been so sharp this event. You said it yourself. The highest rated player for the team, top 6 of this event so far, I believe. And he makes it look easy. But this again goes back to the operative band phase. Without the Thatcher, without the Maverick, you can't get any of the walls opened up all that easily. And Unwanted, instead of brute forcing it and trying for it, they're skipping the breaching step entirely and going for these direct quote-unquote pocket strats. But again, there's no pressure, there's no cutoff, there's no other way into the bomb set than those windows of the Hazard Amaru. And that's simply just not a great way to go in because you're stuck in animations, it makes a lot of sound. And I mean, they're gonna be ready for it because you're not anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, it's a really dominating start here from the Brazilians on their defensive side, which we would expect considering Clubhouse is often defensive favored, and there's no doubt that this Thatcher Mav is going to make things even harder for the attack.
Interesting. There's no Bandit. So I will say for this bomb site, this is the easiest one to breach.
Yeah.
Because even if you play Map Bandit, every team will just play Sophia below, break the soft floor, stun the Bandit, open the wall. And W7M, instead of playing into that and trying to play around it, they will just say, you know what, we're going to do a heavy master bedroom extension instead. We're going to give you the CCTV breach, or we get this other mapping control, and that's good enough for us. You pair that with something like a Thok and an Asami playing Catwalk Rafters, and you can survive the Capital, you can survive the frag grenades, but you'll still have to, like, roll it out, of course.
Yeah, quite a heavy extension here from W7M on this defensive side. Castle, Malusi, Capcan, a real fortification over on this gym bedroom side. I like that, though. Hot and Cold really early with the Hibana is going to take down some of those castle barricades and peel away at that defense.
Question is, are they going to challenge Master Bedroom with the setup? Because there are 4 players right now. Main staircase, office hatch, 2 guys by jacuzzi. We see Dasher that rotates some reinforcements. Just holding on for a bit here. I don't think W7M will fight for their lives for Master Bedroom control, but they certainly will poke around and see if they can kill as many drones as possible. Maybe get a pick, then fall back. A lot of drones.
Yeah, quite a few. Only 5 remaining here for Unwanted. There's also a Capcan trap here on this gym door. Look at that. Dash has managed to sneak back into office. Not visible from the hatch. Another drone goes down. Only 4 remaining for Unwanted with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Gotta get in the building, though. I mean, they're not walking up main staircase. Nobody's on the windows by Master Bedroom or
Another
gym.
drone.
So they open the castle barricades for no reason right now. Again, they're oversimplifying this approach.
Yeah, wow. You need someone on this balcony to cut off. They would have had 3 kills by now, multiple. Volps finished off. Good early pick, though. Unwanted are struggling to take control of this position. Another drone. There are 2 drones left here for Unwanted. Hot and Cold's already taken a hell of a lot of damage. Spirits goes down. Loban is dealing a massive amount of damage to Unwanted's attack just by holding on. The gym, he'll continue spraying on down. Gav goes down, and there's nothing in it for Unwanted. Hot and Cold on a sliver of HP, passively hiding outside this jacuzzi breach, and Dream, once again, yet to find his way into the map. There's nothing for it.
I know it's early. It's the first game of the day, But I mean, Unwanted right now, a little bit asleep at the wheel. They don't find any other kills after the first initial one, and they don't even enter the building. Again, it's lackluster, it's oversimplified, and we can actually not blame the walls not being destroyed because they got the castle barricades, they got Jacuzzi Breach, there was no Bandit, Kaid, or Mutant playing that round, and still they don't enter the map. They have to just work on getting in the building, and then the round can start.
Unwanted were way too scared in that round.
They kept
drone
droning.
After drone went inside, nobody to follow, no util, no entries. We need someone to step up, and I'm sure that's part of what Mint is saying to the squad now. Let's see if we can listen in. We can't
not hearing a damn thing.
Apparently. we got overruled. Producers like, no, we're not listening to them.
So I'm pretty sure this has been showing drone here, player there, get in building. Okay, guys, I know it's a bit dangerous. I know it's a bit scared, but we gotta just get it done because otherwise this will keep happening.
You speak hand signals?
I speak hand signals. WCM, they are not winning these rounds, but we are losing them. That's how I see this play out. Come on, guys, let's get this upcoming round.
Amazing.
Fist bump Gavin, yep, okay, yep, well, everyone's awake and alive. I'm not sure if Dream got a fist bump there. If he didn't, I missed it if he did. But either way, I hope Dream was involved because it's a 5-man team plus coach. Gotta fist bump everybody equally.
Yeah, Unwanted do need to get back into this pretty quickly, though. I don't know what happened this morning, like whether they woke up on the wrong side of the bed,
Yeah,
whether it's in their heads. The W7M is just a much better roster than them. But yeah, it's not been a good start. Maybe they should have just banned the Kaid and made things easier. But like you said last round, it wasn't even about the hard breach that was the problem.
Yeah, I'm curious if they were not prepared for the double wall deny, like the Maverick Thatcher ban, or if they were ready for it, but I just missed playing it. Often when you're a professional player in a team you're prepping, you look at the blueprints of, oh my god, there's synchronized barricades there across the map. You look at the blueprints top down and go, they're gonna play Goyo there, Kite there, so that means dirt is easy to take. And when you look at it on paper without being in the server, it looks so easy to pick apart. Then you boot up the game, you play the 5v5 round, and you go, okay, it's not easy anymore.
Yeah.
Everyone's communicating, drones, what's happening, this guy's swinging, spawn peak, impact grenade over there, and all of a sudden, that really easy counter strat, in reality, wasn't that easy.
Yeah, and I think part of that as well is credit to W7M. Like we've said, like they deliberately left certain gaps open on their defense, and that's where they're playing aggressively. This time around, they said, well, we know Unwanted last time decided to play around dirt. This time, we're going to try and heavily fortify it. We can use the Tubarao. He's trying his best to... No, it's not going to work. It's just getting frozen.
They literally messed it up.
You should have just taken the claw and run away.
Yeah, I think you just say, you know what, we tried, we messed it up, let's get out of here. But I respect the effort. One Kite Claw will be lost, one is pre-played on Kitchen Hatch. But now the big difference is, now Dots isn't on side to trick it, so this Excara pellet should destroy the Kite Claw.
You're right.
Oh, it's somewhere else.
Regressed, but you are right. The second set still hasn't destroyed it. Where is he?
Maybe it was on the other side of the hatch, like the right-hand side, he breached the left side, because you can do either side. So, yeah, and this is again what I spoke about earlier. If you bring the IQ, you can see where the Kite Claws are, then you can destroy them with grenades, with self-destruction, or with the IQ, but they don't bring it, they bring double shield Twitch, and the Twitch drones aren't focusing the Kite Claws, they're going elsewhere, maybe with like Goyo canisters or something like that.
Oh, here comes that Twitch drone.
You can't see it.
Does get taken down. Still this hatch yet to be opened.
Oh, they got it, okay.
Eventually. No, it's been tricked again.
He picked up the other Kite Claw from dirt.
Oh my god, there's no way. He actually got that one back.
Dash escorted him and said, you know, I'm going to swing it. If it's clear, you get the Kite Claw. If not, you die.
Wow, that is a huge risk, but it pays dividends now. Unwanted, without the hatch open, look to focus up on blue. They've got two shields, Blackbeard and Monty, working together in assistance. The Capitao from above to fire out this position behind the generator, and it's up to Dodes to hold on against multiple players. Shots ring out in his direction, and eventually one of his teammates does go down, and in perhaps for Unwanted as they march their way into Dirt Tunnel. Spirits at the forefront on the Blackbeard, but a good crossfire from Loban. Meanwhile, Adam on that Twitch is coming from behind and found two big picks over from Memorial. It's up to just these last two players from W7M. A good fight to win. Loban might have brought this one back into the realm of possibility. Volt's feeling that pressure. No impact grenades to speak of. Try and take down this Blackbeard. Running straight into that crossfire. Spirits has done the damage here with the Blackbeard, but he gets traded back by Volts. It's a 1v2 now.
They got the Monty though. They can stabilize, slow things down. Hot and Cold will extend his shield, walk around the bomb side, and give information to Adam, who's already gotten 2 kills in this round. Pistol in hand, has to reload that team out first, perhaps.
It'll be impossible now for Volps to find this one. He needs to isolate this fight onto Adam. He doesn't know where he is. Now he tries to stick it, but he can't. And Hot and Cold, even on low HP, he should be favored here. He shouldn't fall. The guard break isn't going to work. The shot's not landing for Volps. And we'll finish him off. And a great start. Finally, a reprisal on the attacking side for Unwanted.
So much value there in the shield operators, both Spirits and Hot and Cold, Blackbeard and Monty just kind of getting information, ADSing, unextending, applying this kind of bit of phantom pressure. But I want to praise W7M, despite all that info with the shields, they are running around, they are rotating, they are fighting back, picking up those individual players. But Adam on the Twitch DMR, he was the one who initially broke apart that first line of defense that really opened up the round for Unwanted. So it's a little bit messy of a round, but again, given the Thatcher and the Maverick ban, it will be difficult. Unwanted finally break it apart, they figure things out for the pacing of things. But if Double Shield is how you're going to go forward, it will be more difficult on Gym and CCTV bombs because they play out very differently than Basement. You got more open lines of sight, you got those vertical C4s. They'll have to have a different niche playstyle to break these other bomb sets apart the same way.
Yeah, and at the end of it, it really felt like Adam going for that backstab, unexpected in his position, was what won it for W7M. Oh, sorry, won it for Unwanted. W7M tunnel vision too much on 1 or 2 different avenues. As a result, Unwanted found their way back into it. Now we go over to Gym Bedroom again. This extension, once again, very much alive for W7M over towards Cash and CC. Unwanted do appear to be looking to clear it with an early drone. And the Blackbeard getting into garage early.
A bit cheeky, of course. You're relatively safe as Blackbeard, but you don't want to lose, any health early in the round because you need that later on. Every single time I wanted to open up a door, a breach, or a barricade, they're just there swinging it for seeing, you know what? Let's take the 1v1. Look at the scorelines, right? Dream is 0-4, Hot and Cold 0-3, Spirits 1-4. If you swing one of those 3 players as any member of WCM, you have a really good statistical chance of getting the freebie.
That's right. I mean, Adam was instrumental in last round.
Yes.
Success. Yeah, a lot of these players from Unwanted not really playing too well in the kill department, or not needing to in some cases, playing more around the shields. This is dangerous, exposing to that line of sight. Trust Dodes to win this fight. He takes a lot of damage and he backs on out. Gav receives a few bullets, but does win the exchange. And this is a good progress.
Yeah.
Unwanted have actually made a lot of headway here on this clear.
This is the cleanest round so far in terms of how they've cleared the map and also at what time in the round. More than half the round to play out still. They have every player alive. They have an over half HP still. They got on CCTV, they got Catwalk. This is the big bottleneck though. They're going to play aggressive connector, play on the office walls. They're kite clawing that single breach and then rejammer as well. EMP goes out, kite claw tricks it the same second. So that first wall won't get popped. Get the external one instead though. And now Spirits on the Blackbeard can walk on in, get a little bit of information about what we need to see. Those windows to the right of Loban on Master Bedroom Connector, those windows have to get opened up. That's the next step.
Yeah, it's a good hold for an Azami player to be as well, considering that she can continue plugging up these positions. This nade will reveal Adam's position. He hasn't used his tracker yet, the Deimos, but he is going to try and get Verb going. That pistol, great at mincing up the floor. Perhaps trying to get some information on the back of this Blackbeard.
There it is. They finally get that window pressure with 35 seconds left, though. Adam downstairs, fishing for a vert kill, but if he doesn't find the right target, he won't be able to find anything.
Might get the angle here. This is dangerous for Loban. It is... Oh, he's on the hard floor inside of the shower. And I don't think Adam has realized that as of yet. He's going to expose himself to the player at the top of the stairs. Yeah. Easy for Volps. 20 seconds left. And this fire still has not reached Loban inside of the bathroom. The Blackbeard makes his way inside, but he can't achieve a lot as of yet. Big pick, though, for Hot and Cold. The Blackbeard looking for a little bit more as Hot and Cold gets that diffuser and starts planting it. Loban trapped into a corner. They know exactly where he is, and they can lock him out of the round. A second for Unwanted. One away from tying it up.
And again, just like last time, Spirit's finding so much value on Blackbeard. He's in the gym window. He finds 2 separate defenders with the yellow ping, kills both of them shortly after, because if you look at the Blackbeard, well, he's not going to do anything, but you also can't kill any of his teammates. If you look away from the Blackbeard, you might get a kill, but then Blackbeard will ADS, take you down instead for a good trade. And when you get a numbers advantage, or you play even, or if you plant down the diffuser, it's always worth to go for even trades. So even if Spirits died, the bomb would have gone down, and then post-plant starts for Unwanted, which they're of course heavily favored in, even if they're down 2 versus 3, for example.
I don't know if any Doctor Who fans are watching, but Blackbeard is kind of like the Weeping Angels. They're made of stone until you look away, and then they can attack.
I've seen the YouTube shorts of that.
So you have to watch the Blackbeard. As soon as you take your eye, he's harmless, right?
Yeah.
You can't do anything. If he tries to fight you, you win until you look away, and then the Weeping Angel will pounce.
I need to watch that season or episode of how that works.
The original episode is called Blink. So good.
Okay.
It's set, don't blink. Don't even blink. Blink and you're dead. And that's what it's like playing against a Blackbeard. Huge round from Spirits. He's now going to flex onto another shield operator, the Blitz.
Blitz is also not a bad shot, but I will say it can be a bit more difficult to play. Fun factor, if you noticed that when he went to drone for Spirits, he took the shield of Blitz on his backpack in case there's a solos on the board. But Oryx instead dashes out, gets a freebie. No one drone
Is he going to be cut off?
They're not swinging the whole way either. They're so afraid.
I think Dream is worried. Not only is he 1-4, but also he's the Hibana. He doesn't want to die. Like, that would have been round over.
I know, but this is one of those things where half the teams at this event would instantly swing that regardless of operator, because you've lost the blitz, you're playing 4v5. If you let this person run away, I mean, the round is looking really poor. If Dream dies, it's round over completely. But if you get the kill to Loban and Dream stays alive, you have a way back into it.
The risk you need to take.
Now he's
marching up the hallway now. This is not a favored fight for Dream. Loban ready for him, but Dream gets the better. Good start, and look at Dream. He's going deep towards the side. He's going to send it up long.
Off pace.
Information onto Dodds' position, but a shoulder peek, and yet he still pre-fires him into oblivion. Good trade from Dodes. Fighting from behind, but traded back again by Adam up to dash. He can't pass through these Bs. He is revealed. They know he's upstairs. They're planning the diffuser. Beautiful. Off pace. Switch up for Unwanted from 0-3 down to evening up the half. Dashing an impossible 1v3. A well-earned celebration for the American roster as they've made that half far from redeemed. They've looked better than W7M.
Very impressive round. I mean, yes, the team made a decisive decision together as a unit. They all went for that same play. But Dream is a player they sent in to say, you know, you're playing Hibana. We're not going to get the hatches. If you get this kill, that's when we're going to go through with it. If you were watching the player positions before Dream shut down the Loban on the main staircase, they're all waiting for that to play out. If Dream lost the gunfight, they weren't going to go for side. If Dream wins that gunfight, they go, okay, guys, straight down we go. And it's why Dream was so ahead of everybody else, because they needed him to open things up. Then they push him through dirt. Then they retake the main staircase. Really well done. And I mean, that's what I want to see from them after they get spawn peeked like that from an Oryx.
Yeah, the Dream copped a lot of flack in the first bit of this game. They're not playing too well, but that 2K is massively impactful.
I mean, that's the round. That's literally 100%. Round-winning play. And then after, he just kind of dies to the Legion in blue, but it's like, he's done his job. It doesn't matter. He didn't even have diffuser. He was literally sent down with the purpose of getting those kills.
That's a round where Unwanted did not breach anything. Still won it because they just played better. They played smarter. They played reactively. They played spontaneously. And that is the current meta of Siege. You need to have a little bit of that in you. It's W7M's game usually. We talked about this before the match started. We said Unwanted are going to play this more strategically. That's their strengths. Not to be the case, actually. They've quite struggled when it's
they tried
these slow strategic rounds. And now the onus is on W7M to fire up, because 3-3, not where they wanted to be after starting so strong.
Oh, bit of a risk there. Gavin takes a shot to half HP, but it's okay. They can fall on back. Love the block here on Clubhouse. You can actually do so much vertical destruction from top floor down to the beams, into kitchen, into bar, like we see right here. You don't have to go all the way downstairs and risk down to a C4 unless you choose to. Which right now, Dodes is going for that choice. Going in first to be safe.
aside from Spirit's aggressive on the main stairs, he's likely to fall back.
Any loft in this play. Often you play a Warden here, but I think with this toxic gas, maybe he's gonna like pop that runaway. You're right. But with the Vert being done already, he's stuck. The Vert is done from the Dotus.
All right, flashbang goes out. C4 misses, does a lot of damage, and amidst the chaos, Spirits is able to escape. The roam is done, but still we have this Tuberale-Kaid combination.
A blunder there. I mean, I feel like that should have been a freebie. Dotus takes a lot of damage, Dash takes a lot of damage. At least they brought the IQ. I'm a huge fan of that. Pair that with the secondary EMPs from Lobin.
Juggle.
Yet they're not using it around the kitchen hatch. Oh, the second set of Excalibur pillars actually get the soft destruction, then close the Kite Claw. So this second set should get the hatch opened up. There is no second Kite Claw for hot and cold. All of them been pre-placed elsewhere. I heard an EMP go out as well. So WCM, they're working the full map right now. Bar, kitchen, they're joining down the main stairs. But just like WCM, it's about utility and defense and stopping those hatches and walls from getting opened up. That's the EMP with the yellow ping from IQ. That's how you counter the Kaid. But then you put Tubra in the mix, and if you use this third canister as well, they won't be able to get this bar hatch.
So can you give me a quick explanation of how the Tubra interacts with the Kaid Claw?
Yes. So essentially, let's say you use the Tubra Claw on the very far left-hand side of the hatch to freeze the hatch itself. Then you Kite Claw the right-hand side of the hatch outside the freezing zone. As long as those two gadgets don't overlap each other directly, the Kite Claw doesn't get frozen, essentially.
Right. And then as soon as the hatch is unfrozen, the Kaid Claw will
zap it.
Reactivate and zap the hard breach.
That's the one.
So W7M have not made as much headway as they would have liked to, and now an exchange does not benefit them. Two low HP players on the attacking side into sight now. Dodes from blue, a little bit of support, but Dash is finished off, and it's an easy last kill. The C4 bait from Hot and Cold works to perfection. Good thing I died. 4 rounds in a row for Unwanted. They have made a serious comeback on Club.
Yeah, and that's the kind of round I expect from them, where they win not off gunplay, but off team play, off the strat on the paper, because there's an extremely clear intent in that round. It's all about the Tubro Kaid, and I will say, Spirit's wasting time on main staircase, a smoke killing like 3-4 drones as well, played a massive factor in it because he was burning so much time and effort from WCM, and he should have absolutely been killed off, but somehow ran away. That's a cherry on top. Best case scenario for Unwanted. And you can replicate this exact same philosophy on every single bomb site, on gym, on CCTV, maybe not on bar. That doesn't get played ever these days. But you can apply the same thing. So as long as WCM will continue to struggle against the Kite Brow, well, they can keep forcing it. If WCM they then figure it out, I'm sure Unwanted have a second plan to fall back to that is different.
Well, in the end for Unwanted, it turned out that it was being aggressive, spontaneous, and explosive that was the counter for this Thatcher Maverick ban Clubhouse. We haven't really seen that from W7M on the attack, though it is a playstyle that they are want to do.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the W7M Scars game, what I would do as my prep work is like, let's play like Finbir, Melusi, Tubro Kaid. Let's just make it really hard for WCM to explode around the map and go with aggressive plays. Punish them with either wall deny or trap operators. And Unwanted, again, if you're not going to be as good one-to-one player-wise, you're going to just play the team angle. And they are playing a phenomenal couple of rounds here as a team of both attack and defense. This could be a rush, but no, it's not. Tubro, once again, gets tossed out.
Oh. Must have shot.
Twitch drone did maybe? I don't know. Shot it from gym window?
Yeah, Twitch drone came in, shot that Zoto canister. The freeze immediately dissipates. That's beautiful. Nice little bit of tech from W7M. And you said they need to deal with this Kaid and Tuberale combination. They found a solution.
I mean, they got the IQ. They got Twitch drone this time. They got 4 grenades. I mean, they recognize. Yeah, you see Kite Claw getting pinged by the IQ. Twitch drone looking to get tossed on out and follow it up. Unwanted, though. For now, they're sitting still. They still have the extension on CCTV, of course. Sitting pretty. Waiting for WCM to make the first move right now is what they are. They know right now they don't gotta make a move. They don't gotta make any hero plays. They feel comfortable what they got.
Smoke grenade. That's not quite where it was intended to go.
There we go. That's better.
Spray from Hot and Cold, though. I don't mind that, especially with the suppressor. There'll be no traces. Is this going to be an aggressive push into side? Dream has gone down. Spirit, though, holding on to his position. The nade goes in, but I think he's snuck through, and he's found a second one. Good trade from Dash, but it might not be enough, as there are quite a few players yet to be found for Unwanted. Dodez wins his fight over on the rafters. He's about to meet the Asami, who takes him down. Dash in a 1v2. Diffuser reclaimed as he heads towards the site. Wary of goo mines, but he's got to be wary of players as well, because Gavin is lying down right next to that bed. Drone goes out, and he has an inkling of an idea of where he might be as he doubles back to look towards Connector. Adam waiting, being baited by Gav. He's not going to check the angle,
the lineup!
but he finds them both! The lineup! Collateral damage! W7M finally get back into it!
Oh, what a shame. You see the players not too affected by this from Unwanted. They know they messed up, but they had the right idea. Of course, played out 2 versus 1, right? They baited in, but the issue is, if the person that back steps, back to cover, and the guy in the cover swings out the same way, you will have an overlap where you will be on the same trace of a bullet, where the guy behind the Lesion should probably kept swinging out aggressively with Asami taking the second gunfight. Right here, if Lesion doesn't step back to cover, this doesn't happen.
Oh my god. That is painful.
It's very painful. And the DMR, it's the best gun for that. The self-destruction, the collateral damage, the per bullet value as well spraying through. I mean, you win some, you lose some. And I want to say from the player camps, Unwanted, they handled that very, very well mentally. Nobody looked out of it. They knew they did a good job, but then they lost it in the end. 4-4, next round CCTV. I don't think they're too bothered. But if this goes like max overtime or something like that, you look back upon that round as a single moment and go, oh boy.
That's it. I mean, it's one of those rounds where strategically Unwanted won the round. For all intents and purposes, they did. And then a big clutch.
Yeah. Thing is, Unwanted, they had that basement round, right, where Dream just sent it down the main staircase. You can argue that that was also a clutch moment where they probably shouldn't have had to go their way, but they did. It was fair game, close series now. With WCM, they didn't win the round strategically, which means Unwanted, again, they can keep up the same stall deny, wall deny, make things miserable for them. On this CCTV defense, though, it's going to be the Monty being brought out instead as a response. And this makes a lot of sense to me. We don't see any Asami keeper bear. Oh, sorry. We're not seeing... I'm trolling. I didn't see the Asami myself. I was going to say, they're not playing the Asami. They can, take Catwalk very easily for free.
He's playing on the gym bedroom side, though, so he's actually not contesting.
There's the Monty as well in the office hat, so... It seems like neither team cares about Catwalk.
Not really. But they should be aware of Huncole's position. Dots, you watching it? He's heard him.
He's out.
And yeah, he has retreated. He has one Kiba left in pocket if he does manage to get back to rafters. But the thing that W7M haven't addressed here is we've got triple hard breach denial. We've got Kaid, we've got Bandit, and the two Burrell. Gav is actually below as well on that tub.
I love to double down.
Triple down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, triple down, fair enough. It's just like they're gonna EMP the Kai Claw, and then there's a Bandit all of a sudden. And WCM are spread very thin with utility. Because they're playing IQ, Twitch, Deimos, Monty, and then Heartbreach, they don't really have any like Bok downstairs, Sophia. They're very reliant on Twitch, Dash, and Lobin Deimos to do any of those kinds of jobs. This is a great thing. They force with the Bandit. If there's a 2-bar or Kai Claw in response, they can still try and trick it. But it seems like they haven't quite gotten any wall deny, only wall stall with the Soto canisters.
Well, I don't mind it. I mean, Gav also is below, and he can get both. He's got the lineups through the floor.
Yeah.
And with the DMR, he can contest all these long lines of sight. He's now gone and frozen the connector wall. W7M, time is against them. The gas locking them out of sight.
Adam could trick this if he wants to try for it. 2 Bandit batteries in pocket, but it seems like no. He wants to go elsewhere.
They're worried about the push below.
Yeah, I think they want to play for C4s downstairs late in the round. Kind of bait WCM. There's low time left, so you wait for their push. You got C4s below. The injured gunfight here is going to be pivotal for the attack.
A lot of clutch potential here for Unwanted, but they need to be wary. As Dash is looking to execute onto Garage to lurk back down there and kill all of these players looking for something else, but he's gone down. Good hold of the Rafters position, but Dodez, he's gone big for 2 on the IQ 3v3, but the cover from that C4 will take down that player. Plant has not been confirmed as of yet. Desperately, Dodez looks for these last 2 players. He can't find anything, and the C4 plant denial is meritorious indeed for Unwanted.
There's a lot happening in that round. I'm not even sure. Was the C4 that injured or killed the attacker off? Yeah, that was pre-placed.
I'm pretty
perhaps?
sure there were
It
a
must
few
have been.
C4s detonating in that round.
Because I didn't see a bullet and he just died seemingly out of nowhere. But again, Unwanted, they're so precise in what they want and what they're expecting their opponents to do. Who's yelling, bro?
Is that our game or the SSG game?
I guess
I think
it's
that's
Ashen.
Ashen.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. A point that we spoke about this morning, actually, in the green room at Talent was how quiet SSG they've been in Ashen specifically. It's phase 2, baby.
Yeah.
It's time to get loud.
Time to unlock it. Of course, in our game, though, not quite at all. Unwanted and W7M. A lead for Unwanted, 5-4, as W7M take their tactical timeout. These Clubhouse attacks have been a bit more challenging than we'd expected. They really needed to have more on their defensive side. I think going 3-3 was not enough considering the Thatcher Mav ban. They probably expected a 4-2-5-1 split, and now they're having to work double time on their attack to make up for it.
The very simple way to talk about what W7 they have to do better right now is just speed. They're going very late in these rounds to execute, and while we did judge Unwanted's first 3 attacks that did not find any success, they were very fast. They were snappy, they were getting stuff done, and then I think they found a good middle ground of let's take it a little bit slower, but still strike and be effective. For W7M, they're doing a lot of droning, setup, roam clear, and then they stall, and then they hit the side because now they have to. They had all the walls opened up in that previous round, and they had a player on main breach, and a player Garrett's door, and 3 guys connector, and then they stood still for 45 seconds, and then they executed with 10 seconds left. Sometimes you have to go a little bit earlier to buy us a little more of time to make mistakes, for things to go sideways. Because if you're going with 10 seconds left and one person dies, all of a sudden it's like, oh, panic. How do we replace this player? Maybe he has diffuser, etc. And the round can be lost on the clock. And that's the worst way to lose a round.
Yeah.
So I want to see more speed from them. This lineup, the Ram, for example, much quicker at doing the self-destruction job than a Buck or a Sledge. That alone can buy you 20-30 seconds.
My concern is when it comes to the hard breach game, I think they might have to actually simplify things because all they've got is the Ace and 2 tin can openers on Loban, no Hibana to speak of. We're not going to see them trying to counter the Kaid on the kitchen hatch in the same way that Unwanted did. However, blue hatch is free.
Okay. So you spread thin, take what's free, 2 Kite Claws, you got dirt, and you got 3 hatches. So 2 of those 4 things should be free for the taking. We can all assume the highest priority Kite Claw is going to be kitchen hatch, and then most likely either moto hatch or double down. I don't see any electrification though. Oh, I do see it. Okay,
there we go.
Maybe I am going blind.
No, it wasn't there for a second. I think it
okay,
just
maybe
got enabled. He just
okay.
deployed it. I don't know about dirt as well, because usually if you're opening up kitchen hatch, you're going
soft.
for dirt. Yeah, it's soft, just like we saw from the first defense of this side, W7M. Yeah, there are a few ways they could breach that. If they wanted, they could use the last remaining Flores drone. They could use a Ram.
Ace has
use
soft
some
breaches
Selmas
as well.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't say
That's
that.
the best value for your money's worth. This is where Ace is great. He's the only hard breacher that naturally will bring soft destruction. Hibana also has it, but you got flashbangs.
Yeah.
But again, Ram, 2 boogie drones, all on kitchen, it's all on the hallway, they're getting dirt with Ace right now. Look at the timer, 1 minute 30 seconds. This is excellent, but they need to keep moving forward in these upcoming, minute. They can't just stop moving like previously for the next 45 seconds and then again panic in the end. Keep up the pace.
I like that from Dodez though. He's now used all of his util in terms of those Rotero drones, and he's opened up an avenue. Ooh. He has gone down early, though.
Yeah.
Loses the fight against the DMR. That's far too early to be pushing blue solo.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a backstep position, maybe. Off-pace play, second player follow-up can work, of course, but if this player falls 2 of Loban, that might be the round.
No! He was in such a good position as well. He almost killed Hot and Cold, getting aggressive, but meanwhile, Adam finds him for the damage from the hatch. Adam looking pretty safe. 45 seconds to play. W7M are getting desperate. Dream feeling this pressure in this AK's position. Kiba barriers to protect him. W7M need to hunt it down. They need to find some kills. And Dream has finished off Volps. No more Montaigne. Utter desperation now for Dash and Dots as they drop and funnel through blue. Adam finds another one. Traded back. Nothing for it. Unwanted have made a massive resurgence on Clubhouse. Map point in their grasp.
W7M, they called a tactical timeout. They talked things through and they clearly changed up their pace and their approach, but in the wrong way. Instead of waiting for everyone to be on the same page and do a 3, 2, 1, hit the bomb site, we see 2 players completely alone, no drone, no trade game, solo peek blue stairs and blue hallway, and they fall before they execute. You cannot win an attack 3 versus 5 without the hatches being opened up, without having any pure map control in that situation. So it falls apart. And Unwanted, they're playing this so beautifully. Again, they're just playing around their strat on paper, and every single player know what's their positioning, where to trick, what hatches to deny, and what their individual roles are. They never leave gaps. Blue was covered by both of those backsteppers by 2 separate defenders. There are some teams that would have fallen to that blue backstep, and then WCNM would be in an advantageous position.
W7M themselves fell for the Moto backstab when they were defending that site. Unwanted have just looked like the better team on Club. Not in those first 3 rounds, they had absolutely nothing. But then since then, it's been, what, 6 rounds for Unwanted to only 1 round from W7M. From the 0-3 deficit that Unwanted faced at the start of this game, they've had an unbelievable comeback.
Oh.
Now they have 2 map points. This is, of course, their map pick, but we'd expected, based on history, that W7M would pack a punch on Club.
Oh, that is risky. Adam.
Too cocky, Adam.
Unwanted. For the first time maybe in this entire series, they make the over-aggressive play. Now, it's been a lot of rounds. It's round number 11, and you finally go for an aggro swing. You're maybe thinking you might catch them by surprise, but no. Obviously, they're ready for it. They're ADS'd in. They got that free run to Asami before using almost any of the keeper barriers. This now means Unwanted, they might have to go off the paper unless they feel comfortable in 4v5 in this. And what I mean by that is they might need to keep up the aggression and overstay their welcome and fight this out instead of falling back like they naturally would, because those keeper barriers will block them outside from Garage to allow you a safe fallback. Yeah, you see this.
What is that?
Aggression.
But why is Dash just unexpected?
It was the Garage default cam. It's still up. They didn't shoot the default cam in Garage. Adam is watching it right now.
Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. I don't know what's going on here for W7M. How do you just stand in the middle of the map with no expectation?
Look. Yep, there it is.
That's embarrassing.
So Adam yellow pinged the player downstairs with this camera. So they get a free pick, but then they lose almost 200 procs because they were so quick in the building they forgot to shoot the default.
Yeah, this is such a rough start for W7M. Nice nade, Unwanted, pushed out of position. Gav has to move, and he does go down. That flashbang pays dividends, but there's still another player upstairs. Hot and Cold has not been taken out yet. He needs to take another body with him. Spots one, Volps gets him. All up to Spirits in a 1v3.
It's winnable. Volps 1 HP. If you can find one and play it out, 1 versus 2, he might be okay. But if he lets himself get swarmed on the bomb side by allowing WCNM enough space, it's going to be too many angles all at once because they'll just do a countdown and push him for all angles at once.
Still plenty of drones on the board as well. Fortunately not for any of these remaining players. Where is this last position? Spirits making his way around, dancing through the bathroom. Players are in. He can't even find the first one. Good lock-in for Volps. W7M keeping this map alive.
Tough decision, though. When they get that initial pick downstairs and lounge to a 4v4, do you fall back? Do you stay in CCTV and fight it out? And I mean, they did fight it, and I think it was the right call, but then it comes down to individual gunfights. I mean, trying to hear if they're saying anything there for Unwanted. They don't seem too shook or bothered by this. They're taking it round by round, once at a time.
As they should.
As they should, but some teams are incapable of doing it or incapable of doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, bomb sites change as well. Like, you've got CCTV unlocked again. That was won by the defense last time they played it. So now there's a choice between going gym or CC. They are going to go to CC, it seems.
And there's also bar. Don't neglect the bar, okay?
We haven't seen any bar at SI yet, have we?
No, we haven't. We usually don't.
What's the weirdest bomb site we have seen?
The weirdest one, Arkham's Telos Bank, maybe? That we have cast.
Yeah.
It's the most biggest outlier.
Sure.
We've not done Skyscraper for a master bedroom.
Yeah.
We still lost that, but nobody else likes to play that bomb site.
What are other weird ones? Oh, we've seen a bunch of Kitchen Night
We saw Customs and Border twice.
What?
We saw Customs and Border.
True. Customs, Border, and I mean Kitchen Nighthaven, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
One of the worst bomb sites in the map, but in the game rather, but
in the map for sure.
Definitely in the map.
It's one of those. To be fair, with the current Arbiter ban, I don't think you do want to go bar. I will say that. I do think that this is going to be more around the hard destruction and the initial beginnings of the round, and Bar is much more about the late round, the bomb site itself, after roam clearing. So I like this choice from Unwanted. They are tripling down, as you said, last time once more, with the addition of Jaeger, ADS for Catwalk. So Unwanted are expecting a Garage take this time around, because WCM they pushed Master Bedroom previously, and they're expecting a change. They are bulletproof Cam EMPing the left side, while tricking the right side, but the nade got tossed on in, which forced Adam to run away. He's now back in position. They're going to trick both walls. They're going to bulletproof EMP, because that works against hard breach destruction.
That does?
That does work, yes.
Wow, okay. Seemingly didn't work well enough.
It's very short.
To prevent that wall from being opened. Bandit Battery did not enable. Here's a cheeky spot from Loban. He almost caught Gav. If Gav walks back through this doorway, this should be a free kill, depending on how quickly he makes his way through. Ooh. Nice kickoff for Loban. W7M have the advantage. Tubarau's gone down. Big value there for the Brazilians.
So they have a second set of grenades. They got the Incadelis, they got Grimbees. If W7M they want to attack Catwalk, they absolutely can. Sure, there are Jaeger ADSs, but this time there is no Asami. That's been the one-to-one swap. Before it was, you know, the Asami, now it's the Jaeger. You have 2 C4s, you have Toxic Babes, but right now it's about the killing, it's about map control. Jaeger falls out, he's dropped over actually.
Yeah, and he's
Where's
managed to survive as well. No catch required.
No catch.
Nobody there to catch him as he retreats. Hot and Cold still holds on to the bottom of Garage.
Hasn't been breached either. They got a spare exothermic charge on Dots the entirety of this round, but they haven't breached bottom Garage.
Dotas is still holding the retreat though, but Hot and Cold is not going to retreat. He's playing this really nasty angle from underneath the motorbike.
They might just rush the breach, honestly. I mean, look at the 4 player positions. They got roof, outside, and outside. They're all outside the building right now, which means the only way in is going to be this breach and the bomb site window, unless you rush the garage door, but that doesn't get you to the bomb site, it gets you to the room next to it. So I'm not sure what the plan is right now.
Well, as time ticks away, W7M are faced with fewer options. Still the position from Hot and Cold undealt with. He finds Dash. Desperate for a trade. Dotas goes in. Dream finds one. What is Dotas looking at? Hot and Cold is all hot today. Volps is down. Loban against the world to keep this map alive. But Unwanted are looking to go 1-0 in the series. Dream falls, but there's nothing in it for Loban. He can't get there in time. Unwanted. Big revitalization for the American roster. They come up big against W7M, 1-0 up in the series.
It's such a good display of skill and strategy. And in the end, in the final round, W7M, they had no idea what they wanted to do. They didn't reach bottom garage. Didn't have anybody in those like crucial execute positions. Nobody bombs that window. So they walk around. It falls apart. They die achieving nothing. And I wanted to show us they can play a good strat on Clubhouse. But up next is Chalet. It plays out completely differently. I don't know if they can do the same thing on that map.
Oh, well, the Mismatch Misfits start strong in the series. 1 map away from kicking W7M to the lower bracket. We'll be back in a moment for map 2.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a World Championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshops, studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege highly critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of like apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Here we are with Unwanted and W7M. It turns out the home field advantage is paying for the Americans and the Canadians today. Unwanted and, spoiler alert for the A-Stream, SSG winning their maps here to kick off the series. Not a good day to be a Brazilian, it seems, in Boston.
No, and mind you, with how the C2 and C3 work, these opponents, the Americans, got picked by the Brazilians. They said, we want this matchup. Now it's backfiring. Yes, it's map 1 and best of 3. And for our series, Unwanted WCM, we hope and expected Unwanted to win Clubhouse because that is going to be their map pick. It's also going to be where their playstyle works out better. So the real challenge now for Unwanted, if they can finish this, will be Chalet.
Yeah, and what you had said is that Unwanted not only should win Clubhouse, but needs to win Clubhouse because Chalet is going to be a huge challenge for them. And, of course, Cafe being the decider, another W7M favored map. So even though Unwanted have started good here, it's not going to get any easier from this point forward.
No, this is baseline. This is like, okay, now we got a series on our hands. Can they get it done 2-0? Will we need the third map? At least we've gotten to this point. But also, because Chalet plays out so differently, all that prep we saw from Clubhouse has to be now changed from Mint, the coach of Unwanted, because it was their strategy that won them. On Chalet, that won't be the case.
Yeah, and I gotta say, even though Unwanted, some of the players did struggle, Dream 5 and 9, Dream still had a really big round, right? Which was one of the most instrumental ones on the attacking half when he sent it down the main stairs with Hibana. Unwanted really good at finding those openings and going for it, which is kind of what we expected to see out of W7M.
Yeah, I was going to look at the kills here. I feel like Dots going 3 and 7 went completely under the radar in my mind.
I didn't notice that.
And I don't feel like any players didn't do their job at all. Everyone had their moments, and of course, someone's got to do the supportive work, hold the boring angle, you get shot in the back. That happens. But Loban and Dotis for WCM, they stepped up massively in the killing department, which wasn't enough on the first map, but you want to stay fired up for Chalet because those entry engagements will be so much more important than ever compared to Clubhouse.
That's right. Chalet is quite a different beast, quite the opposite. And Unwanted, as we've discussed, have not played Chalet. As Unwanted, they didn't even play it as C9BC. I didn't even bother looking further back than that, back when they were Beast Coast, because it's been over 9 months since then. So the TLDR of that is Unwanted, they simply don't play this map. Maybe it's something that they've recently added, or maybe this is W7M picking a map. Unwanted just left it open, really not knowing whether it would come through or not, but W7M, they're definitely going to be favored here. They're looking solid. They've already played Clubhouse at SI so far, albeit it was a loss to Space Station, the only match that W7M have actually lost so far.
And you see the players right now kind of bundled together, saying, oh, guys, what's the strat going to be? What's the order? And I think for WCM, mentally speaking, maybe gotta apply like a small band-aid right now, because if they start tilting and saying, oh, we're losing to these guys, they're terrible, they got no org. I mean, Dream hasn't even made a LAN in like 2 years. You can start thinking to yourself that these players are not worthy of beating you because you're fighting yourself. It's always about, you're only as good as your last game. And that previous match, OSNM, they weren't good enough.
Yeah.
Now they gotta look internally and say, we need to do better than we did last map, and that's it.
Yeah.
Don't focus on your enemy.
And it's funny, isn't it? The comparisons between these two rosters, both major champions in 2024, W7M in Montreal and Beast Coast, who eventually became Unwanted in Manchester. But a lot of people looked at that Manchester win for the Beast Coast, now Unwanted team, and said this was a fluke, right? This was a one-off. Hot and Cold has said, no, I don't believe it was. But the team did drop off massively and ended up being this orgless band of misfits with only 3 of the players from that championship winning roster. W7M, quite the opposite, right? Like, this team has always been solid. Back when they were Los, they made the grand final in Atlanta. A year before, they eventually won the major in Montreal. So we know that W7M are a more consistent roster. And yet, right here, like you said, what matters is how good you are in your last game. And at the moment, Unwanted is showing like they are much better than W7M.
I love the comically large map strats from Unwanted, by the way. Like, we see different teams with different sizes. Look at this! Look how long that boy is!
Is that like 2 A4 sheets of paper? Like, in length?
Maybe a third even. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of paper.
I also noticed, like, some teams have, like, really formal-looking notes. Like, these guys have really informal, like, it was club def. It said, instead of, like, clubhouse defense, just club def.
Hey, call out in pro play, all about efficiency, right? if you got a spot, you don't say underneath the staircase, Visa. No, Harry Potter. Exactly. There it is. You know the memes.
Oh yeah.
Most windows are also numbered, so 51, 52. Instead of saying printer window, copy window,
You call them
server
51
window.
and 52.
51 through 54 is actually how in Europe that we used it for almost every single map, because almost every single map has the same visual representation of windows. Old
Really?
Oregon, you had generator window, 2 kid storms, big window. That's 51, 54.
Damn.
Clubhouse is the same. Server window 51, Windows 54.
Oh,
Consulate, similar as well.
I'm learning something new from you, Pangu, every day, it seems. W7M need to learn a few things. Let's hope that they picked a bit up in their loss on Chalet to Space Station earlier in the group stage of 6 Invitational, because they got to beat Unwanted on it now. 1-0 up in the series for the Miracle from Manchester. Let's see if W7M can get it done like they did in Montreal, here in another snowy and chilly place. It's Chalet.
I love the Blackbeard band there. That is pure respect and a little bit of fear maybe from the side of W7M, because Spirits was finding so many pivotal moments on that particular operator on the attacking side. And of course, Chalet, as we keep saying, more frag heavy, more entry oriented. It makes so much sense to get rid of such an important operator, where opponent is also always often see like Deimos being banned on Chalet, Nokabe, because they can get so much work done. Then Mira follows through to third operator, just like on Clubhouse. Finally, will it be Intel? Will it be Asami?
Oh, look at that.
There
I had
it
that. I
is.
said that before. I said that before it came up, by the way. I said that before.
You see it before it happens, because like the TV has
No,
less
no,
delay
no,
than
there was no
reality.
delay. I said it before it happened.
Okay.
That was a good read.
You're such a good boy, James.
Wow, that does things to me. Anyway, W7M on the defense to kick things off. Unwanted got the side choice as it was W7M's map pick, so they've gone the attacking side. That's where you want to be on Chalet, and what I want to see here on Chalet is aggression. It's set plays. I want to see that sends. I want to see that blitz. Spirits only played the blitz once, I believe, on the first map, and he was spawn peaked. I hope that he can, in the absence of Blackbeard, still find a bit of success on these shields.
Acemen start with an Ella. They are doing something a bit out of the norm, but I'm all for it. Unwanted, they came in very prepared on Clubhouse. And now in Chalet, you gotta figure out what's the pace gonna be. What kind of play style will W7M bring to their defense? Because you can play it very much across the entire map. Roam top floor, roam first floor on this basement defense. That's very Brazilian meta, if you will. But W7M, much like FaZe as well, they are more of a European Brazilian team. What I mean by that is they play a more slower paced style of the game where they can ramp up at any moment's notice. W7M, they can play Kite Echo here and just completely turtle if they want to, but we've seen how effective in gunfights they can be if they want to lash out.
Roam clear first step here for Unwanted. With that, Dokubi gone, it's going to come down to some good drone work. They've already lost 3. If Deimos can assist as well. Ooh, speaking of drones, that's massive from Dream. I don't think W7M are yet aware that there is a Twitch drone behind enemy lines. That's a huge amount of value. Not just has he taken down that bulletproof camera, but information in the late round for the execute is going to be huge. Elamine taken down. This is
Value Town.
Yeah, big value out of that Twitch pick.
Got the Kali as well. So
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Yokai down!
That is insane.
This Twitch has gotten more value than most Twitch players get in their whole career.
That is nasty, actually. And it's only been 60 seconds. It's not like he's been slacking off massively. While he's been Twitch droning, they're droning down like car garage, trench, on the west main windows for a flank retake, for example. Volps on the west main stairs window, with Loban on Solarium stairs. That's going to be the first obstacle for Unwanted. Because if they want to go for this backside-oriented execute, they do need to clear those 2 players out before they can get inside the building correctly. I don't think they know Loban is here just yet, so this could be a backstab.
Yeah, drone just went past him as well. Oh, was that the second Yokai taken down? I think it might have been. The Ella gets targeted by Deimos, but Volps is on the west main stairs. If anything, he's going to try and bait for Loban. I saw some pre-fires, though. They're aware. This could be something here for Dash. Good trade onto Spirits, but straight into side for Gavin. Thanks to that Twitch drone deep in the objective. There's info for Unwanted. He bites off a little bit more than he could chew, and he goes down, but Dreams is there to put a finish to Dots. It's all up to Dotas now. With his teammate on the floor in a 1v3, Gav likely to be picked up as well. The plant is going down. Suppressive fire from Dream. Gav finished off, but Dream is still in perfect position. Adam coming around for the flank, hot and cold, finished off. He needs to isolate these fights, but Adam's got him. Unreal from Unwanted.
Gavin. Put his arm down before the fishman came through. I gotta say, it's such a good push from Unwanted, because what most teams would do there, and what I thought that Unwanted was gonna do, is step one, they're gonna kill the Ella on the staircase. Then they're gonna reset, re-drone, then they're gonna hit the bomb site. But that's not what they did. It was Deimos and West Main distracting the Ella. It was the Kali of Spirits pushing from the basement portion in and got that kill. And while it happened, they're pushing side. They're backstepping fireplace staircase. They hit every single area of the bomb site from all directions at the same time. And WCM, they thought they weren't gonna go for it. They got caught by surprise. And it's all thanks to Dream finding both yokai drones, the bulletproof camera, and he had a pre-placed Twitch drone on the bomb site left over. So you can almost say Dream won that round for his team, and he only got 1 kill.
Dude, he could have got nothing. He also got the diffuser down, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
oh no, sorry, he was covering while
he was covering the fireplace
diffuser.
stairs, because Dream ended up backstepping for the intro, the echo and connector, and then Hot and Cold came for the diffuser afterwards.
Dream was worth his weight in gold that
For sure.
round. Huge value for him and for Unwanted. And a much better start than we expected. We thought that perhaps Clubhouse might not have been as much of a precursor to map 2 as Unwanted would have liked. We thought that W7M's history on this map would have outweighed Unwanted's hopes, because realistically Unwanted didn't have a lot of reasons to give us that they might be contesting here on Chalet. Barely playing the map ever.
We'll say though, Spirits has to be oh so careful. Without a Twitch and a Q on the attacking lineup, a yokai stun on a blitz will completely guard break him. That means that he's going to be completely vulnerable to a bullet, to a knife attack from any of the defenders when that yokai stun goes out. If he sees any defenders, he has to be very careful not to overstep, because he will die immediately. Notice, once he sees the blitz, will be aware of that too and be fishing for that operator.
Looks like Spirits is just biding his time, waiting. Player on that double window is of big value, though, to Unwanted. And cut off the entire of the top floor in 2. That's Dream. However, the Azami of Loben is the perfect operator to try and plug that up. Here comes Adam, though. From downstairs, he can do a lot of damage with this Deimos.
The opening pick here is everything that Unwanted they need. If they get the 5 versus 4, get one player isolated, they can break open this round so quickly. Nade into the hot top. No deny, he has to move surely.
Oh, shield down. Is the shield still up?
No, the shield is dead.
Oh,
the flank.
That was beautiful from Dash to take down Adam, the vertical player, and the grenade operator. However, Volps has gone down. He's not been able to escape. Good refrag, though, from Gavin, who went downstairs to hunt down that Roma and avenge his teammate.
And Spirits took down Volps because the shield was gone from that first grenade, so they got what they wanted. Solarium, downstairs control, 2 picks, only losing Adam. That's okay. Spirits on the blitz, the Grimbees and Hot and Cold, 1 spare in pocket. That's going to be the next step for them. Get the B out, get blitz in there. You can definitely go for a plant, but there is a defender inside the master bedroom closet that hasn't been seen yet.
Here comes the blitz. The guard break, though, comes through thick and fast. And Loben eventually will go down thanks to Dream supporting from the double window. It's just Dots now on the defense. Dream has been so valuable. Dots finds one. Can he get the blitz as he gets away? But the stun and the finish off from Spirits. Massive round from Dream again, and Spirits to deliver the killing blow. W7M rough around the edges on Chalet. 2 rounds straight for the North American roster.
I think this has been a mint masterclass counter strat angle for this best of 3. I mean, they see master bedroom, they go through their attack and repicks immediately, and I mean, from the get-go, all the player positions were saying, okay, Solarium take, 1 guy big window Dream, we're gonna get the nades downstairs to clean out the shield cast in the bathroom, and then we get Spirits on a blitz that can do the entry work, that can get bombed down if you have to, and push through. Plus, he gets smoke grenades too, as we saw in the late round. He smoked off Piano to isolate the 2 players by the master bedroom closet and off his rotate. So this was a pre-thought-out strat from the very beginning. It was so precisely executed. There was one small issue. He got flanked by Loben downstairs that killed Adam on the Deimos, but then Gavin on the Ash steps up behind him. It's the trade, it's a 2-for-1, and they're right back in control.
Yeah. Unwanted is so reactive. They're so quick in all of their responses.
Yeah,
even when W7M throws something their way like that flank, Unwanted, it's like there's almost no thought to it. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll kill him.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll go down there. I'll see him.
And here's the thing, I know I keep saying it, but like 1-to-1 player in weight of value in gunfights, Unwanted, they're the weaker fraggers.
Massive.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, even the top 2 fraggers from this team got poached for M80, right? Like,
that's true. But the way that they're putting themselves in good positions and helping each other, they end up looking like the better players because they got the right things going for them. Whether it's intel, positioning, trade game, and that's all you need. W7M actually having worse team day right now is costing them massively. And look at this. If they want to, Blitz can go on for this. He's on cams.
Oh, beautiful from the Blitz to jump straight through and take down Volps on cameras. Going downstairs now, Spirits. Looks for a little bit more, but he doesn't have much company.
Oh,
W7M again, bro. How does this keep happening?
And AC IQ is a support operator. That's an entry right there, my man. The thing is, Volps as an individual has had a rough tournament and off to a very poor start. And again, Unwanted, simple plan, go basement, fish for something, and now they're resetting the round. Spirits literally flank watch on Blitz with the shield up, while the rest of his team, they've drawn out the landscape of the map. Most likely right now, they're trying to figure out what strat W7 they are playing, so they can set up the right positions to pick it apart perfectly, like in those 2 previous rounds.
The roam game is still quite aggressive upstairs. Loban all the way in office. Where are Unwanted going to push here? Like you said, with that pick, they decided to slow it down a lot, and I think that was the right call. But it means they haven't taken much ground as of yet. They're looking for something pretty aggressive. This is such an unusual way to take control of the top floor. Going up the blue stairs. Spirits does go down. It doesn't pay dividends here for Unwanted. However, Loban's been traded back. Cav needs some support, though. Trade, though, directly. That is worthwhile there for Dodez. Sharp shots leaves Dream in a 1v2. Straight into the Legion mine. There should be information on his position as well. Default up. Didn't spot him. Oh, there's a bulletproof camera watching his position, though. Should be a pretty easy closeout for W7M. Dream's going to have to clutch up big.
One thing they missed this round was Dream didn't find all these cameras with the Twitch drones, so they had pretty good information of what was clear and what wasn't for W7M, and that's why they put all their guns literally facing the attackers of Unwanted because they simply knew. So this time the Twitch doesn't find the value, they pay the price, but already getting 2 attacks and catching their opponents by surprise, as Unwanted have so far, is a really good start to Chalet. Remember, attack is all about counter-stratting. When Unwanted go on defense, they'll have their own maybe new strats and setups that will also directly counter the opponent.
Oh. Aggressive swing from Dots. I thought Dream might have had it there for a sec, but first round in what seems like a hell of a long time for W7M. And a chance to perhaps recompose. Volps, I think, a little bit tilted for how he died early in that round on cameras for his teammates. It just goes to show like the pace that Unwanted have set. You can never really expect what's going to come. They won't go for a traditional push if they think they can get away with something a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, the great thing about unconventional positioning, like going basement with a blitz and going in the mud window and door, for example, is that your opponents will not expect it. Going up the blue staircase late round, I haven't seen that in ages, right? I mean, they could have gone bomb site directly, but they want, of course, a room clear library. They want to control. Again, all those default camps, and Bulletproof was alive. The trade between Adam, I think it was Dodez upstairs, super unfortunate for Unwanted because that makes it a 1 versus 2 for Dream instead of a 2v2, which was a lot more winnable.
Yeah, but even then, I think Gav maybe needs to take a bit of responsibility for that. He could have waited another half second for his teammate to come before going for that swing.
Totally could have waited. That's the thing though, timings in Siege, yes, the maps are relatively small, but you also die very fast in this game. So we used to have, back in G2 days, what was called the 2-second rule, and that meant that you had to be within a 2-second sprinting distance from a teammate, and you had to be at least, at most, 1 room apart. Yeah. And even that can create that timings, 2 seconds.
In terms of refragging, though, let's say you're playing against 2 people and they're going to swing you together and try and refrag. What do you think is the time gap? Like, what's the minimum time gap for you to win that in a 1v2? Because for Dodez there, I reckon it was about 1 second, 1.5 seconds.
I mean, we're literally talking 0.something seconds usually, because at this level of play, you either will hear the opponent, have a camera or a good intuition about where they'll be attacking from, and they snap this mouse so fast, right? We're talking 0.3, 0.5 seconds. The reaction time of these pro players is about 120 to 150 milliseconds. If you can flake instantly, all it takes is 120 to 150 milliseconds.
And that is how much having... Oh, wow. That's a big C4.
I thought his drone fell back out the window.
It looked like it, didn't it? No, that's a spicy drone, that one. That is how much it's important to be refragging in time with your teammates. Because, like, being 1 second behind, that's not a 2v1, that's 2 1v1s.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. That wasn't the crossfire, but now they're going to go for broke. He's shut right now in the window. He goes.
Straight in. Good flash, and he will find that kill against Volts. Spirit's done a little bit here for Unwanted, but meanwhile, a retake. Good catch, though, from Dream. Loban on the retreat does fall. Dotas, meanwhile, brings the numbers back in favor of W7M. Still Aroma up above as Dotas tries to retreat. He's actually not going to go downstairs, but instead stay up for a little bit longer. There's info on his position, though. And Unwanted may want to isolate. Spirit's already low HP, means this DMR will make short work of him if Dotas is able to land the shots. Wow. And he does! That's insane mechanics there from Dotas to finish off Spirits, who should have been favored in that fight. Dream once again called upon to clutch. Vertical angle, doesn't find it. Finds the angle almost, but takes a hell of a lot of damage to Dash. And now in this 1v3, he's being flanked up again by Dotas. Good shot. Surely not winnable. Dash, do not expose yourself now.
This is risky, dangerous game for Dash. Playing with that verticality. Dream has a really good read in this, but again, Dream's health on his own is also falling lower and lower. No stuns, no soft destruction. Claymores in pocket as well, so he can't do any soft word here.
He's got info, though.
Yeah. How does he get down? Drop a hat, walk down a staircase, 35 seconds. Crossfire should be established by W7M here. They're playing far apart, actually.
Only one shot is required to kill Dash. This is possible to isolate these 2 1v1s. Oh, this is a nasty angle, though, all the way from on side of the bomb. Darts lands a bit of damage, long range. He only has to swing on Dash's contact. And Dash does finally finish off Dream. That is a round for W7M, and, well, evened up on the scoreline, but not nearly enough.
Generally speaking, on Chalet, if you're curious like how these attacks should be going, the simplest way I can explain to you is if the attackers, they do that kind of upstairs rush and they come out in mad advantage or even numbers. So if that was a 3v3, you know, Unwanted, they can still do the round, they can play it out. But because they're a 2v4, they had to go for these really desperate attempts of getting kills because they didn't get enough kills. It's all about manpower advantage of Chalet. Either you attack the bomb site from enough different angles and just swarm the bomb site, you overwhelm the defenders, or you need to have the right operators alive, like in that previous one, a ram, a bog, or a sledge. Verticality, of course, would have been amazing. They didn't have either. That means you go for broke. Spirits had to fight Lotus and Library. You have no choice but to go for it. Didn't work out. That's the round over. Dream shouldn't win a 1v3, but he did make it close.
Unwanted should still be relatively happy with how this half's gone so far.
Yeah.
And now we test them on a very extended setup here. I have a feeling Unwanted's not even going to try and address this.
If you got Monty Blitz, Blackbeard Lion, or not Blackbeard, Monty Blitz, Finka Lion, you're not going to go for a Library take in my mind. You're going to hit the bomb site, but as I say that...
They spawned here.
2-3 split right now. 3 guys office, 2 guys library. And it's the Blitz on library side.
Surely they're going to drone out this position and be like, nah, not for us. Echo spawn picking somewhere, Dotas? I don't know what angle that was. Where is he playing?
Window on the soft wall right here. So they rappelled on in. He swings the soft wall out the window on the office balcony.
Wow.
He just took it down.
Nasty start there. Adam goes down. That's a lot of that explosivity there with the Lion taken out. Good isolation of Loban here as Spirits tries to get closer and closer to him. A lot of damage done. Here comes the Thinker to support that Blitz. It's a good pick. It gives him just enough health to try and stay alive a little bit longer, but he can't go aggressive. Nice shots, though, with the pistol. So risky to aim down sights, but Loban taken out. Meanwhile, hot and cold on that Monty has fallen, yet to find a kill on this map. Unwanted, at least they found one, but they have been seriously bloodied.
Yeah, going back to my previous point, right? How are attackers looking right now? Do they have advantage or equal numbers? No, they're down a player. This means that it was an unsuccessful early round for Unwanted, mostly because Atom got spawn peeked by the Echo or died very early on. Diffuser downstairs as well. They need to stabilize this round, but they don't have the right operators of what's to come. Yeah, they got heart destruction, they can reach the office walls, but who's going to deal with the Yoga drones? Who's going to deal with any of those corner positions, like the office half wall? Maybe the nades from Gavin, but if you don't hit those nades on the spot or they get called by an ADS, again, you cannot clear it out. You don't have verticality, you have a blitz. That's one Yokai drone done. That's actually very good for them.
That's all of the Selmas used by Dream. Nice breach on the side. Is Spirit's going to run on this? He's tempted. Not to be as of yet. He can peek here through the office door, but as we've seen, like, these players are so good at shooting the feet of that blitz that he has to be very careful not to expose himself. Gav finds Volps. Maybe it is possible after all. I don't know why Volps is playing aggressively from Piano, peeking, swinging wide. Here comes the blitz with a smoke to cover him. He sends it inside, but hiding in the smoke, there is a player. Meanwhile, a flank from Dash. And all 3 remaining defenders come to life. W7M have taken the lead on Chalet.
It's such a good play left from WSNM. What happened is that the Piano player pushed to the smoke grenade in towards Ivy, the Piano hallway, and flanked the breach. And the reason why it's such a good play is Spirits ran to the bomb side, checked Piano and goes, guys, they're trolling. They're not playing in Piano. It should have been. We win the round. No, it's just missed timing. Instead, the flank happened, got a kill, got a second, and just like that, the round was over. But a good attempt from Unwanted to bring it back to a very close position, despite the early blunder.
We saw what Unwanted were able to achieve after their tactical timeout on map 1, from being 0-3 down to winning the map 7-5.
They won 4 straight after the timeout.
Yeah. Well, Mint is now going for his tactical timeout here on Chalet at a 2-3 scoreline. One last chance to win an attack round, and clearly it matters to Mint. Otherwise, he wouldn't be taking it here. He'd say, GG, go next. This last round of attack to go even in the first half, it's of huge value, especially considering that these guys are starting on what many consider to be the favored side of Chalet.
Yeah, that, and I think just maybe a foundational change for Unwanted and how they're approaching these rounds. Right now, it seems that they're like all across the map, looking for gaps, looking for kills. And Mint might go, guys, this isn't working. It did work. It did great. But now we're getting picked apart. Maybe go like 5 guys from one side of the building, or go 4 guys with 1 guy backstepping later on. Because if you go back to that basement round in the very, very beginning, it was 4 people working together on like West Main, Trophy, Kitchen, and Big Garage. And you had Dream backstepping Fireplace Stairs. It was a near flawless round. But since then, they've been spreading themselves, 5 people in different positions, or 2-2-1, and they can't help each other as much. And they're falling apart in individual gunfights. Adam got spawned by Echo. He died individually. Hot and Cold died downstairs as Monty. He also died individually. So I want to see Unwanted now play closer together with a lot of players and play close to execute oriented setups.
W7M for their last defense take us to Bar. This is where it all started for them. This is where they got their first defensive round win. It was a very strange round, that was.
Up the blue stairs with Blitz?
Yeah.
This is cheeky, Lopen. I mean, come on.
There is actually a player all the way still out in spawn. Surely he doesn't find this.
It's, I think it's Dream who's droning or something like that, or it's Hot and Cold droning. It's either or.
Oh, there's a drone on him.
Oh, they
under
know.
the bed. I think they can hear him. I think they're going to try and bait him into this position. Yeah, this is a great idea. Get someone to repel and bait Loben to swing. Meanwhile, the player all the way out in spawn will find him. However, Loben, I think, has now realized what's going on. Out of nowhere, there's a blitz in his face. Unwanted baited Loben for the better part of a minute to try and find that opening pick, and it worked out. Hot and Cold all the way outside. Also takes down Dash. A very strange bit of hyper-aggression from W7M.
And it's perfect. They have 4 players on Master Bedroom side, and guess what? They had Gavin on Library Balcony. So they did the exact 4+1 strat, where they're playing together with a backstabber. Now they get 2 kills. This round, statistically, strategically, it's over. But W7M, they are so capable of touching it out, and they still have the stronghold. They got top blue staircase, they got mezzanine, and they got library. Unwanted still need to pick this apart. They got this, the spirits on Blitz. They got a Hot and Cold on the scent. Those are the 2 most important operators to pick that apart upstairs when they feel ready for it.
I mean, this is a free kick right next to the goalpost for Unwanted. And W7M need to play it perfectly to disrupt it.
It comes to 2 players. See Volps in the basement. They might just go for it now.
Separated are W7M, but the same can be said for Unwanted. They're just waiting to try and bait out movement from the Brazilian roster. Here comes the execute. A C4 doesn't find anything. Top floor now within the attacker's grasp.
Very good. We're seeing they're falling back towards the bomb side, but I mean, they have almost no ground to stand on. We see the feed sees. Ella running on downstairs. They have to fight for it. Dodis gets away undamaged.
Adam struggled to land these shots here with this pistol through the floor, and now he's got information thanks to that scanner, thanks to that ability of the Deimos, the tracker, and he is so tunnel vision, so focused up here on hunting down Dodas. He can't get the damage done. Dodas knows he's pretty much safe here in this position as long as he doesn't stand too far back. A nade to come on over may flush his position a little bit. Time is ticking away. There's been a 5v3 for 2 whole minutes. Eventually, Hot and Cold and Gav do collapse. Volps in a 1 versus 5, but he only has to bait for 10 seconds and deny the plant. First kill down. However, he can't find that planter. And Unwanted have now confirmed that diffuser. Good shot, though, onto the Blitz. Still tracked by Adam with the Deimos death mark. A spray through the smoke doesn't find anything as of yet. Perhaps there is a shot here for Volps, though. Let's find the first 2 picks. I don't know if they're looking for him. Adam goes down from a 1v5 to a 1v2. And these 2 Unwanted players have to make this perfect. Volps has made it a 1v1. Hot and Cold.
He thought he won the game.
Dude,
that's how intense it was.
Oh my god. Volps nearly 1v5 them. Unwanted counting their lucky stars. Hot and Cold is so spaced after that one. He thought the game was over. Took his headset off.
He caught himself too, but what am I doing, bro? Literally, that's only half of the second map.
Jesus.
And the fact that they give it down to a 1v1, I mean, it is a scary look.
This was the previous round replays, by the way, just to clarify.
So, Volps after this, I mean, he's heating up, and he's going to go into the attacking side, feeling like he can take anybody in a gunfight.
I mean, he did just kill 4 players. Like, even here, beating Gav, who's pre-firing
that was,
him.
again, 2 seconds on the trade, right? That's a 1v1s, like you mentioned. That's too big of a time for the reswing.
Scary. I feel like Unwanted were jittering a little bit in that 5v1.
Or having too much fun, I'm not sure.
I can't tell.
Just chasing him down with the blitz.
Yeah, I will say at least Hot and Cold's got a pretty funny reaction as a result of that. Like, it's not like... There are sometimes you lose a 1v5 or you almost lose 1v5 and you're like, guys, we almost lost that. You guys are terrible. We need to get back on that horse. But no, instead it was just a bit of a laugh and a bit of sigh of relief. And kicking it off, Hot and Cold has now spawn peaked Volps after winning that clutch against him.
Momentum shattered, no? You get 4 kills. He was 1-6 before that. Now he's dead immediately when the round begins. He's playing Capital. He's like the execution operator for the bomb side. At least there's a small price here. They get Twitch value, the camera, the bulletproof, the bullet fire. And because the fire being popped as well, they can't quite go for bomb site. And by losing the Capital, I mean, they might need to go for plan B now. Go for Vert, self-destruction, roam cleared. Then you're up against the Vigil, Elysian. Side is hard, roam clear is hard. W7M this round, I think, comes down to clutch factor.
Yeah, good progress on the site doesn't necessarily mean the round is done because, like you said, this roam game is going to be really hard to dismantle, and they can't just execute easily on the site when you've got a hell of a lot of util to speak of. There's still a few Vulcan canisters alive.
Yeah.
You got Dream on that smoke as well. He's already used 2 of his smokes. I don't know where that was.
Was it in the trench maybe, or...
Worried about a trench run perhaps?
Oh, they have breach boilers, so I didn't notice actually. So, okay. They make good progress for sure. Gotten both breaches done. Vigil scanner active. It's gonna be like, where is this guy at? Well, hard to find him. The one way in is if they rush the bomb site and get those first kills or 2, that's gonna force all the bombers back towards the bomb side. So it's really important that Hot and Cold and Dream, that are those side players, that they don't overswing and die to nothing or just lose out in their gunfights. They gotta play it safe.
Dash is aware of Adam's position in dining, watching the hatch. Might be able to be covered off from above by Loban. Adam is starting to make his way down. He wins the fight against Dodes, coming down West Main Stairs, and is also able to take down one of those Selmas as well. Further protecting these players on site, re-roaming into Big Garage. Gav has made his way up the stairs, and I believe Spirits has as well. Not a lot in it now for W7M.
I love this positioning. Adam re-rotating, repositioning, top of roamers, and the bomb side players are playing passive. It's a 1v5 for Dash.
Yeah.
He's dead.
A perfect round. Essentially 2 perfect rounds in a row if it wasn't for the almost clutch by Volps. That would have been 2 flawless rounds back-to-back for Unwanted, kicking off their defense. After Clubhouse and what we've seen so far at Chalet, where are the Montreal Major champions?
Yeah, I mean, they've had slow starts in their previous best of 3 so far this tournament, but you cannot afford to do it right now, right here, when you lose the first map especially. But I do want to give praise to Unwanted more than anything else. they played very structured on Clubhouse, and I was thinking to myself, well, you can't play super structured on Chalet because it means you're turtling, you're not playing for map control, and you have to fight for the map here. But they're doing it. They're playing so, like, the trio of the Montreal Major squad, basically, they're playing so aggressively around the map, running around, getting super active, and really limit testing W7M's ability to roam clear. Meanwhile, you have some of the most, and I mean this so positively, passive player in Dream who will never swing aggressively, who will never make an eco challenge, and when you have this aggressive roam, the most important thing is that the bomb site doesn't fall. Yeah. Dream will just sit back and understand, as long as I'm alive, that means the bomb site is safe and everyone else is happy to do whatever they want to do.
And even though he's using smokes early in the rounds, it's okay.
It's for a good cause.
It is, exactly. He's allowing those roamers a bit more flexibility.
Yeah.
He's, rather than like, some anchors will be yelling at their roamers,
guys,
get back to site,
yeah.
I need support. No, he's going to use his gadgets to keep himself alive.
It's fine.
And give the roamers a bit of freedom, give the team a little bit of chill as well.
That's exactly it. It's good value being found. Twistron as well, shut down as it into the building. So already now, Volb's getting pressured in terms of his gadget, not finding the right value. And the operator lineup for WCN right now, it's not telling us anything specific. This is dangerous.
No.
Adam goes for a swing. I get why, but it's baited out by WCN. This mini play got them an opening. Don't speed up too far, Dotis. You don't want to give up the skill that you just earned yourself.
Loban, though.
Oh, dangerous.
He snuck straight in upstairs, completely caught unawares. Here's Gav, and Volps will carve up the last player on this top floor. There's nothing left for Unwanted here. They're downstairs on the site. There's Dream holding on to B like we know he loves doing. Hot and Cold is going to hide inside a trophy. He needs to find a few kills here. W7M on the verge of bringing it back. Oh, there you go. No. Easy freebie. After 2 near flawless rounds for Unwanted, W7M are about to claim their own.
That's the thing, right? On this map, if attackers can get those opening kills, you just kind of storm the bomb site. It's so hard to pick this apart as a defender and counter it back. Dream, good luck, have fun, finds 2.
Okay. Pad the stats a little bit, I guess. But for W7M, a much needed round as we once again tie the scoreline 4 rounds apiece between these 2 major championship rosters. Long way to go, though, especially for W7M. After losing Clubhouse, after being down for a lot of Chalet, we need to see more than just 1 or 2 flawless rounds. We need to see consistency, and that's what they've lacked.
I want to see either information in like an Echo or a Maestro with cameras from Unwanted, or trap operators that can cover more map space. Yes, they're playing Ella, but I mean 3 Griswold mines, most of them being by the bomb site. What about upstairs? Melusi, for example, could be huge here. Fenrir was banned out, so you can't play that. But they're playing very spread apart. They're playing almost no information. Dream in that round is on the bomb site, just sitting there being like, everyone's dead, I can't help them. Yeah. And holding the bomb site on kitchen is not as important on basement because they're not gonna rush the bomb site typically. It's all about the roam clear, the upstairs take, which we saw from WCM. So, again, different bomb sites will play out differently. But the mirror right now, for example, that's great. You can extend to library now, hold it aggressively. Mirror windows do give you information, and it also forces the attackers to either deal the mirror window with ranged hop reach like here, Hibana or Ace, or you go on to something like a Twitch or an Ash. So you're forcing W7M's operator pool to change with this change as well.
And we have seen that. We've seen the first Monty pick from W7M in this map. Yeah, that's from Dots. Not a lot of things specifically to deal with this mirror. I guess you could try the Hibana, but there's a chance that those mid jammers will be protecting Dream's mirror windows. Doesn't appear to be the case here. This is a good early drone, though, from W7M on the mezzanine. Lots of information onto Gav's position.
Monty is going to make life kind of difficult. There's no counter operators. There's no Leashin. There's no smoke. There's no echo. Nothing's going to stop Dots from walking up either fireplace or the blue staircase and just starting to force away the roamers off Unwanted and make the entire mirror setup kind of redundant.
How are they going to try and deal with that mirror? Are they just going to walk up the stairs, or are they going to
so.
try and actually guarantee the kill? I feel like Dash really wants to catch him as he retreats. The problem is Gav is playing the Azami, so he has a lot of ability to cover his own back.
Oh my god.
Now he's caught in a really awkward spot. Players from outside windows and this Monty teaming up together as his wall is being breached. Here comes a flank from Hot and Cold. He's taken down the Deimos. Meanwhile, Gavin's also found Dodes, and he's found another one! How do you get the knife kill, Gav? Straight onto the Monty of dots. Nothing left for W7M to do but try and pick up the pieces desperately as Volps goes hunting for this downstairs roamer. He's not going to find a damn thing.
You got Discipline now. All the 5 players of Unwanted are playing mostly together. Blue staircase, top floor library, holding on the bomb set, of course. They're not giving W7M a single 1v1 gunfight. And the players who can, they fell back to side. It's a flawless again.
Easy as you like for Unwanted. Huge round from Gavin playing that Hell in a Cell position at the top of mezzanine on that mirror window. That not only find 1 kill, but also take down the Monty in a knife battle.
The balls in this man. I mean, when he stayed, I was like, okay, he's being a little bit crazy.
He's going to maybe get a kill and die.
Yeah, he's just going to die, okay? You got Deimos below, Monty in the staircase, and 2 guys in the library balcony. Then we watch the flank downstairs taking out the Deimos, and I'm thinking, okay, the 1-phone trade has happened, but then Gavin gets one upstairs and melees the Monty somehow. And I gotta say, the timing there from Unwanted, understanding when W7M are vulnerable, was excellent. They allowed them into bar, they allowed Monty up the staircase, they allowed them to jump in the library window, and then they struck back. They're saying, hey, you feel safe? You're wrong. You're not. You're actually under threat right now.
Yeah, crazy. Hot and Cold supporting downstairs was huge. Now he's on the Clash, like you said.
He was, what, 0-5, 0-4 earlier?
He was.
He's bounced back.
Yeah, he has. W7M again with this Monty. For Dots' sake, I sure hope he doesn't die in the same way again. I think that you'd get banned for Monty for a while, but Hot and Cold up against the Monty as well. Oh, he's switched off of it.
He's scared.
Yeah, but he has gone with the Capital, which is a good Clash counter.
Yeah. I think I have a theory of what might have happened for Dots, though. When you get the guard break animation, heals will flick. You know, as you open yourself up to the left-hand side, you move right, you block the bullets. He might have flicked the wrong way.
Oh, right.
So he actually exposed himself further with the guard break. So Clash and Monty are opposites. So,
yeah. Meanwhile, Gav here has managed to find a spawn peak early on onto Volps. The second spawn peak Volps has died to in this map so far.
True.
Yeah, not a good start for W7M. I don't know what to say for poor Volps. He's had some good moments. He had the almost 1v5, and then he has things like that. Now W7M, a lot of map to clear. Not a lot of time to do it as they finally get their boots in the building.
Yeah, I mean, just barely. It's one person, other players holding on, droning. Unwanted. Oh, Gavin falls in kitchen. Unsure where the injuries are coming from, but there they are. 2 people inside of trophy. They get it done. Right to a 1-4.
Evened up still. Gavin's utility is going to survive for the rest of the round, and ironically it was Volps that would have been the counter for that. But Volps is the IGL, so while he can sit back and watch spectators, players flick through cameras, he can make some call-outs and start calling where this push should eventually go down. But the big question mark for me is, does W7M, are they still completely unaware of this Clash? Because Unwanted hit it in the prep phase, and that does somewhat change how you're going to go for your push. It was just spotted there on that drone. Now Volps can start calling how he thinks they should deal with the Clash.
And the Clash is the biggest kind of winning operator for Unwanted. They can kind of escort their teammates up the hallways. They can play for the boiler breach. They can sap the plants if they go for it, slow things down, and a constant information game as well. Boil Shield just got gone 6. That is now gone. So you have a C4, you got the Clash, you got Toxic Vision Smoke. That's really all you have to play around. I think he's trying to block the Kite Claw right now to try and keep that wall alive for as long as possible. There are no EMPs in the pocket of the attackers, so if the deep wall stays intact, I mean, this is huge for Unwanted.
The Tubarão is still active as well. Comes to life to take down the tin can opener on the boiler wall. Smoke to go down. Meanwhile, there is a flank here from Dash. The fire bolts. The first one goes out. The second one to try and suppress that Clash. Doesn't seemingly work as of yet. Spirits has found his pick onto that player. Looking for a backstab from Blue. It's not enough. And then through the smoke, Dream manages to find his. Unwanted on the verge of a match in series point as Dotas and Loben are completely locked out of that site, and the Clash can continue to terrorize around Boiler and hold on to that diffuser. Dodes, with no options left remaining, he has to brute force his way down the main stairs. Dream finds him. Nothing for Loben to do but lay down and die. And this band of misfits have match point over the Montreal major champions. In a 2-0 fashion, they could finish off W7M right here and right now.
the fact that W7 are holding on to the timeout until this very moment is saying to me that Norris and the players probably thought, we got this, don't worry, not a big deal, it's Chalet, it's a tag inside. And all of a sudden they're being, okay, it's 4-6, we're losing badly, and every single time Unwanted has called a tactical timeout, they have done so much better afterwards. I mean, Mint called it, Unwanted won their final attack round, and they played 3 defenses, 2 of those 3 were flawless, and now we're here. They had such a good time. And Unwanted, hot and cold on the Clash. I mean, he played that, I want to say perfectly. He was, protecting the Kite Claw. He was going out of the smoke grenade. They had full vision on the backside of the info of the Clash. And on the backside, or on the, I guess on the front side in that case, Blue Staircase, Goyo Fire. Fireplace Staircase, Toxic Babes, and Goyo Fire. There was no way into the building or to the bomb site for the attackers of W7M because, again, Unwanted, they're a strategical team. They know where to put their guns, and they know where to put their utility, and they can just match their opponents so well and say, we have full control, you have no way in, you gotta make all the right moves, we're just watching you make the wrong ones.
So W7M, tactical timeout with match point staring down them. We talked about Unwanted's tactical timeout. They won 4 rounds in a row on map 1 after taking their attack.
Yeah.
How many in a row did they win on map 2?
They won 2 in a row, then they lost 1 and won another one flawlessly.
Yeah.
So they won 3 out of 4.
Yeah. And W7M, if I recall correctly, in the first map, they actually lost straight after their tactical timeout. Have you got the numbers on that? They did.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
They did.
Uh-oh.
So the value diff here.
Very value diff.
There was a stat. I think it was an SI23 or 4. It was some SI, I believe. Somebody on the social media did a calculation of who had the most impactful tactical timeout. So when a team calls it, what's their win rate afterwards? Do they win the round, they lose the round? What's their conversion streak? And there's no real, value in saying, oh my god, this team always wins after tactical timeout, so the coach is like the best coach in the world. It's not that simple, but it's fun to see how some teams, like Unwanted, seemingly have all the right solutions to the problems when they get their 60 seconds with their coach. I mean, Min is a former player himself. He knows what these players are going through, and a lot of these players are also... Actually, this doesn't apply anymore. The old Beast Coast was very young. This current version of Unwanted is not all that young, actually. Hot and Cold, Dream, they're both up there.
Yeah, Hot and Cold 26.
Yeah, Spirits also.
Actually one of the older teams at the tournament.
Actually. I was gonna say, but I caught myself.
Oh,
the catch!
Godas! Nice usage of the nade there. Flush Spirits and then quickly catch him. It's hard to find shots like that with the AK. Very slow rate of fire. Looking for a second now. Ooh. I think it's on the other side of the wall, so he hasn't seen Gavin in library. Oh, spots the player. Eventually, Gav does pop his head out too much. Second kill at the start of this round for Dodes. W7M looking a lot better than what we've seen so far on the back of that tactical.
Exposes aggressive. There's just a guy against Scars. They're running them over, but Adam fights back, takes down Dodes. No follow-up actually from W7M, so they lose a play for free. But these bees, the red pings, and they act upon it because right now they're slowing the game down rather than pushing forward.
He didn't wait for the bees to come out before going for the push, and Volps again.
He's trolling.
Falls, trolling, and there's nothing for Dots to do. Adams finished him off, sprays him down on the top floor. He's got that diffuser now as well. Dash and Loban in a 2 versus 2. Adam on the retreat, finished off. It's all up to Dream, the hard anchor on site. We've talked plenty about this guy today, and he has played so well.
Such a big round.
He's going to go for this.
He's got the yellow ping, but the drones are there.
So tempted to go up to site. However, these 2 players have now dropped down into bar. He doesn't seemingly have information on it. Takes the head off of Loban. And now Dash has to decide. Does he go for a plan?
50-50.
Dream wins the fight! Manchester's Miracle Boys are looking battle-hardened in Boston. A major final rematch is booked against BDS here at SI.
Dream plays the support role, he drones, he does the hard breaching, he covers the bomb side, but in this game in map 1, had a huge entry on the basement, and in map 2, he quite literally wins the round that gets these boys a 2-0 massive upset against W7M.
Yeah, maybe Unwanted stood a chance against W7M.
Perhaps.
Maybe there's a way that they can win it, but not 2-0. Never 2-0. You said they needed to win Clubhouse to go the distance 3 maps. They said, Pengu, shut up. That's old news. Unwanted are here to stay, baby. And the Montreal Major Champions are headed down to the lower bracket.
That's incredible. I mean, I want to praise Mint because it seems like the prep work was excellent against the squad. It seemed like it was such a decided counter-strat approach to things, changing it up, being adaptable, not just having a linear playstyle. So again, massive surprise. I'm so excited for the future at this event.
What a first ever 6 Invitational for Adam as well. He debuted at the Major and came last place in Montreal with a different roster. Now he's here and looking for a hell of a lot more than that. We're going to break that down after this quick break.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils m'étrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer, and it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it. Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Wow, Unwanted against all expectations, take it 2-0 over W7M. That certainly wasn't on my bingo card today, Pengu.
No, I called the Clubhouse one. I was like, they're gonna get destroyed on Chalet. Oh, how wrong I was. They came out swinging. They had the adaptations, the counter prep work. I mean, they were looking good from the entries to the mid round to the execute and keeping things pretty fresh for Unwanted as well, how they approach this map.
Yeah, I mean, who's shit-talking Dream, by the way? Guy went 12-6 in that game, never in an entry engagement on attack or defense. That's a testament to how much he plays his role to perfection. Holistically in the series as well, Adam was absolutely gunning it. so many highlight moments from various players. Hot and Cold, of course, in his big moment as well, thinking the game's over after winning a 1v1. And then the following round, spawn peeking Volps.
I mean, there are so many highlights here as well, and so many just like small things that happened, but the highlight is how it all ended. I do just think that Dream having the 1v2 clutch, I mean, mind you this, Dream going to this event was heavily considering retiring unless this goes really well, because life has to go on, and not having an org, not having like financial support, it's impossible to live with.
Don't retire when you're pulling off stuff like that.
And now he's doing that, win the round for his team, taking out WSM 2-0, and Unwanted looking like, where is the org for these players, right?
Yeah.
They do need to get somebody, you know, making those phone calls happen and say, guys, we're interested.
Someone's got to pick these guys up because they are one match away from top 6 at 6 Invitational, and that means main stage. This is the map as it stood. Yeah, Dream 12-6. A couple of those were exit frags, but a couple of them were massively impactful. And let's not forget the 2 at the end to close the map. A huge game, even from players that didn't frag out a lot, like Hot and Cold. And as for the series, I mean, this is how it stands. Adam, the best player in the server across the whole series, 23 and 16. Really solid considering this is his second ever event, his first ever SI.
And we gotta talk about Volps though. Like, he was completely invisible in most of this series, getting spawn peeked twice, dying early. In the final round, he was just crouch walking into bomb site 4 and died in like a 4 versus 2. And he was actually a person who died that started the snowball effect of that round falling apart.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like W7M are going to be pretty tilted after that. They would have expected to beat these guys. Oh, we've just... No, okay, sorry. I thought we were looking at a different scoreboard for a second. But no, we are still looking at how Unwanted and W7M have gone down. It's 2-0 in favor of Unwanted. That means that later today on this B stream, you will see BDS take on Unwanted. Manchester Major Finals rematch.
That's exciting. You and I will be covering that game actually. So we'll be back from more Unwanted action later on. On the other A stream right now, we see that FaZe SSG matchup. Currently, it shows 1-0 in favor of SSG, and they're currently, spoiler alert, in overtime.
That's right. And yeah, so both maps going overtime so far. Chance to go 2-0 for SSG. It's already been a pretty good day to be a North American fan, and it may well be about to get a hell of a lot better. Of course, other matches we've got today, Raza versus Shopify Rebellion, M80 versus DZ. We could well have all NA wins in the first round of the upper bracket.
It's funny because I think day 1 of SI start out with every single NA team losing.
Yeah,
and now they're all winning.
Everyone was really upset at how NA has turned out so far. But hey, home field advantage. I'm wondering how much the home field advantage will matter once we get to the main stage. Because in Brazil, no one can deny how much the Brazilian teams profited off of Sao Paulo's crowd. But of course, we're still here in the playoffs. Upper bracket matches still to come. Next up, Raza. We'll see if they can continue their form from the group stage. We'll be back in just a minute.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the
kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it. Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege. E aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha. Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil, ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
Ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo, que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no SIG, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. E quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaquá. FaZe de um lado, W7M do outro. É hora do show! Felipox de um lado, Rende do outro. Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipox! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey! Veto ainda tenta brigar! Cai! JV e Neide! E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6, ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6, de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto, vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar no 5 minutos.
É, mano, joga até conta.
Aí, ó. Ousado, abusadão. Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os menores em desenvolvimento nesse mundo, já que o mundo gamer é o futuro, né? O espaço que a gente está aqui hoje, aqui dentro do Complexo do Alemão, que é a nave do conhecimento, existe uma pluralidade de entretenimentos e aulas, né, para as crianças, adolescentes, inclusive adultos e terceira idade, que é onde vem ensinos sobre audiovisual, fotografia, temos também robótica, informática e temos também a área de esportes, né, que é onde temos ali 10 computadores, né, como a qualidade na qual os jovens que vierem aqui para jogar têm uma experiência que um gamer teria se tivesse esse acesso. Desde a área do streaming, ao criador de conteúdo, ao próprio pro player, ou dentro da área do audiovisual, que são áreas que vêm crescendo muito com o meio digital. Além da gente trazer o mundo do esporte para eles, a gente também vem com informação, educação e muitas das vezes o trabalho de pedagogia e psicologia. Para quê? Para agregar, além do esporte na vida dessa criança, mas a vida social dela em geral, como o cotidiano. Vai lá, cara, daqui a pouco tu volta. Ele... Ah, me quebrou, calma aí. Ele é o menor padrinho. É o Felipe. Então, eu ajudo ele tanto a parte social dele quanto a parte familiar, acompanho toda a vida dele. Ou seja, projeto social que ele tiver, eu vou lá, visito. Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto, vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Já? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar jogando comigo?
Mano, joga até quanto?
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão. Então, tô muito ansioso pro Six Invitational, porque assim, foi o maior corre pra mim conseguir comprar esse ingresso. Imagina se um evento de Rainbow Six Siege num estádio gigantesco, o maior evento do mundo, aqui no Brasil, em São Paulo. Pô, ver o Iconic, o Vita King, poder, tirar foto com esses caras, ver os times que eu tô torcendo vencer. Eu fico imaginando aquele estádio cheio, barulho, bateria, gente gritando, tirar minhas fotos, fazer meus vídeos. Pô, é óbvio que eu vou trazer pro projeto, eu vou trazer pros menores pra eles verem a possibilidade de gama que a gente pode chegar. Não é só isso, é muito mais.
Agora sim, galerinha! Último mapa dessa grande final! Eu preciso somente o Cadece! Eles vão pro plant, Cadece não viu e é finalizado!
Eu encontrei no R6 um espaço, não só social, como terapêutico, onde eu pudesse me concentrar, focar, conhecer outras pessoas, interagir com o jogo, colocar um pouco pra fora aquela minha ansiedade, né, que eu tinha. E devido a todas as circunstâncias, né, dificuldade que a gente passa regional.
Boa! Caraca, pai, toma!
Muita gente desacredita do mundo dos games como acesso, como ferramenta de mudança de vida para jovens de periferia. Mas eu sou o próprio exemplo o quanto isso pode agregar na sua vida. Não te altera apenas quando você está sentado no computador, mas a educação, inclusive, e a comunicação de quando você leva para casa e a influência que você vai causar a partir disso. Quando esse jovem chega em casa e ele, às vezes, ele tem a possibilidade de ir para um mau caminho, ele não vai. Ele escolhe não. O que eu vou perder indo para esse lugar é muita coisa. Ele tem algo positivo na vida dele na qual ele possa se agarrar, sonhar e construir algo. Então, tipo assim, a representatividade que o Rainbow Six tem e trouxe pra mim é, inclusive, o que eu tento repassar pra todos os jovens que eu trabalho aqui.
Os campeões do Six Invitational W7.
Se vocês pararem pra ver, tipo assim, várias histórias diferentes, somos de estados diferentes. E assim, o quanto que o Rainbow Six conseguiu unir a gente, trazer a gente pra cá.
Tem uma perspectiva disso. Muita gente fala, é só um joguinho. Quando uma pessoa fala isso, ela não tá falando do jogo, ela tá falando dela. É um joguinho sim, pra ela. O que é pra gente? Pra mim foi a cura da depressão, foi a minha terapia.
É a terapia.
É a minha oportunidade de viver isso, né?
Um lugar seguro pra gente focar, conseguir trocar descobrir novos amigos, conhecer presencialmente novos amigos, viver relacionamentos, cara, que isso é incrível. Assim, eu acho que não tem nada melhor do que essa experiência. A gente está aqui no Six Invitational 2024, no nosso país. Pegou a visão? Rapaziada, vou pedir um abraço pra vocês aqui, meu irmão. Esquece tudo!
Hello everyone, and you might be thinking, why am I here alone? Well, we need to try and finally get somebody here who is very delayed. So I'm just going to do this magic trick right now. Just going to go, Abracahapra! He's finally made it! Has finally found his way into Boston. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
A bit delayed.
Yeah, I took the boat instead.
That explains a lot. Well,
yeah.
Luckily for you, we're about to get into a banger series of Siege on the back of some surprising NA results versus Brazil. Will it continue here? Obviously, the game before, Unwanted 2-0 against W7M. So now, can Raza Company try and regain some sort of momentum for the region, or will Shopify Rebellion lock in NA as a very strong opening day?
That is, of course, a question that we will see answered in the next 3 hours or so. If, Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to take that victory home as well for NA, or if it is going to be Raza Company instead. It is a big game. Whoever takes this one is going to proceed in the upper bracket, and whoever loses it might face elimination tomorrow.
Ooh, we are getting to that time. Now, Raza Co., well, they've been playing very, very impressively. I think better than people expected. Obviously, it was the XE1 roster, but they seem to light up when they get on towards the international stages. And though it came down to a little bit of do or die at some point, by the end, they were fighting for first place. They could have taken it, obviously, from BDS. It was long maps against Team Falcons in the end. They were about 1 round away from securing that first place, that bye, and sitting and waiting for the afternoon today. But you know they have the capabilities of getting themselves there, Hap.
Yeah, and luckily, some teams actually prefer this. Going in second or third seed, you have that extra game to get yourself into it, meaning that you are warmed up going into that second best of 3 that you have later on today. So it is just a question whether or not that is the case for Raza as well. Of course, but maybe Shopify. I mean, I was listening to the Fresh and Friends podcast. They were, of course, talking, and they said, Raza Company, they look all right. But they thought no one was willing to pick them for it, so let's see how much of that is going to be true.
Yeah, that's sort of the split, right? If you're unaware, that the second seed gets to pick the third on the swing, so Raza, they're in the situation of wanting to play here against Shopify Rebellion, and, well, Shopify Rebellion themselves, they haven't had a horrible journey. They, too, could have been, by a difference of a couple of rounds, sort of in the second place, maybe in the third place, in the first place even, by how things had gone. Obviously, they've just seen the team that hipped them to the post get knocked down as FaZe, so there's work to be done here, but they've had a decent run. They're building that momentum.
They're definitely building that momentum, and they said it themselves. They are the #1 team from the North American side. They want to make sure that they live up to that expectation. They want to be one of those main contenders going into, live stages as well of the tournament. They want to be out there on that massive grand stage to fight in front of their home audience.
It's also, I believe, a birthday boy.
There is a birthday boy, indeed, on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Jesse is probably upset by this because Ambi is no longer 18 years old.
Yeah, Ambi turns 19 today, and maybe we'll get a new face, because Ambi has been brilliant throughout this tournament. Huge games against FaZe, Secret, and CAG. Disappeared a little bit against Furia in the 0-2 loss, so he might be the difference maker. Bank and Labs are the first two maps we are going to.
Yeah, Bank was one of the maps that I kind of expected them going to. It is currently third preference for the side of Shopify Rebellion. So they were probably going to let it through. It is the very first preference, however, for Raza Company. So them playing on Bank, it's going to be a pretty neutral ground, I dare say, even though Shopify have lost it twice so far this tournament.
I think that's the sort of split of it. Obviously, when you're looking at the map pools, you're looking at these teams. Shopify being able to take Labs 7-5 against FaZe in the opener, and then losing Bank 5-7 in the sort of split of things. Dark Zero against Raza, it was 7-8 Labs towards Dark Zero's favor, and then they, 7-3 Bank and PSG, but lose it against BDS. It is up and sort of down for both of these teams. Obviously, Leia was the third and final in the sort of setup there, and Leia, I like that we're starting to get more and more of her.
Yeah, for sure. And both these teams also have it quite high up in their preference. For Raza, it's second, even though they've lost it this tournament, not won it yet. But for Shopify, they've won it twice so far. So it does look like it is slightly skewing in favor of Shopify Rebellion.
At this point, you can see them getting themselves ready. Now, winning today doesn't secure, your sort of position on the main stage. That can come later on in the day itself, but it separates them. Just 2 games are ahead of them today. Otherwise, they might find themselves dropping down. And a high bar has been set by North America today. It's time to see if Shopify Rebellion can continue that streak, or if Raza Company can put an end to the upstarts.
Big question indeed. And again, going back to those maps, starting off on Bank, I think it's going to be a pretty even kind of fight that we're going through. I do think Raza needs to win this one, though. They need to pick up their own map pick. Of course, they went for that pick themselves, but because of that and because of how the rest of the Veto looks, I think it is crucial that they are able to take this one. I mean, it doesn't need to be comfortably, but it's nice if it's a comfortable win.
At this point, as well, obviously, there's always the lower bracket. There's the risk of falling your way down itself, and you find yourself in the sort of sticky do-or-die situations. Some teams have been able to make magic happen when they're the ones that are forced into that environment. You look towards G2, their lower bracket run, their sort of situation. I think at this point, obviously, Raza, they have been a bit sick of being the underdog. They were predicted to be one of the underdogs, came in. They were one of the lowest sort of in the global points. Obviously, LCQs, they made their way here, but one of the lowest sort of SI points scored throughout the year itself. If they can, the longer they keep themselves in the upper bracket, the more they sort of make believers out of everyone.
For sure. And, I mean, this is also how it works, right? People start paying attention to you. The more games you win, the longer you are in that tournament, and it's just going to turn more and more eyes towards them, make more fans come towards their side as well. And also important to mention, of course, the winner will be playing later today against Virtus Pro, one of those European teams that somehow always struggles after SI, and then SI comes around and it's like, hey, we're a top 4 team. Hello.
Do you remember us?
It's like they always come back. They always are there to fight on the grandest stage of all. and that might be the toughest match both these teams will have to face potentially later today.
Wow, big favor. As I said, Raza Company, they're still unfortunately floating for their own story's sake around that underdog label. Can they try and break that? The loser of this game, I believe, drops down to the lower bracket to play OXG tomorrow as well. So it could be a sort of inter-regional matchup, or Raza Company over the next 2 days could be about to have the worst possible time against NA teams. That will be started up and decided here on to Bank. As you said before, Bank, you know, we've had it a bit from both teams, wins and losses either side. Shopify itself, you know, they've, I think, lost it twice.
Yeah, lost it twice. It was a 7-8 against Secrets and a 7-5. Oh, no, wait.
It was a 7-8 against Secret and a 5-7 against FaZe. It was one of the only maps Secret took as well, really, throughout the entirety of the run. But, hey, welcome. You like the Jazz?
Thank you. I do like the Jazz. But I have to say, I do miss the Duck from last year a little bit.
The Duck was wild. I don't miss the Duck. The Duck is gone.
It is gone.
At some point, the coat that I borrowed for the opening was very last minute.
Whose coat was it?
It was one of our higher ups from Ubisoft. Okay. And I said, can I borrow your coat? I need to do a thing. And they graciously lent it to me, but now I need to make sure that they come and get it back. Because it's so snowy here in Boston.
You love it, though. I was flying over yesterday, and everywhere I looked, it was just white. It was just
That's
snow.
how snow works.
No, but it's like, I haven't seen snow yet last year, you know? Like, I was so happy to see snow. Anyway, we're talking about the bands coming through. Flora's band, Blackbeard band, Cade as well to be removed, leaving only one more of the operator lineup to be removed from at least this map. They might see a little bit of play later on. Talking about Bank, I mean, there's a couple of opportunities to go about here, but the eventual choice that will be made by Rebellion is Azami. I mean, still a very oppressive operator to go around every now and then. It just makes hold so much more difficult to go. Stalls a lot of time, so understandable.
Oh, I mean, last time I sort of checked the stats, I'm just going to have a very quick look now. She was the sort of top operator banned, but also very high preference. Yeah, 58% of maps she has been banned on, and then when she's available, an 80% presence.
So yeah, very oppressive operator for sure to have out there, but not going to be around on this map. So
just a quick tech moment here at the start. We do all the building up, and then we come back to the Jazz.
Yeah, bringing it back, chilling, waiting for the players to be ready, set, and go. And that's the tech pulse ending 3 years old. Now, there's no momentum break for any of them yet, currently. Like, there's no round that had started. It's quite literally just the bans of the operators, so.
Have you been able to watch much of the tournament from home?
I have watched most of the first 2 games that were on the day.
What time is that in Europe time?
So, it's 6 hours later, so I think if we start like 10 a.m., it starts at 4 p.m. It's just the later ones where I decided to go to bed because I'm raising a puppy and the puppy needs some sleep as well.
Why didn't you bring them?
Yeah, that's a good question. Should have asked if
I thought that's what the delay was.
Yeah.
Getting the puppy passport.
Yeah.
The other bands. So those have been done at this point. Flora's, Blackbeard, and Kaid. Blackbeard has been in the right hands, very deadly. They haven't been as frequently banned. They're still one of the top bans, but compared to the choice of shields, they're actually the 3rd shield to be banned. Monty screams away at the top with Blitz, and then Blackbeard. And, I think they're still trying to find their sort of shape, but shields generally, and this is so team-specific and so team-driven in terms of a data, all of them fall under 50% win rate. So, although they might feel powerful at certain moments, statistically, all of them are losing more than they're winning.
That is definitely one of the statistics to keep in mind. Also, of course, they have been nerfed. Is a pretty important part to bring in there. We're not seeing these shields as we did 3-4 months ago, for example. So there's definitely that big change over there. And, you know, we're talking about Monty being above Blackbeard, but I think there will never be an opportunity where a shield does it better than Montaigne, except for if you maybe combine Monty's abilities with, like, any of the other shields at the same time.
Well, here we go. Finding our way in, obviously, on towards lockers as the first hold here, and you sort of start trying to get a taste, get a measure of how these two teams play. Raza Company, they're very quick, very aggressive. They love to keep the pressure on. They love to keep finding fights and fights and fights. And at the same time, you know, Shopify Rebellion has those players. Andy has had a phenomenal tournament so far. Comes into this without the data from the previous series, I think 7th best rated player across all of them. As I said, dropped off a little bit against Furia, who too like to play that aggressive style. So my eyes are going to be sort of drawn towards, unfortunately, the birthday boy to see if he can try and win against something that's already kind of dampened his spirits a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I also had him written down as my player to watch for the team of Shopify Rebellion. And just quickly talking about the setup here, of course we're going downstairs. Of course we're seeing that the Goyo is going to be out here. I mean, there's a couple of different ways to play around this basement site, but it always kind of relies around trying to stall as much as you possibly can. This might also be part of the way that they try and counter Raza. Raza, as you mentioned, they like to go quick. Okay, so what do? You give them a part to the map, but you force them to start taking gunfights, force them to get into difficult situations. If you're too spread out, they're going to be able to waltz right over you, so you need a bit more of a compact hold.
Starts with the attempt clear over the top for Sammy further away. As I said, he's probably going to be the front liner that tries to find engagement, but he knows that the pressure is coming in a little bit too hot and heavy, and you have everything you can work with down below. Obviously, the slowing, the stalling, that is the play that you get yourself formulated around, so those Goyo canisters will be well placed and played. In the Twitch drone, SDK, you assume, is doing their best to get rid of them. Grixer playing that deep echo role as well, and they sort of get the double split. Sometimes they'll do this. Read that information. It gives you the great tell. Are they going for a vault drop? Can I try and maybe lead a frag around on a rotation and see what's available? Or, obviously, later on, probably deny the plant itself. 1:40, though. And Raza are making sure they are not wasting any time. Open control. Hatches are done. Vlastry holding on towards the bottom of white and a swing on towards green as well. Will they try and charge these Candelas? And will Shopify Rebellion be ready for it?
Now, the map is pretty big, so as soon as they decide to go for a certain push, there's not going to be too much opportunity for them to rotate around. You see that the shock drone is coming in, removing a bulletproof and 2 of the Goyo pockets that are on the site. There's still a couple of that around there. They're struggling to actually open up the breach because of that mirror window. Selma being used together with some of the X-Kairos. And I'm not sure if that opened up fully as they wanted to. Maybe actually eventually. But it does seem up like it will be a normal kind of lockers push. They're trying to just edge in that plant, but there's still that one Goyo canister out there. There's still Rexen that carries a Nitro Cell, and there's still Yokais that could be used to deny this plant in the next 50 seconds.
Well, they're going for the plant itself, but they're forced off by the fire. They just couldn't withstand it, and that'll buy them some time. As you said, 45 seconds, 3 smoke canisters will be more than enough as alongside that C4. So the pressure, Raza, as they pick up the first kill. Rexen gone, C4 off the board. Another cover of the blind, another smoke canister topped, and well, there's even a second to follow through. Where are you going to drop onto? A player, most likely. They're going for the plant once again, and he probably regrets holding the Candela, but they cannot get it stuck. Veto. He's going to have to try and drive himself through the smoke as Grixer finds STK. Raza have just stalled out. Here's one more attempt. One more very well thrown. Veto, you cannot just sit. You cannot hope. He has to run through this to even have a chance at the round, but I think they've realized it's not going to quite lock in. There's the drive behind the bomb chassis, but at this point, it's an easy cleanup on the single position. Shopify Rebellion.
This is something I've enjoyed doing at home, watching all their hot mics going live at the end of rounds. They've been very amusing to listen to. But Rebellion, they win their very first round. As I mean, it did come down quite close in the end, but of course the time was ticking down. There was only one objective for those defenders to go through, and that was to stop that plant from going on. And they did that perfectly. I mean, the opening kill was there, but just as mentioned, there was too much utility. There was Goyo pockets, there was smoke canisters, there was a Nitro Cell, there was Echo drones, all on the board, which just made it almost impossible to go for that plant without any further control. But this is exactly what Shopify Rebellion did, for example, against FaZe. Give them the map. Let them start working on their plan. But we are hunkering down. We're slowing them down on the actual part of the map that matters. They can have all the other parts of the map.
Just had a quick scan back over it. In terms of the bank played, Raza has not been able to actually win an attack on the Locker's site across the previous 2 times. Win or lose the map against PSG Talon or against BDS respectively. It just wasn't a site they could get the attacks onto, and, well, to be fair, they didn't really get any at all onto BDS's defense. It was a flawless defense from the half of BDS. All 5 defensive rounds played, all of them won. So big pressure here. They did win 3 in their hold. Their take on towards PSG Talon, which turned into a pretty hefty sort of map win. I think they're trying to eye up 2 here because they do have a defensive game for it. They're able to withstand against some of BDS's approach about 4 times, but...
Yeah. I mean, the overall percentages for Raza are very heavily skewed towards the defense. They have a 67% win rate on the defense and only a 39 on the attack. So, you know, the defense is always going to be their game here. Good use there, by the way, off that shock drone, taking out 2 pieces of utility alongside one of those evil eyes. That is going to be a bit of a relief trying to take stock later on, which is, of course, one of those important parts if you want to go for a push here. Now, one of the other key positions is, of course, going to be Janitor. You do have to take care of Janitor if you want to go for a window repellent and go for the plant. But Rexon is out there, has a mute gemmer too, actually, has a mirror window, has a Syria laser gate, so it's going to be almost impossible for them to get rid of this area without pushing someone in from the Janitor door. And look at that Evil Eye, by the way, on the opposite side. Even if they manage to get Heart Breach on it and the Syria laser gate is not able to destroy it, they have the Evil Eye that can shoot it out.
It's a well-threaded hold, but there's always opportunities to find a breakthrough, and that's what they're running the numbers on. Met against the gates here. They'll have to burn some utility or just burn it with their body instead. Basetto screams through the laser gates and gets some of the wrested control here of stock. Now, with the cross angles, they keep the pressure up, Raza. They know that they ran out of time last time, and there's a very deep roam coming around. Canadian is the one sort of on the loose. Not always the specific player to expect on a roam or a flank, but, well, he's the specific player that loves to be underneath with an intel operator. It's one of his favorite and most classic positions, and as you can see, being red, Flastry's got the long watch on lobby, but they should be able to get themselves in. 45 seconds, though, and they're up to the roof. They're repositioning. They're trying to formulate a take, but it's too late in some manners.
There's going to be 3 people from the rappel. We do have Basetto ready in stock. He needs to push Janitor. If they do not clear out Janitor, this hold, this push, where they're trying to go in from the windows is absolutely opportunity loss. Rexon is just going to be able to shut them down one by one. So Basetto is in a key position here together with Live, who needs to push in here. Oh, gets taken down by Ambi.
From the back line, Ambi tears the header for 1 and out to break towards the top of Banana, but as STK falls off the side of the building and Surf makes Basetto fall on stock. Just another failure to land here. Flastry suffers the wrong side of a flawless. That was another strong opener here. Shopify Rebellion off to a good 2-round start.
Yeah, so what we basically saw these last 2 rounds is Shopify Rebellion, they put up a stronghold. They focus almost everything on a certain part of the map. And then we see Raza Company trying to take it. But they're late. They're taking too long. They're not taking into account the other pieces of the puzzle that play into this. Basetto had stock. Great. He needed to push for Janitor. However, there was someone inside of the elevator. There was no pressure coming in from the lobby.
Nope.
Person was just free to do whatever he wanted. Kanto wall wasn't opened up, so there's not even any pressure coming in from that side. And then you have 3 people on the rappel, knowing that there's a person inside a Janitor, with a mirror window, with mute, with an Evil Eye that's stopping any other opportunity you have from opening it up. So they kind of just ran with their heads against the wall, hope for the best, which they didn't get. But the flawless round coming out for Shopify. So 2 very good rounds from them, but Raza Company not really addressing the issues that they need to address to get towards the point, to get towards an execute.
In the same sort of conversations I had about Raza before, it's sort of the same thing for Shopify Rebellion. When they played this map against FaZe, they only got that first attack on the second half. I remember sort of casting it and thinking, oh, they're 5-2 up. This can only go so well. And then it didn't. FaZe Clan, massive resurgence to just knock defense after defense after defense against them. They struggled with the opening engagement. They, I think, only got about 4 or 5 over the entirety of the map, and a lot of them weren't on the rounds that they won. So them being able to get themselves a first step here is that growth of their game on towards Bank itself, but shows that even 4 defenses for them wasn't enough when they got on towards their attack on the other side. Flastry gets the Kanto angle open here with the eyes across the top towards Elevator, and they're just trying to force any top floor players to get out of there alongside the Deimos. I think they're sick and tired of the slightly loose game being played here.
Yeah, the Deimos is being brought in here to hunt down the individual parts of the hold that might be troublesome. They realized there was someone out on the elevator. They had to clear him out. So they use a Deimos track. At the same time, they open up Kanto. The player is literally forced out of that position because you don't know what's going to be coming next. However, as a company, of course, happy to fall back. They're happy to give that top floor up. I mean, it's not that important for this side of the map. And especially as that Twitch drone fails to open up one of those mirror windows and a Nitro Cell opens up with live. Well, that is just another great start here for Shopify Rebellion.
And that's it. That's another entry statistic into their favor. That's another bit that they can sort of double down and bring the majority on that side. They've still got a tricky situation here. They're proposing a chance at a drop. You've got Flastry rotating around towards Beepers. They're going for the pinch and the cover here on the back, but it only takes one rehearsed sort of bit of motion, or the C4 from Rexon, and it's all she wrote. Really, that's all the cover of it, and they're holding on to it. Subaru canisters, I'm wondering where they're going to come into, maybe on towards quad wall, expecting that push.
We have one on blue again. Canadian is on the roam, and as Surf gets another kill, he could be coming up if they do decide to go for quad wall.
Well, that's it. There's the first canister frozen. The Habana pellets will stay cold, and well, they can try and keep rolling those as well because there's nobody stopping. The Tubarão juggling that utility. The X-Kairos take a long time. Flastry does find Ambi. Gets a bit of a lifeline here from the side of Beepers. Brings it into a 4 versus 3, but here comes that rotate round the back. They're well aware of it as Flastry does find Rexon. Flastry finds his third on Beepers. There's the cover and the cross, but they're fighting and fighting their way in. They're going for the plant in the position underneath the hatch that they had before. The bulletproof was giving the read, and Flastry rotating their way up, but a post-plant situation. First time in this series so far. Now they have vertical control, but that is all they have for the round. Potentially an ace is needed here. Flastry's been able to have a couple of huge games and huge series for the roster. Against PSG was massive, big plays on Bank, and he might be able to add to that tally. He gives the location of where he is away. 19 seconds. There's one on the kit, one on the rotate. He's keeping himself wide. He's expecting the fight to come flat over stock. It's an important one, but he can't quite get it to land.
The teammate out there as well, just to go for a little bit of extra mind games there, but it's going to be a 3-0 for Rebellion. I mean, they had the round at the start of it, right? They did the very first pieces. They had the double opening to go through. However, Flastry coming up huge, opening up the entire site for them, getting themselves with the plant eventually as well, but he wasn't able to lock it off in the end. And now a technical timeout called. They need some time to discuss. That last round was already better. They managed to get the diffuser down. They managed to work with the issues that were there. But those first 2 rounds, that is probably what they're going to be talking about now. You need to bring in more width into your attack to actually address the issues and address the strongholds that Shopify Rebellion have used.
I mean, that's it. It's time for conversations. That round, again, as close as it got, was on the back of a Flastry 3K, right? As I said, they were sort of taking that support position on the side of Beepers, but without that, yeah, other people might have got those kills. Yeah, that's only other, 5 kills total across the 3 rounds for the roster, including that 3K, and it's, a full start here for Raza Company. They're feeling the pressure potentially, they're feeling the weight, but also, I think, most importantly, they're feeling a very well-coordinated defense from Shopify Rebellion. Everything seems to have checks and balances. There's cover, there's crossfire. There's truly a very well-put-together problem that they cannot seem to crack. Talking of, as I cited it before, across the times Raza Company has played at this site, they have not been able to win the attack across lockers. Can they break that trend?
It's going to be a different approach coming out here from Shopify Rebellion. They're bringing a little bit less of the delay they had before, as in no mirror, no echo. Instead, they're bringing out the Tubarão, and they're bringing around the Fenrir. So might look to go in for a little bit more aggression. And that could be a response to the tactical timeout we've just had from Raza Company. They probably just discussed, okay, this is what went wrong. We need to be quicker on this. We need to make sure that we're putting up pressure from multiple different angles. And instead, Shopify Rebellion, they might go aggressive for a round here. Try and take these gunfights. You see it Surf currently around on that roam with the Wamai. Of course, immune to these Candelas that will be coming out from Flestry later on. He's just going to try and hide for as long as he can and see if he can catch one off guard.
Surely he gets caught out here and droned. I mean, obviously he has an escape route he can take. And, well, we'll see if it can be something that cuts them off. The Curiosity towards the top floor, and a fight's about to start. How aware are they? Very. Oh, and they don't get the... Oh, they do. I was going to say, if that got away from them, that could even be just as devastating. They obviously had the full read on the player. He had about a 12-yard dash, and it's just not good enough there.
Almost made it out.
Almost made it.
Yeah. But that's going to be a free entry for them, and this helps for the side of Raza. They now have that one kill they don't no longer need to worry about. It's also the Warden, of course, that's off. So Candela's going to be way more effective. You don't have to be afraid of them being able to fire back in these situations where you're trying to go for the push. However, the main issue now is the Tuberau is stalling the potential for opening up these hatches. He's playing right underneath, right next to the bomb chassis. He's just going to be stalling it for as long as he can. Of course, he's going to be running out at some point. He probably has like about 20 more seconds where he can play in this position. They know exactly that he's here as well, but he's trying to stall for as long as he can so those Wamai Goyo canisters stay up for a bit longer.
At this point, they're trying, as you said, get control of it. The Maestro cams will have some of the eyes towards it as well. There's the long watch, and nothing feels longer than an X-Kairos popping when you need them to be done. The early destruction of those canisters, but the worry is still Canadian on the smoke, the single C4, and just how devastating they can be. So what you kind of need is a little bit more of that flash replay from before. Put the pressure on towards green stairs, down towards the door itself. You can see they're propped and ready. They couldn't really get anything cooking on the backside of bot white. But at this point, with nobody inside garage getting the attention there just has to be something or someone there. They're going for the plant. The juggle utility needed to start, and it starts, but there's the first smoke canister. And again, I'm looking at the timer app, 30 seconds.
They need someone to come in from elevator or from the main stairs. I said it before, you need the width. You need to bring in the distraction, but it's not happening. Of course, Grixer is currently the one that's trying to hold that off, so Canadian should be finding himself in a relative safe spot to continue throwing him in. Yeah, one missed thrown, and the second one missed as well, so the plant's going down.
Oh no! The thread goes through. They're able to get the plant off. The C4's too late. Now it's an aggressive retake, but that is the watch and the wait. Perez and Flastry, one apiece, but taking the header for one, can't trade it out. And, well, I guess sometimes things just don't connect in the same way. I'm assuming, obviously, that they have more faith in it. You could see the C4 swing came out just after the plant was confirmed. Those are the narrow margins you're playing with.
That brings them their first round in the matchup as well. With a near flawless round, I mean, the plant was down just a single trade to come out, but as you mentioned, the missed smoke, the reason why that one went south there, of course, last time they had more contingencies in place. They had the mirror, they had the extra C4 there, they had the yokais. There was so much more opportunity that they had to try and stall out that plant. They tried to go a bit more aggressive here right after the tactical timeout. It kind of came back to bite them as they lost the entry on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and Raza just made perfect use of that. But again, letting it come quite late. And if it wasn't for those smoke canisters missing, they wouldn't have gone that plan down again. So, the width is still needed.
I think that's it. I'm not going to say it's lucky that things happen, because it's siege and goes back and forth. But if those smokes had landed where they had last time, it would have been a similar hold to the last round. They still needed the pressure, whether that came through, how many of those kills came afterwards in the sort of attempt to retake. Quite a lot of them. And they've been given a moment here. They've been given a chance to breathe, most importantly after their timeout as well.
Yeah.
Which, if that had gone away from them, yes, it's the toughest site to take, but still. Now they have that little bit extra momentum, that little bit of energy, and Fire Rebellion probably go back to that round and, you know, a little bit frustrated. Here's a very, very quick bout of pressure on towards top square. As I said, this team loves to attack. They love to attack that opening 30 seconds, that minute, and just make their presence felt. There goes Rexon. And another timing gift falls upon the lap of Basetto, but he makes sure to punish it.
was going to say, like, again, we're going to be seeing a heavy play coming around from the Janitor side. They need to take care of the player that's out there. Well, they've just done that. They've managed to remove Rexon from that position. I believe the mirror window has already been cracked as well, so it doesn't matter if someone is going to be retaking that position for now. Of course, you can still use the wall, but you just don't have the same visibility as they would have had otherwise. See 2-3 players actually coming over towards the balcony as well, where they can go for stock or from the top of the square. So we're not going to be seeing as heavy. That's a Nitro to come through. Almost would have caught 2, but instead just a little bit of damage to STK.
Well, this opening body, will it net them the same reward? Surf doing his best to hold on towards the top of White Stairs, but the pressure is surmounting and surrounding. Live is caught out, able to slip their way back towards site here, Surf, and retake the position that they lost at the very beginning of the round with Rexon's death. Now, a minute 20, one body down. Live, it's your entry. It's that sort of pressure position with the Ash itself. Not sure if they've been able to get off the ability on towards the mirror window or how watched they're going to be. One that was set up inside Janitors, but it might change the approach. We'll see in a second, theoretically, when he turns left to look through it, but the fact he's not using it makes me think that maybe the Ash have been able to get their work done.
Yeah, the mirror window was already cracked, so he's not going to be able to use that one. I think it was done right after Rexon died. There was no one there, of course, to try and protect it for any meaningful measure, but he's still playing there. It's still a power position to go through. It's just going to be important that they are trying to put the pressure onto Janitor, but Grixer is there as a secondary support, holding the door through those shelves. It's going to be making it very difficult for him to go through, but they just use the rotate instead as they're in the middle of the site, as Perez finds a kill as well, and the plant is being attempted.
Very, very good strike there. Grixer couldn't even stop the entrance and the execution of his teammate, but Ambi does! Finds his rotate round from the console side and gets Veto down. Now, that is an awkward kit to recollect. They take the first kill, very well put together. The crossfire is lining up a bit for Ambi, but the kit is back in their pockets, and so is the kill. Raza growing and growing. That's the 2 rounds they said that they're wanting. If they get 3, and suddenly the second half of this game becomes a little bit dicey.
They just walked into the site. There was no one there watching. Of course, Ambi managed to get himself a kill right afterwards, but the player inside the Janitor's surprised. They thought the push was coming in from the hallway. Instead, there's suddenly someone in the middle of that rotation coming in from the middle of the site. And that kind of threw the spanner in the works. That stopped them from having those stronghold positions that they had earlier on. And now, going back towards the basement site. Again, bringing back the utility and the lineup that they've had the first time they won this, because they won it based on the amount of utility that they had. They could stop that plan for such a long time. And on the second round, where they played it here, we mentioned it, the smokes were slightly off. The plan was able to be snuck in, and suddenly Raza Company found themselves around. So, them going back to having that mirror, them going back to having that echo could be crucial here, especially because one of them was upstairs. Gives you the freedom to know whether or not someone is going to be pushing in from the vault. The other one, of course, used on the site itself.
3-2. Now, at this point, as I said, Raza, they've been able to build themselves back in. And, you know, it's not entirely the comments on Shopify Rebellion's attack. They will have done their prep, as both teams have, in coming into this. They have lots of data on how each other likes to be on Bank. But Raza are a great defending team. You said it. You know, they've sort of dabbled and danced around being one of the second best. I think at one point they were statistically. They might even still be around that sort of value.
67.8%. So that is a very, very big skewing towards the defense for them. So them picking up 2 of these rounds here already is huge on Bang. If they manage to get another one down, as you mentioned, at 3-3, they are looking really good to be trying to lock this one in.
Perez on the clear, hot droned around the top, and we're back towards the basement. And this, you know, could have, should have, would have go into Raza's, go against Raza even, but Raza were able to get it out based on the little blind spot of the smoke canisters. And well, let's see if they can try and utilize the momentum that they've built from these past 2 rounds to make it a more sort of decisive round win. We don't have the loose play this time round from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They don't have Rexon out and about, and they haven't been given that first early engagement, which has given Raza time to start getting these hatches. But the main thing, as it was before, is the juggle of the C4, of the smoke canisters. Those consistents, they're still there. You have the Echo drone as well that can always get itself into this problematic position. And there's the destruction of parts. The bulletproof will get caught out. There it is.
Oh, missed.
No, there it isn't. I'm worried about losing the drone, though, because they know how important that utility is to destroy.
Again, opening up the same amount of areas as they did before. That's just a regular drone that's spotting out the bulletproof. There's no one under the desk. There's nothing behind the desk either. So now they just have to start focusing. There's a minute left on the clock. The yokai drones are rotating around. Veto is trying to see and dip into that planting spot, see if there's anything coming in response. You hear the smoke canisters popping off. That's one yokai gone. But there's still a second one out there. His life finds Canadian and the plant is being attempted.
That's the smoke. The smoke's been caught out somehow. The pressure on the back, it's live. And this is everything that we sort of called for and wanted. It sort of drew their focus. They were playing with the Echo drones there as he swung up live with the crossfire. And now they have taken this round by the horns and ready to sort of ride it to the end. It's a tough retake up the stairs as Flastry can just hold down on that gun with an almost limitless amount of bullets. The crossfire of Veto, and you said it was close to a flawless before. This time it is. And Raza, 3 rounds, and each one seemed more convincing than the last.
Yeah, they really started to grow into it. Like, again, if we're talking about round 4, right after the tactical timeout, we can put that down to an error in the smokes, why that plant was allowed to go through. Then, in round 5, they started to have a little bit more bite to their actual attack. They realized, hey, no one's watching top square. We can just walk in and take Janitor that way rather than go through the hallway, which is being watched by 2 of these players. And in that last one, again, they just went for a perfect execute. This time it didn't come down to missed utility. It was them absolutely overwhelming them, finding the important kill into Canadian first, which stopped those smoke canisters to go through. Then finding the yokai drones right afterwards as well, which allowed them to go for that post-plant position where they had both top floor under control, they had servers under control, and they still had someone around on main stairs with an LMG just holding down the trigger so no one could pass.
It's a great setup for exactly the response that was coming through, and I don't want to use my gift of premonition too often, but I will assume that if this map goes away from them and continues to go away from them and eventually maybe goes towards Raza Company, all of that has happened after the round that there was the teabagging.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like there's going to be a lot of Portuguese.
Let me write that one down.
A lot of Portuguese and Canadians messages for a period of time. But it's the game of 2 halves, and just as well as Raza setting preparations for Shopify Rebellion's hold, let's see what has been done on the reverse. Now, this is sort of the hold that I was talking about and how Raza likes to play. Look how spread out they are. A lot of the players all over the map. The clash is going to be that early warning, so if they do go for a rush, you can sort of say, no, I can buy us some time, get back. It's very quick, depending on how you've set up the hatches to do the synergy, but now they've got to wait. There's nobody to immediately put the pressure on. They can survive at this point. And it only takes a couple of seconds. As I said, if you've got the hatches open, you can drop all the way from the top floor to the bottom. And you can start to see that motion come through here. But as the Monty enters in towards open, doesn't get caught out. The SDK, Tiburao maybe overstayed their welcome a couple of steps too long. And within a minute, they've been able to force a lot of these players back down.
Still alive though, and with a Nitro in hand, so he's going to be able to use that one if a plant is going to be attempted later on. Servers hasn't received any attention yet from the side of Shopify Rebellion. This is looking more like they want to take other parts of the map first, then start working on the hatches. You see it right here, Surf. It is being stalled, however, by the Tiburao. If they would have picked him up by now, that hatch would have been opened up. You could have started putting pressure down onto the sides. This one is more important, though, because this is allowing you to start focusing on Veto, forcing back towards the site, because he can no longer play in servers safely.
That's it. Veto is just going to have to sort of tuck his way out of there and try and pull himself back. The same way that there's a juggle of utility, it is exactly the same as you said. 2 C4s, 3 smokes, and all of the danger behind it. It was very quick focus on getting rid of the other bits of utility, the Goyo canisters, but the same 45-second dance everybody has to have on the default plant spot. Now there's a hold. Yeah, a hold and a watch. But that's all this staircase is, right? It cuts through the middle of it. They know full well that there's going to be a player at the top of it and a player at the bottom of it. But do you feel confident enough to swing it? The smoke canister actually going to stop them here. I think the drones made them think there's going to be a quick rush down the stairs. Canadian takes a lot of damage as he does drop in towards Vault. Or elevator. You can see Grixer's proposed around Vault itself. They're trying to just force the player out so they get aggressive inside White Stairs. There is Live, taking care of Ambi, so now the Monty is very isolated. A smoke canister is going to force him further back. There needs to be Grixer with the support, but he is caught off. And what a great response that was from Razako. Now, there's at least one, but not for very long, and you just look at how fluid that defense was. As soon as they got those warning bells, as soon as they got the idea that it was coming from the back, bam, you have the smoke aggressively pushes up White, gets that kill so they can cement and focus themselves on towards the Monty. You have the crossfire from Gold looking across towards the Vault drop. Credit to Raz's response.
Yeah, they definitely did well there, especially I think it started off with that initial take on the Vault. Someone dropped down, instantly shut down by the player that was playing near Gold, together with Grixer, of course, that was in the Vault entrance as well. Canadian knew he was there. They gave the call out, but there was nothing he could do because there was still someone on the main stairs. You mentioned the smoke, so as soon as he would unshield ADS, he would have received a shot from the side. So, well done indeed by Raza Company. They did exactly what they were required to do in that bottom floor. They were fluid, they were responsive. Now they need to go on to the next site to complete that as well. None of them too worried about it for them because, again, mentioned, their defense overall pretty solid. So they are probably completely vibing in the rest of this match, considering the fact that they managed to pick up 3 attacking rounds, which is very uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of setup here. Now, when they were defending against PSG Talon, they won all of their defenses, but they still took 4 against BDS during the sort of...
That's enough here.
I mean, it was a 2-0 loss against BDS as well. It was BDS in sort of strong form, and still getting themselves a solid opening half, getting themselves a solid sort of lockdown there, and this was one of the sites that they lost during the hold, and the other actually being Lockers the second time they went back to it. Still, things drifting a bit further is the team talk. One that's going to get their heads a little bit more glued together here. Their worst performance was their last one, Shopify Rebellion. And they have that opportunity with the day off to sort of rebuild, restructure, reassess.
Yeah, the 07 is not something you ever would like to have received, especially not on the grandest stage of all. Bit of a spawn peek from STK. He's not finding anybody, but they believe they have seen him instead. Some bullets flying back, but he's not taking any damage. Oh, there was a drone downstairs as well, just calling it out for him. Opening up the hatch now to start putting up some pressure onto the sewers. He's quickly falling off as well. Knows he cannot really stick around that long, because as soon as the skylight is being taken, the entirety of the square area is under direct threat. So instead, moves himself over towards lobby. Maybe there's a bit of pressure coming in from that direction. And, you know, there will be. It's just on the repels.
Now, there is obviously the response to maybe those loose players. The Vigil being hunted by Rexon. Wants to try and get himself in. Was the one that, when Ambi unfortunately suffered in one of his performances where he wasn't the best player on the team. Rexon stepped in. He's obviously had huge games on this map in the past as well. Some of the best plays we've actually seen ever on this. So, letting the first slip on by, maybe hoping for a second that they don't expect him to be in this position, but, you know, it's not always the most common divide. Someone has to force that player out of stock.
Making him a bit uncomfortable, the fact that the breach has now been made. The hatch has been opened up. You see what he does? He sees the impact going down. Rexon instantly rotating around. He's like, if you drop down this hatch, I will find you. I will kill you. I will shut you down. And SDK will drop down that hatch as soon as any pressure is coming down from the side of stock.
But he has to be quiet about it, and it's just drawing time out. Obviously, the track stingers keep the stairs secure, but, you know, the more he's juggling up and down, the more that he's not really able to contribute anything right now. There needs to be a hammer to push these players on towards the anvil of Rexon.
Late mirror window just put down into Janitor. That's going to be causing another challenge here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They did know that second one was out there. The first one has been opened up, but the second one's still around. The fire, not enough to actually dislocate him, and the drone will confirm that. We'll have to put down another bolt if they really want to shut him down, or they need to send Rexon in to try and get the job done.
Smokes go for the cover. There's a long fight. They might try and bait some utility out, but it's allowing the player to slip on by Live. Takes a bit of a bite, but he's happy to try and keep contesting it. It's underneath. SDK gets the impact. There's a down onto one, though, and that's the cue. Shopify Rebellion to keep pushing on towards the site itself. They get that first kill. There's the second as Grixer gets Blastery on the back end. The long watch from the big windows now. Can they formulate it into an attack on the site? Canadians in with the kit. They're breaking their way across with the second. And it's down to Perez and only Perez. 17 seconds, none of it seen. Great bounce back after the timeout.
Great bounce back indeed. I was looking at the time though. It was ticking down. Nothing was really happening for a very long time until they realized, hey, there's someone below us. He's trying to put some damage down. That's the moment they pulled the trigger and decided, okay, it's a 3v5 on the site right now. They just pushed that trigger. They just went for it and managed to find themselves with their 4th round as well. They equalized the score, find themselves with their attack right away. And now needing to continue that. Onto open area we go, which is going to be the tertiary side before we heading back towards the basement, which is of course that big challenge on this map. Winning rounds in that basement as an attacker is usually key to, well, winning the entire map. The difference maker of, you know, getting a 4-2-4-2 split or making it go like a 5-1. First half was a 3-3 due to the fact that the basement side was...
Now expecting themselves on towards open. This isn't sort of always the one that we've seen them bring themselves to. They won it once and then didn't really dabble down with it again. Against BDS as a sort of defense. They've obviously had the otherwise success against PSG Talon. Will this be some of the sort of change of face here? How are they going to respond towards the improved round there? It took a while to get that first take, but I mean, IQ on this map, it's just bread and butter,
yeah, I
really.
was just wondering what they were going to try and do with that Valkyrie camera. Of course, you would get some information if they were pushing in from the side of the map, but I mean, it's not really anything you instantly have on that. They've also barricaded off the door, so you would have had a sound cue anyway if a push was coming in from that direction. Now the camera is going to be destroyed quite quickly here to be able to provide any more information due to the IQ being around. So a good counter coming out there from the side of Rexen. And as the first minute is passing down slowly, pressure on the top floor is starting to rise. But we have a roamer around there. There is someone that's just patiently waiting for a rappel to come through. And as the Buggy drones roll, it is the drone to be shut out. But from where did it get shut out? They do not know. SDK, he's just waiting patiently in the corner for a rappelling to come through so he can get his kill. He's just biding his time.
How checked will this position be? They've rotated a bit off. There's some of the flat pressure coming towards the top of square. They've utilized some smokes to clear out stock, clear out janitor, or at least some awareness of it. But SDK, with all the confidence of somebody deep currently behind enemy lines, if he chooses the right moment live. I thought they cleared out stock. They actually pulled themselves back. There's SDK. Reveals his position. The first is gone. Surf trying to angle for the second fight, but with all of this clutter still in position, he gets some of that visual sort of cover in here. Now operating with a man deficit. There's a danger that's about to come from underneath as Flastry does get Rexen. Pulls some of the control here on towards lobby as well, and Ambi needs to try and isolate one of these engagements up top. There's a little bit of a flirt with danger, but at this point, yeah, exactly. They don't need to take the fight. They can drop down. They're wasting utility and now even more time because that's a position that has to be checked and rechecked. And SDK, he's still sitting around. Ambi does get that one, but probably wishes he could have got both. There's 50 seconds now, and look at what they've lost. The RAM, the IQ. We talked about the importance before, and now it's just, well, what do you have to try and cover a plant here or break your way in?
That's the thing. They still need to break their way in. They have the top floor under control slightly. They've not really been able to do anything with it. They haven't been able to use those angles to their advantage. So what do you need to do? You have 30 seconds to try and find yourselves an entry. But they're very spread out on the side of Raza. They're all over the place here. And you might find a mute gemmer or two, which will help you opening up the quad wall. But with 15 seconds by the time those Selmas go down, it's going to be absolutely opportunity loss as Grixer gets shut down. Whilst Perez is fully flashed.
Full flashed, full white. Ambi doing his best to drive them into the side itself, but he's got to reload and run out of bullets. They're just going to have to tuck, but behind them, I think there's a drop that's about to happen. There's the cross, there's the cover. Just sort of run around the ringer on the top floor. They felt like they were in spin cycle. They could not get a handle.
Too much time just wasted on the top floor. Too much resources in the terms of bodies that they've lost. Just, there was no advantage anymore. They needed to do and push and create an opening. But when there's 40 seconds left, you're then starting to push quad wall, putting your Selmas on. There's 20 seconds left by the time they did that. You don't have any of the other angles, so they just tried to push themselves through, hope for the best. But Perez, inside of Archives, had a clean angle, not being challenged at all. They didn't know he was there. Finds a clean headshot right before they can actually dug in for the plant. So Raza find themselves 5-4. 2 rounds away from locking up this first map. And I said it before, if they want to take this series, I wholeheartedly believe that they need to take Bang as their own.
And obviously, no more pity points. No more playing for parts. You're finding yourself driven through. Both these teams played exactly the same amount of maps, so exactly the same amount of 3-map series coming into this.
Raza just won one more. This is the difference between those two. So they're second, and Shopify Rebellion came in third. You know, they said it. They saw that Raza Company, of course, improved a lot over the last year and are a pretty decent team right now. While they're kind of struggling against them here on Bank, it's 2 rounds away from losing the first map in this series. Now, of course, that doesn't mean elimination from SI yet. If you lose this series, you first go down to the lower bracket, but it does put you that one step closer to going home.
Rexon is going to try and get himself in towards Garage and get rid of that Fenrir mine, but there is a player not too far away. Are they prepared for that inevitability? Flastry has been able to take a couple of big shots before, but I mean, at TCSG versus Glaz, who's really got the upper hand in this engagement. I think at this point it's just flipping the coin and seeing which player can see the first angle, the first opportunity. It's not going to be an easy one to take.
Blaster technically has the advantage here because of the fact that, of course, he's lower down, so the view will be limited from Rexon. But, you know, there you go, smoke canisters to come through. And this is where Rexon makes his own advantages, using Glaz's ability here to see if he can find a feat. There we go. That's a little bit of a tag gone. Not a smoke to be used, so he can continue that challenge.
Support has come over the side, and it seems like they're trying to bait it. Big throw. Flastry is not leaving. He knows if he turns tail, he's probably going to get caught, but, well, Rexon is out of smokes. At this point, he's used to. There is 2 more on the support here for Grixer, but they probably want them to bait utility elsewhere and later, so he's just sort of made presence. And as I said before, last time we were here, it's been great and responsive. However, this attention towards Rexon has opened up server. They're getting themselves the wall opened here. You assume the Twitch is busy removing all the parts utility that they need gone.
Yeah, this will take a bit.
Obviously, yeah, it's the unfortunate nature. We're back. And, well, luckily in that period, nobody died. They did get, as I said, the wall open. Canadian can start trying to reverse turtle plant here and start baiting utility 50 seconds. You've got C4, you got smokes, you've got everything you expect. Pocket bulletproof camera, who knows how that'll be used?
You never know if it will be useful. Flastry's still waiting for Rexon to come in from the garage, but he's actually already on top of the hatch. He's looking to drop soon, I think. As soon as Canadian is deciding to go for that plant, he's going to try and drop in, find the kill on the player that is on the top part of that garage, and just secure a bit of extra ground. That will also, of course, suddenly turn the guns of people inside of red.
30 seconds, and another smoke canister pops itself. You know, Canadian is dabbling and juggling, a very experienced player, and there's the deep smokes right under Glaz's position a little bit. They're trying to bait the players to fall into Rexon's firing line here, but they are not taking it and accepting it. Paris gets Canadian. The shield is gone. The cover for Grixer to try and make the plant. You've got to do something. And there's the start of it. Gets the down onto 1, but has to go for the second and, doesn't find it. 3 versus 2. Can they hold F? He's waiting for the plant, but it's an easy shot down at the end of it.
Very important round to come through. We'll put them onto map point here. Almost that plant still going down, even though Canadian was shut down. Ambi with a crucial hold, but wasn't able to get the second kill as well, buying enough time for that plant to go through and get the second gun back up and running. And thus, Raza, they find themselves 6-4. No more timeout that they can utilize right now. They've used that earlier. It's all up to Canadian now to get his team back into it.
Will this be the first map that NA loses today? I don't know if that was a team kill with a grenade in the top right at the end.
I think he killed himself by probably got downed.
Probably got downed.
And then the grenade was in his hand, dropped in.
It was chaotic.
And then sadly blew up.
Oops. 6-4 now, and you know, we've still obviously got possibilities if they're able to win this again as they did before, 6-5. It's not impossible. There's been a lot of do-or-die moments, a lot of very close rounds.
Yep.
Still a great likelihood we'll find ourselves in OT on this opening map.
It is up in the air, that for sure. It's just that Rebellion, especially when they were playing down on that basement side, they've been struggling to work on getting that plant down. So, you know, already missed drone that they had on STK on the top floor side, or the open area, I have to say. That kind of, you know, stopped them from having the impactfulness that they wanted to have on that top floor. It's been too costly for them to go all the way through it. That's something they need to improve on. But of course, they're working on the top floor this time around. So you don't have to clear as much of the rest of the map as you otherwise would.
Now, this one took a little bit of time to cook. You could see them baiting for a play. It didn't work. They still won out the round, and they opted to move on to a different strategy. Not going to sort of sit and go for the catch itself. It's let's play against their utility. Let's break open the castles, the cover, anything that's going to try and catch. Jaeger, obviously, not always the most common, but that is the strategy between SDK and Live, is, look, everything they're going to want to do is from those windows. If we can catch as much of it as possible, then we pull away their plan A. It's important removal from the Twitch drone in this situation to just ensure that all of that very necessary destruction of mirror windows, which, you know, last time it was an Ashe and a Sophia. That is not the case this time around.
I mean, I think they want to go for Sense Execute, and that's just, you know, taking out all those utilities that could pick up those Sense light screens. Is going to be providing them with an opportunity to just get them in. That way they can stop those mirror windows, they can stop basically any angle that they don't want to be seen from. And as you see right now, someone's being deployed on those mirror windows. Ambi will find the very first onto Besetto. That's a huge kill as Ambi fights down! A triple kill for Ambi as they line up perfectly. Beraz is down as well, and it's only up the flash tree in a 1v5. If he clutches this out, he is the savior of this map, with the plant already going down by Canadian. Those light screens from Sens are on point. There's nothing he can do against it as he's up against Ambi.
Making plays happen outside janitors seems to be a speciality. Huge, huge take. A flawless here, but when the stars align, sometimes you shoot him in the face.
A beautiful play from Ambi to come through. He was just taking a challenge onto Janitor, like, consistently. Found one all the way through onto the backhand of the site. Then two more line up. I mean, he had the shots. You see right there, Ambi taking out Besetto. Knows that there's a player in stock. Starts pre-firing. Knows the second one comes through. And just a quick micro correction to come in after he gets the first to shut down the Jaeger that was up close. An amazing play by Ambi. Most importantly as well, as that puts them up to 6-5. Able to lock this off towards an overtime.
I mean, it's fantastic play, obviously, but the fact that he pulled off an ace from that position a few days ago, playing as Gridlock in a very similar fashion. Deja vu world we are living in. Want to see me
do it again?
Want to see me do it again?
We're back to open though, man. This was a bit of a worry point here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They lost a lot of their bodies up into the top floor. They need to make sure that doesn't happen again, and you see it. Live is playing upstairs, STK is playing upstairs, Flashtree is playing upstairs. That's three people that are currently playing around in the CEO area. That basically eliminates you from going there, because if you take that fight, you're going to lose more than you actually gain, and they have the opportunity to actually fall back towards the site itself, which is the most important part of this round. Maybe even off this map. Right now, this side, this round. So, what do? What can you do? Do you go for a bypass? Just directly start putting pressure onto the side? Well, you really can't, because of the fact that you then have to go through open area, which can be watched from the top floor. So you need to find a good balance here between just holding off on that top floor whilst also putting pressure down on the horizontal level.
Now, the entry statistic is still one that has massively gone away here from Shopify Rebellion. They almost got it there, though. Live escapes with half his health straight through the soft. Only on 4 of the rounds that we've seen throughout this game so far, it has been them wresting control, and SDK suffers, but he can't be confirmed either. It's just not able to get the full lock, and there it is. Perez gets rid of Grixer. That is your hard breach, or at least one of them gone. But there's only one Selma left in the pocket of Rex in here, so he's got to make sure that wherever it's deployed, it's the right place. He has the long watch, but he now has to play much more cautiously, because if they get rid of him with the sense, with the expectation of the Ying, it's a sort of quad wall take here.
Perez also took out Grixer whilst he was on the rappel, so basically forcing off Rexen. I was watching, he was trying to provide some cover for the side of Square, so they have the opportunity to try and make a push. Look at this, Flastry knows there's someone in that corner. He's just waiting until he gets off his drone. He's trying to get himself a free kill. Someone else drops though, gets himself down to 1 HP. The trade is there. Surf will find him, will open up an opportunity to equalize this round again. Oh, the down to come in the meantime as well.
Perez caught out there. He was inside archives, maybe gave a little bit too much towards Shopify Rebellion, and that is sometimes the criticism towards Raza. They'll find themselves still prepped up a bit aggressively when things are going away from them. Look towards how one of the Falcons maps ended. And that's sort of a continued problem here that's opted with the foot ahead. Now 40 seconds, Canadian has live. Backed into a bit of a corner, but the pressure needs to come elsewhere. And as I said before, Rexen might not want to be the risk. Misses the Candela. Is there anyone to close in on the back of it? Not quite, because they're worried about the swing round from the side. They've actually dropped out. There's a rotate underneath. There's Surf. Gets the kill. Now 20 seconds, SDK. Where's he going to go? Has a C4. Could try and long arm it up through a hatch, depending on the plant, but he gets the kill onto Surf. There's Paceto getting the cover either side, but it's another 1 versus 2. Now SDK, the reload, can obviously play against the time. Do they know where he's coming from? Yes, they do. Is the big blind answer, but Blunt secured. Canadian gets it locked in. And I said we could be an OT. We definitely are.
We definitely are indeed. But again, a good push to come through. The entry kill of initially going towards Raza Company, but too aggressive, continuing to be out there and finding themselves picked up bit by bit. Great kill, by the way, from Surf. From above, locking down archives. That gave them the opportunity to start pushing in to the kitchen area, start getting the plant in where they needed to be. And now, overtime is upon us. 3 more rounds to decide who's taking his very first map. And we'll have the leg up going into the rest of the series. Back to the basement we go.
Now, I mean, it's a very aggressive sort of back and forth map, obviously, but I think there's only 3 players. There's only 3 players with a positive KD ratio. Obviously, Ambi putting in the distance, as I said.
He's positive twice and a half, you know.
He's always been so consistent. He's such a great player, and he's having a great tournament. 1 off day, but 1 off day doesn't eliminate you unless it's the game that is an elimination game. Then that might be the one. But on the opposite side, obviously, Perez and Flastry, they're able to get themselves in here. So it's not that it's sort of one side holding on to it, but it's also not that it's sort of, you know, massively balanced. There's suddenly a lot of pressure on Ambi if they fall as that first engagement. There's pressure on Perez if he gets caught out rotating back round, and on a map where the attacks can be very wide and very dangerous. Here, Raza obviously starting themselves on towards Lockers, the site that they've been able to double down with success on here. Can Shopify Rebellion crack it this time?
That's that question. With 6-6. I mean, Shopify Rebellion in those last 2 rounds really bringing it up a notch as well. So if they manage to continue that momentum, again, there's no technical timeouts for either of these 2 teams available right now. So this is just going to be the IGLs and the focals inside the team to try and make sure this goes through. Openings being made here towards the open area. Now, you would assume that there's a hatch that can be dropped here by Flastry. I believe it's actually live being out there. Has a shotgun, drops down a hatch indeed, back towards the site. So that means top floor cleared out, first floor now cleared out as well. Gives the opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to do the prep work that they need to do. Open up the hatches, start focusing out these players. Take care of the utility that is out there in terms of, well, maybe the ADSs, the bulletproof cameras, the Goyo pockets that will slow you down. And with a minute 30, they have plenty of time to do all that.
Waiting, just angling up the opportunity of an opening kill here. As I said, sometimes Raza can drift a bit too aggressively, but they play this site so locked down, maybe the most controlled I think I've seen them in any of the opportunities to cast them over this tournament. They know that they cannot gift that early engagement. The control of the cams, the read on the approach as they're steadying through the destruction of the utility. It's the 2 C4s, the 3 smokes. You say it every single time, time and time again, and that's the danger. But the change here is you don't have the shield of Canadian. They're trying to speed things up here. They're trying to make sure they can be mobile, maybe plant against the hard wall, get as close to it as possible, and make them second guess the utility.
The Grimbies are going to be huge here as well, because it gives them the opportunity to know who's in a position to try and get a Nitro cell out there. As soon as they step in, hey, they're now tagged, and there's someone that can drop down the hatch to try and shut them down before they can even press that detonator. Or even better, you just have Surf watching for the feet as they're slowly starting to move by. That's both C4s, I believe, inside of that little corner out there. So, as he actually reloads, there's no shots coming through. He's trying to bait. He's not going for those feet, because those feet, I mean, it does some damage, but it doesn't quite get the job done. Flash will go down. The plant is being cancelled, however, but his smoke canister is live. Gets a double kill on his name. 9 seconds left. 3 people still upstairs. They're not going to be able to get this plant down in time, and that means Raza is going to be waking and winning this round.
Oh, there's the hold, there's the precious moment, and there's the drop on the player. Not able to confirm the C4, but they were able to confirm the fight itself. Closer and closer and closer that hold, that round got, but still not enough for Shopify Rebellion. They will find themselves once again fighting and staring it down the precipice of losing the map and moving on towards the next. And I said it before, we find ourselves in the inevitability of OT. If these two teams keep playing as they are, we might find ourselves there for all 3 maps.
There was also a live 4K to go down there. Managed to find the first one with the smoke onto Canadian, which stopped that plan from happening. The second with the SMG-11 right over the top of things. And he had 3 players left on the top floor from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They needed to push in quickly. Of course, they managed to get that diffuser back down. They started planting. They managed to get a kill. With Live stepping in, shutting them both down, securing the victory in the process. 7-6. Raza find themselves in a good spot. They will be onto the attack, however, again, over this tournament, not great for them. But over this map, they've managed to find 3 out of 6 rounds so far. So definitely doing great. All they need is just a single one on the top floor, and they find themselves with map 1 in the pocket.
7-6. And, you know, it's a brawl back and forth. As we said, so far in the games played, mild spoiler alerts, but NA on top. No, I'm not going to say convincingly, but on paper it is. It's 2-2-0s.
Yes.
Right? And it was, you know, overtime. It was late matches. There was traded mounts. And then you look, and there was also, oh, that's a Caveira 3K in the last round.
With a bit of an interrogation.
With an interrogation. Yeah. So it was a very strange opening to our day. But NA, this could be the first map that they've dropped today. At this point, it comes down to, I guess, maybe even more their opponents. It's a slow clear. Perez.
He's waiting for the Echo drone.
Waiting for the Echo drone. But, well, the Echo drone is struggling to connect to a roof currently. Canadian giving the read-through, and obviously they didn't go back to lockers. They stayed themselves here on the top floor. They won it once, they lost it once, and I'm figuring they expected the lockers hold. There it is! I mean, that rappel has always been criticized. It's had some big moments throughout this tournament, but if there's nothing else stopping you, it is very easy to remove that player. Ambi is dancing with death as Veto does kill Canadian on the long range. They tried to sort of double down on that player, force them to not be able to catch the kill whilst they're escaping out of elevator, but well, the only one who's really suffered now is Canadian, and Ambi is on a sliver of HP left.
Both, of course, trying to find the head of the player that was out there. Canadian eventually got the worst of it. Ambi quite low as well. But they've taken out Perez. Perez, a huge driving force on the side of Raza. The thing is, though, Ambi himself, super low as well. They take out the Evil Eye that I said before. That one holds that mirror window that is inside the janitor. Basically keeps it safe from any kind of utility, any kind of hard breach that they might want to deploy. So they now have the opportunity to start putting pressure onto janitor, because that has been the turning point in every single round we've played up here. Whoever controls janitor controls this round.
But not a huge amount of time left. And the later this goes on, they've got the 2 smoke bolts, and they've got some flashes and 1 smoke grenade, but you know, you're only sticking it. You only need 1 of those 2 C4s to get close enough, and suddenly you've got to try and recoup your losses and rebuild towards another attempt on the plant itself. Raza knows that when they go for the operation here, it's got to be succinct. The first bolt will cover some of the aggression, the blind's over, and the second will get itself on the door of Long Desk. There's the movement in. They're inside and away at the races, trying to get themselves the wiggle room and the width, and there's an easy pickup on towards Ambi, who was sort of caught a bit lacking now. Protect Mr. Kit President, he swings their way in. But I think there's been a bit of a drop down and a rotate round. I'm not sure if they're underneath with the chance at a bite with the C4. It is. Rexon going for the ping, waits, lays it a bit early now, and, well, it puts it into a crossfire, but luckily for them, Grixer and Serve have the cover.
It is 0-0, as they like to say, on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Reset, it's just this one round that matters most. 7-7, all the way to 15. And it's all coming down to this point. Open area is the point that will be defended by Raza Company. We've seen struggles here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They've not been able to get here comfortably. Of course, they did manage to take one of them home. But that was a 1v2 eventually as well, that they managed to clutch out. So they need to be a bit more dominating, I guess, over this side. They need to be quicker on taking what control they need, and the top four has been the consistent worry here. But then you start looking at the lineup. But of course, it's subject to change. There is the repicks that they could go for. But you see a Glass, you see a Ying, you see that the Capitao is coming through. So this might actually indicate a bit of a quick play to... Never mind. I mean, the Blitz still indicates a bit of quick play, but maybe over the top four. Try and see if they can get Janitor under control quicker.
The shield hasn't always been the most effective tool in their approach here. The map, yeah, it's awkward, right? It doesn't truly lend itself in, especially with how you're up against Raza. Sure, if you're playing against a team that you know is doing heavy setups that you can sort of take parts, and they're not entirely likely to do anything outrageous or outlandish when they go for the retakes, you can kind of lock it in. You can steady some control around square, shuffle your way in, get them behind the bomb chassis and go for the plant. But the motions Raza makes means if you're not ready to go for plays like this, things aren't going to work. They're in and they're off. There's a quick break on towards the window. They've flooded their way into the site, and here the alarm bells are screaming. Caught on the drop, but they don't quite get the kill, and now that is a big moment. Abby couldn't lock it in. It is traded back by the Glass with the long overwatch, but it does mean the Smoke's in a position to try and slow and push, and Canadian has to potentially go deeper than they wanted to. Great motions here. But as they get dropped on the side, it means they're just executed, spun around, and they could not quite get the handle on it. They risked it. But unfortunately, gambling doesn't always pay off. The first map goes to Raza Company.
I said it, they were looking like they wanted to go quick based on their operator selection. They definitely did go quick, but he found themselves with too many angles being watched and Raza being too quick on the rotate back down, using all the hatches that were available to them to put themselves back into that fight quicker than that the Shopify was able to get themselves onto the actual site itself.
Remember, that was Razaco's map, and it went as far as it could. And we obviously still have labs ahead of us, but before then, a quick break to talk about it.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it. Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Então você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Well, what a way for us to open it up with every single round being needed for Raza Company to be able to take their first map and, well, their map choice against Shopify Rebellion.
And it wasn't just rounds, it was like amazing rounds as well, but with huge individual performances coming through and some of them to come in as well. So, very pleased with his very first map. It was, of course, Raza Company's map. They won it with 8-7. Not that that matters for anything, but it's a bit of a you know, an indicator of how the rest of this match might go. If this now turns into like a 7-2 victory for Shopify Rebellion, you start to worry a little bit for what's coming next. But we don't know until we are getting into that second.
And that's entirely it, right? Obviously, it's experienced teams trying to find their way to cook into these problems. And again, the fact that he's done that twice in that position is just ludicrous to me. That final rush round didn't quite net the results. They took a bit of a risk, obviously. And will they have the conversations to lock it down? You can see Super sort of clamoring and claiming and wishing the team would get themselves energetic and a little bit up, but look how much every single round win. I know that was the last one, but they were like that every single round win. Raza Company. They know how intense they need to be and how intense they want to be, and here is the split. Ambi, the MVP, but one MVP does not make for a map win.
No, that's for sure. He definitely played his heart out there with a 2 KD for just that single map. And we talked about it before. Ambi, the birthday boy, the no longer 18-year-old prodigy, but this time 19-year-old prodigy. I mean, he definitely plays a great game. It's just that they needed a little bit of extra from the rest of the team out there. That way, they might have been able to turn that one around. And now we're waiting for Labs to come up next. Second map in this series. As you see right here, by Pick and Ban. A lot is on the line here for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
It's a map that they've both played. It's a map, again, that we have prep on, we have familiarity. They both played it against very good teams. It was BDS versus Raza, and it went 7-5 to BDS, so it went pretty much the distance. Again, even, it was sort of, 3 attacks they managed to pull together, and back of getting the 2 defensive rounds. So the defense was their worry. At the same time, on the other side, FaZe lost it against Shopify Rebellion, 5-7, and that was big blocks of rounds. So 4 attack successes, very strong opener. If they are getting themselves in, I'm not entirely sure who's starting on defense. That is actually, as weird as it is to say, the place where Raza Company are at the most risk against the approach from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, for sure. And, Shopify Rebellion, they really need to start working in that momentum now. You were talking about the energy, super hoping that the energy was coming into the team for Shopify Rebellion, not really managing to get that done. Whilst on the other hand, if Raza Company screaming their lungs out every single kill, after every single round they win, and you don't want to let that momentum get away from you now. You need to neutralize that as soon as you possibly can and start taking Labs basically by the horns and reel it in and make sure that it is going to be your map as you picked it, so Lair can be the decider. And that is that big question, because both these teams know that either if they lose now, they're playing for elimination tomorrow, or if they win, they'll be facing Virtus Pro in about 3 to 4 hours from now.
Last conversations with the coaches before, as you said, they're in either the fight, the live stage, tomorrow, the fight to survive. The winner of these 2 teams will have to play Virtus Pro later on today. The loser, I believe, is against OXG. So they know the tasks are far from easy ahead of them. Obviously, Virtus Pro top of the group. Fantastic tournament so far. OXG have had big moments. The divides of teams getting into the places they are single maps at this point, even between these 2. The second and the third seed of who got to play who was a single map, a single sort of setup based on the split of points, which comes down to single OTs, a place that these 2 teams are both very, very familiar with.
No, for sure. And, that very first map kind of told us all how closely matched these teams are. The 8-7. I mean, we haven't had too many of them yet in the tournament so far. I think you can count them on both hands with all the maps that we've had. And often it is even more rare to have 2 of them. But we are going for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you shortly.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, you know, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it. Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali. E a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Down here, Sachiemi, and brought it all the way back!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Actually gets both of those kills. A lot of errors committed by DZ. M80 will capitalize, but not necessarily a round that they themselves earned.
Okay, well, they can't all be good executes.
That's true.
Had to give one up at some point. Yeah, 4v4 I thought was looking good. But a calamity of errors at the end there, starting, of course, with this one. And then the way Nave took the second gunfight against Diffuser, I say second, I'm counting the first team kill there. The way he took that second gunfight against Diffuser was also not ideal. He had the feet, he had the information, but he couldn't shoot the head because of where that Kiba was at. Probably needed to destroy that first, didn't have the intel advantage like he might have thought he did. Great sight play by Diffuser all around. Don't want to take that away from him because obviously there were some mistakes on the offensive half, but Diffuser really did need to step up and hit some great shots at the end to lock things in for M80 and make sure that they win that first round. So credit to Diffuser. Very strong play, not just in that round, but through the tournament so far. Diffuser has been quite good for M80.
Diffuser's had some sensational stats on this team. I mean, all of M80 have performed decently well, except Packer.
Yeah. Packer, unfortunately, the worst stats of any player not grouped at the 6 Invitational. But as the desk highlighted before the game started, he does a lot to empower the rest of his teammates. He kind of takes the less favorable roles so that everybody else can just focus on killing. And everybody else on M80 has had good stats this event.
Kino still retains his role on the team as highest rated player, but Diffuser and Gunner are almost at exactly the same spot. Spoit is quite a ways down, and then it's a drastic fall off to find Packer. But, I mean, Packer is the one IGLing this team. He is the one playing high-value ops. He's very seldom involved in first bits of fighting, and the way that M80 plays and the tools that they have at their disposal, Packer's really only getting into gunfights out of necessity, and when you find players in his position, sometimes when you're the one tasked with getting kills, it's an impossible ask. It ends up being a 1v4, and maybe you get a single kill and you die, or maybe you get none. It also depends on the quality of your opponents.
Spoit once again playing top red. He's got so much util here. Goyo Camsters and the Kibas. Gunner not far away.
These Nitro cells keep getting shot by Dark Zero. That's something that we don't really stat track, but it's very impressive. You saw a couple get shot as well on that gym bedroom take, and now it happens yet again as Gunner had thrown it out and it gets shot towards the breach.
Pamba down below is looking to make this really tough to hold on to, but Gunner's not giving it up. Firebolts have both come out too, but they just won't force these players back. Dark Zero, you're going to have to take a gunfight.
That's exactly what Gunner will do, swinging on the breach as he looked for Nave. Nave 1 kill away from tying his tally on map number 1, and we still have at least one more round to go for Nave on this attack.
There's no way they let Gunner get out of that, right?
It seems
That's
like they
crazy.
might. M80 have such a strong defense right now that DZ are troubleshooting it, but not finding a ton of success. Spoit maybe over peaks on that. He dies. NJR takes out Packer as a grenade sails off in the distance. Dark Zero back to their winning ways, Jesse. It sure seems like it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a strong construction side hold. Pamba's still down below too. Don't forget about him. He's currently playing main stairs. Will come up for a late pinch during this execute. Kobe's got this ability to gather information as well. In the 3v5, you got to question, is somebody on M80 going to make some kind of a move? But these Koyu canisters, though, they maybe don't have to.
They will hold Kobe at bay for the remainder of this round, but Kino gets shot away at through the soft wall, out on the window. Kobe will wait for those flames to go, but M80 are still taking engagements. Fighting raw up on the stairs. It was 50-50 after 50-50. DZ on map number 1. Couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. This time around, they can hit whatever they want. A great answer back from DZ after dropping the previous round when they committed a multitude of mistakes. And who knows, if they hadn't had all of those errors, it could be a 5-0 for Dark Zero. They prevail on one of the 2 upstairs bomb sites, and M80 will immediately scoot over to the other site of CCTV and Cash. 4-1 the scoreline right now for DZ.
We might be able to see a 7-1 straight into a 7-1, Parker. Dark Zero are certainly making me a believer. This pickup right here, NJR catching Packer, being so ready for that flank. That was the one, we didn't catch it live, so I was so confused where Packer, of all players, was dying during that cash extension clear. But NJR read him like a book, was ready for that rotation. He started the last gym bedroom defense in the basement, but he just rotated up main stairs. He played very passive. This time around, tried to go for that flank up through secret and got punished hard by the longest standing player of Dark Zero. That was a really important catch. I'm glad we got to see it again on the replay, because if they don't get that kill, then after you take construction control, it's only a 5v4. That's very holdable for M80. Losing that second body of Packer was certainly unfortunate. So that's going to set up DZ in a dominating position. They will win this half. The question is by how much. A 5-1, as we saw just on the previous matchup, is very difficult to come back from, especially when you're on your opponent's pick and they're going to be more than ready for this game.
No timeout has been taken by either team, so we will have a slower second half, as I expect at least one of these squads to spend some time breaking things down with their coach. Just as we said on Skyscraper about the ineffectiveness of the roam for DZ, just holding control but getting run over time and time again, it's now M80's turn to get trampled underfoot as Dark Zero just it's a little too strong at the moment. Bolo with the very first kill, down goes Spoit. DZ had some troubles getting early picks. Gunner somehow gets away because Bolo was entertained elsewhere. Pambazoo is quick on his feet. He finds one before Diffuser shuts him down. Kobe trades right back, and DZ sending in multiple players at once. This is them reading into M80's roam. If you recall, M80 got first blood first 3 rounds. DZ made some changes, and now DZ is in a much more comfortable position. They've got the last 2 first bloods.
I'll say it. I said it before. I'll say it again. The trade's so perfect coming through from Dark Zero so far. They're playing very together. They're playing like a unit. Even when they lose gunfights, there's always a response. Nice late reinforce from Packer. Recognizing the push is going to come in through construction, and he's got to do something about that. This main breach still being closed and electrified is kind of awkward for Dark Zero. They need to find some way to destroy the electric claw that was placed on that CC wall. They've got plenty of hard breach, can openers, and exothermic charge to find that, but they don't have great util to find that claw, perfectly highlighted by our observers. More Kivas will make it even more difficult to enter the site, although the can opener does deal with the Kiva shortly after.
Good, how much more impossible this execute would be for Dark Zero if you had to blow them up with explosives, right? Bolo finds his second kill. They're all competing to take care of Kino. Kino, right now, no kills whatsoever. Will he go out the first half on the scoreboard? They line up for him, and no, the answer is he will not. 6 rounds in, Kino, the highest rated player on M80, held off of the score sheet. I would agree with Kenny. A masterclass indeed for DZ. Keep in mind, just as we saw on Skyscraper, it could have been a 6-0 first half for M80 on Skyscraper. It could have been a 6-0 first half for DZ if it wasn't for that one round with a ton of mistakes. But still, a 5-1 half on Clubhouse is very good.
Usually when you see 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you expect a grueling matchup, right? Where every map goes the distance because they're so familiar with each other's playstyles. But I think both teams knew that that was going to be a big part of this matchup heading into it. So both teams prepared to bring a lot of new stuff to this matchup. I think having the day off yesterday where nobody had to play any games was probably a big help for both of these squads to prepare their own map picks. And I mean, yeah, it's been a masterclass from Dark Zero on Clubhouse, just like
and thank you for bearing with us. We were just observing stream A, as you can see in the top center, but that will disappear as we reappear and bring ourselves right back round into this series. Now, if you've somehow forgotten where we were, map 2, and Shopify Rebellion has the big social predictions here, even though they lost bank, well, 7-8, but still, great effort has left ourselves as close as possible. Raza, will they be able to lock this off in a 2-0, or will we find ourselves hurtling to our third map?
I would love to see a third map. Surprises you, but I haven't casted too much siege yet.
No, where have you been?
Again, as I said, I took the boats rather than the airplane.
Right.
Turns out that those are a bit slower in general, especially when you go in a canoe.
Well, is a canoe a boat?
I mean, I guess it counts as well.
Does
it? Mean, okay, in let's say Dutch translation, yes.
Okay.
I don't know, like,
what the English... Like, it floats.
You would go ship or boat.
Okay.
Like, boat's smaller, ship bigger.
Right. But, wait.
What would you call a canoe, then?
Would you call a car a bus?
What?
A bus a car? Would you call a bus a car?
No, I don't think so. No, that's just a bus.
Canoes. Who defines them? I don't know. But what I do know, Oz Army still gone. Shopify Rebellion, they're removing the Blitz as the sort of lead, and obviously we saw them operate with them earlier, previous map, but in the same sort of breath, you know, it's not the biggest be-all and end-all. Raza Company, last time they were here, they sort of opted to ban the Blackbeard. They didn't run a huge amount. I think STK, yep, on a single round that they lost, ran a Blitz. There's something that was seen here by Shopify Rebellion that means that they don't want to play it. What they did bring quite a lot of, Shopify Rebellion, was a Blackbeard. So they have that on their options and their opportunities. Will we get a big taste of it here on the opening half, or do they think that it's been prepped and played for and want to move it away? For the context, it was on... Well, they had a shield on 5 of the 6 rounds. 4 of them were a Blackbeard.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. I would say that is quite a substantial amount of shield play to come through. I was actually going to highlight the math ban. I kind of do appreciate that. Of course, you know, basically makes tricking, if you really want to, a little bit more reliable, especially down when you're in the basement, for example. The Maverick would often be a solution to a problem if you didn't have the opportunity to take full control of that top floor, stop them from tricking, just mav open the wall and get control. Not going to be happening here, so that makes operators like Cade and Bandit a little bit more powerful for this map.
We start in the command center, and will they be able to take command of the round? As I said before, the defense here of Raza wasn't quite operating to their usual heights and statistics. They've been able to get themselves locked in, so it's the perfect half for Shopify Rebellion, who have decent attacks driven on this map, to do exactly this. Ambi, wasting no time at all, gets himself underneath IT to put this pressure on, and he's almost found a fight with a Kaid. Slipping by to the other side of it, getting himself further and further. I mean, this is just so succinct, so precise. He knows the rotations he wants to open up for his team and the routes that he wants to offer them.
There's a lot of verticality. You just saw that there. The TCSG has opened up a lot of different angles. The hatch has opened up as well, so it's definitely going to be keeping Ambi on his toes. But, you know, those go both ways. You can also watch back through them. Given the fact that they have been opened up, you can almost guarantee that someone's around. Skeleton Key with pings, waiting for the yellow one to come through. Doesn't quite connect. Instantly falling off, knowing that he would be challenged otherwise. He doesn't want to take that risk. He wants a freebie. He doesn't want to try and go for a 50-50 at that point.
Putting a lot of pressure in and underneath, but he's dicing with death at the same time. What he's doing is opening opportunities for the others to approach. The Aid Claw is clawed out. The flashes, so they can't trick against it as well. And the breach on IT will come together. Now, Perez with the Tuber out does slow it down, but it was quite late. So it's only going to delay slightly. The fight is the more important part he's wanting. Another flash through, so they can't, again, try and cook and stop and slow it on the other side of it. There's a bit of a spray towards another body. Nothing really connecting, but the claw, did that activate in time? No.
Oh, there we go. Small opening. It's not going to be walkable, though, and that's going to be 2 of the Selmas gone. Only 1 left, and they're realizing that now. There's no other herb breach available for them to try and open that up further, but they do have Garage and Raptors under control, so they can start putting up some extra horizontal pressure. Ambi, a little bit of damage gone towards Perez, not quite finding himself with the kill that he's looking for. Ambi, in this entire round so far, has just been basically missing by inches on getting the opportunity for the opening kill. There you have it. Finally, the skeleton key will find Perez, shuts him down instantly afterwards.
30 seconds, though, and this is things were going to get a little bit dicey. They took a lot of time trying to get IT wall open. The smoke's going to buy some time here around top blue, and Fish and pulls themselves back, but it's the swing from the front and the back. 3 bodies charging in. Flastry does get 1 on the back. There needs to be something from the Nomad, but they couldn't quite get themselves angled onto the fight itself. And what a spin from Flastry. SDK able to get one of the others, offer some support here. It's suddenly traded out, but with 3 seconds, they need to try and just get this kit planted. There is the hold. There's the rotate from SDK. Crossfire, massively important. He's going for the divide, but they get it secured. A 1 versus 1. Surf pulls himself back, holding onto the box. The air jab knocks the player alive. With the shotgun, finds the end. What a way for us to open up here.
What a chaotic round that was as well. Like, missing that the player was just rotating in at that time live. Able to just sneak by, get the kill on 1, and then suddenly the other player disappeared and had no clue where he went. And the air jab as well, just slowing him down, but still finding that kill. A huge opener here for Raza. And they go towards the basement next. The Shopify Rebellion, they didn't really have a lot to work with. They couldn't open up IT wall. They were limited to the doorways, able to find themselves with kills. Eventually, somehow with the plant, but live, holding on for dear life, finding those 2 kills. And he's been crucial in the last map as well, finding 4 in one of them, for example, which is a difference maker between them winning or losing that map. So, a great start for him on his very first round of laps.
Well, seems like we've kept all the intensity from the last map, which entirely selfishly, I'm kind of happy for at this point. They're able to get themselves off towards that solid start, towards that solid position. Now, it is the most powerful site. It is the main one they're going to be operating around and building into at this point. But, you know, it's still do or die. Big rotates, trying to play against the game itself. There wasn't a lot of time left for mistakes from the side of Shopify Rebellion anyway.
It's a very heavy top floor hold for the fact that we're out in the basement. 3 people out on the 2nd floor, 2 on the 1st. I don't think anybody is playing inside the basement currently. Of course, they're playing close to the staircases. Oh, there you go. Veto is actually out there. Of course, has the Cade Claw to work with. Going to be trying to trick it. Now, Canadian was just going to be putting down one of those charges. There you go. EMP comes out. Where's the second EMP? There it is. And that's going to be the opening in the wall. Massively done. Nothing you can do against it unless the Bennett was out there. But the Bennett was upstairs, roaming, making sure IT stayed close. So that might be the second target of the second exothermic if they want to actually go for a top floor clear.
Statistically, they are actually better on this basement site as well. They've won it 66% of the time, so 2 of 3 that they've defended it over the times that we've seen throughout this tournament so far. Or at least in recent history. We'll see if it's something that they can keep adding towards that statistic. There's the pressure to try and close it down. It's more of a flip of a coin from the attack here of Shopify Rebellion. Finding opportunities and finding loose players and threats at this point. But as you said, the tall hold is just being shot from above. Ambi needs to try and take this fight. Goes for the engagement. Draw the focus away. They want him to look down and up at the same time. But what is kind of going on here? Just
open shot. Why is there no one looking up at that point when you get the second set of Excaros out? Flashbang missing as well. He's going to be self-flashing himself as SDK is getting himself in a different position, opening up some verticality to work with. He's no longer an electric. Ambi's going to be clearing that one out. It's going to cost some time. There's a minute left on the clock. 4 people down in the basement. It's just SDK up on the top floor. That's just making life so much more difficult for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And look at Live as well. As he's finding himself on the very first floor, he has the opportunity to come into the side of the players that are still up top.
I mean, at this point, they're just trying to break their way in. They're trying to hope that they don't get caught by the vertical players, and they can put the pressure onto the site and plant in the sort of off-the-piece location. Veto is down there, Live as the cover here, but he's got to watch the breach itself. There's the throw of the flashes. There's the drive on, but finally, a kill comes into their favor. Surf through the soft, and now they can see if they can get the kit secured. They're tucked right round the corner itself, and, well, there's the swing, there's the late cover, but 20 seconds, as I said before, it is a 3 versus 1, but time is not in their favor. SDK, he wins this out, which he does! Now, Shopify Rebellion have to find a pocket of space that they can get the plant secured on. The destruction, there's still the cover of the soft at this point. He can't just drop confidently for the fight. They get themselves locked in here. They've got to try and make their way outside the station. The thing either side, but another do or die almost all the way there round. Good idea there from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They knew time was ticking away from them. They could not root out all of the players on the top floor. I mean, they were struggling with the hatch break as well. So take the site.
Life was just out there, though, unseen. They didn't know about him, and as soon, like, he had great trigger discipline, but as soon as he pulled that trigger, instantly Surf responds to it, finds the kill. I'm pretty sure they didn't know until he actually fired his gun, and that's when Surf responded, found that kill, and basically locked off the danger from above, giving him the opportunity to actually start flooding the site. Of course, the fuser got dropped momentarily there. They didn't quite get it down on the very first attempt, but it still went down in the end. And that does kind of portray the objective-based gameplay that Shopify Rebellion have been having so far throughout the tournament. Before the series today, they had 20 plants in 117 rounds. Now, of course, those aren't all on attack, but they have a pretty good planting rate. Less so on Raza. I believe that they had, at the start of today, 14 plants with 120 rounds. But, you know, you see it, Shopify Rebellion just trying to get that plant down.
I'm going to correct myself.
Okay.
A fun fact that I'm going to bring myself onto. Okay, for a second I thought we were on kitchen. I was like, why are they reinforcing that? We're not. I got my data wrong. In fact, it was 66% on this site. Was their defensive round win. Now, it's over a small pool of data, don't get me wrong. But they've actually been able to impress what was previously not a great ratio. Only 25, or have continued not a great ratio. Only 25% of the times they've been able to take their defense on the basement. So here, weirdly, they have a better chance at success to see if they can try and keep themselves 2-1 ahead. As I said before, though, Shopify Rebellion, if they can keep themselves driving through, as weird as it is to say on the counter, it's only attacked it once, but they won it. Shopify Rebellion this tournament, 100% win rate on attacking storage and control room.
This is why sample sizes are important.
Yeah.
Because it might just go down to 50 right after this one if Raza Company able to find. But you see the Jackal already inside IT. Gets a free opportunity but misses it on SDK. He's going to lean back in. The injury comes through. Finds the kill. Has the opportunity now to go for another spot. Look at that. Where is he at? Also the track. The Jackal, the Deimos Perez. You are nowhere safe. You're just going to be shot from any single given direction at any given time. He's holding on tight for now.
Well, the pressure comes down the back of Blue. There's the shield. Very well utilized by Canadian. And instantly, things are starting to fall apart here. Live is doing his best to offer something in response, but they've just been bullied off of their own site. And now at this point, how are they going to try and stop this, right? There's a spray through. Oh, in fact, I'm quoting these statistics. The site is down in the basement.
That's their basement.
This is back to their worst performing site.
Hatch opened up. They have no ID Besettos down below, but this is like a one shot you get. The drone comes in, spots you. You just have to leave now. And as the Ram is opening up from above as well, the opportunity and the play space that these two players have on the defense is shrinking. The Deimos and the Jackal once more on live. They know exactly where he is. The Vendetta is trying to get some shots in from the vertical. going to be able to hit any of this right now, but as he leans in, you might just be able to just get a little bit of a tag. It won't be enough for a kill, but the damage will definitely be there as Veto finds Rexen.
Yeah, there goes Rexen, locked out, but there's an instant trade back out. Canadians going for the plant, and I was confused what site we were on at first, I admit, but to be honest, I'm kind of confused why they opted to come back here. It is not a good site for them in terms of holding it. That initial 25% on their defense has fallen even lower. Now, they will go back up towards Command Center, I assume here, but I'm going to double and triple check this time around. I'm too distracted by that you're back now.
I'm sorry to be a distracting factor.
You're just so distracting.
Yeah.
3 rounds. And they're locking in the plant time and time again.
I did like the approach that Shopify Rebellion went for last time. Because they realized that when they were attacking it in round 2, okay, there is some trouble up on the top floor. We don't know how to deal with it.
Yep.
What do? Deimos, Jekyll, Shield. A perfect combination to try and find any other person that's out on the roam, lock out their opportunities to fall back. They find 3 kills on the back of it. The last 2 players are locked on site. He used the ramp to open up everything from above. There's almost no play space anymore for them to be behind. You just can lock in the plant right afterwards. So well played, well executed by Shopify Rebellion there, as we are heading back to Command Center and servers. Unless they change it last second.
I mean, I'm
keeping my eye on it for you.
Yeah. I'm keeping. I'm allowed 1 of those every tournament. That's my 1.
Was that the one? Okay.
That's the 1. Again, I'm just even more curious about the going out and reinforcing the hatch to drop down. I get it leads into control, like, or you can put pressure onto like vending exo stairs, but they can just go around via kitchen and open the wall that way.
We got a reinforcement left, and they were like, you know what?
I don't know. The wild approach towards that hold threw me massively. 2-1. We find ourselves back in the basement. A clash. They've got themselves, I don't know if they're hiding it. They 100% are at this point. Yep, tucked in. Hoping the reveal of live is going to be a bit of a shock. It was on the back of their timeout. But will they be able to bring timeout?
Oh,
what was that?
The second it ends, the second friendly fire gets activated. SDK, you are a double agent.
Were they shooting the drone? You could only assume a drone inside the planter.
No, what I think he did was shooting at the window, because then the glass breaks and you can hear if someone's on the other side of it.
But then he was shooting at like head level.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Maybe he was downstairs.
Well, I mean, all we can say is it wasn't supposed to happen.
Now, who do I give the entry kill to?
I don't know. But do you know what that makes way riskier? Is the choice to bring a clash, because now that's 1 less gun operator.
Yeah, it's 3v5
right?
technically.
It's a 3v5 with a moving wall. Canadian does go immediately. SDK, I mean, he's just killing everybody, including his own team this round. He's in a very dangerous position. It won't take a huge amount to force him out. They've obviously got the frag grenades to try and potentially bounce around the blinds as well, and you can see a bit of a rotate underneath. I don't know who that is. It might be Ambi, I think, because he's pistol sprinting his way around. It is. They're trying to get the pinch on this player. There's those grenades to force the motion I talked about. The Gooman will reveal, but SDK, he's escaped himself back towards the site, and Surf finds Perez.
I was going to say, they might have tried to go a little bit quick here. Shopify Rebellion. Canadian just instantly hopping in without the information, loses his life, basically removing the man count that you've had from second 1 without having to do anything. But Veto gets down through the wall by Surf. I doubt he even is aware of this, because he was just firing right on through. The clash with the slow peak, and it's just up to life now in a 1v4. Shopify Rebellion locked him off, but like, let's be honest, that round was already over in the very first second we ended prep phase, because you just lost your first member due to a team kill. And, of course, you get Canadian back right afterwards, but that was your tactical timeout as well. Followed by that instance.
I'm assuming that wasn't a strategy they cooked up.
Remember, like, let's team kill, and then they go quicker, and we can play into that? No, it's definitely not a strategy they cooked up. You never want to be 1 man down that early on without getting anything in return. I wish we had a replay for that one.
Yeah. They can maybe find one. Go through the game file. Accidents happen. If it was half a second earlier, it wouldn't have happened. It's probably why they were so sort of cavalier with shooting, was like, it's prep phase.
Yeah, but that's it, right?
Oops.
Like, there's no team damage anymore since, like, what is it now? 3 years, 4 years
Quite
since
a
we've
while.
removed that, yeah. So I remember when it first got removed, and everybody was like, "Are we sure this is a good idea?" And then,
Great idea.
Great idea.
I
Now
think
you have this.
whatever makes, obviously, siege games are long games.
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate for making prep phase as quick as possible. I think they should even make operators like double fast and reinforcements double speed.
It's gonna be so. Reinforcements are already been
again
time twice again. Yeah,
faster.
now to 4 seconds instead of 8. Used to be 16.
It changes the element of droning, which I can understand why they don't immediately go, but A, it would look very funny, and B, it would get us right back into the action. Anyway, enough about getting into the action. Hey, we're at the site I thought we were at before, and statistically the best site for this team outside of Command, but obviously less of a pool to play with. They've gone 2 of their 3 defenses on it. We'll see if they can try and add to the tally. Here, they have the stretch above, and I think some of the gameplay of this site works very well with how Razako like to get themselves set up. They like to be above, be aggressive, find these opportunities, and this is what that site is, right? A single soul player down below. Compare it to their hold to the basement point on lockers on bank. And then they get themselves ready to sort of fall and bleed and go where they need to go to offer some support. Veto screams his way across, but in the meantime, Canadian finds SDK, the bandit, is gone. No chance of tricking the walls. As the breaches on IT might start to come through, there's some Candela blinds, but actually nothing immediately.
Yeah, of course, probably I think that Canelo was just used to dislocate players that might have been around inside of electrical. Hudson's just waiting. He, of course, has the impact that he could use, or I have to say, one impact he can use to remove any of those vendor wires. There you go. The breach is starting to come through. STK is dead. Can no longer trick. So as soon as they're removed, that wall is going to be opened up. And that's going to be upping the pressure a little bit near that storage area. Now, it will be slowed down by the tuber route, but that's not going to last forever. However, will be for a solid 40 seconds or so, which leaves about 30. So they do need to start thinking about a plan B.
Steady destruction of anything that'll slow them down here. They're probably not just going to try and hot-foot it into warehouse, but then you look at Grixers by the small box entrance. You've got them hanging around on the breach as well, and they're in a 5 versus 4. So if they just want to go for the let's throw in and go for the trade, they can. Now, IT is awkward to play on that verticality, so what they want to do, if they can get Paceto done, they can move in. But there's the first strike. It goes away from them. Pre-fires the window itself. And here's that support I talked about from Razako. Instantly move in. The C4's shot out. But will the player be caught as well? Yes. There's the swing onto the second. And for the first time in forever, the body advantage is theirs before it is almost instantly lost. The cover of his own play. The swing on the door from Grixer gets one, but he's almost surrounded. Grixer drops around. The plant is not secured yet. They're still back and forth, but Live just needs that first element. They've left. They're rotating around. They're maybe going to the other side. There's the pinch, the reveal. Great motion from one-on-one to find it. There it is, Live! Huge, huge holding it down play. Making sure his back was always to a little bit of hard wall, bunkering in and refusing to move.
Live again, crucial. He was the reason why they won the very first round. He is the reason why they win their second round. He has been crucial in the previous map as well. Grixer, huge play here as well, by the way. Saw him instantly duck behind cover. Remember, swapping to your pistol, always faster than reloading as he gets that second kill out. And Live here playing time perfectly, forcing Canadian to go for the push. And that's a huge round for them. That's a huge momentum win as well. Because right after that tactical timeout, the team kill, the lost round instantly afterwards, they now managed to get something out. Clash. Lol. Okay, so they spotted it. I was like, is this I don't know where this is going from. Oh, trying to hide.
I see you.
Where is that drone?
Yeah, where's Surf's drone? Can we go to Surf?
What is Surf?
Can we?
How do you see it from here? Oh, that's Grixer. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was wondering where that drone is, but okay.
Well, now Clash can actually contribute. I like how the Clash waited for a bit. And maybe it was like...
Maybe it's a mind game.
Maybe it's a mind game. Maybe it's a mind game. And then was like, nah, I'll reinforce. I'll help. But, hey, you know what's fun? I know maybe I'm just covering the fact that I was, mistaken about the site earlier. But I've also been proven right. That is still statistically their best defending site. Who would have thought it? It doesn't feel like an easier site to defend, and they played it half as much as they've sort of played Command Center and servers.
I mean, it comes down so often through just throw a bunch of utility through the window, see if you can get that plan down. And kind of did that again. It's just that the fight was so scrappy out there. Just the lean back in, finding the first kill onto the Zofia, who was shut down. Canadian, of course, finding that trade, holding on for dear life, getting a little bit of extra done. Eventually, they had the number advantage, just no longer the player that was out there. Hey, there is someone in that door. He cannot leave before they actually see him. A little bit of damage done to Flash Tree. Has to be careful now as he actually walks past that door because there's an opening that can look through.
Well, there's pressure coming in underneath them as well. They seem like they want to try and once again catch out the Rafters player, and Flastry is not going to lean into it too heavily. Moves himself back, feels the pressure on the wind. 3 drones have made their way towards the top of Rafters stairs now. I think we're getting a good idea of where Shopify Rebellion want to arrive from. They have IT Breach opened, and they still have time to play with here, and they've obviously put the pressure up blue before, and Connector is open as well by the looks of it, so they've got that phantom pressure on the back end, but we have the gift of seeing everything, and a Clash is about to maybe have the same thing.
Going to be air jumps, of course, so Live is not going to be having the opportunity to start leaning into this fight. He's basically confined to that door. As soon as he steps out, it's going to get blasted away. Seto holding on the back stairs, and well, Blaster just wanted to walk by Live there on that Clash. He just gets executed as Ambi just leans back in, and now concussions are starting to come in. They're trying to force and put some pressure onto that Clash. A second one to be shut down, but just ignoring the Clash. There's nothing they can really do in that moment in time as they swap around, get taken down. Smoke canisters and everything are being shot through, but Seto, the last man standing in a 1v4. A little bit of damage done by that smoke canister. Second tossed into the corner where both of them are, but it's not doing any damage.
Ooh. Well, I was going to say, Surf was in something that absolutely ruined his health, and they expected that smoke to stop the plant. The second one will do a lot of damage to Canadian, who's downed in it and killed. It takes a scratch to get rid of Surf. They've just got to play on contact. There's the first swing, though. I mean, good effort to try and pull that round back together, but the 4-2 attacking half here, and sort of has fallen the way I expected a little bit from the backing of the statistics. And now it's just that moment here for Shopify Rebellion to try and drive this one home, really.
Yeah, for sure. And we know, Raza, their attacks aren't the best over this tournament so far, so there is the opportunity to try and utilize this into a forced map number 3. Again, there is no more group stage where you get points based on the maps you win. It is either you progress or you drop down. Maybe you can get eliminated tomorrow. For them, it doesn't matter. They've lost number 1. As long as they win this one, I mean, I mentioned it so many times. 0-0. It's just the best of 1 at that point. Just got to go for Lair. Let's see if you can take the victory there. Now, as we go back towards that top floor, it is now, of course, Shopify Rebellion that is going to be on that defense. They're not bringing out the Clash like their opponents have in the last round. He's been 6-picked out as well. For a second there, Blackbeard was going to make an appearance, but turned into a Twitch. Going to use that probably to remove those oil canisters that will be placed down. Maybe even the bandit batteries to, well, make tricking a little bit harder as those wires, of course, will disappear.
There is pretty much a heavy tradition of this lineup being across any we want to play that hard breach game. The Thatcher Thermite combo goes back to, I think, even before Siege was even thought up. It's just written.
It's the original bromance.
Written in the
Siege,
tomes. Yeah. And they're not going to mess around here. That, you know, get themselves the hard breach sides opened itself. If this goes away from them messing up the Thatcher catch on towards the bandit with the pressure you can put from the buck underneath.
Yeah, that's it. They need that pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That is the third part of this puzzle. You hope they can weigh it up. Obviously, there's other jobs to be done. You can see Live is just getting some clarifications inside the vault itself. Look at Canadian. He's the one underneath.
No, trick this.
With that C4, the trick is being attempted. The trick is perfected. I mean,
this is basics, right? Like, if there is a bandit, you need to find out if they're tricking first. A simple drone would have been able to tell you that, and in that case, Live could go underneath, open it up. Suddenly, it's no longer safe. Grixa can't play there anymore. That wall's opened up, just like a snap of the fingers. Now they've lost an exothermic. That means one of the walls they want to open up usually is going to stay shut.
He doesn't know about Canadian.
Oh no.
They droned it all out and he still wins it! I mean, we also don't know how much Canadian knew about live there. I think that was 2 surprised boats passing in the night. And then one of them at the moment to get the kill, and that's the vertical now in their favor. And now they cannot trick it. There's the Buck in that position we talked about. They're trying to find the fight, and well, there's the cover. They still get live. The wall will open. This one will just be an angle they can aim through, but that might be all that they need. It's down to how they want to try and approach rafters from that point onwards.
This might also work against them here by the fact that the Bandit, of course, can fire back through it. He can fight through that as well. And it's not passable, so they're going to have to go through doorways, and that forces you to run by the angle that's just been created. But it looks like a Rafters push as soon as he goes on the drone, just being swung out on. I wonder if they had any information out there. Unless the default cam was up, the answer is going to be no.
Well, there goes the smoke. Surf is buying him time because 30 seconds, as I said, this is only a watch. Veto cannot contribute anything directly to the end of this round. And, oh, what's he got in his pockets? The kit. There needs to be something that comes here from Flastry, from Perez. And, well, Perez is probably greatly and sorely missed this map. Usually the top performer was one of the ones on the previous map. Hasn't hit the kills yet. The pressure on IT, the swing round, but it's an easy one for Surf, the prone peak to get one. Perez is caught out in IT, and there's Rexon on the last. And at this point, I said we might be finding 3 OTs, but it would be hard-pressed with a timeout long since used here for Raza Company to reform against the Shopify Rebellion that's looking brilliant on this map.
And I said it before that this map started, right? Like, it was an 8-7 on the map of Raza, which means that it is very close fought. And then if we go towards the second, which is Shopify Rebellion, so that's just going to be a blowout, which right now it could be. It could be a 7-2, could be a 7-3. Then I am starting to get some dark feelings for Lair here for the side of Raza Company. And I have to definitely start firing up on those cylinders. You mentioned it, Perez, yet to find a kill. He was the top performer on the team in that last map. He's been the top performer of the team over the entire tournament so far. Missing a player as him is definitely going to be hurting your chances. In the meantime, you have Ambi again running on well over a 2 KD, nearing a 3. Playing with the castle right now. And it seems like the Montaigne is being brought out by the side of Raza. That could be a band-aid to an issue, which is just trying to force them out of positions now.
Sky, our wonderful observer, has helped me solve the mystery as to how they saw the clash as well, by the way. Okay, I know we were all on the edge of our seats wondering how they knew. They pretty much traded their drone for the intel. So Surf drove their drone in, and it got shot as they were looking at the clash, which is also where we couldn't spectate it, but it's how they found out and why Surf was taunting them in that situation. Thank you, Sky. Now, 5-2. How long will Raza be able to hold on here? Because, you know, to be honest, even if they start tying a couple of rounds together, it really feels like everything has gone in towards Shopify Rebellion's favor. Remember the 2 rounds that Raza won. One of them was a live 1 versus 2. One of them was a live 1 versus 2. I think even a 1 versus 3. Exactly. It is just not the most powerful performance here, I think is the kindest way of putting it. And they're probably also expecting themselves to be on the 3rd map soon. Live gets it open outside. Otherwise, you know, the usual sort of passion. We talked about it. After every single round, there was so much hype, so much energy from Razico. Shopify Rebellion weren't quite in the same position. It is just entirely flipped.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And of course, we do have... Oh, Siri, very close to a player here. Goes for the flashbang. Player moved out, is prone right next to the electronic box right there. But there's going to be some cover. Finds the first. Either way, Ambi shut down. Flastry knowing about the second one up on that top floor is just going to hold the angle for now. Canadian will find Perez, though, still going to be killless throughout this game. As the rotations are starting to come through, instead of tearing down that barricade, a rotation was created for him.
I mean, it's just been the roughest possible day here at the office. I'm not entirely sure if there has been a player throughout this tournament that's had... No, I think there has been a player that's had a kill this game. I think it was...
Yes.
Was it Packer, potentially? Either way, at this point, Perez might be joining that club that you don't really want to be a member of. Canadian. He's being flashed out. He's still able to muscle memory his way out the door whilst full flashed. And, well, the castle's going to mean that he's got to go for a hop. He's fading so much time because there's 40 seconds left. They need to put the pressure onto EXO, which they are. The shield of Monty and Besetto is not too far away from the door itself. There's still 2 people ready and waiting. The wall is reinforced as well. And Surf, is he rolling around underneath, gets the drop on towards it. Besetto's going to try and stick it. It just takes a second to swing in. There's the cover. There's the retake. There's the cover. And there's a plant statistic, but a triple kill for Grixer.
I was just looking at my
It was like a split second of Grixer's cam. I'm sure socials will turn into a GIF.
I mean, the push was too universal here. We've seen the same thing happen when we were back on Bang, when they were attacking lockers. They were coming in from just a single angle. There was no other pressures coming down. Yes, they had some verticality this time, but there was no cover. There was no drones there to stop any of those flankers to come through. And that forces us to be on a 2-6 point right now. Shopify Rebellion really just hammering back hard, showing Raza Company that it's not just that one map that matters. Their mental hasn't been choked by it. The T-Bag has not done the damage yet that it might have done otherwise. Going back all the way to round number 3 of this entire series. 2-6. That's a tall ask here for Raza Company. 4 rounds they need to find in a row to push us back towards an overtime situation where they have the opportunity to lock this off with a 2-0. Otherwise, map number 3 is nigh, and it is going to be Lair.
Yeah, said it before. At least they've sort of kept themselves off of being 0-7'd, but you know, at what point mentally
does that still matter?
Yeah, but at what point mentally do you start preparing for the next game?
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, this isn't the sort of do or die game as of this moment in time, but it's no more a points game. It's a matter of preparing for either lower bracket run or potentially confirming yourself on the main stage later on today.
Yep. Now, I like the Cade class we just saw put down by Rexon. However, because of the fact that the Thatcher is on the board, it's not really going to do that much. Single EMP is going to be removing them to both, and then the wall will just open up. No one there to try and trick. I believe Surf might actually get himself into a bit of position. However, Live is down below. He's going to be using his impact to stop anybody from trying to trick. That's too late. That's too late. Did they place it down? Yes, they did. That's 1 extra thermic gone. 2 gone, actually. They've used the other one already on Warehouse. They're not opening up IT. That stays shut.
I mean, you...
Now the verticality is going to be out there. You're not going to be able to jump into that window to try and go for a plant. So you got to go for a plan B. You got to just improvise on the spot right now, Raza.
It's that one moment is the surmising of this entire map.
No, I agree.
They had everything in their arsenal to be able to stop that happening. They know it's going to be happening. It's been an active part of this. And yet, even amongst the chaos of it all, they just could not get it connected here. It's been a rough run. And a rub for Raza. Shopify Rebellion. More ready and waiting. Putting the bullets across, and Surf has suffered. And SDK, big moves round into the back, has the track. There goes Live, though. First body gone. There's Ambi getting flastery. Besetto's down as well. I mean, and it's not impossible, but you feel like it might be a swing round. SDK takes a lot of damage. Does get a kill on the back of it. 2 versus 4, but think about where the kit is. Think about what they have control of. Think about what they need to get control of. Sure, you're tracking this player. Perez still cannot get a connection to the kill game. Will this be the first led in by the Deimos track, feeding all this intel towards Perez? And they're just sitting, watching, waiting, and letting it tick away because they know they don't have the kit. Deimos is deep, concerned about making his own moves inside. Both of them are quite hurt, but to be fair, so are 3 of 4 of the Shopify Rebellion players. It is all up to Perez of 4K. He has his first, doesn't have the second. And we hurtled through map 2. Eyes forward to map 3.
It seemed like a bit of the basics were missing in this map. Again, you mentioned it had everything available. They failed to open up the crucial parts. And what does that happen then? Verticality is in control of the defenders. You can no longer jump into the window, which is usually plan A for that specific site. And a 7-2 victory on this second map for Shopify Rebellion. A There's definitely going to be a momentum turner here before we head towards map number 3.
Map number 3 is obviously Lair, but before we do that, well, we've got to have a quick break. See you soon.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive le rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have, so it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. for the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Well, what a way for them to bounce back into that series all the way on the first. And to be honest, the second map was about 3 rounds worth of the first game. It was quick, it was violent, and it was fully a Shopify Rebellion map.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we mentioned it as well, Raza basically falling in some of the mistakes that we've seen in just a couple of the rounds on Bank, where they didn't really use their full arsenal to the utmost efficiency, losing out of opportunities, losing in rounds as a result. Basically, Just Live, who bought them 2 rounds, that's all they had. Previous map, he got themselves 2 or 3 rounds as well, but at that point you had Perez, for example, that was really able to show up big as well. Just a single kill from him as the very final or penultimate kill off that map. So we really need to see more from him in this next match.
Well, what will be the other sort of turn of the half? There's actually a little fun tidbit I have. A little fun tidbit from being outside, refreshing my water, walking nearby teams. You don't hover, you don't listen in. You obviously...
You don't?
You know. Okay. I don't. Because you want the players get inside the circle. But there was a quote that I'm going to just...
join their huddles.
It was everybody.
Come on, guys.
I think at that point, if you did that, you'd A, probably get in trouble with the refs, but B, maybe also with the teams having biases. No. And one of the things that you overhear from the side of Shopify Rebellion's speech was all the other conversations, but they are very confident in their ability here on Lair. In fact, they would go as far to say that they are the best Lair team at this tournament. And this is obviously from a team talk. So this is, you know, trying to pick each other up, trying to get it. You say you're the best team in the world every time you set up. Everyone wouldn't be here if they didn't believe they were or could be the best team in the world. But I love that drive of confidence of saying, look, they've got nothing on us on this map. This is our map.
I mean, they've won it twice. They've won it 7-1 against Secret and 7-5 against Cyclops. So, you know, they've done the job. They've done the work. They've shown that they are a good team on Lair. And this is why I said, if Raza Company wants to have an opportunity of winning this map, of winning this series, they need to get Bank. Because I think that the other 2 maps were favored for Shopify Rebellion. Labs, well, that has proven to be very favored for Shopify Rebellion. It's 7-2. It's kind of a blowout. Not really what you want to see. But we are headed towards that map number 3 regardless. It is 0-0. It's the best of 1 in this matter in time. Whoever wins this is taking on VP.
Well, I just had a very quick look to get the statistical sort of backing. Obviously, as you said, you know, we've seen Lair twice from the side of Shopify. We've seen it once, and it was the Falcons game that ended in, I'm not going to say calamity because they still went on to win the whole series, but they're in a 2 versus 1 to push themselves on towards OT, and then they both just individually sort of peaked at the moment. In terms of how successful they are on this map, from that data, it was a 50% defensive win rate coming through from Raza, a 33% attack, in that they could only win their attacks on the lab support, the basement site itself. In the meantime, from the 2 maps, the slightly wider data pool, a 75% attack win rate here, with at least 2 sites being 100%, including Master Office R6. In fact, Shopify Rebellion have not lost it on either attack or defense. Over 7 attempts and swings around at that map.
It's a lot more green on their stat sheet.
Oh, it's very
just
green.
It. And it's not 100% with just a single round play. No, it's 100% for some of them, like 7 rounds played. So, You know, they're definitely a good team here on Lair, and that's going to be making this even more hard for Raza. Like, they let this go through. They were content on having this as a potential decider. Usually they try and get Consulate as a decider. They weren't permitted to do that this time around, so we're headed towards Lair instead. Any moment now. And at that point, we will get 7 to 15 rounds to decide which of these two teams will move on to a second game today, and which of these two teams is facing elimination tomorrow. Potential elimination.
Well, I mean, that's it, right? You said it before, the maps bring them into favor, but there's always the opportunity to get your preparation now. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'm just going to say belief for now. Raza will be starting on their defense, so they do have at least their preferred side on this. They're a great defending team, but we need to see greater growth from where they're at before. It was Anstey, but it was a very different environment. When they lost against Falcons, they were playing for first place across the group. Here, they're playing to keep themselves out of the lower bracket. Both were important games in their own regards, but this has much more of a do or maybe die feel about it, which means that maybe those swings, those moments where they over-aggressed and found themselves getting too close to the fire, they won't happen because they'll second-guess themselves a little bit. Still, heavy preference here for Shopify Rebellion, and after the last map, I don't really blame it.
Now, the last map was definitely more of a statement piece to come through as we were starting off with these bans. Montaigne instantly removed. And that might be because of the fact, they started to bring it out a little bit. Not that it was super successful on the side of Raza Company, but just not wanting to deal with it right now. So, understandable as we head in. Again, they feel like they are the best team in this tournament on this map. So what do you want to make sure? There's no crutches for the enemy team to fall back onto, which might make your life a little bit more difficult.
Maverick, gone from the side here of Raza. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if that's the best move. It's not got as many sort of massively important hard walls.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the top floor, yes. But at the same time, if there was a team between these two, I would point at and say they were struggling with hard breach and probably need as much help as possible. It was that, right? There was juggling, there was responses, there was bandit tricking. You can always still shut down bandit tricking if you're looking at the R6 room site. You can get underneath and put pressure. If you're looking down on the sort of basement and the hatch controls, well, without Kaid, it's going to be more awkward, but still, I don't know. Instantly, there's the bandit here from the side of Veto. Will we get a bit of a demonstration on how to deal with that here from Shopify Rebellion?
I mean, this is exactly what we saw on the last map. Whenever it was Shopify Rebellion opening up a wall and there was a bandit on the board, they made sure to basically deny him the opportunity to go for a bandit trick. That is something that Raza Company did not do when Rebellion was bringing themselves a bandit. So that is that big point. You mentioned it, the Maverick would have probably been more beneficial for Raza Company to have in pocket. But it is removed nonetheless.
It just gives you an option.
It just gives you an extra option. I mean, there's no way you can counter that except for impact nades or a C4 or just shooting him in the face if you find him in time.
One of the other things from casting the Raza game the other day is when they were on their attack, they would try and sort of get themselves pushed and proposed quite late. And it was great responses from Falcons to make sure that they had multiple options covered. Players just stuck out the smoke canisters, which turned into a bit of a problem for both these teams, actually, I think, on Bang. Those who have more of that confidence currently, probably Shopify Rebellion, but you've both had the same amount of breaks since we've traded maps before. Ambi.
Push here.
Yeah, immediately on the hunt underneath for STK. If you're going for operations control, you need to make sure you've got it, because otherwise, well, they're going to get caught out. They still have time to rotate their way up the main stairs here. They're going to get out of there towards the top of the rocket.
That's fine, though, because if you look at the operator selection here from the side of Rebellion, you see the Ying, you see the Blitz, you see the Glass. That just kind of tells you, hey, there's going to be at least some pace to this push. You want to make sure there's no one down below on operations. Give yourself the opportunity to start taking that by storm. Maybe even use some of the verticality yourself as Ambi's starting to push up near the rocket stairs, opening up and making sure that those bandit wires, or barbed wires, are going to be removed, giving himself the opportunity to move in later in the round.
Oh, the Glass creeping their way around, gets rid of the utility on the door itself. Sounds like, yeah. It's still just another one tossed in, another bit of response, but it's a trade-out utility to someone who just sort of crawl peek, right? There's some smokes, there's some coverage, but all of this utility, there hasn't been an immediate on the back of it. There's the motion. Rexon moves in towards the core of the smoke, but there's nobody that's trying to say hello to him. In fact, they've realized, look, this pressure's coming in. They know they're taking, they're going to move away from it. The fight, STK suffers quite a lot here, gets himself rotated out, dropped, and deep in the basement as well. It was Canadian watching, chasing on the hatch. The blinds come through. They know it's a 5 versus 4 on the site if they can make a move. So look at Rexon all the way up to the top of the stairs. Here comes the shield, the push, the break, and the blinding light. The coverage does a lot of damage towards Live, but if that gets in the foot of the blitz, they're going to be slowed down a bit. It's very narrow lines. SDK finally finds the end of this first fight and then disappears once again. And now look, it's pulled the players out, shoots towards the top of the shield, but Canadian, he's stuck, he's slowed, he's sort of stemmed from being able to go either way. 50 seconds, and how are they going to try and get themselves out of this sticky situation?
The thing is, STK is not really a threat anymore. He doesn't have a nitro cell. He doesn't have the ability to go vertical. So you kind of can just let him go back towards the side. But you can start putting pressure on as well with the equal man count here. Of course, you lost Ambi early on. That's a shame. But you do still have the opportunity to take an even fight onto the actual site now. Bandit trick coming through from Veto. It's going to stop the first one from opening up. The second one will create an opening to our 6 though.
20 seconds, and will he just scream into the room? Yes! Gets the knockdown onto one, but the cover is there from the man behind the desk, but it buys them a route in, and they make sure that they flood behind the highway. There's the tuck plant. Now, this can be denied potentially from spraying up through the bottom, but I think they've got the watch. There's the bit of emotion, a bit of a change of pace here. The big glass gets one. It's all being watched from underneath. Spraying up. I said it was a possibility. And it was one that gets confirmed there, but...
Well, I was wrong calling STK no threat no more, because he was the one that was starting putting up that pressure from below. That was, of course, the only way that he would still be able to get that impact. They knew exactly where he was going to plant. They were able to shut it down. And that's because they weren't able to clear out the rest of that top floor. Otherwise, you would have had free opportunity to go wherever you wanted. And Raza, they will take that very first round home. Now, headed back towards labs. Headed back towards that basement site. Yeah, you know, it is a difficult site to hold, I'd say.
This is, obviously, you know, I mentioned it before. It was an 100%. That's now changed. That's how data works. But it's still a pretty good attempt round at the second site. And I think it's the first one that has ended due to technically time between all of the ones we've had between these two teams so far. So they know that it's far from locked in, far from comfortable here. Raza, they love to set themselves up aggressively. SDK explored the map before, and actually it might be Perez who gets off with a kill. Obviously, he only found a kill on the last round of the last map, and he was a big factor in the first one. So I'm sure Razako are very grateful he's reappeared.
Also, Ambi being shut down at the very first opportunity is going to be a great take to get. Ambi has been playing a phenomenal tournament so far. Basically, only had a single game where he didn't quite hit the highs he normally would. And, you know, if you find him and if you can start finding him consistently, that's when you have a good opportunity of taking Lair away from Shopify Rebellion and thus taking the upper bracket run away from Shopify Rebellion. There you have it again. Ambi found. Tried to go for the very first swing. SDK finds himself a second kill. Last time he ended the round with some vertical pressure. This time he stops Ambry from having any impact whatsoever. Now Canadian in a bit of a fight with SDK, but he manages to escape as the magazine runs low. And thus we're finding ourselves in a 5v4 situation in favor of Raza. The first call's coming out, but there's no one there to follow up on it. It might have been a little bit too late. And that gives them the opportunity to reset now on the side of Raza Company. Of course, we need to go towards the basement. There's a lot of ground that needs to be covered if you want to go for a top-down approach. So we're probably going to waste another minute or so before there's even going to be any attention whatsoever towards that basement site.
Well, there's a freebie onto Rexon, and there's almost a trade back. SDK can drop out and get out of there. He's still not out of the woods yet. But again, you know, as you said, think about where the site is. Think about what we're doing. And SDK has just been able to get the other one, hunting these loose players. They could not be happier, thriving with the Jackal and the Dockerby off the board. Do finally find the trade out, but precious utility lost. They get the hatch open. They can't dedicate themselves towards trying to continually drive further and further on. now. What do you do from the side here of, I guess, both of them? Razako don't want to hand up the hold that they have above. They've still got some soft they can play with. They can still try and even rotate further aggressively. They're waiting for Shopify Rebellion to do what they do, which is often a drive towards the site. In fact, no. They do opt to move away. Live now, the sole contender on the second story. Perez went to reassess himself.
Actually, start putting pressure down from this action. If the drone doesn't spot out that Live is out there, he could be having a huge moment. His drops are starting to come through. Grixer misses the opportunity on getting the very first kill. A shotgun took him down low. Flashtree taking a little bit of damage. The second person leans into the fight. It's only up to Canadian running through the fire, and Bassetto's bullets as Raza find themselves with a second round on the board. The perfect start. The one that they're looking for, because they also know as soon as they're going over towards the attack, life is going to be so much more difficult in this map. So the fact that they start off with 2 and we're having a timeout already says a lot. Shopify Rebellion, not happy with how things are currently going. Seth seems pretty calm though. He's talking. He doesn't make any like wild gestures. It might just be guys, get it together. You know, like we know we are better. We know we are the best or one of the best teams on this map. Let's just play our game. Communicate.
My conspiracy theory is that all of this jazz is played by Milos.
Yeah, it's play live. He's just sitting in a special room and it's like, time out, Milos, go. And he starts playing. Playing all the instruments himself as well.
He's so talented.
So talented.
So talented. All the like 6 sax licks you hear before we go into maps, so talented. All Milos.
Just using a loop pedal, you know? It's like, doing already.
Yeah, he's playing this all live. That's where he is, if you're wondering at home. 2 rounds, and I mean, like, is it an early timeout? What's the conversation? What's the win condition? At this point, as I said, Raza are playing above expectations from the very small data pool that I'm pulling from for SI 2025.
Yeah.
But they seem so much more in control of the space. Falcons were pushing them around the map. They kept on being caught out on their roams and their rotations. Here, Shopify Rebellion, their intel game seems to be a little bit lacking.
I mean, they have the intel. It's just that they lost the initial gunfight. MB Twice is trying to find it very first, gets himself removed off the board by it. And at that point, kind of just gunning with a man down. There's still a lot of work that you need to do. He was playing like an intel operator on the very second round as well, playing Jackal. So, you know, his entire job was, hey, let's remove these Romans. Let's give ourselves some extra time. He's not been able to do that. So, onto the Ash he goes now. You can also see the Blitz coming out from Canadian again. We see the sense coming through from Grixer. Kind of tells you, okay, we're, again, looking to go for an execute. This is not going to be an elimination game that they're hoping to go for. They want to get these down. They want to get those 45 seconds planting. And maybe that's exactly what Super said. Hey, let's start playing the actual diffuser. Let's play the objective. We don't need to take more than we have to get that plan down.
I'm wondering what this directive was. They cut themselves immediately on towards operation, moving in the back of the Grimbees. They, for a second, and then for a second, opted back into the maneuver, but they're getting rid of at least the rotation possibilities, but it's mainly for the angle, right? It's a soft wall. You just want to make sure that they can't put that direct pressure from behind the table itself and force them further and further out. The reveal that they're watching. Ooh, and Surf firing a second too early, and they were like, nope, this is getting...
Fluster is like, no, I'm turning around and I'm going back
it's like that
downstairs.
Abe Simpsons gif, he's gone.
Like, I was going to help, but, you know, it's getting a little bit too hot for me now. I'm out. And he's playing around in the bathroom hallway now, trying to hold on for his life. Smoke canisters being used quite early on, but they're just trying to keep Shopify Rebellion out of the map. Force and waste as much time as possible. Again, they need to go down a floor. They're not attacking that top floor. They're attacking the ground floor, the first floor. So they need to start pushing towards that. As Flasher taking a little bit of damage here, trying to fall back. Canadian all alone, trying to go for a bit of a hunt. Gets the flash, gets the kill as well into live. No one there to follow up.
No, there was the flirt with the idea. There was someone trying to make their way through R6 room, and I think as soon as the kill came, they went, nope, I am not seeing what happens next. Here's the aggressive fight back though. Perez finds Canadian, but look, they're dropping back into the site. They got that kill. They instantly moved their way away. The kit is cold. It can be recollected, but this is a very different Raza who previously would have kept themselves holding out, just responding and responding. Yep. They have been well read on both an education that was taught to them by Falcons, just watching Shopify Rebellion's games on this map before. SDK, he's playing a very dangerous game. He will have to sprint past this window if he wants to find his route home, but instead he goes back the other way. He's not in a position to be shut down here. 30 seconds, he's drawn some attention, and then still control of green needs to be got. The breach itself needs to be got. There's nobody that's playing around storage as well. What does Shopify Rebellion really have here other than just a hatch and sending it?
Well, they need to get that top floor control, but they've not been able to establish that as Flashtree takes down Grixer. And really, the round is starting to look over now. It's, of course, Rexin that does lean back into the fight slightly. Ambi dropping through the hatch, but he's all alone now in a 1v2 mid-reload. Caught up by Perez. His time was starting to tick down. You mentioned it. They were kind of lacking the basics here. They lost the very initial, push over the top. They got the first kill gone. Canadian was traded out right afterwards. The kit went cold. They weren't sure if there was still a player up top, so they were wasting quite a lot of time on that, which meant that they didn't quite have the time to start focusing onto the site, opening up the breach, as you mentioned, or even better, opening up above the breach so he could stop any trickery from going on below it. So Raza Company doing well. Right after the tactical timeout as well, getting quite a convincing round on the board. That is going to be, well, basically stopping the motivation that might have been coming in from that tactical timeout from Shopify Rebellion.
There's a point that's sort of proven in how this is opened is how important Perez is towards the roster. And he's not the only one that's popping off. Actually, statistically, STK is currently in line to have his best game, his best series that he's had at all.
And don't forget Live's clutches. Like, he's been absolutely crucial on the first map. Also, of course, the 2 rounds they won on the previous one.
Sure, but SDK is usually, he's a -8 for the whole series, and he's come into this now 4-1, feeling his position, feeling his awareness, and whatever game he's decided to step into here is something that he's never really played or got himself locked into in the same manner.
Just looking out, seeing if anybody's coming out from the tunnels. That'll be the case. Debating whether or not, should I close it again? No, I'm just going to continue watching. He does have a laser on his gun, though, so he has to be careful where he puts that. I don't think anybody's actually coming out there, though, so there's no real point. Oh, he's going for a little trip outside. No one there.
Okay, this is what he's playing a game he doesn't usually play. There
was no one there, but,
it was quite adventurous.
Yeah. Like, let me just explore these tunnels a bit more. I haven't seen him that much in the past couple of days, so... But doesn't find anything, doesn't get found in a response as well. Instead, the pressure's really going over the top 4. Grenades coming in, fire coming in. They're really trying to get control of operation of the opposite side of the map as well on the same time. And, well, look at that. Rexin basically looking to get himself close toward the side. He has operation, took out the mirror window as well. No, there's no one behind it because of the drone.
And this is it, all right? Obviously, this wall was being tricked and bantered before. They ended up having to just throw themselves in and try and get swung around the other side of it. You don't want to entirely open it unless you're sort of have the lockdown from underneath, but underneath is currently just Raza players. Rexin slips his way on by, but they just spray through at head height. Ambi finds SDK, finds the player underneath, and that does give them a little bit to work with, but without the ace. What do they have here to cleanly get through? Canadian has the pocket hard breaches, so they can try and get some of the angles opened up, but now the game of juggling, the game of deploying utility, much trickier. There's a bounce back. Great combo of utility.
He's safe, though.
Yeah, Passetto's not going to get entirely removed. The smoke canister forces a bit of motion. There is somebody else still below being pinged as well. They know they have to operate, but Live, he's playing this at arm's length. It's less than a minute to decide where to go. Flashtree gets Canadian.
Don't forget, there's also still that shield on the play here. Serb is not going to be a fully functional gun, but he does get saved by Grixer because Flashtree was about to try and take him down. Managed to get the melee, not managed to follow up with a shotgun shot. So we're finding ourselves in a 3-on-3. 30 seconds left, however. They're close towards the site. They just need to push through and try and get this plan down or try and eliminate all players.
A crossfire and a butcher shop here with Raza enjoying every slice that they can take out of the approach. Surf just has to take an unofficial timeout at this point. No health. He's up against goo mines. He's up against 3 guns. It is falling apart, the Shopify Rebellion at this point. 4 rounds in a row for Raza Company. And yeah, they're on their defense. They're on a half. But at this point, they need to try and find something a bit meteoric to impact this game before they find just on the wrong side.
In the meantime, Perez is trash talking a little bit in the chat. You don't see it because of the player counts, but he's saving KD. Basically, how boring. That's what he's coming down back with. I mean, Raza Company is having a great game so far. 4 rounds on the defense. They know their attacks aren't the strongest. Every single one that they manage to get here on the defense is going to make their life easier and easier as they go on. Of course, Siege is a game of two halves. Them leading with a 4-0 right now doesn't mean that this game is over. But if you then start looking into how those rounds have been going so far, it just is that things aren't quite connecting. They're not clicking with Shopify Rebellion. They're losing the unfortunate very first fights on operators that are crucial for the actual plan that they're looking to execute. Whether it's to eliminate the roamers on top and you lose the Jekyll, or whether it is to try and straight cut through the side and you lose your Heart Breach. It's just an unfortunate way on how these rounds are developing for Shopify Rebellion. But they still have 2 more opportunities to try and get themselves at least something on the board. Get yourself a little bit of a buffer in case you mess up onto the defense in one of these rounds, or in case that you just get overwhelmed and don't know what to quite do about it. The Raza Company, they are fighting. They're getting into this. They're starting to type in the all chat as well, which means that they're definitely feeling great.
It's sort of the reminder, obviously, that what a performance back in for Perez. He was, what, 1-9 on the previous map. Now he's 5-1.
Trying to get back on positive, you know?
Screaming towards it, but he has been an outstanding player for Razako throughout this tournament, and looking to keep that trend continuing here. Now, what does the unofficial conversation have behind it at this point? It's sort of the situational awareness. It's keeping an eye on where Raza's playing. STK, he's forced further and further down, but he doesn't want to entirely give up the ground just yet. Beta's much utility and time, and if he can get a drone out of it, he'll be very happy. He's expecting the fight. And it's all concrete here. They had the cover of support player and the late reinforcement too on towards the Lockers side.
Yeah, they're just playing this a little bit wide at the start, and now they're slowly starting to fall back towards the actual labs. See that the boogie is opening up above. Is going to be basically limiting some of the rotations that can actually make down on that basement site. So, slowly but steadily, Shopify Rebellion is taking control of this map. However, still 1 or 2 roamers about on that very first floor. And the question then is there drones there that tell you the story, the full story that people are around? Now, never mind. Baseto's just rotated down. I think he got spotted out. He's going to be using it. Live gets taken down from above as well. So the opening is there for Shopify Rebellion to try and get the first round on the board.
It's only the second time they've been able to get that opening kill, and, well, there's a response. Grixer gone. Now as the flashes come through, the pressure, Perez almost gets caught out, but it's SDK that finds Surf amongst the chaos. The body advantage once again falls away. Canadian suffers a little bit, but not quite fully locked out. However, they are being locked out of the site. The canisters start to pop. There's a jiggle around the corner. Ambi is desperately wanting an engagement where he can try and level this back up. The calls are coming together, but they're keeping themselves so stoic, so controlled, so different. Tried to escape, but Ambi gets the head of one of them. 25 seconds, waiting for the pressure on the door. It is so much growth from this team. Canadian trying to plant.
Yeah.
He doesn't know they're on the door. They're waiting for it. There's Besetto. Flastery gets the instant response, but a post-plant situation. A little bit of daylight robbery has come together here for the side of Shopify. He can't get much further, but they will get the player up. Besetto, a 3 versus 1. The long watch on towards the kit, and Rexon has been getting better and better as these games have gone on. There's a double rotate. I think they're going the long way to the fight. If they can try and take this kill.
He's just waiting. He just has to wait until his teammates are coming through. And he's hearing this. He's getting the spots as well. They know what is going to be happening right now. He needs to get onto the defuse very soon, though. 2 seconds to blow! He gets both! He gets all! Rexon! A huge clutch to come through! And the drone's on point. The post plant is there. And Shopify, they get themselves the buffer. They get themselves the 1 round at least.
Waited and did everything right there, Raza. They made sure, but just That kit slipping under the cover of night. And then Rexon being able to pull, pre-firing the swing. There's one, there's two. And as I said before, statistically, he's been one of the few players getting better and better and better throughout the tournament. And though they lost against Fury in the 0-2, he was the only positive player. And it just shows how important, how impactful he can be. Now, they get one. They have a lifeline for the second half, but you probably get the feeling 2 will be what's required to try and keep driving this game forward.
It is. I do start to question a little bit, though, why they took the long way around, because it left for no room for error. If 2 of you are starting to rotate up, it takes 30 seconds for you to get there, meaning there's only a 2-second gap for the person back down below to try and get that defuse going. If you took a shorter route, maybe you would have been able to be there 10 seconds quicker. Person could have started defusing already. That way you can try and go for a trade that way around. Either way, round's done. It's over. And it's 4-1 to Raza Company. They are still in the lead. They're still doing whatever is necessary. Of course, they'll be looking heavily towards getting that 5th round, knowing that their attacks aren't their strong point. Shopify Rebellion trying to stop that with everything they got. That last round was already a lot better. They were focusing on clearing out that top floor, starting on focusing on removing the players in their play space. We're just losing some of the gunfights. And SDK, you mentioned that he's playing a game. Well, he's definitely playing a game going aggressive like that.
Yeah, I wanted to see if he could get an early reward, but as the castle around green is about to be destroyed, he very cleverly gets out of there. And he felt the pressure that was starting to cook, and he did not wish to be the lobster on the boil. A minute gone, some of this early work done, some of the control sort of pulled apart, but it's making sure that somebody doesn't get in behind them. They obviously have the Jackal-Dockerby combination once again. They were the 2 bodies immediately, well, not immediately, but initially removed before. Here, the comparison of the last time that they were sort of going for these bits of control, it's quicker, it's more direct, and well, will there be stepped back in? Utility, pull back. Utility, pull back. They know that they don't want to accidentally double down, because as you've seen and demonstrated by SDK, more than happy to throw themselves into these engagements.
Now the thing is, they need to go all the way to the basement. The top floor has been given to them, but they took about a minute 20 or something to clear that out. That leaves them with just a little bit of time to make sure that the first floor is clear, the staircases are under control, and then you can start putting actual pressure down onto the site. But you see it right there, they're playing close on the window. SDK hasn't been thrown out. Yes, he has been able to rotate as well. Not going to stick around longer than he has to. And with a minute left on the clock, the Blitz is now starting to put up the pressure on the horizontal side. He has to be careful. There's so many corners. Spots out a player there. There's the flash, but he's been good, so he cannot really commit to this fight.
Yeah, but he forces the player out of barrels. 50 seconds, though, and all 10 players still standing. So, I feel like it's about to get very chaotic and very back and forth. They have themselves fully stacked around lockers. They're trying to just edge their way in towards a similar place they got the plant down last time round. Flastry, he's going to try and retake the verticality. An important fight, one that was the deciding factor last time, but he does have support of Live. They're trying a 2 versus 1, but Canadian goes down. Basetto gets the lockdown inside. Surf finds Flastry. That's the fight above, and Rexon gets Basetto, so it's still back and forth with a bit of control. SDK biting his way back in 10 seconds. They just need to find a way to deny it, but the long fight, Live scratching the surface, gets the end of it. Surf needs to get 2 kills or a plant, but one of them is on the other side of the world. It is 5-1.
They're happy about it. They know they're 2 rounds away from progressing into the upper bracket and facing Virtus Pro in about 2 to 3 hours from now. There won't be a lot of time to prepare, to reset. But as I mentioned, some of these teams prefer this. They're hot, they're warm, they're going into that game on a bit of a spree. And Raza definitely currently looking like the favorite to take this map home. But they're going on to their weaker side now. 2 rounds is all they need. Even if they get 1, they find themselves in overtime, at least confirmed, which gives them the extra bit of lifeline, takes away the stress from those remaining rounds you still have in the half.
It is a game of 2 halves, and this is the point where you start to look towards rebuilding. Obviously, timeouts long since used. Rather, they just need to find success on one site. which is kind of good for them, because the last time they played it, they could only find success on one side. Lab and Lab support, they're able to lock down 2 attacks. Everything else, the other 4 that they pieced together, Crossmaster and Bunks, they just couldn't make concrete. They've statistically massively improved on the previous time they've played this, and unfortunately the opposite is for Shopify, who last time had a 75% attack win across the 2 maps they played it. Slightly worse defense, but, well, data is data. Data can always be redefined and added to. Ambi to the Soulless out on an adventure. STK, who has found a lot of joy playing deep behind the enemy lines, might be about to find a fight with Ambi, who is ready, waiting, and willing for engagement.
The third map hasn't been kind to Ambi yet, though. The first 2 entry kills were him being shut down, not having an actual impact into the round. So, as a result, of course, Shopify Rebellion not doing as well as they normally would. And now on the defense, of course, he has a bit of extra play space. He can choose and pick his battles. But he's being tracked by Deimos. And, oh, look at that. There's a drone and a flashbang. And it's been shut down once more. And that gives them the cameras as well. Everything they've been putting down, if they did, is going to be theirs. And the default cam. So there's going to be a lot of information to be gained from this.
What an immediate reaction towards that position. They had him surrounded. With the track comes through, the flash and the drone. It's at least 3 players dedicating themselves to the cause of killing Ambi, and fair enough. But now, the pressure is still on the control of the site itself. This is the play against the wall, the bandage ring I talked about before. You get the bucking underneath, it makes it awkward. We didn't really see so much of that from the approach of Shopify Rebellion, but Raza, they're making sure that's a drive, because it was a sticking point when they were trying to attack this map, and one of the things that went away and arrived from them before. Lessons learned and proven. Minute 10 now, they can start trying to believe they can focus up the main stairs, look towards the top of the rocket as Perez has operational control and pings on a further away player, but there's still this, the connecting wall problem between them and getting in fights. Flores drone got rid of the bandits, and that wall is now partially breachable.
Still a new jammer out there, though, so that's not going to go. Someone at the end of the mezzanine finds the kill. His feet about to stick out. No, he's actually gone through the door. Grenade will at least keep him at bay. He's not going to go for a swing right afterwards. Gives him the opportunity to start moving forward just slightly here. Perez looking to take that fight. Flastry as well will eventually get that kill. That's mezzanine now cleared.
Rexon jumped out, went for the engagement, tried to lean into it. There's a spray back. Surf and Grixer find one more, and look at that, doubling down. They are down on the back. SDK is massively hurt. It's a rotate behind him, though, that doesn't quite net the kill. The burn of the flash. They're picking themselves up in new places. He's doing the right motions, but he has such a little amount of health. He knows it's all being read. Can't find the loose players. He doesn't get the pre-fire.
Dang, that was fucking crazy. Fucking nasty, bro. That was crazy. Guys, they put me on for a reason, my boy. You don't even understand what the fuck is happening right now. That was
Don't understand what's happening. It was a very chaotic round.
I mean, it was a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? They were on the back foot. They know this. They need to rebuild the energy. They lost Ambi without so much as a whimper. Then it's an aggressive jump out position by Rexon. You know, we saw he was being
came out right afterwards as well.
Yeah, we saw he was being blinded. That was a technical 2 versus 5 in some regards. And it's just skin of their teeth stuff to keep. Imagine if they were now on 6-1. Having to flawless every single round on the site that is statistically the strongest for anybody sort of playing this map. And I'm not going to say it looks worrying, but if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you hope they can build confidence from it to have a round that feels a little bit more like they're in the driver's seat.
Like, I mean, they managed to clutch that one out, but that's partially due to the fact that Raza didn't reset themselves. They had a 2v5 situation. Of course, they didn't know. They knew it was a 3v5. They might have not known that they've injured one of those players. If they would have reset themselves there, they still had plenty of time to do that. Be like, okay, what do we have? Where can we go? Because we have a massive advantage here. Let's make sure we utilize that. Instead, they kind of just kept pushing. They kept, pushing down that gas pedal while they had to take a corner and just got shut down by it. So, might be a lesson for them as well, okay? Calm down. When we have an advantage like this, we need to make sure that we're utilizing this to our best for our abilities.
Shopify Rebellion. My eyes are instantly drawn as the observers towards Ambi, who has just been little bit pushed to the side here.
He's being targeted every single time.
And I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's been having a hell of a game so far.
Hell of a series. SDK finds Surf, though. That's an early take. The Warden keeping a keen eye on anything else that comes their way. And well, there's not really the lure and the idea of a sort of play behind smokes or anything like that. But at the same time, it's an early loss. It's an early gun. And this entry statistic sort of been getting worse and worse here. Both on this second half being taken by SDK.
I like that they instantly welked out of the building again. They're like, okay, we got a kill. We're just backing off. We're not going to try and push this and push our luck. There's so much time left. There was 2 minutes 20 left or something on the clock at that point. You can afford to reset yourselves. Just make sure you put your focus elsewhere. What was lacking last round, this time it might actually work out for them. They know exactly where smoke is. Flashbangs are coming through. They're also going to use an air jet or two. Grimby's not quite going in. Of course, Canadian knows exactly where they're coming from. The flashbang coming in as well. Somehow didn't quite hit that. Why did you not detonate that gas canister as he gets injured? Flash Tree will be traded out, however. It's an effective 4-on-3 in favor of Raza.
Rexon doing his best to try and save his IGL, but unfortunately he might just be a bit too deep behind enemy lines as they flood into sight. They're going for the pings, the pressure. They've got to watch both ways, and Raza might have overstepped and overplayed their hand here because they had the full awareness. That was the idea. Canadian gets locked out. It pushes them into a 3 versus 2. I think Raza overestimated just how much attention, how much focus they'd been able to pull away here. They weren't quite anywhere near as secret as they thought that was. 30 seconds. And a fair bit of damage done to Rexon is finished with a swing round of 2 versus 2.
On your left.
It's on his left. Ambi. We said how important he can be, how focused and targeted he was. This is kind of why.
It's just such a small mistake. You didn't have to enter the room yet before you actually went for the live. Recovering the diffuser, trying to get himself saved. There is a bulletproof, gives that game away. He's having to go for a bit of a swing, but Ambi with a shotgun will shut him down. And again, look at that. Hey, 5v3, which is being basically turned around in favor of a Shopify Rebellion round because they go too quick again. They get that second kill and they're like, okay, let's put metal to the, or pedal to the metal and let's just go for it. And they lose out those rounds because of it. If they just keep it slow, if they keep it steady, they have the demos. You can just isolate these players one by one and just play the game that way.
Yeah, they're just getting a bit too overeager. All the problems I said on the first half that they're sort of ironed out. It seems like they've got so excited by how successful it was. They've reverted a bit back to old ways. And, you know, the holds of Shopify Rebellion are tested, but well put together. And they're losing the opening statistics. Definitely something they want to work on. Again, you don't want to be the one that's in the 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5.
Yeah.
But they have structure. They have good players, good backline players. They know where they need to be when they need to be there, and getting them through 5-1 to 5-3. And if this site goes away, I mean, the whole game opens up at this point.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Again, like the thing, like you have such a good momentum, you have such good control, and then you start to just push the site. Not having the hatch under control, which is one of the main things, of course, that you should be having if you want to push in from that door. You lost 2 players on the back of that. Again, you're kind of just throwing away the advantage you had in a bit of a Hail Mary push, even though you've been doing so well on these openings. And if they can keep this up, of course, one of those rounds is eventually going to stick. But it could have been 7-3 right now. It could have been over. It should have probably been over. It should have been Raza Company pushing on to face Virtus Pro, but instead, Shopify Rebellion able to just clutch out, use their clutch factor on their players to make sure that they're keeping themselves in the game, to make sure that they're pushing themselves back towards an equal score.
Now, if there was statistically a worse site, well, quite clearly, this is it. Only a 20% defensive win rate on this site throughout the tournament. And yeah, we've seen it a lot less than all the others. Only 5 times played. But Shopify Rebellion are one of those teams that have played this. And I believe, actually, they're one of the only teams that contributed to the positive side of it. Yeah. The one time they had it on their defense, they won it out. So, can they try and by a little bit more grace for this. An easy break over the verticality. It's very quick to the punch on this. It's hard to rebuff and hold these positions. As you see, Flastry is already knocking on the door of the site. They've been able to get rid of this hard wall. They're kind of a bit distant, Shopify Rebellion, and maybe playing for the retake, the verticality, the pressure they can put, as well as the crossfires from A to B.
Yeah, they did bring out the Ossa though, so you can basically imagine that a Ossa shield plant is what they will be looking for. Canadian on the Echo is going to be the first one to kind of feel out that information, get the information that that is going to be the plan. Surf in a crucial spot, of course, having the angle from the side. If they move in, he's the first line of defense they have to go through. So what is the next plan here as a company? You need to start putting pressure onto Surf. As long as he's allowed to play where he's currently playing, you are not getting a plant down.
They know the first step needs to be one that's gifted and guided, and they haven't been able to have an engagement as cleanly as they have before. SDK on the far side of green, hoping to catch a player that rotates their way back around, and here goes the throws, the covers, the smokes, grenades even. The pressure that might come on the back. There's the smokes, and there's stepping himself in as close as he can and deploying the shield to the side. Now the Echo drone should be able to get it if we don't have to run in the blind. Canadian is gone. Rexon is removed. SDK is down. But all the faith in an Echo that could not stop what was occurring. Surf throws more canisters. They're going for this vertical retake. They cover the distance. There's one. There's the pre-fire onto the second. Confirms the kill. And, I mean, it's a very rough fight. It's pistols at dawn, but one of them brought a shotgun. And they have the verticality, but that is all Grixer has. I mean, the snap decision. They covered all of their bases. They had Canadian dead to rights. And he just did not know it.
SDK biding his time, is waiting patiently for the actual push to come in, and as soon as the smoke canister went in, as soon as the Ossa shield has been deployed, he just pushed aside, got the Yokai, got the Echo, the most important operator to probably get in that moment in time, because that was the only one that could directly stop that plant from happening. And they just managed to ride on the back of that. 6-3. Raza Company, you've been so close on these two sides of taking it as well. A 5v2 on this top floor, and a 5v3 loss when you were down below. You just gotta repeat it, but basically be a little bit more secure, a little bit more calm about it at the end stage of this round. MB's starting to find his game though. We talked about him before, how he's been shut down. I mean, 3 times he's been the opening kill because they've isolated him and shut him down. But he finds himself an 8. Back on the positive. But he needs to do more now. He needs to do more to get Shopify Rebellion back on the saddle. If they want to have an opportunity of winning this one. They said it themselves. They are the best lair team in the entire competition. Now, of course, how much of that is hype? How much of that is the statistical truth? Because right now, it looks like a Raza Company definitely has the number on this map.
Remember, obviously, how close things were when we were here. Remember how much control Shopify Rebellion had on the previous map. Raza, they're remembering how good it feels to maybe play on a stage. Or at least dreaming of it at SI. As I think this is the team, as we said it before, where every single player, it is their first ever SI that they're competing at, outside of the coach behind them. And they are hungry for that stage. Shopify Rebellion, a team with, well, the most experienced SI player. Currently here outside of, well, now Fabian's gone. 2-time hammer lifter Canadian. They got to start trying to fight for their chance to keep themselves out of the lower bracket and go against VP later on today. Perez as the narrow shot, the Flores drone of Flastry finds its way around to get rid some of the utility that's on the wall itself. Danger here for Live, and you can see him shaking his head. They know that they can't enter, they can't put pressure onto these bandit charges. They're just watching too much, and it's a bit of a stick-up, a hold-up here. Rexon, he's being very aggressive, but you know, remember how he complimented how quick this was before the blinds come out. The smoke canister goes down. Rexon can still protect it, and they're doing a great job here. There's one. There's almost a bit of damage done. They're trying to find the follow-through in the second. He's hunting with a shotgun, but the Tiburao buys them a second on the wall itself. Is it enough of a delay? Rexon, he's still trying to find the engagement.
Two of them currently occupied, though. It's keeping this wall shut. Live has the opportunity to shoot out the turbo canister, decided to not do it. However, you know that wall's going to be opening up soon anyways, just choosing to bide his time. Maybe he will find himself with a lucky opportunity to go for a bit of a vertical shot. 45 seconds, counting down. Time is slowly creeping away from the side of Raza Company and in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And as Flastry's playing on the window, someone quite close, Grixer, looking to find a frag as well. Surf being flashed, this might be the execute they're looking for.
Live takes a lot of damage though, and there's a shotgun that doesn't connect. Live slips his way on past here, and now with Veto getting one, another 5 versus 3. Here it's sprayed through a 4 versus 2. All down to Grixer and Ambi to keep Shopify Rebellion fighting, but they cannot find it! What a moment, what a run! Raza Company! They screamed their way through phase 1, almost took first seed, but now they have the opportunity to prove that they can beat anyone, regardless of what seed it is, as later on today, they secure a fight against Virtus Pro. For now, though, Shopify Rebellion, it's not done, but it is far from the manner they expected or wanted it to go today.
They managed to proceed in the upper bracket. They have played a hell of a game. SDK, especially in that last map, really pulling his weight. And I mean, they could have closed it maybe with a 7-1 or a 7-2, but they closed it. No matter what, that's what matters, not how many rounds you get.
Well, let's go to a quick break and pick apart the pieces.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Stay close to me! Oh,
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Well, as I said at the sort of before the handoff, and I come back to it, I don't think anyone really expected the game to go like that, but you have to give credit to Razako. They came so well prepared. The defensive game from where it was last time they were on this map to now was massively improved. They were more patient. They were more sort of respectful of what was going on ahead of them, and then they got to their attack and they had done their homework. Shopify Rebellion able to start building something, but at that point, it's just too little, too late.
Yeah, they were starting to build, indeed, in that final part of the actual game. But again, you know, the 2v5 that they lost, the 3v5 that they lost on the side of Raza Company, they were just going too quick for their own good. They're like, we have this, we have this. They eventually did have it. But it's just the excitement that these players have that basically allowed Shopify Rebellion to get 2 more of those rounds. But honestly, they surprised me. They surprised Shopify Rebellion with the lair that they've just played, and probably surprised a whole lot of other teams in this tournament as well for the result that they've been able to put up. And responses like this, that's just, it's so beautiful to see, like just the complete discharge of emotions to come through.
SDK earned that response. That's the best map he has played across the entire tournament. MVP, understandably so, 90% cost, 5 times on the entry. SDK is a player who came into this, I think, with the worst KD of his entire roster. There's a lot of big gunners. He isn't one of them. And then, oh, he does this.
Yeah.
That's probably what took Shopify Rebellion so much by surprise.
I mean, we saw it like in the second map, right, where Perez wasn't really showing up. They really struggled. SDK took it upon himself to basically change that during map number 3. And it's funny to see, like, if you look at his KD, he's still -7 over the entire series.
It shows the game that he plays. And, you know, how much that 5 entry was all from that last map as well. Like, it's just...
He took an Ambi 3 times as well, which is like
a difference maker.
The player on the side of Shopify Rebellion shut down so many times.
And obviously, the way that sort of plays out, you can still see Ambi and Surf, who had sort of great middle maps, great first maps, and Ambi was shut down a bit on that last map. They're still far and away a bit statistically better, but things just could not thread their way. Now, DZ have knocked M80 down on the other stream during that, and now we find ourselves, well, suffering with NA here on this side too. It's a bit of a surprisingly shaped up day, and here's the sort of updated graphic. You can see Shopify Rebellion, they fall down to face OXG. That will be tomorrow. In fact, we have all of those do or die games now secured from this point onwards, but it's an afternoon of celebration coming up.
Yeah, for this afternoon it will be. For tomorrow there will be some grievances out there as well. But it is just going to be some amazing games in this upper bracket out here. And, you know, we get to see which of the region is going to have the best chances to really solidify their presence at the main stage.
It's also exactly that, right? What we get later on now, it isn't just moving your way further and further on the upper bracket, but you are secured for the main stage. You could lose and drop down to lower bracket after that, but you'll still make main stage.
Still play in front of the audience.
People who have tickets later on this afternoon across
Come
A
to
and
see
B, you are going to find out the teams that you are guaranteed to be seeing. How exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's always one of the best days of SI when we, well, qualify teams for those games. But we are headed for a very quick break, and after that, those important matches come up.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback. So when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of like a parent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
Stay close to me! Oh, Michael!
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission. And do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder um giro no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa. Tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder um giro no Brasil?
Caralho.
12 horas de fusão, pô.
Você pegou?
Peguei, cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da hora.
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista. mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte. Ó, do KM ligando. Aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho. Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Eu prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados, porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos. Tava um preço um preço excelente ali. Aproveita muito, cara. Indo no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou. Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir pra São Paulo, viver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, nos divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Agora olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder o Envio no Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio isso, mano? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, isso, mano.
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Envio no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão,
você pegou?
Cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da hora, mano. Nós aí o caminho inteiro falando, não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido de vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, você vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Matches Pro versus W7M! Contra 3, FaZe novamente garante o jogador finalizado.
E pra mim é um sonho realizado principalmente por eu estar aqui e estar com meus amigos, meus parceiros do squad e aqueles amigos que a gente nunca viu pessoalmente, tá tendo essa oportunidade de todos eles virem aqui em São Paulo e ter essa resenha, conversar sobre o jogo, o off-game também.
Calma, briga, calma. E é finalizado!
Toda vez que eu assisto algum campeonato, eu vejo algum brasileiro jogando, os times, me passa uma emoção gigante. Ver ele narrando, ele passando aquela emoção.
Supera todos os seus demônios!
A comunidade da R6 me trouxe muitas alegrias. Um exemplo, por exemplo, o Tóquio Bustas, que que foram amigos que eu conheci virtualmente e que hoje eu considero como irmãos. Hoje eu abriria a porta da minha casa para eles e tem que sempre acolher as novas pessoas, porque ela está começando, como ela começou também, para eles irem crescendo e melhorar na gameplay e principalmente se divertir.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege, e aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil, porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha. Né? Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil, ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
E ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no Siege, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. E quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipão! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer. FaZe, Veto ainda tenta brigar. Cai, JV e Neide.
E eles continuam vivos na disputa.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6 de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
At the same time, Uno does still have diffuser in hand. That's something, but this attack has been put on pause by SSG as Ashen manages to find Blaz. 5v2. And the question mark is out from Ashen.
I think it is from a few of us, Tim. Like, G2 there have really tried to catch SSG off guard. And I think it's very reasonable to assume that on Bar and Gaming, you're going to have some players upstairs. They maybe have seen on drone players in Master Office and assumed, all right, they must have 2, 3, 4 off-site here. We should just go for it. 2 shields on side, it feels doable, but they've walked into a C4, they've walked into a crossfire, even with the Sense gadget being rolled out at the same time. Really good response from SSG to not cave to G2 in this first round. It is a big rescue mission here from Uno and Loira if they want any chance of getting this round over the line, but I think we're all expecting, Tim, to see SSG walk away the winner.
Yeah, almost certainly. Just trying to get something going in behind the utility here, but Loira's going to take a lot of damage. Be shut down. A flawless round to kick things off. Benja and J9O finish things off. A lot of them getting in on the action there. We need to see the scoreboard at the end of the round, which we'll have a look at when it all shakes down, but I'm not sure that wasn't a team ace. Forest definitely got an Nitro kill to begin with. I think Ashen got one in there. I'm not sure if Fultz was involved in the action or not, but a very good team effort from SSG.
Benja with a little bit of talk back saying, I know the trigger for you boys. Not forgetting, of course, that he used to be on this team. In fact, it was on G2 that they went on to win the whole thing. Lift the hammer 3 years after SSG did the same. A reminder for you that on this SSG side, there are indeed 2 hammer lifters, one in Benja, one in Fultz, who's been with the team now since 2019, 6 years with SSG. A lot of history packed in.
I'm pretty sure I just saw a kill from Fultz. So
I mean, look at the bottom of your screen, mate. There you go.
Team ace.
Real teamwork, Tim.
Hell of a start from SSG.
It was. The one thing I will say, and I'm not at all trying to diminish SSG's achievements there, it was a really good defense where they held off against the rush. G2 there have gone Hail Mary. They've thrown the kitchen sink at them inside of sight to try and get the execute off. Obviously, they've paid the price. They've been caught out by a C4. On a different day, there is not a C4 wielding player nearby, and they probably get away with the plank going down. That's not the G2 that you're going to see for the rest of the map now. I do expect a much more structured approach to this round. And looking at the lineup, no double shield on side again, no potential rush. It does look far more composed. The Ram, especially of Loira, will be the one to watch out for because he'll want to get inside a lobby, get that floor ripped up to start setting up for an execute later in the round.
That's exactly what's going to happen. We will see the boogie drone go on in towards main. That's going to start chewing the floor up there. Alamau has gone up towards the top floor, as have a number of other G2 players looking to just get on in and start this clearance. Benja will be the one, as we've seen time after time after time at this tournament so far, who will be out in that advanced position. Manages to find himself an entry, and for all that G2 have been fantastic so far, SSG are looking good against them right now, and there's not much working as Ashen on the vigil manages to find Blaz with the Bosch G. It's not going well for G2.
Benja's going to be like a worm digging into Alamau's brain here. He's like, I know how you play this map. I've seen it enough. I used to play with you. I know your habits. I know everything about you. And that may well start to rattle G2 a bit if they can't get themselves composed here. It's been a great start, though, for SSG. 2 players gone down, looking to crumble the same way as it did before. And even with the verticals being opened up and a little bit of a semblance of a execute starting to come together, they've lost those 2 players, which just sees everything lose its steam, and G2 certainly not going to be as sharp or as pointy as they were before. Smoke coming over the top here as well to make sure that they can get the ram going through. Can't be shot out too easily, I thought at first. Looks like more in towards the hatch. They want to get this opened up. Sure enough, they shall. That's not going to be the connector hatch, Tim. It's a way they can drop in later on, but I'm more concerned that there's deployable shield, there's a clash on side, there's a lot of things that are going to impede G2 here. Still about 75 seconds to play, so a lot of time, but getting a plant down is going to be really tough.
Yeah, of course it is, especially Doki low health as well. Just trying to push main stairs, but the clash, Forest will be able to deal with that, absolutely no problem. Can't get anywhere near the clash because a couple of zaps, Doki will be down. Just looking to potentially send a little bit of utility in there. Ashen's going to just take a pot shot with the push G. He will not be stopped. Takes down Uno. Surely not 2 flawless rounds in a row.
It's coming. Doki's going to die to the zap if he's not careful here out of Forest. I know he's on 1 HP himself, but Doki, no, he can't even get a kill. It's a double flawless to start things off.
2 rounds.
G2 need to be told that Chalet has started.
2 rounds. G2 don't have a single kill, Des.
And Ashen and Benja are straight in the all chat once again saying, Blaz, you're so bad. Legit, all you do is copy Furia. Carl, come up with some new ideas. G2 calling a really early timeout here because the game is slowly crumbling away. See if we can hear what Romalio's saying.
No one's know that, okay? Like, they go kitchen, guys. Check the walls important. If the walls important, you go there and do our plan, okay? Like, then, guys, when they go bar again, let's play to try to see, like, if we can go for the opening kill below in the dining, and then we go into the lane push because I never showed this, okay? Or if they're holding master, we go for the queen master, and then we go for the into lane push, okay, guys? So let's play let's do abuse the cable, okay, guys? Because they play crazy. Abuse the cable, guys.
Got a little bit of that, but largely the thing that I took away from it, and it's something we've touched on throughout the week, Tim, is knowing when there's an isolated player and being willing to go and punish that player. He was referring to Master at one point during that conversation, and what I at least took away from that small slither we could understand and hear was the piece around isolating out these players. Thing is, when you're trying to do that, as they might have been here and trying to get onto the vigil, Tim, well, SSG are just one step ahead. Benja knew exactly where Alamau was going to be, got him for free at the start of the round, and everything just came down like a stack of dominoes from that point forwards.
Yeah, G2 need, it sounds obvious to say, but G2 need a round very, very quickly. They need kills, they need to really come back. Not just with a round, they don't want to win a round 1v1 at the end in the last 5 seconds. They just need a really good, clear win of a round, because right now, SSG are getting on top of them, and it's, you know, as much as I'm sure they don't care about, you know, the comments and the mental game, eventually it's going to start feeling like that. It's going to start feeling like SSG have got the playbook and they know everything that's going on. Because right now, 0 kills, 10 deaths, G2 have got absolutely nothing to build on.
I do wonder to what degree. GT forgetting as well, haven't played today already. SSG have. They're warmed up. They've had a chance to look at what didn't go so well during their series earlier. It was still quite close. It was double overtime, but they managed to take a 2-0. They can look...
Roll back the clocks, because guess what? It's time for a rematch from the Manchester Major Grand Final. That's right, Team BDS, second ranked in the world at the Manchester Major, falling short to the up-and-comers of Beast Coast, who have since lost their organization. They are now unwanted, but damn, did they kick things off nicely at the start of today, Pengu.
They had. I mean, they had a big surprise. You top left of your screen out there, 2-0 versus WSN playing both Clubhouse strategically and Chalet very aggressively. And I think them having that warm-up match going into BDS will actually favor them. I don't think they're going to be tired, but they will be ready and fired up.
Yeah, and BDS knew full well that they would either have a rematch of the Manchester Major Grand Final or the Montreal Major Grand Final
Which
today.
one do you want, man?
I think that they probably would have been expecting W7M
Right.
here. A lot of people favored those guys as the better team against Unwanted, and that really wasn't the story earlier today.
Not at all. But of course, they were probably watching the series and saying, okay, we can prep for either scenario. And, you know, when it became very clear that Unwanted was going to be the one to win, they had all this time to prep in the meantime. So they should also be very well versed. The BDS have had a slow tournament. They got to start speeding up.
Yeah, that's right. Now, BDS have only lost to 6 different teams in this 2024 season, culminating in 2025. What a year it has been. The world #1 rank, despite not winning either major, being runners-up in both of them. Also, quite a redemption opportunity for BDS, who failed to make it to SI last year, just missing out because they couldn't beat G2 at the Atlanta major. Now they're back. They're one of the tournament favorites, but it's been a bit of a rocky road so far throughout that group stage.
No, it really has. There's a couple different factors to it. One, Solotov, the player on the far left side of your screen right now, he's been seeming a little bit off in the player cams whenever I look at this roster. Not fist bumping League Effect as often, and there are obviously signs of frustration. We had the League Effect speech earlier on the group stage saying, guys, we gotta play together, 5v3, we're losing those rounds, it's not good enough. And then things would look a little bit better. But up against PSG, for example, individual performances became a problem, where someone like Shaiko simply couldn't find his stride and hit his shots in the series at all. And BDS, they are a team where they need all 5 players to work together and be on the same page to find success. The previous former BDS, it was a Shaiko one-man show. This current iteration is a 5-man machine.
That's right. There's a trifecta of core fraggers and a great backline as well on the BDS roster. And it led to the most dominant performance we've seen from this team ever. 2024 was really theirs. They only lost 8 games all up. Since then, though, in the group stage, they lost 2 more. In fact, they topped the group, but actually lost more games than Raza, who were below them just due to how the points panned out. But of course, their opponents, Unwanted. North America has had quite a day so far. Unwanted were a huge part of that with their massive 2-0 over the reigning major champions W7M this morning.
Yeah, and they were so good. I mean, I don't think there is just one player we can talk about right now. It was very much a full-fronted effort. When they started their first round with Clubhouse, I'm thinking to myself, this makes so much sense, all about team synergy, strategy, etc., and prep work. They didn't go on Chalet, and they matched W7M 1-1 in gun skill, and Dream, who is like the support player of North America in my mind right now, was popping off and both getting injuries, and at the very end, he clutched a 1v2 to seal the deal.
That's right. I mean, the 2 top fraggers on this roster and the 2 youngest players were poached by M80 when they acquired the Beast Coast org. But these guys are looking way better than expected. Actually, the second oldest team at the tournament. A team that is more than the sum of its parts. Now, let's dig into the map. Veto, Clubhouse is where we're going to go first off for Unwanted. Now, this is a very familiar tale for us, Nick, for what happened this morning.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because Clubhouse is so strat-oriented, teams don't always go back-to-back on this map, rather, because they've shown their playbook. But of course, if you're going up against a new opponent, BDS, things will play out differently. The big thing was that in the previous matchup, it was both Thatcher and Maverick banned out. I expect things to be different for BDS to play this map.
Well, fortunately for BDS, they have had a chance to watch that VOD from this morning live as Unwanted were playing it against W7M. But just breaking into the bans to kick things off, I really like this from Unwanted. They just straight up banned BDS's 2 best maps. Like Skyscraper, BDS are on a 5-map win streak, and Bank, they're on a 14-map win streak.
14, yeah.
Let's just ban their 2 best maps. Fortunately for Unwanted, Bank is one of their lowest preferences, but they actually do play Skyscraper. But this is just giving respect for BDS. Like, let's get rid of their top, like cut off the top, and try and target the middle maps that we reckon we can play. BDS are a good Clubhouse team. It's quite a high preference for them, and that's where Unwanted land straight out of the gates.
I could see this if going to a 3rd map, a bit problematic. I mean, Unwanted in my mind is just not a border team, and look at the players. I haven't watched them play a whole lot this event. We're going to cast them a couple of matches, and whenever I envision them, I just don't see them do well on border, but they did surprise me earlier on Chalet. But if you're Unwanted, I'm going to say I think they got to expect to take this 2-0. And with Clubhouse being the map pick from BDS, it's easy to we know Unwanted can play that map. Then they pick Consulate, also a very close compartmentalized map. This could be a 2-0 for the Americans if BDS don't show up.
I mean, that would be insane.
It would be a huge upset.
It wouldn't be the first time that happened today, because we had massively favored W7M over Unwanted coming into today. But Unwanted, yes, do have their work cut out for them. I think Clubhouse is a great pick considering how they played this morning. Though BDS, watch that game. They immediately had information on it. Should we get to border as our 3rd map? Unwanted are going to have to redeem themselves after losing 7-2 in the group stage on that map to G2. All the more reason to deliver here on Clubhouse. It's It's the Manchester Major Grand Final rematch. Team BDS, #1 in the world, versus the 4th ranked team, Unwanted. You guys are squarely in favor of the French for this map, but today has been a day for North America. Let's see if Unwanted can keep that momentum going.
77% fan vote in favor of BDS. Not a huge surprise. I mean, one team doesn't have an orc and, you know, maybe lesser known players, if you will, but still, come on, guys. You didn't see the match earlier? Monty being banned away, Maverick being banned away, so it is still gonna be around the hard destruction of the map, of course, classic Clubhouse. And the Monty's interesting to me. When you're up against Unwanted, you can't really get the ideal scenario because Monty, Blitz, and Blackbeard, 3 shield operators, all very strong. And you're going to have Spirits play whichever is open. Yep. And he can do such a good work on either of those operators. So banning the Monty is just like well, something else will happen instead.
Ironically, we actually saw Spirits playing Blackbeard so well on Clubhouse that it was banned against him on Chalet. And then he just played Blitz and still had success.
Oh, yeah.
So Monty, if anything, is the one that they don't really play. So
it's the more passive option.
Exactly. And I guess that's why they themselves... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It was BDS banned that. I'm trying to get my head around this. So BDS have started on the blue side with defense, which means I believe that it was them who banned.
Oh, the round.
If they started defense, it means that Unwanted.
Oh,
yeah. It's just a UI kind of like mishap, but basically, yeah, it's crisscross. So BDS banned Tubarao and Montaigne. Yeah. Unwanted banned Maverick and Kaid, which does make sense as Unwanted banned Maverick earlier today.
Okay, so the big thing to note right now is that in the previous game for Unwanted up against WSNM, they played so heavily on Kite Tubarao combination that was the entire playstyle for Unwanted's defense. I know they're attacking right now, but when they get there, this will indeed be a very different Clubhouse than previously, which means all the watching BDS could do, they can still watch the micro stuff, like the player entry positions and the attack executes, but generally speaking, it should be a very different layout, which means the prep work that BDS did get to see shouldn't be all that valid.
And BDS are already showing us something we didn't see in the match between Unwanted and W7M at all this morning, which is a castle roam. We saw loose roams occasionally from W7M, but none of these, and I hate to use the word, SSG-style Clubhouse roams, which is all about that castle cutting off key lines of sight and the mute jammers playing for info and then hoping to peel back. We haven't seen Unwanted play against this today.
Also, this LS Shotgun is making another return. There's a couple maps now where we've seen it. Yeah. I mean, LS Shotgun here can be great for playing like inside a blue, dark tunnel, you know, those close quarter engagement areas. But the thing is, if you got Blitz, that beats anybody in close quarter because you... Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, Spirits loses his life early. Well done to Leakafak. A C4 to light up a lot of damage and then a quick shot to the foot to finish him off. Nice idea there for Unwanted. But Leakafak almost allowed to escape. Adam does eventually trade him on back. Unfortunately for Unwanted, though, those two teammates were not together enough to guarantee that they got the kill without losing Spirits.
I generally think they didn't expect Aroma to be there. It was a sole player of Leakafak hoping to go on drone. But I will say this, for Unwanted, I think that's worth the trade. Look at the attack and operator lineup. Who can you afford to lose if you have to pick one?
It's going to be that
Blitz. Yeah. The bug is needed for vertical play. He banned Capital for execute plus the can openers, and he banned for breaching. So this is best case scenario. You get the 4v4, you've roam cleared relatively quickly, you can still continue the round to do the full-on execute. And while this is happening, we see, because of Leakafak deep roaming upstairs, they are checking strip all the way through. They don't want to get caught off guard by a second roamer. And we, of course, know at the player HUD, there are no other roamers. It'll be a 4v4 brawl downstairs with over a full minute to go.
Where is the hard breach going to come out is my question. In theory, with the Kaid ban, should be a lot easier. Yeah, exactly. And you've got quite a lot of redundancy in the hard breach. Here comes the Hibana, opening up that kitchen hatch. There are impacts here from Shaiko and Bride. Are they gonna try and deny this? Oh. If we can have a look at the kitchen hatch, I'd love to know whether they managed to impact with that. Well, all the impacts are still in pocket, so I guess they didn't.
Most teams don't bother these days because of the impact grenade radius nerf. It's very hard to impact trick, and the risk of dying in this 4v4, I don't think is worth the risk, so to speak. If it was like a 4 versus 5 or whatever, you'd be a bit desperate. Of course, you can attempt it. Time is running a bit low, though. So Gavin and Hot and Cold, they've been droning, they've been waiting around, but it's their time to shine. Candela's fire smoke, gotta go out and gotta execute off this.
Ooh, I like that, though. Hot and Cold sending 2, now a 3rd. Candela goes down that moto hatch, obfuscating BDS. They don't know where this push is coming down from. BDS are in the numbers advantage at the moment. Adam looking for something. Spots a player, loses his life. Impossible for Unwanted to find a refrag. They keep pushing for it. But BDS doesn't give them anything. One small kill is barely a prize for Unwanted. BDS firing up after taking the opening round.
It's looking good for BDS that this team was there. They were just sitting in their 4 separate corners saying, we don't need to do anything right now. We need to allow Unwanted into right around the bombs at the perimeter, right? The motor door, the blue hatch drop. When they start challenging us on the crossfires, that's when we will lash back. So we saw every single engagement with BDS playing 2 versus 1. Of course, come out on top. That's that base and bomb side. Very bunker heavy. But CCTV, Jim, and if we will see it, bar bomb side will play out in a very different matter because it's going to be more about the map, verticality, the C4s extending around.
Dude, you are such a shill for this bar bomb side. You have to let it go, man.
No.
You have to let it go. Too much.
You know what I believed in when we first got here?
What?
The double rotating gym. You know what we see every single time?
Goddamn
the
round.
double rotating gym is still here, baby. So as long as I keep seeing these things, I will keep believing, James.
All right, I'm going to call it right now. This is actually going to be quite an attackers-sided game.
Okay.
And we're going to end up round 15, 7-7.
Yes.
And then we're going to go to bar, and then the defense is going to clutch up. That's what I'm calling for you now,
So
Nick.
it's just like Berlin Major Grand Finals.
Yeah, exactly.
This is phase row. So many finals we're talking about here right in the past.
Oh, we have quite a serious history book developed for
We
Rainbow
do.
Six Siege. I mean, the first season of Pro League was in 2016. It's been a very long road.
It's crazy.
And here we are into 2025, culminating the 2024 season, as we do at the start of every calendar year.
You know, that first round didn't really go according to plan. And I think I understand what the problem was, and as this Unwanted, they needed more shields. They only had the Blitz, and Blitz died? What then? They got Blackbeard. They're doubling down. The only issue is, what counters shields the most in this game? I would
shields.
say... Yeah, shields. The other shield, Clash, Breeday. One sap on a Blackbeard or a Blitz will guard break them, which means they're completely exposed to a melee or bullets and will just outright die. So... for Unwanted, their approach this round, figure out where the Clash is playing and send the shields in another direction. So if Clash is playing offense, you can maybe Yinkadilla, try and blind the Clash, distract the Clash, but you gotta send in those shields as far away from Clash as possible, or you'll just simply die.
That guard break nerf that's come through to shield operators in the last couple of months has certainly given a bit of leeway to Clash. But here it comes. Candelas go out. Leak of Fact finds the opening onto that Ying as he tries. A C4 lands and finds its mark. Hot and cold. Completely destroyed. And here comes that Clash. Up the stairs for Adam as he finds one onto Shaiko. But he's left all alone and Leak of Fact easily picks him up. Flying start for BDS in the first 2 rounds of defense.
All right, so let's just talk about what's going to happen here. We're going to see the third round play out. It's going to be a super big struggle phase for Unwanted. They're going to lose. Mint will call a tactical timeout down 0-3. They will then the following 2 or 3 attack rounds. You know why I'm saying this? This happened just a couple hours ago against W7M, where Unwanted looked incapable of attacking and entering the building until their coach Mint broke it down and said, guys, we got to make these changes. A complete playstyle adaptation, and they won the following 3, and they went on to take the map. This is Unwanted, where they're just early on figuring out BDS before making the right adaptations, because full bomb site rotation, basement, gym, CCTV, or whatever order you're gonna do it in. Then, second half, the last 3 attacking rounds, you now get a second attempt at it, but with the scouting information of the previous attempts, and they'll fix the problems. If they don't do that, they'll lose the map. So, I'm expecting it to happen.
Look, I would love to disagree with you, Pengu, but you just know what you're talking about somehow.
I mean, they showed it earlier.
They did.
I'm just repeating what they did before.
And BDS was watching that just like we were.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
So they know it's coming, too.
They know it's coming. They're like, guys, we know that we're meant to win the first 3. It's number 4 that we should worry about.
And this is the thing. League Fact, the way he is as an IGO, BDS, generally speaking, they don't have a whole lot of strategies. They have a core base strat, as far as I understand. I haven't seen their stat book, but from what's watching them, and they will make these small adaptations to the base strat. Instead of having 20 different strategies, they have like 1 or 2, and they'll just change these small pieces around together, like the operators, the positions, etc., and just make that work. So I do expect BDS from round 4, 5, and 6 to be very well prepared and really change things up. Maybe, for example, they'll ditch the Clash entirely, but right now in the first, well, second and third round, it is working.
In contrast, we've seen a lot of strat books in the player cams, and I can't remember which team it was. I think it might have been Unwanted. It was one of the NA teams. A lot of them have played today. They had some wild names for their strap hooks, and they've got like multiple setups per bomb site. They've got the like this setup where we do a hard roam, and it's got like set operators and reinforcements. And we got this setup, and this attack. We go from this side, this attack.
They have names from them all, as you said.
Exactly. It's much more static, I guess, and
static.
prescribed rather than fluid.
Dynamic.
That's right.
Yeah. When we heard League of Fact and some of the technical timeouts early in the tournament, he was like, guys, just do the top 4 strat, but we play the Jaeger here, we play the Sami there. It wasn't like, let's do the Dock and Go strat. It wasn't a name to it. It was about the operator, the positioning, so they all knew what to do about it. Unwanted, they slowed things down seemingly. No more rush shenanigans like we saw previously on the gym. It's a good attempt, but didn't really get anywhere. Question is, are they going to attack Catwalk Rafters? Fire comes out, Nate follows through. Who's going to cut the rotate here?
Oh!
He wins? Shaiko?
Oh! How? How on earth do you make that happen, Shaiko? It's a clip. Clip it and ship it as he looks for a third. And another head is found.
Too
Hot
easy.
and cold, put in the dirt. There's nothing for it. Unwanted in a 2 versus 5. How do you like that, Dream? Look for an exit frag or 2. It's just a matter of time before Shaiko finds you.
I mean, that was a big question, right? Can Shaiko show up? So far, absolutely. Calgraph has held, kills have been gotten. He's still alive, still chilling. They can't quite clear this position.
Prone, these flashes will only last so long. Adam is now fully out of them. He needs Dream's flashes to come and support. And Adam wins that fight. However, takes a hell of a lot of damage in response. Still that clash on site from Bride. There's no way that Adam is going to be allowed into sight while that clash is alive.
Yeah, this is the problem. They hit the clash, just on the bomb site, waiting for the push to come. Adam's making his move, and it's a 1v3 against the Saps of Clash.
Yeah, he's going to get shocked into oblivion. He
Oh,
has
no.
no flashes. He can try and bait out a kill, but the C4 from Leak of Fact. 3 rounds off the rip for BDS.
Do we see a tactical timeout coming? Let's see it. Come on. Come on.
Oh, it hasn't been called.
Not yet.
Hasn't been
It
called
might
yet.
not happen. Maybe they're holding their nerve.
Vince waiting up.
No, there it is.
Bang!
There it is. Right on schedule, baby.
Damn.
So, unfortunately, on the B stream, we don't have like the comments from the coaches. But last time, it was a lot about just like playstyle changes for Unwanted. It was where they were entering the building. It was what operators they were playing. For example, they've been going kind of fast and kind of a little bit messy. They're not super strategical. They didn't go bottom garage. They're just kind of 2 guys breach, 1 guy garage door. After a technical timeout like this, I expect to go like 4 or 5 players together to get that first objective done and then move through the map instead of spreading thin across everywhere and risking those 50-50 gunfights that Shaiko excels at.
Well, pretty safe bet that this is going to be Church Arsenal for next round, considering Jim
rotation
and
swap.
CC are locked up. So here come the fist pumps. And just a reflection of this round, it was just headshot after headshot for Shaiko.
I mean, he only lands headshots. This guy doesn't body shot ever.
No, he doesn't need to. Good round.
Good round. Imagine being Bride, you played Clash back-to-back in rounds, Aero shotgun the first one. You were literally just sitting there, winning rounds with 0 effort needed. I would love my teammates if I was Bride. I'm sure he does.
He has a kill somehow. I think he got the
Ella
last.
pistol
He
in
got
the
the
first
Ella
round.
pistol in the first round.
Yeah.
Right on.
He did.
Yeah.
Made a shotgun that round. So
it's been a very good start for BDS, and they go back to the basement, and a couple of operators have actually changed. We no longer have that cast. We no longer have the mute. Instead, leaning into the Fenrir, which Unwanted actually banned against W7M this morning, and it did enable them to go for that basement rush that they did on that round where W7M got an early pick.
That's true. Where Dream was popping off. I do think for Unwanted, though, they can break that first barrier, get the entry, like in the very first round, either to a 4v4, or of course keep the man advantage 5 versus 4. They'll be flying. It's great. But they keep just getting punished by BDS's aggression. Shaiko, of course, last round completely destroyed them. So right now, with the Blackbeard, with good drone work and utility, they gotta find this roamer up above and just take the map. As I said, 4 or 5 players working together step by step. This is Clubhouse. You need to reach the bomb site. You cannot win the map or the rounds off the roam clear. You have to get to execute.
Adam is searching for these Valkyrie cameras. I must have spotted the Valk in prep phase.
Or the Fenrir mines as well,
And yes, found a Fenrir. One of the Dread mines. No barricade here on dirt. Spotted that there's a Goyo.
Goyo's everywhere.
This is going to be difficult to go for an Arsenal execute with 3 Goyos. in this position. He could pop one of them for free at least.
Mind you, if you walk into the fire as a shield operator, it'll also enable the guard break animation so that they cannot rush through this.
And Solitov has found a pick. I don't know where Gav died, but the only fire this round will be from those Vulcans as the Capitao has been eliminated. It looks like that might have been Garage or vertical
Server
angle.
Garrett's angle somewhere, I'm sure.
Not playing together like you said they should.
Yeah, I mean, Dream was a little bit alone, but he's out of the building at least, so they have what? They have one person in dirt tunnel. That's hot and cold with the Qs on Blackbeard. You got 3 guys. See, that's a good execute together. Flashbang, hold the hallway, get the kill, etc. But because you lost Gavin earlier on, it's still not great. Now you got Solitov looking for more inside a bar. Yellow ping, he knows a drone is somewhere, pool table perhaps. And he can just stick around until they apply pressure. He has no reason to fall back until Unwanted tries to challenge him. And they're going for a very limited direct take, dirt plus kitchen hatch, without any vertical soft destruction. So very limited what they can do here. Okay.
Another Candela thrown. Oh, here's the Legion. Solitov in position. Easily takes down Spirit Teeth, hidden from that drone as Hot and Cold takes a hell of a lot of damage to that Nitro cell. Not a lot left in the tank for Unwanted. As I say that, a stray pick from Adam. Maybe makes it winnable. Solitov has gotten himself back to side. It's all up to Adam now as Users has farmed. And Brede steals the final kill. A 4th in a row now for BDS. That tactical timeout goes unused, unutilized, uncapitalized upon for Unwanted.
Devil's in the details, right? That drone they had in lounge was actually in the left side corner tucked in, which means it doesn't see the bar main door rotation. It sees some garage, it sees the server staircase to its right, but it doesn't see main door. So this call right here, that drone, oh, it's free, just go for it, don't worry about it. If that drone is a little bit further to the right, you can see more of garage, you can see all of the bar door, double door, and you still see the staircase. So it's one of those tiny details that can get you killed in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. I said Unwanted was going to win 2 or 3 of their attacks after the tactical timeout. Best they can do now is 2 4 1/2, which is great against half the teams. I'm not sure it's great against BDS.
Especially considering this is Unwanted's map pick. If this was BDS's map pick, different conversation. BDS, they do like Clubhouse. They've played it.
They can play it.
Yeah, they played a little bit. The last time they played it was actually at the Montreal Major Grand Final against W7M. They lost it in OT. Prior to that, they beat D+ in Manchester. Sorry, that was also in Montreal. Not a crazy result, I'd say. It's like a middle tier map for BDS, in my view.
I think when you're a great team in Siege, you can play maps like Chalet, Oregon, Clubhouse, regardless of your playstyle preferences, because you know the game at such a high level.
Yeah.
And BDS, they were famously known in Europe, domestically, that they would fail to get the walls open in CCTV, in a CCTV attack, but they'll still win the round flawlessly by walking in Garrett's door, Shaku getting 4 headshots, and that's just that. So it's one of those, when BDS can't do their attacks correctly, they can frag it out. Unwanted right now, they're not hitting their shots. I mean, they have 1 kill on 3 separate players, 0 on Hot and Cold, and Adam with 4 kills. They're not hitting their shots, not getting to execute, not getting the roam clear. This is Unwanted having 3 separate objective and win conditions and reaching 0 of those 3. It's worst case scenario, and it's why they find themselves down 0-4.
Every single round, BDS are the ones who found the opening kill. Unwanted struggling in these early rounds. They're struggling in the mid rounds. And they're failing to find executes in the late rounds. Opportunity to take down Users goes baking finally. After spotting it in the early round, that Valkyrie camera goes down. But this bomb site being Gym Bedroom, almost half the round is done. Nowhere near enough progress has been made. A C4 ripped for Users, goes outside. Finds very little, but it might not matter. Leakafak is cut by Gav on the retreat. Now that is a big kill, taking down not only the captain, a top fragger for BDS, but also the smoke.
Also, mind you, this is the first time Unwanted. There are 5 players literally shoulder to shoulder. Garrett, CCTV breach. They get the first step, they get the opening pick, taking CC control. Now, instead of challenging the room further, at least right now at most of the manpower, we're going to rotate around, get those windows opened up, try and get the jacuzzi breach, the office hatch, and just really try and put BDS into a very few corner positions on the site itself. Because you killed the smoke, you bought so much time on the clock. There's no Goyo fire, there's no toxic vapes. You just can't mess this one up. Gotta get Kali in position, get that final lance out, hit the door, deny the bandit, breach the wall. They don't get tricked. So now once they have quite literally everything they could possibly want, all they have to do is execute it cleanly with a manpower advantage.
Adam snuck downstairs to hopefully catch someone that rotates below for a C4. Shaiko, yeah, I don't know how he managed to land that, but Kali is dead. He was on the master windows. The vertical game starts to be established by that Deimos of Adam. And Shaiko aware that there is a player downstairs for Unwanted. With 25 seconds left to play, not a lot of options available. Oh, but a stun assisted from the player above enables Adam to find his kill. It's just him and Dream, though. And there's 3 players left on the site for BDS. They're just holding their positions. Dream rounds his corner, finds his pick. Needs to reclaim that diffuser. Meanwhile, BDS are covering it from outside. They've covered off the window. Users finds Dream. It's all up to Adam now.
Where's it going?
What's going on, Solotov? How do you let him get past you like that? How do you let him refrag you like that? How on earth have Unwanted won the unwinnable round?
Where are you running? He killed the person of Dream outside the window, seeing the diffuser, and he runs back towards the bomb site. There's 5 seconds left. Stay in CC, go garage, run down the red stairs. Maybe let go of your mouse and keyboard, you'll still win the round. But you're running towards your final opponent, my friend, and you knew he was there because you just killed your teammate.
That was magical. What the hell was this? Adam in his first 6 Invitational, a 3K. Look at the timer.
1-3.
Less than half a second left to go. I can hardly believe it.
All I can say is Adam must have gravitational pull towards Solotov. That's the only explanation there. He's running towards him like he wanted a nice big hug.
Oh, Solotov absolutely cooked it there. It's quite a way to choke the first round for BDS. They were up 4-0. It could have been 5-0 very easily.
Good news. They were up 4-0. It's not a huge loss. But this is one of those things where, because you're up with such a significant lead from like a player's mentality perspective, this doesn't matter. You can totally laugh at Solotov and he'll laugh at himself.
Yeah.
But if this was like a 3-3, 4-4 barn burner, oh, that can tilt you.
Yeah.
So BDS, who has had a slow start, who's had a bit of a mental difficulty from the player cams, look, this is like the best time this kind of blunder could have happened. They're still completely in this. And for Unwanted, Adam specifically is going to get super fired up. We just need the rest of the players, most notably Hot and Cold and Spirits. They are big playmakers against WCM. They've been nearly invisible so far in this first round.
Well, final round of attack for Unwanted. They'll bring the Glaz, they'll bring the Sens. The Blackbeard makes a return. They have something in mind.
Oh, yeah.
Look to brute force from the breach, perhaps. Is this an early set play?
I think it's going to be happening soon. Just a small spoiler here. The Glass cannot see through the Sense projector wall since the rework, so they cannot use it to cover the Glass vision, but they can use the Sense projector, get it inside the bomb site, and of course cut it in half, making BDS unable to see anything else. The issue is there are 2 C4s in pocket. They can do a lot of damage.
They need to start baiting out using the projectors. They've done that now.
What is this?
There's a Rooney gate, Syria gate. As a smoke is trying to contest here on the rafters position. And the execute likely to try and come out before too long. The projectors haven't made a lot of progress. Here comes Spirits though. He's jumped straight inside. The projector enabled him to go for an aggressive play, jumping in the window and now finishing off Shaiko as well. However, Likafak and Users come to life. Big C4. You said it, Pengu. And Users, well, he listened. He's 8-1 at the moment. He's been untouchable. Dream and Hot and Cold to try and pick up the pieces of what was an unsuccessful set piece for Unwanted.
Yeah, I didn't see the explosion from Unwanted there. The issue is this breach right here, it's a vault breach. So the sound cue will be there for BDS. Nobody felt confident to go in through that wall either. If that was a thermite breach, you can sprint on in. But because it's a Selma breach from the Ace, it doesn't really work that way. 2v3, projector 1 pocket of Hot and Cold. This is still winnable. The issue is there is that 1 C4 remaining that can shut down this plant attempt. So when Dream goes to this, he has to be careful.
And here comes Breed 8. C4 in pocket, ripped, tossed.
Oh, he
boom! Dream is down. Hot and Cold has no way to help him. And now he has to look for some kills. The swing tempted from Users here. Volts inside. The sound cue palpable here for BDS as they try and hold on. And they will definitely hear that as well as the Sense projectors deactivate. Likafak runs through the projector and takes his head clean off. It's a 5-1 half on the defense for the French.
Unwanted not all committing to the same plan there. I love the entry from the Spirits, getting the job done, getting inside, but the C4 double kill, I mean, that's going to make things back to even, to a 3-on-3. But the issue is defenders, they're all inside the building, they're all playing by the bomb site. The attackers are still outside. The issue with these kind of rush strats, or the weakness rather, is you fully commit, you usually get one good go at it, and you know the outcome of that defines the entire round. So I want to see the other players of Unwanted commit together. We win together, we lose together, we get kills together, and we die together. No one's sitting outside saying, "Oh, I mean, I got my kill when they ran in," you know, and then what?
Yeah. Another question for me is, like, how do you deal with that C4? Because there's not a lot of places that you can move to in that CCTV bomb site, and you're worried about being exposed to an angle here or there or a wall bang. Meanwhile, a C4 tosses out to default plant spot. That'll kill like a huge radius.
It will. Honestly, this is really like, this is impossible because this is like hindsight. But I think the best case scenario is you jump in with Spirit, you kill the catwalk player of the Aruni, and then instead of staying on bomb site, you fall into that garage catwalk rotate, and you just take garage control. You have reach control. You reset the 5v3. The C4, of course, is gonna come out in response because you're rushing. You gotta use the C4, right? You can expect it. And then after that happens, then you go again. But they kept staying in the fight. The C4 came out. They didn't expect it, and 2 players died. But it's hard. You're pushing, you're yelling, you're going. The comms are crazy. They're not going to play perfect. That's the beauty of rushes. They're messy.
And you have to thrive in that chaos to pull off a rush.
Exactly. Sometimes it doesn't work out.
Well, Unwanted have a chance to come back here on their defensive side. Nade tossed out.
Beautiful nade.
Yeah, that's going to clear that Kiba. No worries. Likafak is tempting fate. There's a crossfire allowed here from Spirits down below. Another player trying to contest it. Solotov below, and he does land that headshot onto Gav. Meanwhile, the rest of the players from Unwanted appear to retreat back to site.
Really respect Gavin. We saw him on Chalet earlier today, also holding those really tough positions, fighting for his life. But this time, BDS a little bit too clean, a little bit too precise. They pick him apart with grenades and a triple crossfire. And now Unwanted, they just sacrificed Hot and Cold upstairs as well. He's completely alone.
Likafak's an awkward spot, though. This C4 might finish him. A lot of damage done. And the finish off as well from Hot and Cold. Round in the corner is Users. 8 kills. And he hears the phone ringing from Hot and Cold. Takes his head clean off. He can hack the cameras as well. Good trade from BDS. Worthwhile, though unfortunately they did lose that Blackbeard.
Yeah, and it's again, they don't fully commit. They sell Gavin on Catwalk. They sell Hot and Cold top red. And then somehow, while that happened, a 3rd player died elsewhere by the bomb side. Maybe trying to go up a staircase but getting shot down. Unwanted are not fully committing to the same strat right now. And it's costing them because BDS, they want one thing. And it's the same thing for all the 5 players. 4 left alive, fall in a 4v2 with so much time to work over a full minute.
So many options here for BDS. You open hatches, you go for kitchen execute, go for a blue execute. It's a 4v2. Do you just send it and trade? Info on site, a spot that Dirt is actually completely barricaded over. That's a very early push in. There was a good trade. Yeah.
You said it. Just push in and take the fights?
I guess that's all you got to do at the end of it. Just run straight inside. BDS have the numbers. They flood the site. They trade it out. And that's map point.
I hate to be the bearer of, not bad news, but be that guy. But like, if Solotov didn't run it down, it would have been a 7-0. It actually would have been. Not that it matters for any reason at all, but just to speak to the sheer dominance right now from BDS and how Unwanted are not able to hang right now.
Yeah. Only round Unwanted won was by an impossible clutch from Atom that, Solotov's probably going to be laughing at himself for. This has been one of the most dominating matches that we've seen so far, and it's funny because it comes from a roster that we saw this morning make quick work of major champs 2-0. Now Unwanted on this same map cannot hang with the big boys of BDS, and this is where that advantage, the seed advantage from coming first in your group like BDS did, comes into play. That bye means that all morning they've had a sleep in, they've been chill, they've been watching the Unwanted W7 endgame, they've had so much time to prep. Meanwhile, Unwanted have been sweating in their boots, getting ready to play major champs, right? Here they come after already playing 2 maps today, and Unwanted are struggling against BDS on club.
It also just goes to show how big of an impact operator bands and playstyles can have. Unwanted, they could slide through their defenses playing 2 Brock Hide, and they all knew how to play around that so well together. Because the operator bands being what they are, they're forced to a much more proactive, dynamic roam game, which is not the strength of the team or the individual players. It's not what they're known for. And I like this from BDS. Banning the Maverick, banning the Kite. I guess it's flipped right now, but yeah. Well, so Unwanted themselves banned the Maverick and the Kite, but then BDS, they banned the 2-Brow, matching Phila saying, you can't hide behind these walls. They will be open on the defensive side. And you're starting attack, by the way, which you struggled on already earlier today. The issue is you can be good on one side of the coin, attack or defense, and it can get you quite far, but up against the best in the world, you gotta be good on both sides.
Yeah. Very much so. Now defense for Unwanted down a couple of roamers all over the place,
Gavin.
and one is caught out. It's Gav. Solotov quickly entering into garage. Plenty of information. He catches that rotate, ill-advised from Gav.
Timing's unreal. I mean, this is BDS just putting out their feelers and saying, okay, what happens if we make some noise over here? Okay, Gavin looks the wrong way. Let's just walk in garage with the drone pre-placed and just get it done. EMP went out, exothermic charge followed through, BDS to beat the CCTV wall, Grim Beast, Red Pinks, drones, Yellow Pinks, they got so much intel, and they got Leak Effect Bok downstairs. There's a Roamer and Bar though, Extreme, looking for a flank, it's a huge kill if he can get it.
This is great. The pre-opened holes on stock enable this push from Dream. He's been timed, it's so unfortunate for him. Leakafak went outside at just the right moment. Leakafak seemingly has information on his position. Loses the fight regardless. Right idea from Leakafak, but not the result he was looking for. Regardless, BDS are in. Shaiko's found tons of ground, and Bride's found a pick onto Spirits. It's all up to Dream. Full HP and a Dream to try and save the map. And look at that from BDS. They're not going to give him an inch. They're going to use the util. He might find one down, but he can't find another. BDS, easy as you like. Dismissing Unwanted 7-1.
Yeah, that looked way too easy. A call from Solotov to celebrate the team. Now, of course, got more to go, but a great first start here in this Beta 3 series. And it looked like they had such a good read on Unwanted because they were prodding and prying on the CCTV side, expecting a flank from Bar. League Effect had the perfect read, but lost the gunfight. But it goes to show how much in their head it is they are towards Unwanted, and just how much prep work they've done for this.
Well, they couldn't get it done in Manchester, but they're looking a lot better in Boston. It might have been a calamitous group stage for BDS, but here in the playoffs, they're back in peak form, and we'll be back for a second map after this quick break.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils médisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but
I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback. So when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players basically in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see like why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. Like the new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so...
Welcome back, BDS! Well, they took no time to take down Unwanted. Easy 7-1 on Unwanted's map pick of Clubhouse. Looks to be a bit of a speedrunning day. We thought this was going to be a day of bangers, Nick, and to be fair, these games have been solid, but unfortunately for Unwanted, they haven't had much in this series so far.
No, one of the problems here is if you can't really, clutch up in the early stage of a round and, get to the bomb side of Clubhouse, the round will be over very, briefly after. We see them actually have a couple of rush attempts from Unwanted at attacking side, but BDS was so ready, rather C4s or Shago hitting headshots, they always had an answer to shut down Unwanted, and they could never find their footing on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Round one by Unwanted, and it was on the back of a 1v2 clutch from Adam that probably shouldn't have happened. So if that's anything to go by, BDS absolutely shellacked them. I don't know what you can say about Clubhouse, but here's the stats. 11-4 for Solotov, 9-1 for Uzis, 6-1 for Brede. Yeah, these guys are untouchable. There was nothing for it.
Yeah, we gotta see. I mean, yeah. Spirits, Hot and Cold, Gavin. That's like the three big boys that I think of when I think of like the entry spearhead getting stuff done for Unwanted. And it tells a story. They were struggling on their entries. They had 2 opening kills the entire map so far. That means they played every single round, 4v5, dying early, etc. We gotta see them step up. Whether it's more support work from somebody like Dream, getting the drone entries, just the individual players hitting their shots. They can't do it like that.
Yeah, Solotov had more kills than 4 of the Unwanted players combined, and Users had the same amount as 4 of the Unwanted players combined. Oof. It's not a good sign for Unwanted. Of course, that was Clubhouse. It was Unwanted's map pick. So, yeah, next up we go to Consulate. Yeah, according to my stats, Consulate is a middle to low preference for both teams. But in terms of recent history, the most recent I got is it's one of the few maps that BDS won in the Montreal Major Grand Finals against W7M. For Unwanted, last time I can see that they played it, it was actually at the 6th Invitational. They lost it to Team Liquid, who've had a bit of a rough slog so far. So as much as I want to be on the cope here, I think this is another 2-0.
I mean, it could be. My big fear is that the struggles that Unwanted they were facing on Clubhouse, not getting in the building on the attack, with the entries, that exact problem will only get worse on Consulate, where defenders are even more favored, and there's just less ways to get in the map. Top floor attack, CR Repel, Yellow Skylight, and Staircases, that's your options. So if you can't get on Club, you really gotta just hit this on a new momentum on Consulate, and hopefully Mint can get the guys in right shape.
If there's anything going for Unwanted here, it's that BDS are starting on the attacking side. Now, you think it's hard to attack Clubhouse, it's really bloody hard to attack Consulate. So Unwanted start on the favored side. They don't have as much pressure on them. They can kind of sit back and play around reactively based on what BDS are doing. But they didn't have much luck on their defense club anyway.
And they got to play both sides eventually.
Exactly.
They can go up 6-0 and still go overtime.
Yeah. Should we get to it? Border is where we settle it. And you were already pretty worried about Unwanted on Border, right?
I mean, if you have 4 players dropping 3 kills or less and you want to play Border, nah.
Not when Users is going 9-1, not when Solotov is 11-3 or whatever ridiculous scoreline he was. Yeah. Even Brede is fragging out. Guys, if Brede is fragging out and the team is winning, then something is wrong for BDS.
3D slander.
And he's good. He's just like a backline clutch player. So
he's just a backline clutch player? He's one of the best in the world backline clutch players ever.
Just a backline clutch player.
That's what you said?
But he is a backline clutch player. Okay. So if he's going 6-1 or whatever, then you know something's going wrong for their opponents if B-Day is getting
James,
kills.
all I'm saying is this is all recorded. We can go back and look at it, and then we can settle it then. Because you said just.
We might have to. Okay, so looking into Consulate as the next up map here for Unwanted, keeping in mind that this is to stay in the upper bracket. The winner of this series not only continues forward into the upper bracket semi-finals, but makes it to next Friday on the main stage. Like, that's
really good.
A huge break. It's Sunday today, right?
Yeah.
You get a break until Friday.
That's kind of criminal.
That's crazy, right? Yeah. You lose this, you go down to the lower bracket, you have to play a hell of a lot more games to even have a shot at making it to the main stage. You have to be playing in the lower bracket semifinals in order to get that. So it's a huge upset for whichever team fails and goes down to the lower bracket, and it's hard to imagine that being anyone other than Unwanted right now.
I will say, though, if there was a team that would benefit from lower bracket, in theory, it would be Unwanted. You make a lower bracket run, you get more exposure, you play more games, you get more experience, and a higher chance of an org picking you up because you can show how great you are. And if you win aside from lower bracket, you'll be a GOAT team.
That is the most 300 IQ player,
Yeah.
and I can't believe it, but I actually agree with you. Unwanted going to the lower bracket means they get way more airtime, way more marketing time to any prospective orgs, which, by the way, if you guys are listening, do you like Rainbow Six Siege?
Yes.
Do you like really good teams
Yes.
that have major championship experience? Do you like teams that get to the top of Six Invitational?
Absolutely.
You should 100% pick up Unwanted. And maybe I feel like we should just start calling them Wanted, because I can sense through the camera, through the TV in front of me, all those orgs that have millions of dollars back home that are ready to pick up a big North American team. I can sense them wanting to pick up these guys.
Yeah.
So you guys should do that, because if you don't, someone else will, and then you're going to look silly when they win the reload or the major or whatever's coming up.
It's a fair point. Completely fair point. Now, they could also go lower bracket and go home tomorrow. That's also a possibility. That's not going to happen, of course. We want to go further. We do. But they got to show us at least a little bit of grit here in Consulate, because BDS are not, I would say right now, seen as the best team in the world. They've had a sloppy, inconsistent performance at SI so far. You still got other teams like Furia, FaZe, Shopify Rebellion, those G2, who's been undefeated.
Well, can we just spoiler A stream has been undefeated and hadn't even dropped a map until today when they got 7-2'd by SSG.
Yeah, that's happening
Saucy
right now.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, by the way.
I mean,
actually, there's no undefeated teams left because FaZe lost.
Right.
Wow.
To SSG.
No. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
SSG has just defeated, well, at least defeaated FaZe and half defeated G2. the only two undefeated teams. Well, at least they have broken part of G2's record by taking away their unbesmirched record of not dropping a single map so far. Yeah, it's been a wild run so far for SSG.
Speaking of lower bracket run, when G2 won in Sign 23, it was a lower bracket run. So there's all these teams that are great, that are fighting for a lower bracket dominant run, and it just means that it's going to be stacked down there.
And who played in the lower bracket last year at Six Invitational in Brazil?
No, don't do that to me.
It was W7M.
No, don't do it to me.
It was W7M. They made it all the way through that lower bracket.
Take on
They
FaZe.
were down 6-1 on the final map of the grand final.
Ridiculous, by the way.
And then they won it from there. I'm preaching to the choir. You know full well what happened.
Okay, so let's go back, because I don't remember this, and I cast it, so I'm horrible for this. TSM Empire in the year before in 22.
Ooh.
Was that also? I feel like that was also. It was a lower bracket run, because TSM won.
Yeah, TSM won. And TSM were also an open qual team, by the way. They were an LCQ roster.
So it's literally lower bracket is the go-to spot. It's that's 4 SIs.
Lower bracket OP. You know what? Okay, hear me out then, guys. Unwanted need to lose here so they can make their lower bracket run and win the whole event. Nah, we're just joshing you. It is 1-0 up in the series for BDS, and what was already a one-sided social prediction from you guys at home has become even more so. BDS looking very solid after a 7-1 on Clubhouse. We go to their own map pick of Consulate Unwanted. Well, they got their work cut out for them. Let's dig into it. They start on the defensive side, and the Manchester Major Champions are going to need all your energy to defend their spot and rock it to top 6 at Six Invitational here on home turf in North America.
Library respect has been paid. Deimos suffers as well. These target bans to both Spirits and the likes of Shaiko removed from play. Adam, of course, had his clutch on Deimos when Unwanted did attack the only round victory that they had. And Clubhouse, we saw the Kai Tuberau, all that strat utility, but Consulate doesn't play around the hard breaching as much. We could see very different operators.
Yeah, well, the hard breach is valuable, but only on one bomb site, which is the basement. Like, you can...
That's always annoying.
True, and I guess you can still engage in some hard breach mini games on the top floor. There's one wall you typically want to get. I would have thought the Tuberau would maybe make a better ban. I do like this from Unwanted, though. We saw with their drones how much they were looking for those Valkyrie cameras on Clubhouse, even picking the IQ at some point. They were really worried about those Valks. And yeah, BDS, love it. So get rid of that. Leaves plenty in, though. Leaves a lot of traps in. Leaves Goyo in. On the attacking side, we still got your Thatcher Maverick. It's going to be a pretty easy hard breaching game, considering the only hard breach adjacent operator that's been banned is one for defense.
I do think a lot of this map comes down to the first half of the round, the roam clear, the entries, etc. for both teams, of course. Consulate, like, for example, this piano lobby bomb site, if you take top floor control, you break apart the verticality, and you have, like, a pretty easy way forward. But if you struggle to get inside the building top floor, you simply cannot break this apart as you clutch up and hit some nasty shots later on. So it comes down to BDS and Unwanted's ability to entry frag, which they're both very capable of, but the individual players of Unwanted did not really wake up throughout all of that Clubhouse match. So hopefully now, they're ready to wake.
Well, there was one round of the 8 that we played on map 1 where Unwanted got the opening kill.
That's not good.
Ironically, it wasn't the one that they won.
That's what happens when your win is a clutch. It usually leads to something happened that didn't go according to plan.
Or a lot of things that happened that didn't go to plan.
Like this, though. The Ella, the Captain, the Legion, the Goyo. Unwanted is saying, we're going to take fights, we're going to have traps, we're going to slow BDS down, make them weaker on the map, and have these different win conditions work out for you. But BDS got Twitch as well, which can deal with so many of those gadgets.
That's true. It's abundant chip damage available for Unwanted with the Goyo, Legion, Capcan, right? Like, especially if you're putting those Capcan traps, not doubling them up and putting them on separate doors. You light players up in the early round and mid round in gunfights, they'll be walking into those traps and dying very quickly. Mute jammer makes things a little difficult. Users has to come over with his baby Emps. Easy peasy.
All for League Effect, who's inside of admin office, mostly he just walks on in. You can hear the players. The jammer on that door most likely though, so hot and cold shouldn't be called anymore. He's not, no. The other thing, League Effect, BDS, they're inside the building on step 1. The first wall will be found here. The soda machine meeting portion of the map. Breaking that apart can be difficult, so I'd expect some utility here. The Grim Bees, maybe a second door could be called, something like that, because they need to clear this before anything else.
Typically, it's very hard to clear this position that Gav is playing at the vending machine. But at the moment, I don't think that he's got a lot of support. There's no nades left remaining. Shaika's used both of his. But someone cutting off the position and someone swinging would be certainly helpful. That said, Leak Effect goes down. Gav also pops the Vulcan canister, and it prevents a refrag push here from Shaiko. BDS simply did not have the util to clear that position.
They joined out a little bit late. League Effect, you know, he pre-fired it, but it was very last second. 5 Grimbees and Bug of Breed not being used, but look at this. User swings out.
Good kill for Usus. His 10th for the series. As Unwanted wait out this E1D, Lion scan. Rede wants to make progress, but he's worried about Mute Jammers on the site. He can't scan up ahead. Usus still keenly looking with that SMG-12. Wants to make it further on that top floor before they go and execute down below onto site, where Unwanted have peeled back their defense.
Love how much Unwanted are fighting back right now. They're swinging, they're contesting the map. They're not just giving them space for free. We see it right now from Adam. You hear Solotov by the main door. The 50-50 swing. DMR close range. 2 bullets takes you out. Spirits finds out what about the Shaiku. Down the count.
Oh, bit of damage done to him though. Meanwhile,
trade.
Everyone dies for BDS. Unwanted looking solid. Spirits has found some. Adam did get traded, but at least he supported his team. In doing so, Gav found a second kill. It's up to Brede now on the top floor. He's got an inkling of where these players are. And that is certainly going to make it a little bit easier. Wow, C4 doesn't help him out much, and he's going to get verted by Gav. A 3K on the round.
Really good start. Again, the roaming, taking the fights, playing with confidence, not falling back when a single drone comes into our direction. It shows us that Unwanted, they're still mentally in this and able to fight back, where some teams, when you go down 1-7 on previous map, they go, this is not good, we're scared, we didn't get any kills. That's the best case scenario for Unwanted. And of course, benefit of starting defense on the consulate, it is a lot easier than the attacking side. You can get comfortable, but this is just, if anything, showing us it might very well be a very long map and not a quick one like previously. Oh. Speaking of Tuberao, you said that might get banned out. He's getting played.
Yeah, without a Kaid or a Bandit or even a Mute, like, it's the only wall denial. And it's not really wall denial, it's more wall delaying. So it's a curious decision to bring that, because it's not going to be like a hard stop to hard breach. It's going to be a little bit of a delay. Perhaps they've read into this. Maybe they think that BDS go for the breach like late in the round and they just want to deny it.
Oh, I think they're going to go backside. Look at this operator lineup.
No hard breach.
Oh, there it is. They changed their mind. But yeah, it was like, no hard breach, blitz, no could be line. I was like, yeah, they're not going for a breach, James. But, you know, last second decision changes there.
Perhaps they saw the clash. I know Hot and Cold was hiding it for a little while. But yeah, if you see the clash, you're not going to be picking blitz and going for a rear rush.
You really can't. I mean, clash can just completely stop that push alone. Of course, now with double hard breach, what you can do is a split take. We send one breacher, Ace here on the backside, and Sword Top and Banner could possibly go on the front side. You go towards the map and you pinch them in the middle. That's where, again, you're basically trying to attack from as many different positions as possible to make Clash make a choice. Which one am I going to hold and which one will my teammates hold? And then there will be a gap somewhere to be found by BDS. But that's where you double down with the mirror windows on top of it. And there is no Ashe in play. They need these hard constructing operators to rotate on over and deal with the mirror windows.
One thing I am worried about here for BDS, though, is they don't have any vert. They've used all of their vert potential from Leakafac and those breaching charges on soft walls downstairs. There's one left, but it's not going to be a lot of vert possible. And the freeze from the Tuberao will stall out this breach on the main garage wall. Worried about a C4 coming out from over the top. Shaiko looking very patient. Meanwhile, Adam's just going to continue delaying slowly but surely. Here comes Dream. The Leagafac finds him. Aggressive from the clash, but unfortunately for Unwanted, doesn't bode well for them.
It's the plan for BDS, right? We want to apply pressure in as many areas as possible to make Hot and Cold's life as Clash more complicated. Brede somehow is inside the bomb, so he's found the gap.
He almost saw someone for a brief second as well, but Adam turns on him and takes him down. Good trade from Brede. Might be enough done here for BDS. They still have numbers. They just need to figure out a way to get past his clash. As I say that, Brede's taking him down. I don't know where that came from. Spirit's now in a real pickle. Missed his smoke, trying to hold on to the spiral stairs.
There's no one here.
He's the last one left, and he has been red dead to rights. He finds Solotov. A good shot, good little spray. And a new haircut for the Turk. Leakafac forcing that plant down now on site. BDS assuming post-plant positions. And this is going to be an impossible task here for the lone Canadian as he makes his way back to site.
Poor Spirits. I mean, he held his ground, got his kill, and stuck it out, but this is not enough. The team fell apart around. He misses 1 HP. Shotgun SMG. Damage onto Leakafac. That's not enough to get the injured.
Yeah, and Leakafac will finish him off eventually. Very solid, very convincing attack there from BDS. From start to finish, they looked solid. There wasn't much Unwanted to do. They tried to get aggressive, but they couldn't hack it.
It was a very good, fun round to watch for me because both teams had the same objective in mind. The defenders of Unwanted, they wanted to close as many areas as possible and funnily attack through one position and just put the clash in that spot. That was backside. The way they did it, they were Tuberao freezing the main breach, meaning that for the first half of the round, like minute 30 seconds, they could only attack from yellow door and the back take. And it worked really well, despite Leakafac getting a pre-fire kill behind the clash. But then the problem came. Brede was in the sight out of nowhere, just walking through yellow door, and that backstep double 2 kills, hitting both the player, that's the anchor, and the clash shortly after. It completely ruined the round for Unwanted. I don't know how Brede got in there. I guess he just pushed W on his keyboard, nobody was watching it, but incredible timing to find that gap.
Yeah, Consulate can be quite a bit of gap finding as well. Hard to do when Unwanted bring as many traps as they usually do.
Yeah, that's why it's so surprising.
The L has come back here. We've seen a lot of Lesion. We've seen Capcan make an appearance. Yeah, credit to BDS. They are pretty nimble in their attacks, right? Like, they see that gap in Garage, they just go for it. Even though Leakafac is spearheading a push on the rear side. Now Unwanted to go to the top floor.
Going back to, someone once said, like, Brede is, like, just a back, like, if support player in the back or something
I
like
don't
that?
remember anyone ever saying
And like
that
he just
personally.
entry fragged 2 kills and won the round.
And now
so
he's playing Amaru. No, I personally don't remember anyone saying that
Oh, okay.
Breed was just a support player.
Well, that's my bad. I might have
No,
got
I
my
don't know what you're talking
memories
about.
mixed up.
Yeah, you are getting a little bit old.
The dementia's
Pegu.
kicking in these days. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's right. I mean, in esports years, once you hit like what 23, you're an old man. Once you hit 25, you're on your deathbed.
I'm turning 28. Am I like? I'm going soon.
He's
man.
out the door.
Oh,
Have you
man.
written a will? I sure hope you have. Who are you leaving your 2 hammers to?
That's a great question. Oh my god, I don't know. We're gonna figure this out later. It's a bait. Oh, look at that on the roof instead. Fakes the sound, forcing out either a C4, which there's none of, or a toxic bait, which he hasn't tossed either. It was a great.
Do they know?
No, they don't
How
know.
do they know? Why are they not using plant denial? Do
They're
they have the
geniuses.
read?
I guess so.
I mean, this is so cool from BDS. They faked it. He's Amaru literally right next to it.
Now
On
you
the back
go-
of the smoke and the E1D. Is he going for real?
Yeah, you're gonna go in, burn a smoke, jump out, and go again. Their third attempt, there's gonna be no smoke stuff. There is no C4s. Then you can go for a plant. One saving grace, maybe. Spirits has 2 electric mines that can further stop the plant 2 times. So they can keep going for a while, but there is enough time left for BDS to just do this, wait out the gas, and eventually, I mean, Unwanted, they have to go for a swing.
And then it comes down to whether BDS can cover it accurately.
Yes.
Downstairs, Leakafak is lurking,
call.
hoping for someone to come and support.
Yep.
And here comes the fake again. The last gas goes out. All of the players on the defense spotted by those lion scans. That means BDS have a very good idea of their positions and still a whole minute to go for a little bit more. Good pre-fire there from Solotov. 2 players crossing his line of sights and he finds one of them. A good cross into sight though from Dream as Lurky Leakafak makes his way up Spiral.
And they're gonna fly in the bomb site. They're gonna think Unwanted's gonna go for a push. They have 2 players backstepping. Leakafak from Spiral and of course Guy Adam.
Oh, good impact nade though. Breed finished off. A good spray from Spirits as he has seemingly gone downstairs. Leakafak finished off and caught out of position. He was the one that was meant to be denying the vertical play from Unwanted, but they rotated into it at the perfect time. And now Sharko and Solotov got to pick that diffuser up and find the 4 players that still remain on the side for Unwanted. Fortunately for them, they've left quite a bit of time up their sleeve. Need to find that kill, and Sharko does onto Spirits. Forcing this plant down now. Solotov is the main man. He's got to cover here for BDS, but he gets timed! It's perfect for Dream, but a good refrag there from Sharko in the post now. After already finding 2 kills, he has to find a little bit more.
Where's he going?
He's going downstairs. This is a huge risk, and he's been shot out by Hot and Cold. A valiant effort from Sharko, but Unwanted have made that retake a reality.
You know, right before that happened, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was about to say, Sharko is not a rappel player. And I didn't say that expecting him not to be on the rappel, but he's the kind of person that wants a fair 50-50 gunfight on the ground. But he had the DMR. The keep barrier on the CEO window wouldn't do a damn thing. That's like 3-4 DMR bullets and it's going to be gone. But we saw the process there. He saw the vert holes. We got this kill. He was thinking, if I can get inside piano, I can just shoot up those vert holes.
He wouldn't have had time.
And win it from below. But the thing is, it's such a gamble. He heard the keep barrier go off. And I mean, what you're going to be expecting is they're going to go for a defuse. Of course they are. So misplay, misread there from Sharko. But I do want to say, strategically speaking, I really like what they're doing with the strat. The double fake on the armor, burning out all the utility, then going for a plant while also backstabbing. The only issue that happened is Leakafak, who was walking up the spiral staircase, going for that backstab I just mentioned, he was a piano player covering vertically. When he left to go spiral, a defender went into piano, impacted the floor, and killed the planter.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, your win conditions, BDS, you forgot the most important one, the guy downstairs.
Yeah. It'd be so frustrating for Leakafak because he spent about 2 minutes hiding downstairs,
Just
waiting for
waiting.
someone to push. And it was only after he left that Spirits dropped down that hatch from sight and went for the vertical play. Really, I mean, if Leakafak had stayed in that position, probably would have been a BDS
They'd
round.
probably just win, yeah.
And also, I will say, in that 2 versus 1, if Sharko had played on Repel, the guy was still defusing. Meanwhile, Hot and Cold was jumping out. He can't fight the guy jumping out and kill the diffuser. I think he would have gotten trade and Hot and Cold would have had time because Unwanted was so quick on that reaction. Immediately as soon as that plant went down, they went for it and went for the jump out. So they would have still had time had the diffuser player died to finish off that defuse with the player jumping out.
Completely possible. We'll never know what happens. I mean, Sharko, snap, headshot. Only takes about, 0.3 seconds.
We've seen it before from Sharko.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, round on Catwalk, we're just getting those 3K, 4K. Yeah, it happens. But now Unwanted, they're getting these rounds that they really needed. They can feel better about the situation, find themselves a 1-round lead so far. And they're back to playing those trap-oriented operators where you get the Captain, the Lishin, the Glory, the Ella. They want to fight BDS. I like the Monty here from Bride, but he has to do a good job of just taking it nice and slow because there is so much chip damage from all those gadgets that could just slowly burn away his health bar.
Spirits is, prepping the goo mine, the Ella mine rather. Grismot. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, if Bride detonates this, he should be a dead man. Spirits is just waiting for him.
I baited.
Bride wants to bait it, wants to bait the swing. Spirits does not overcommit here. Dream coming to support, looking for a crossfire. But Dream may walk straight into the player behind Bride. Shotgun, tears out a little bit. Dream forced back after the drone. Information from the player on the stairs. And Dream is rotated back and supported by taking down Solitov. An attempt at a push from BDS, doesn't find a damn thing. And poor Shaiko down below behind this shield is trying desperately to look for some support for Bride, but it's not going to happen. He does start marching on forward in the 3v3. Leakafak close to sight. Bride, the one with diffuser.
Leakafak just jumped in the closet window, got a 2K and jumped back out. Now we see the Muncie in full effect. He can walk on in here, use his toxic, or his smoke rather, and go for a plant attempt. There is no warden. There are no eyes on the bombs that really own an expo room. BDS are taking their time. No mistakes. They've already lost a round they didn't really want to earlier. Gotta really lock in here and get this one.
There's a lot of vertical holes available. They need to make sure that they smoke the plant position. Standing near the planter is Leakafak. He spots a player for a brief second. Doesn't have a lot of HP, so he is going to have to pull that goo mine out. Plant is confirmed. The 3v3 advantage for BDS, but that starts slipping away. Gavin has taken down Leakafak. What are you doing? There's no range on that goddamn thing. We'll have the hot and cold now. There's Bride and Shaiko two-team him. It's Shaiko, the god himself, to cover the plant. He's done it for BDS.
It's gotta be panic from Gavin. No, I mean, you're hip firing the shotgun from 20 meters away. Bottom yellow, you have a pistol, you have a secondary. You can just close the gap, maybe something like that. I don't know. But Unwanted, it looked like they might have had the one once Leakafak went down to the flanker, but then, I don't know. Wrong weapon, I guess? Wrong position?
Yeah. Man, rough there. Unwanted, so damn close. They found the first pick in the 3v3, and yet they did not find a single one after that.
I like the yellow hold. I mean, they were committed to it. Dream and Gavin together, the shotgun and the Lesion, and they held on for as long as possible. But when Leakafak got that 2K jumping into the bomb site window, they had to peel off. They had to. They have no choice left.
And yet Unwanted still had control of the top floor, and in theory, the ability to deny the plant. They struggled to do so. But then the retake coming laterally ended up working for them, at the start at least, until it didn't.
This is a Unwanted classic, by the way. The wall deny, the bandit 2-brow, wanting to make the lives of BDS more complicated. This now, to me, if you just look at this top down, you have two options. Either you play the Maverick, which Leafak just went on to, or you go for that full room play that you mentioned, where you do verticality and piano, do soft destruction, and then you can work the bomb side. So BDS, they opt for the Maverick. It's going to be a slow one, but they can't get the job done. It's a very slow lineup in general. The Brava, the Dokkaebi, double Harbinger, and a shield. This doesn't scream, we want to fight you. This screams, we want to execute against you. 5v5, good old school siege. But this is the thing, Unwanted, that's their playstyle. So they should have a good, good time with this.
Uncold trying to shoot off some X-Kairos. I actually did manage to cop a few. Does mean that Solital is going to have to use a little bit more hard breach to open up that hatch. He's going to have to expose himself. He's going to get contested as well from near Visa, I believe. Is there someone still there? Maybe not.
I don't think so. Nope. C4 downstairs on Dream. Uncold top floor on the Mossy, hiding away. Also with a C4 in pocket. Bit of vert. You get
shoot some of these off.
There it is.
Is he going to detonate still?
No, I think he got both of them there.
Damn. Cheeky. Meanwhile on the side, Leakafak hasn't actually gone for the full wall breach as of yet. Bride's gone for a kill. They're going straight in for it.
What?
2 minutes on the clock, doesn't matter. BDS have sent it into sight before the breach is even open. Plant's going down for Bride as the Maverick looks to make this an impossible post-plant for Unwanted to overcome. Hot and Cold does find the kill on his roam. Two players together from Unwanted going for this retake, but it's not nearly enough. BDS still have this plant. They've got the site to themselves. They have a Monty and long lines of sight to hold on. Spirits, 3 gas babes in pocket, so far from home and so far from being able to get this retake going. Time is ticking away. Shaiko falls to Hot and Cold, but here comes Uses, traded back by Spirits. Low HP Hot and Cold coming down yellow. Brede still on the Monty, still holding on to sight, and it's easy for Leakafact to find what is going to be the second last kill of the round. Nothing in it for Spirits. Too far from the bomb site to deny the plan, and now there's nothing in it. He's going to sit there and wait for Leakafact to give him a new haircut.
Such a good off-pace play there from BDS. I mean, it didn't look like if you're Unwanted that anything was going to happen. The wall wasn't quite opened up. All there was, Monty walks in yellow door, a gun is behind him, and 3, 2, 1 full send it straight to the bomb site because they know Unwanted. They have at least 2 roamers. Dream backside, Hot and Cold top floor. And that also means that if Smoke isn't playing by the side when you see that Monty, you can't stop him. Nothing's going to stop that operator from walking in unless you have Smoke in the right spot, and they simply didn't.
Smoke or Ella, which we've seen plenty of, or just a goo mine, anything.
Crossfire.
A Tubarao, maybe?
Yeah.
Could have done it. Yeah, Crossfire. Yeah, Brede took a huge risk, but it panned out for him because BDS had the right call, had the right read on the situation. Now Unwanted take their tack.
And I do want to give some credit to Brede here because he's been playing the front lines now a couple of rounds, and both times on yellow door. One with a gun, one with the Monty, and he must be just very vocal saying, guys, I think we can just walk on in. That's gotta be him as a support player making the aggressive call because he's the only person with eyes on the bomb side.
Dude, I heard Brede is just a backline player.
Brede is actually just a backline player, except when he's not.
Except when he's not.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's Brede. Is he or is he not? We can only find out when the round begins.
I love the evolution of the few support players that we've had in the scene that have gone from the old school style of support meta to the present time. Yeah. Back in the day, let's go to someone like Goga, my teammate. He could go 0-10 every map and still be one of the best supports in the world because back then, you're planting, you're watching cameras, you're droning. That was your job. And you die while planting half the time.
Yeah.
And then Brede was a tier 1 S-tier support player 5 years ago in that meta. Take him to present time, he's an S-tier top X support player in the world still with a much more aggressive meta where you do have to show up individually.
Dude's nasty.
He's evolved.
Yeah.
He's so nasty. And fun fact, BDS had, in my mind, had the biggest roster upgrade ever in Siege. And it's when Rene joined the team. Do you remember who he replaced?
Is it Rafal or is Rafal still on the team?
No, way back. RXWD.
Oh, yeah.
Who couldn't hit an Egger drone with IQ. It was crazy.
Dude.
So RXWD into Brede is the most ridiculous roster swap of all time.
Quite a glow up.
And when it happened, I sat down and went, oh no. Like, we're all cooked now. Like, they're going to take over.
This Brava's doing a lot. Just hacked.
Oh, failure.
Got the bulletproof camera still on site. Now, that can be destroyed by Unwanted. But it's a shame for him that he didn't manage to get that Yokai drone that was running away from him.
It's kind of toxic that it says failure on the screen. It's calling you a failure every time you don't get to hack a gadget. The mental warfare from the Brava drone.
BDS attacking the basement again. Yeah, Unwanted this is the basement, right? No, sorry, it's ground floor. I was confused. I thought he was on the ground floor there looking down below.
This is Lobby Bobby.
This is Lobby Bobby.
Lobby Bobby.
Spirits has found an early pick. Where was that?
There's
Solotov soloing with the sledge.
Oh,
there you go. It must have been a wallbang, perhaps, I think.
Small gap in the wall.
Nice contest there from Unwanted, keeping the fire going as they look to bring it back from one player down. One round in deficit, and unfortunately, Leakafact doesn't catch the cross of Spirits on the retreat on this top floor.
Unfortunate. Would have been a really good look for BDS to get back that even man count with the Monty. You really want that because you have one gun less available to you as Monty will be extended the entirety, or most at least, of this round. And now Leakafact Shotgun uses a bit more pressure upon their shoulders to try and find the frag, and Unwanted, they've just fallen back. They're playing admin with a crossfire. They're playing downstairs. Oh. Look at this, could be a freebie.
Leakafact eventually goes down. Impact will finish him off. Great job from Gav as he starts to peel back. He can detonate those Vulcan canisters as well. Prevent BDS from retaking and chasing him down those Visa stairs. But seems that it's a game of vert at the moment for BDS as Usus has found his pick on the site.
You just kind of AFK here, like soft AFK. There's no C4s downstairs. They only have the Yokai drones to deny the plant with, so time can be your friend. But if you start giving up these bodies for free, time won't matter. You need players alive. Yellow ping himself admin office. That's going to be one defender.
They're going to hunt him?
They want to hunt him with 30 seconds left?
This is hugely risky.
Yeah.
They don't have any flashes to make this work, but the shotgun comes out for Shaiko and immediately takes down Spirits. Beautiful work from BDS. It only took them about 7 seconds to do so. Now, their biggest enemy are these Yokai drones. Bride with the diffuser in pocket. As that Monty, he can drop down safely. It's up to Hot and Cold to hold on to his position. There's not going to be a lot of time left on the clock. Uses to cover onto Adam. It's all up to Hot and Cold. The diffuser denied. He tries to duck and weave. Does he have another one? Gavin can deny it from above. Oh, Unwanted. You've stolen it from BDS again.
Distraction game, baby. You thought the Yokai was the main character, James? You're wrong. It was Gavin, baby, upstairs, going for the flank, forcing BDS into that split pressure situation once more, and they're so low on time. I do think Shaiko chasing the Ella instead of Abbott office was a good call, because it just gives them more space to work with. But then you got the Echo on the flank, and you steal it.
Dude, can I just say, Gav has been a gunner today.
He has been.
He's next level. Far out. Well, Unwanted have tied it up. 3 rounds apiece. Unwanted took their tactical, right? Just that round passed, if I'm not wrong.
They did.
So at least they managed to convert this one. They struggled to convert on Clubhouse. See if they can bring that momentum into the second half.
Question is a 3-3 half starting defense enough against BDS?
Typically, no.
Yeah, the thing is, typically, no. It can be, of course, it always can. But if we gotta be realistic, I was really hoping for Unwanted a 4-2 split. And given how close the rounds were in nature, it wasn't a convincing 3-3 either.
Yeah.
So their attack has to be better than their defense is. Unconscionable.
And I don't have a lot of faith in this blitz here, considering we've got Clash,
it's really hard
Legion, even the mute counters the blitz. Like every single one of these operators from BDS has a counter to the blitz. Like the Legion's obvious, the mute prevents the flash from working. Shaiko on the Fenrir, it doesn't need to be said. Clash is the most obvious one. Even users can toss out those Zodos. So, and we've got 2 C4s on the board. So it's not a good look here. Being Spirit's going to be massively challenging. He's going to have a strong set piece. He's going to have support of his teammates.
Yeah, Blitz typically on maps that are a bit closer or not as open or wide with crossfires verticality. That's where he excels. Monty is usually preferred, like BDS, on this particular map.
They teased out bringing both. Hot and Cold was on the Monty for a little while.
But I do think having 2 shields, you just don't have enough firepower, and Blackbeard is banned because before it would be the Blitz plus the Blackbeard. But the roam clear can be good. Look at the call. Let's find this window and try and find the roamer. Most of BDS are actually going to be downstairs besides the Solotov.
Solotov doesn't have the hatch open. Meanwhile, the Zodo canister is going to slow him down a little bit. Is a C4 going to follow? He's tempted.
One of them missed, actually. Already used one.
Zodo on the wall now to try and deny this execute. Solotov eventually does go down. So Adam, supported by Spirits on that blitz, will find his. However, Hot and Cold almost able to escape. That is the ace, though. That's the only hard breach available for Unwanted. They're going to have to kill this site, break in without any hard breach.
Now Spirits got to do a lot of heavy duty here. If there's any more players roaming around, turn to their arm, but they can retake that spiral staircase, walk up yellow stairs, barricade actually yellow door. It only leaves one flank right now. They've drawn on the other one. Gavin with divert destruction, try and get some pressure upon the bomb site itself. I didn't actually see if the Selma charges were spent on the exterior
One
breach.
was. One did. Yep. So one did actually open up this wall here.
Okay, the vault hole.
It's a vault hole. It's not ideal. It's going to be very exposed.
It is, and it's also on the far left. You're exposed to so many angles. This will be tough. Smoke onto the door here and jump on in, maybe? Hello?
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Meanwhile, Gav has dropped the hatch. He's a sneaky little snake in the side, but he's found users looking for more, and he does.
Hatch.
Goodbye, Shaiko, but the retake from Leakafak upstairs on this hatch. Now he just has to deny this plant. Where's it going down? Bride on the side, can't do anything. He's being hunted. He's been hung, drawn, and quartered on the site. Well, up to Leakafak. That plant is still going down. He drops the Dream, who spots him, and the Blitz is coming his way. Dream will find the final kill as well. Unwanted take that momentum into the second half.
How does Gavin drop down the hatch, prone across the bomb site, get 2 kills, one being a wallbang basically, and surprise BDS like that? That's ridiculous. I mean, I guess can openers on ramp go kind of crazy. And he must have hot dropped it with the breach.
He didn't have. Did he have can openers on ramp?
He must have, because who else would have brought it?
Oh, true.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, I remember saying that there was.
Wait, was it soft hatch?
Maybe. No. I saw it reinforced early. It must have been that the ace chucked him on the hatch. Hatch was open.
Hatch was open.
Apparently.
I could have sworn it was closed.
I thought I remember the hatch being reinforced. Because I remember seeing Solotov or whoever was roaming, he was near the reinforced hatch. So maybe Ace breached it before he died.
Maybe Solotov's just...
Are you going back and watching the VOD? Because
No,
I'm
going to do two things. One, I'm going to check if she even has can openers, because I don't know why I said it, but
I'm pretty sure Ram does not have can openers.
I thought she lost the shotgun and got can openers in the recent patch.
Really? Oh, that's news to me.
But no, she didn't. This website doesn't even have the shotgun.
It's claymores and
flashbangs.
Flashes.
I'm going to check the VOD as well. I'm just curious for my own sake here.
Well, you can do that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I can color cast. I can break down a bomb site.
All right, let's break down this. What are you seeing, James?
Nothing, because our monitors just turned off. They're back.
Okay.
That was perfect timing from you, Pengu. I'm seeing a top 4 defense. I'm seeing the Ella make its return. Okay. And an unlikely pick is the Pulse. So perhaps looking for a little bit of plant denial or late roam downstairs. Leakafak does like to be separated from the rest of his team and be a little bit individual in his plays. On the attacking side, it seems like Unwanted are going for a similar tactic to what we saw from BDS with that Amaru, Ying, and the Sen. So clearly some set play in mind. I don't know if they're going to bait it out as often as BDS did. But one thing I know for certain is that they will need to have someone lurking down below to deny a C4 plant denial. We got 3 C4s up. We got info from the Pulse as well.
They had Hibana last round.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
Dream was literally playing Hibana. We both missed it.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
That's how they opened the hatch.
There you go.
No, there it
Everyone
is.
watching that noticed that was like, these guys are so dumb.
These guys are idiots. True. Anyways, that's how they had to open. That's how Gavin dropped. He hot dropped off the Hibana X Cairo is basically this right now, though. Down the sky we go.
Yeah, into the fray, it seems. Usus has just put a stop to it, though, with a nice C4. Here comes an aggressive swing from Usus now. But Gav covers himself and looks for a little bit more. He could just be planting right now. Hot and cold. Goes down, and deep into side is Dream. Aggressive from Unwanted as they keep on fighting. Gav just keeps on marching forward further and further. The Astronaut stay in the same place because he will be victim to Leakafak's pulse scanner, the cardiac sensor, with a C4 in pocket to support him.
Ooh, this could be good. Look at this.
Hunted down by Spirits. Seemingly aware. So there's not enough players on site. That means someone must be down below. Leakafak spotted for a brief moment. Gav needs to make sure not to force this plant down. If I'm not wrong, Hot and Cold is the one that had the diffuser. Gav has to go and get it back. A little bit of a wall bang from Solotov. He's got the bigger magazine. Meanwhile, Gav has to reload. And again, a game of cat and mouse downstairs. Leakafak continuing to reposition. I don't know where Spirits has found himself. Gav still not to get that diffuser. The game of cat and mouse continues. Spirits doesn't know where Leakafak has run off to. Leakafak aware that he is being hunted. He may spot the player with the cardiac sensor in a brief moment. He looks the wrong way. The range is not there. The spray through the wall will give away Spirits' position. Leakafak does not have a good gun for it, but Spirits has already taken a lot of damage. One more shot from Leakafak, and Spirits will be finished off. As he brings out the pistol, and Gav starts to confirm this diffuser. Leakafak needs to try and deny it. He needs to try and win this fight first. But meanwhile, he's just run away, tail between his legs, and the plant's gone down. Now all of a sudden, Spirits goes down, and it's up to Gav to try and cover. Leakafak takes out his teammate. He needs to win it now against Gav. Trying to jump out the window, finds nothing for him. And Gav has clutched it up in a 1 versus 2. Wow. What a crazy round. These guys are playing Duck, Duck, Goose.
How did they win that? I mean, it was a 1-minute chase downstairs, and Leakafak completely outplayed Spirits, by the way. Then Gavin said, we're not progressing the round at all. I'm going to just stop planning, and let's just pray something goes our way. And somehow BDS, I think they were all too concerned with Leakafak buying time below, because a plant does go down. Gavin jumps back out on the rappel, waiting and watching, and then, of course, the team kill, which I don't think changed too many things there, but Gavin was 1 bullet from dead.
Gav has been unreal in this match. He's currently 11 kills to 4 deaths. Meanwhile, BDS taking their tactical timeout. Much needed at the moment, considering they've just lost that lead.
That round is crazy.
Dude, I need to catch my breath after that. I think I need to calm down a little bit. I wanted to give me a heart attack. We're up 5-3 at the moment. BDS trailing on Consulate, which is certainly not what we expected after the first half. We said, is 3 rounds of defense going to be enough? We would have liked to see 4. Now they're undefeated 2 rounds in a row on attack.
If you're BDS, there is one way to maybe kind of just calm the nerves right now and saying, Unwanted, they're winning a lot of these rounds of individual heroics, which isn't a bad thing if you're Unwanted.
But if it keeps happening.
Yeah, it keeps happening. It's a problem. But, you know, as a former player myself, there's many different ways you can lose. Because you're misplaying, because they're making crazy plays in clutches, because of bad timing, etc. If you can make the angle, they're having the most unreal rounds right now, winning every gunfight, having the better timing, the better game set, whatever. Don't worry too much about it. We're just going, oh, guys, we're making these mistakes. What are we supposed to do? Like, no one's watching this angle. Like, what is, like, oh, you know, frustration. And BDS, we did see them early in the tournament having difficulties working around staying mentally in the game and not letting it slip. It often becomes Leakyfag is very much a sole IGL, a sole in-game leader, and not many people are really helping him to put all the pieces together. So either what we see from BDS, Leakyfag is having a great game individually, and the other players aren't. That's kind of what's happening right now. 3-8 from Solotov, even from Shaiku, 3-5 3-8, even Uses.
Yeah.
Always see BDS working together as a complete unit, 5 men operating together, like on their attacks, hitting the bomb site, going for rushes, making it work with the trades. They haven't found that same synergy on defense yet.
We've played 8 rounds so far, Pengu, which is what we played on map number 1. In that, Solotov had 11 kills, Users had 9, Brede was 6-1. Quite a contrast to what we're seeing here, where Leakyfag is the main one doing the heavy lifting in the fragging department for BDS.
See, often Leakyfag will enable his teammates and call around him, but so far it's been him doing most of the heavy lifting like you mentioned. But defense does play out differently, of course. We gotta see what they can cook up. Everyone gotta get active, not just Leakyfag. Gotta do it together. Now, release an anger, you can chill the bomb site, but the other members, keep going.
You really need to do it together as well against shields. And we're seeing 2 of them here from Unwanted. Yeah, and the Finker, which is going to enable those shields, heal them back up again. One spotted. Solotov been seen. As Spirits tries to make his way forward, tries to protect his feet by looking down, marching forward, crouched. Doesn't find it as of yet. And he falls back again.
So Monty can do all the heavy lifting in the areas where it's kind of dangerous. Like this meeting door, Blitz is going to have a bit of a hard time walking in there. But Monty can go where he pleases. Gotta worry about the 2 C4s downstairs, but... Oh, they're ready. Right, and ready. Gets tossed out. Blitz runs away. No damage done.
Wasted C4, and here's progress, though. A second C4. Hot and Cold takes a bit of damage, but... No cigar as of yet for BDS, and Adam finds the first kill. Nice shots from Spirits. Brede goes down. A clear of the top floor successful now for Unwanted, with a minute left to play and a 2-player advantage.
A beautiful push there. Unwanted Eden 1C4, Spirits duking the other, finger boost coming in for the healing for the shields as well. 5v3 with shields alive can be so hard to claw back as a defender without that bit of utility. Solotov looking for a flank. That means only 2 players are by the bomb side, and Unwanted, they got a flank watch.
Yeah, they're actively covering it off. 2 shields coming up against... What a shot there from Users! However, the Blitz will refrag and make quick work of him. A smoke to go out on top of Hot and Cold, potentially a revive to come through, but meanwhile, Solotov, he snuck his way upstairs and he's found a kill. 15 seconds to go. And now vertical domination from the Turk. There's no way into it. Harder, Unwanted, try and make this one work. Gav goes down onside the Blitz, coming for him. We need to see Hot and Cold forcing down this diffuser. It doesn't matter.
What? The goo mine.
I can't believe it. He couldn't plant, and they couldn't find the kill. With 1 player left alive, the clutch comes through.
The Monty walked into a goo mine as far as I caught there, which means he had to pull out the goo mine first. No time left. So Spirits, I mean, if you play that for 1 or 2 seconds longer, he probably gets the kill on Solotov, and the round is over. We saw Gavin watching flying top floor. 10 seconds before Solotov gets the flank. So they let loose. When you got a 4v1, a 4v2, a 4v3, when you got numbers advantage, either an active drone needs to be watched on top floor flank, or a player cannot, like, you cannot drop and nobody watch it. That's the one way you lose on Consulate. The verticality is so lethal.
Jeez, I have no idea how you win that round.
Pre-plays goo mine from FaZe probably.
Oh, that was premeditated,
yeah,
right?
Oh, like, yeah. They're gonna plant over here, guys. I mean, they went with the default plan.
Shaka knew about that. That was insane, dude. I'm still processing that. Solotov just needed to get away. It came so close to it for Spirits. He almost found that final kill.
Yeah, he got the flash and everything.
Yeah. Nonetheless, that round is in the books. BDS managed to close this gap just a little bit more. Stave off map point from Unwanted. Now another chance as we go back down to the basement. We haven't seen success here from BDS just yet.
Something disappointing of me just happened on H stream. Everybody's saying, "Oh
yeah,
no!"
I hear people reacting.
People are being
what's
bothered.
this?
That's cheeky.
Aggressive from Shaiko.
Yeah, get back in.
Yeah.
Careful now. The shields now doing work. Adam taking a bunch of damage right now, somehow, somewhere. Main door, okay, getting shot by the player of Solotov, I believe. Unlocking the entry. Hall goes out though, further enabling the shield to the entry, but this is a bit of a slow approach here for Unwanted. Not sure where the gaps are. I think they just have a lag of drone in the drone phase. Oh, the impact gonna get all the X-Kyro pellets. That's a lot of damage done.
Yeah, only 6 remain here for Gav. He's been unreal in this game, but he needs to have bang for buck on that util as he's the main hard breacher in this lineup. We do have Dream on the Mav as well. Don't waste any excess X-Kyros there. He's just got 4 left now if he wants to get a breach on that external wall. A lot of damage taken by Spirits. Out comes the smoke. Out comes the C4. Out comes an impact. Not much for Spirits to do now. Flank though, and Leakafact takes a hell of a lot of damage. Adam might not know it, but he's just taken Leakafact down to about 1 HP. Solotov still hiding here inside of Tellers. Just waiting for the onslaught to come through. Spirits taken down means it's up to Hot and Cold. Getting closer. The flash comes through and Hot and Cold delivers the killing blow.
Such a messy entry there, and it all started because an impact grenade from League Effect took down all those X-Kyro pellets from Gavin. That meant they had to brute force Tellers from the Visa window and just force it down the hallway. But Spirits, one of the best Blitz players in the world, maybe the best Blitz player in the world, of course gets it done. Hot and Cold, half health on Munty, the Soul Shield up against the Goo Mine, a single C4, and a Goyo Fire. And again, if you walk through a fire as a shield, you will guard break. So these Goyo Fires will be extremely lethal, not just in damage, but by exposing Hot and Cold.
Yeah, it's going to be a very windy path forward here for Unwanted. They're also a player down, and they're tunnel visioning from the same direction. All of these players from PDS have a read. The drones have come out. There's still a mirror window facing that position. So everyone from Unwanted funnels down this single hallway. A C4, that's a hell of a lot of damage onto Hot and Cold. Adam standing behind him just hoping to bait for a pick, but BDS know that they don't need to swing. They will anyway because it's Shaiko, and that's what Shaiko does. Now it's Hot and Cold versus the world. Easy for Shaiko to carve his head up. And we're back at an even scoreline. 5 rounds apiece as BDS are poised to make this comeback happen.
Curious what Unwanted are thinking right now, because on one side, you could go, these shield operators are not working out. We're losing the last, 2 rounds in a row. But on the other side, if you really think about it and look at how these rounds are playing out, the shields are one of the sole reasons why they've been winning. So I can kind of see a world where the team might be split 50-50. And we gotta see if Hot and Cold and Spirits will talk and say, guys, no, these shields are not the problem. They're working. These are the issues instead. Right now, they're hovering just to blitz Hot and Cold off the Munty. This, of course, is also an upstairs attack. Double shield here is kind of the more gunplay, basically.
Well, last time Unwanted won this on the back of the Amaru. Exactly, yeah, the Amaru, and then that execute, which was extremely messy. And then Gav clutched it up in a 1v2. Does feel like we're getting a lot more clutches out of these Unwanted players than we are out of, to be honest, a lot of teams at this tournament.
Yeah, they have been very clutch.
Which is funny because you were describing them and we were talking about them as a team that's maybe less individually talented and more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah,
but
1-to-1, yeah.
The individual players on this team have certainly stepped up. Gav right now, we've talked about him a lot. He's 12-6 in this map. An unreal scoreline. BDS, none of their players reaching double digits as of yet, except for Leakafak, who has struggled and often been separated from the rest of the team in this map.
They did just opt for the one shield. Hot and Cold on the floors instead, bit of soft destruction. You see BDS, they're playing the Clash. What this can do if they go for a CEO plan is you can just kind of walk on in, ignore the window repel, take the shield away, kill the guy planting. It gives you another win condition. Likewise, if Unwanted go for an admin attack on the other side of the building, you can walk in that direction and shut down the attackers further. Clash on this particular bomb site can just be such a difficult operator to deal with, and there are no real counter operators. There's no Capital, there's no Sophia, there's no Nomad. This just leaves, well, the EMPs from Adam, I guess? It's not going to be pretty against the Clash, that's for sure.
I think for BDS, what they learned last round perhaps is if they win an early exchange, or even if perhaps it remains a 5v5 and Unwanted don't have a lot of clear util, they just need to play passively, especially when they got util like that Clash, operators like Warden available. And let's not forget the traps. Smoke can continue to gas up these positions in the late round.
I mean, I love this from BDS. It feels like how they're going to break this apart from Unwanted. And it doesn't feel very likely. As long as BD doesn't make a massive misplay and dies to the side or a backstab, the only real thing Unwanted can do is attack from every direction at once. Drop down yellow skylight, push spiral, you know, send it from admin, go yellow stairs. They need to just attack from everywhere and ignore the Clash, essentially. See what they could do.
Hard to do that when the Clash is the one standing in your way. The Grimbees have come out, and the Clash still teasing a little bit of pressure around meeting. Good drone work, though, as Hot and Cold's now spotted quite a few players. But Unwanted are playing very slowly. When will this execute come through? Here it is. Spirits getting deep. Looking to try and backstab the Clash, and he spots him! That's the way you deal with the Clash! Looking for more now. Spirits is a hungry blitz. Desperate now, BDS floundering on side as Adam swings it. And Unwanted are inching closer and closer. Leakafact trapped into a corner, finished off again. Spirits is an unreal blitz, and he's hungry for more. Surely that's going to be it. Users might be the Warden, but that doesn't matter because Spirits and Adam will double team him until he dies in a corner. Another round for Unwanted and map point here on Consulate.
Hey, I was gonna say it, but Min took the words straight out of my mouth. You're the best damn shield player in the world. While he looks at Spirits, the value, he single-handedly won that. I said the only way Clash dies is if Breedy makes a massive misplay and gets shot from the side or from behind. It's that Blitz that finds the gap, who's the loudest operator in the game, and they knew he was there. The smoke grenade, the sound, surely, but Breedy was distracted because Atom was fighting him on the door as well. And Spirits doesn't stop. His goal with Blitz right now, create chaos, seek out the 1v1s, go for the melee, get the kill. Here, just keep the ward in the corner. He's got no way out. I'm that guy.
He is that guy. He knows it. He knows exactly what he's done. And he's definitely got in BDS's heads as well. Like, you look at the way it was Adam swung with the Dokkaebi, and all these players,
they're all looking at him.
They're tunnel visioning this Blitz because they're like, holy crap, we are getting minced by this guy.
Yeah, and there's the thing I spoke about before that round started. There is this awkward spot where Unwanted, they might feel the shields are the problem, but if you did break down every single round, I think Spirits was the sole reason why they were working out, and I'm very sure if you go in and listen to the communication, Spirits said, guys, the shield is not the problem, trust me on this, give me one more go at it. He's proven that. It's 6-5 now.
Dude, I'd be insta-picking that Blitz every round if I was as good as Spirits.
And the thing is, unless BDS finds a consistent counter and don't start, you know, losing those 1v1 gunfights with the Blitz, there's no real reason to change away from it. If you go to overtime, everything changes, of course. It's 6-6, best of 3 in terms of round count, pressure is higher, stress is higher, maybe the Blitz won't work. However, when you're Spirits, one of the most experienced players on it, I think he has a way to make this work for every single scenario. This is your dangerous league effect. You gotta run away, go for that drone, and it might cost you your life.
You do take a look at the BDS lineup, though. We've got 4 trap operators, plus the mute, which can counter Blitz as well. I'm liking that we're seeing Ella get a little bit of a resurgence. Those impact grenades also very valuable against a Blitz player. We've got a C4 on Breedo. That'll pack a punch.
Love the Frost here.
Yeah, that's the X factor. That's the first time we're seeing Frost. Kind of operator that if they don't know you got it, you might just catch someone off guard. I don't know where they've placed those mats. Oh, one underneath the
window.
Yeah, okay. Where else? Oh, wow, that's a cheeky one.
That's very cheeky. I like that. Very slow round from Unwanted, feeling the pressure of match point. Don't want to throw anything away and give anything up for free. And I like this, because when they play this operator lineup, the Dokkaebi and the Blitz, at a moment's notice, they can just storm the bomb site. They can just go for a quick roam clear. But right now, there's the third Frost Trap. They have to just stabilize to make sure that all 5 players stay alive. They get their hard breaching done, their soft breaching done. Then comes back that timer. BDS, they have one defense round earlier because the timer hits 0. This grenade, League Effect risks it. He's really min-maxing this spot right now.
He wants to continue playing aggressively here. The top fragger in an aggressive spot, and he's going to be seen as well by the Grimsbees. Beautiful work from Dream. League Effect is down. Unwanted inching closer to map 3.
I see the risk, but remember what I said earlier, BDS, they're not putting together as a 5-man machine. It's individual heroics there. League Effect, the IGL, making a solo play once more. He can call from the grave, but Adam finds another. Breeder done as well.
Oh, BDS are dropping. Shaiko's found one, traded back, not aware of the position. A good refrag from Solotov, but it may not be enough. Users getting aggressive, expecting Unwanted may indeed explode onto the bomb site at a moment's notice. 30 seconds left.
Their Frost up here still in main door. I swear to God, if Dream walks into a Frost trap, that could change everything in this round. Spirits and Gavin, you're split away from Dream. No diffuser currently, it's on the ground by the defender's position. They gotta advance forward, they gotta attack this.
Solotov's position revealed. They know he's got the diffuser, but here comes the backstab! And it's Dream! It was not a dream after all. Unwanted, they take the second map. They taught BDS a lesson in Manchester, and this is just a reminder. Map 3 is coming up before too long, and the North Americans have not had the last laugh as of yet.
I love that. When I wanted to do the 4-1 strat, where they have one guy backstabbing and a big distraction game on the front lines, like the Blitz and Togepi, Green gets an easy 2K to finish it off. Again, Unwanted, they surprise us.
BDS being pushed to their limits. We thought Consulate was theirs for the taking. And yet Unwanted do what they always do. They pushed us to map number 3. Border coming up next.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening, and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback. So when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now. So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be a little bit too strong or maybe a little bit too weak, so being able to help is a massive thing.
I got to give it to these guys. The dev team, you guys have really been hitting it, man. The new operators they bring in that just find different ways to change the game, but not break the game.
All of it is so obviously done with so much love and so much sort of apparent drive of yeah, we can do the coolest thing, we can do the best thing.
I love the operators you put out, the maps you put out, and I know how much work goes into that.
And I think they've been doing an amazing job, especially over these last few years. The updates have been amazing. The different balancing changes have been amazing.
carries, Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço.
BDS might have dominated on Clubhouse, but Unwanted got their just revenge on Consulate. A 7-1 first map with a reply from Unwanted that has BDS fans scratching their head. Why is it that BDS seem to always go to a third map?
And also Unwanted, how come they can just do this to BDS after getting demolished on Clubhouse, right? Yes, BDS, they got a third map pretty often, they've had a sloppy time so far, but this was Unwanted stepping up more so than BDS stepping down in the matchup. So again, massive praise to the North Americans because this wasn't easy, but they got the job done.
Yeah, and there's one guy that we really want to praise for that, and it is this guy on screen right now. Spirits was unreal. Best blitz in the world. You've called that. Mint's called that. That's a big call to make, but...
I mean, he's been grinding that title for a very long time, and I don't think he's officially the best blitz player, like, just now. I think he's been for quite some time. Like, he is phenomenal on shields.
Yeah, well, funny enough, Gav actually out-fragged him. Both players really phenomenal.
Gavin's got a real gun. Spirit's got a pistol and a shield to shove people around with. Come on.
Yeah, well, maybe Spirits can be honorary MVP of that map. Huge impact from both of them. Even Dream, again, like finding a 2K backstab to close out the map. Yeah, what happened to BDS there? A lot quieter than in the first map.
I mean, I just think Unwanted, when they figure out their opponent, they look so damn sharp. What happened on Map 1 of Clubhouse, that 1-7 loss in the bottom of your screen, that was Unwanted not figuring out the right pacing, the right timings, and the weaknesses of BDS. So when they can strategically figure things out with a little bit of clutch factor from Gavin, they look like they are on fire. And they need that because Border is up next. And that's where I had my big concerns for this roster. Because how do you challenge BDS in so many gunfights across the entire map when you have more supportive-oriented players in your roster and you got a shield main? Shields aren't great on Border the same way they are on Clubhouse or Consulate.
But they can be great in a different way.
They can be, but usually we talk the Monty. Blitz on those really long engagements. I mean, you're going to get your toes shot. Your
toes shot.
Your toes shot.
That's all right. That's
your
all right.
toes shot into oblivion before reaching any enemies.
I'll give you a chance there because English is your second
That was
language.
hard. That was
I don't
really
speak
hard.
more than one language, and you do, so you get that one for
Reset.
free. Well, that's exactly what these guys need to do, especially BDS, because the momentum that they built on Clubhouse and even at the start of Consulate, first half they managed 3 attacks. Second half they could only manage 2 defenses on what many regard to be a defender-favored map. Border is going to be a different kettle of fish entirely. We know that BDS like this map. We know that Unwanted have struggled on the past. They've already lost it to G2 at SI quite convincingly.
G2 were
7-2.
so good that match.
That's true. And if we turn back the clock for BDS, this is the first time they're playing it here at SI, but they had a big win at the Montreal Major over VP. They had a very close loss over W7M. This is a map that they have played a few times before in recent history, but no very recent VODs. Not quite the same, can we say that, for Unwanted. Of course, they have a VOD from just the other day against G2.
Obviously, Julio right now, the new support staff's really getting into it with LeakyFag about the specifics of this matchup and maybe some final notes to keep in mind. The thing about LeakyFag and BDS is that I feel like he is... Like, in my notes, I said he needs help sometimes. I feel like he's so reliant on leading the team forward, and when it works, it's amazing. But a lot of teams these days, they have what we call a duo system. So him sharing notes with Solotov right now, I love seeing that, getting him involved about his specific side of things, or if LeakyFag did need help with a reminder or something like that. Because it can be a lot on one... more notes. It can be a lot to have that all on one person's shoulders, because if LeakyFag doesn't have an S-tier matchup and doesn't call the right things, someone else has to step up.
Side note, we haven't talked a lot about Julio, but it's nice to see him reunited with Solotov and Usus as well from back in the days on M&M. Yeah, obviously having a stint with the Bleed roster, who represented here as Team Joel. I actually bumped into Julio in the elevator today. He was looking fine and dandy. He's a very happy, very peaceful man.
Oh, yeah.
He's, SI champion multiple times, but he knows that it doesn't really... The game isn't everything, in a way. Like, we love to hype it up and say everything's here. Everything is about whether you win or lose. But at the same time, you have to have the maturity to be able to step back and take a breath. But BDS have certainly lost a lot of that social prediction from you guys. Unwanted stealing a lot of the fandom away. And as we get onto the third map, I got to admit, I'm starting to feel the same way.
I'm feeling it. That plus time zones is getting late back over in Europe, of course. But I do agree with you. I think Unwanted, given how Consulate played out, I do see a world where they can take BDS on Border. But I do think this will be their toughest challenge yet this far in the Invitationals 2025. Operator bans have been defining a lot of things for Unwanted's playstyle. Deimos, of course, does not escape. I mean, you have to.
Against Shaiko, yeah. You can't leave that up. My question is, are we going to see the Blackbeard again? Are we going to see the Blitz? They've locked it in quite early. BDS have picked it. What's it going to be?
Wow.
There you go. A lot of respect. Surely Spirits gets about it in the chat for that.
I was going to say respect or fear. That's what I was going to put in the chat. But no, nothing so far. They're focused up. BDS, of course, they play the Monty. We saw Breedy on that operator. So if they ban out the Monty, they'll hurt themselves. So it is really down to Blackbeard or the Blitz. And most likely, Spirits will play whichever one is open. We'll see if we can get it done. Mira follows through. Very classic operator ban on Border. Same with Valkyrie. I mean, we saw in the first round of Clubhouse, right? The Valkyrie cameras were a big problem. Now it's back-to-back Valkyrie bans.
Unwanted are scared of the Valkyrie, and they don't like playing IQ very much. We saw that in the first map. As you said, they can be very slow at taking down those Valkyrie cameras, even when they do have the Valkyrie up. But you know what has come through the Veto? It is Dokkaebi. We see a lot of Dokkaebi from both teams. A lot of powerful entry players with that SMG-12. This is the bracket, by the way, and this is the game right here.
I too was curious about the bracket.
Just a reminder, that the winner of this does get top 6, goes to the upper bracket semi-finals, and makes it to the main stage on Friday. You win this next map, you get almost a week break. It's Sunday today,
It's
right?
huge.
Friday is the finals events that we'll be playing in the city of Boston in front of you guys for the live venue, MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park. Great venue. So I hear. I've not actually been there.
I was
yet.
going to say, have you been
No,
there?
I haven't. But I was Googling it the other day.
Oh, okay. You looked at it.
I did. It looks like a
fun.
very cool venue.
Excited to see it. Once we get closer and closer to that event. Love the land portion, of course. The crowd, the fans, the energy. BDS, they're going to start things off with the Monty, of course. Now, I'm trying to think to myself, if BDS starting attack or Owen starting defense, if there's some sort of favoritism here. And I don't really think there is. You're in the third map, you felt each other out in the first two, it's gone back and forth, clutch moments, one-sided clubhouse rounds, etc. It just comes down to reset the mentality and say, okay, we're starting from scratch. It's now best of one. Gavin, he's been instrumental in so many rounds, just sticking his ground on defense, playing in those kind of you play to die spots. And Border is the king of this map. Whether it's playing security, playing offense like Adam, you can play in those corners with confidence and just play there for the entirety of the round and force BDS to problem solve your position, whereas some players might just fall back when the pressure is too much. But I could see both Gavin and Adam having really big roles in this map.
Yeah, Adam's got that ACOG on the C1 as well. Good for long-range fights. Here comes the first Dokubi call. And the Monty starts to make his way in from the east stairs. A breach on some of these castle barricades. Tossing up which one to go for
Gotta
first.
save the drone first, yeah. Move it over. Oh, I got shot anyway.
Unfortunate. Still another castle barricade here to be dispatched with. No, interesting setup from Unwanted. It does burn time and util.
Yeah. It also gives you a very big warning sign that, hey, they got big folks in the east stairs in that long hallway. They're probably going to go for an obvious take. That's going to give you a little bit of a forewarning of what's to come. And the setup is there. Shield and Fountain, Adam in the corner. I mean, they got the right setup for it. BDS, again, they have to problem solve, and they don't have any frag grenades. They have no flourish drones left. All they have is Munchie to push people around, and Grim Beast to make them red ping.
Yeah, and yet it's still not easy to clear Adam's position.
It's not.
If he really wants to, he can retreat down the hatch. He has a shotgun in pocket. He could open it up.
You need to stay. I mean, again, they have no nades. They can't clear this corner.
Yeah, there's a crossfire. Monty can't just walk up to him.
So what do you do for BDS? This might be a plan B, going through break room, security, and go armory instead. We'll have to see. There's one rotation at least. That final Dokubi call, they want to hold on to it for as long as possible. It's going out now, so they might just push on in.
Here comes an aggressive swing outside from Gav. He loses the fight. This could be the gap for BDS. The play to fall in CCTV could be the first of the dominoes as BDS now go for a rotation.
Yep, there it is. Risky play from Gavin. It does not pay off this time. 40 seconds though, and Adam's going to be still stuck in that corner. BDS players, of course, also locking that down. So that's two players distracted inside of office, while the other BDS players are attacking armory.
Good shot though from Adam to take down the Grimm's Bees. Meanwhile, Brede is caught inside of the goo mine. Hot and Cold goes down elsewhere to leak a fact, and that's going to start to put some pressure on these unwanted players in office because BDS are just marching into sight. C4 goes out, Spirit's left all alone, and he's harassed by that Montaigne. Now deep in sight, Users looks for a little bit more. Wallbang takes him down on the ground, but Dream and Adam, this fortress that they had created inside our office, well, there's nothing to do about it. They've been trapped in that fortress while BDS have gone and made merry in Armory. Nice shot from Dream. Perhaps winnable. Users is down on the ground. Solotov is low HP. Now finished off.
He's used the Monty now. Solotov, he cannot die right now, so just bait it out, play the time, let Brede do the calling.
He spots out. That's Dream and Adam both spotted here. And Solotov knows he has the ability to march on forward now. But he needs to make sure he wins this. He might be hurt. Brede wins them both! Who cares about Solotov? Brede's got the round on lock.
He knew help was coming, but I will say this, if Brede doesn't go for the melee and the double kill, I actually think the counter defuse goes off in time. So that was a 1v1 between the Monty and the castle, where Brede came out on top somehow, despite not having that melee prioritization. Everything fell apart, and you said it perfectly. The dominoes started to fall. Gavin making an aggressive swing from security door made this massive gap inside the map. We see that Bieber's position right here. When attackers cut that in half, you cannot go from archives back into armory. So there's only one player in security. That's Gavin. There's one player inside the armory, was the warden, and no one else can help each other. So the final two defenders are the office people who started, you know, with the pressure, with the Grim Beast, the Forest Drones, the Monty. They're stuck in office the entire round. It's very important when you're playing defense border that every player understands when to relax and not make a play where doing nothing is doing something, versus, hey, I need to make a hero play, I need to go for a swing. Gavin didn't need to, but he went for it, and he paid the price. Had he gotten the kill, probably wins the round for his team, though.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, Unwanted had a really good setup. The only way that BDS gets in is if they find a gap. There weren't any gaps. Unwanted gave them one.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Gavin that he was the one to make that mistake, but he will need to correct his woes. As Unwanted go downstairs, Teller's archives, and again, BDS, they don't have like a specific pocket strat type setup. They've got a bit of a one-size-fits-all lineup, but they do have the Blackbeard in addition to that Montaigne for even more shield ability.
The thing about border that I love is you can rush every bomb site if you do pick up those pocket strat operators, whether it's like the glass or the blades or the shields, you rush it. But if you don't, we know it's going to be a standard kind of border where you can do everything. And I think if you want to be a really good team on border, you need to be able to make that decision. Hey, we can't attack it the way we intended to. Let's go for a rotate. Leaguefact, BDS, that last round, they were not afraid to say, okay, we chose the wrong attacking strategy. We can change this on the fly and make it work. Now we see Breedy inside, aggressive with the Monty. Just looking for, are there any defenders in the area? No dude could be called to confirm or deny. And Gavin's castle downstairs doesn't have a C4. So Breedy's very safe despite that soft floor below him.
There's a lot of map to take here for BDS. Slowly but surely, they will encircle that top floor. Most of the presence from Unwanted isn't over on CCTV. It's the player in Armory, and Adam here, working on 9 to 5, hanging out in office.
What?
Quickly, he is fired. League of Fact takes him out.
He took his shift, took his job, and said goodnight. Watch from the spectator bench. Adam on cameras now instead, and a lot of map control. Early kill. BDS almost own the entirety of top 4 besides Spirits is sitting up there inside of Armory.
Dream on the Chachanka, by the way. It's not something we see every day, especially on this bomb site. That's nice. He's actually managed to... Yeah, not only plant denial, but also just vision denial. We can't have users continue looking into sight.
They could just drop the hatch. That's the issue. Because they lost top floor control, the Chachanka Fire can stop them from planting default by the window. Great. But if they drop the bathroom hatch and plant in the stall, especially with a Monty, I don't see any way for Unwanted to deny that plan, especially with Zerg control. Spirits is an Armory. He could go for a flank later on. That could be the way back in the round for Unwanted, but it's not a guarantee, and it's not very safe.
Oh, and this is perfect. Yeah. Actually, the Nate is able to take it down first from
now
users.
They can just drop in a second here.
This is pretty much perfect here. It is being watched, though, that flank opportunity by Shaiko on the top floor. Plant going down from Pre-Day. Cover vertically from Leaguefact as these players inside of Workshop have been spotted, and they don't even try and go for the flank. They don't even try and deny the plant. They were hoping that the Chachanka's fire would be enough. Pre-Day takes a little bit of damage to it, but it doesn't really mean anything. The timing there is unfortunate for Leaguefact as Spirits takes him down. The top floor, though, retaken by users and Shaiko together as they finish him off. Now they got vertical domination, but Dream has done well to take down Pre-Day. Now he just needs some cover.
Blackbeard.
Come on, Blackbeard is the perfect operator for this position. Hot and cold has got to win the fight. Users cleans him up. All up to Gav now. He's too far from home. Shaiko and users have the vertical domination, and there's nothing for it. Beautiful attack from BDS. There was nothing Unwanted could do about it.
You hear the celebration from Leaguefact screaming right now. They're doing so good in these rounds, and Unwanted is kind of looking a bit too much like Clubhouse, where they're not really willing to fight around the map and fight for map space. They're saying you can take office, you can have archives, you can have the hatch. No, just take the damn bomb site. They didn't even try and shut down the plant. I don't know if it's because they didn't know or didn't have an answer, but they gotta change up their entire playstyle right now. And I love this tactical timeout timing because Mint realizes this too. If they continue with this way, they're not going to win rounds. They need to change it up.
2 in a row.
I wish I could hear him. I wish I could hear him.
Yeah.
It's third map. You've seen everything that's happened so far. You know your players. You know your team. You know those tons of strats in that book right there. But which one do you use? What do you change and why? And then, of course, with BDS, they talk with their support staff as well. What are they going to expect to happen?
Especially after taking 2 successful bomb sites on the attacking side for BDS. If you're Unwanted, you're thinking, God, where do we go next? We've tried Armory, didn't work. We've tried Tellers, didn't work. Those are really the only 2 good bomb sites on this map. Vents Workshop, very criticized.
Oh my God. I was going to say, what about Customs?
Damn.
And then I looked to my left and I saw they
There's
actually
no
did
way.
it. They actually did it.
What is it? The reprisal of customs. We've seen so much of it so far.
Yeah.
This SI. I don't know if other guys have casted it in other matches, but we've seen it at least 3 or 4 times.
This is the 3rd or 4th time, correct? Yeah. I can remember 2 at least. The thing about customs is that my fear in this is that a lot of teams don't get to practice or play against all that often, so it kind of goes out of meta. People kind of quote-unquote forget about it, or you make a new strat for it, and then rinse repeat the cycle. It can really work out. The only issue is you need to heavy hold security where Gavin is upstairs. That gives you the entire bomb side. But if you go back to my first point, I think players like Gavin and Adam, they are so good in those play-to-die positions. This bomb side works so well around that if they can play in that spot continuously.
Yeah, but how do you do that against the Monty and Blackbeard combo?
Exactly, that's the problem. How do you deal with that? This operator lineup has no counters besides the Frostmats. This might not be the best idea given BDS's playstyle, but then again, you go back to the first and second map. How much shield did BDS play? Not a whole lot. Sometimes pretty on the Monty, but that was really all they showed us. And now all of a sudden, it's double shield 2 rounds in a row. Or 2 rounds overall.
One thing going for Unwanted is there is a decent amount of map for BDS to take. That said, BDS are just going to get an early breach on the site, and I really like this. You put some pressure on the site, it has this effect on the psychology of the roamers, thinking, okay, do we have to go back? Do we have to go back? Makes it much harder to hold their position. Unwanted, though, with these castle barricades and reinforcements upstairs, have put a lot of setup in for BDS to try and take down before they can start contesting these key positions. Like you mentioned, Gav is playing at the moment.
Or praising Dream earlier, but for being such a good anchor player, never screaming for help, making these rumors fall back too early. Banshee keeps out the position of League Effect instead of Archives, advancing forward with half the round burned so far. BDS have done the hard breaching, done the soft breaching. Now they need to play for map control, maybe go for a kill, but Adam has the right read. You heard the Banshee earlier on. If League Effect doesn't get the timing right here, he might just walk into his own demise.
It's an off angle for League Effect as well. He likely won't be checking this position, and Adam gets the fight. Good response from outside from Solotov. Unfortunately for Leakafak, he's taken down just before that angle is opened up. And Hot and Cold is able to trade downstairs. BDS a little bit separated here, and it's allowing Unwanted to get the better of them.
I mean, you asked why go this bomb site. I said some teams don't know how to attack it. Does this look that they know what they're doing? BDS are falling apart.
Good trade. Nice pre-fire from Solotov. Gav goes down. And that is, for the most part, I believe, top floor control.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these Unwanted players have sunk back towards the site.
Now it's like open area bank. They're playing downstairs. They can flank up the staircases. They still got side control. The issue is Monty is great in a lot of situations. In a 2v3, you're 1 gun down. When he starts planting, it's so much for Solotov to cover. They have to try and bait out maybe a kill if they can. Dream's got a C4. He's the most important player, and they're just planting right now.
Been heard. Here comes a C4 out of Dream. Pre-ripped. He faked it. Oh, that's a missed C4, though. Thankfully for Spirits, he can jump outside and jump back in the window of sight and find a second one as well. Beautiful flank from Spirits and Unwanted. Finally getting on the board of Border.
So what could BDS have done differently in that round? Typically what you want to see is to figure out, okay, what are the key pieces that hold that bomb set together? It's security. The best way to attack security, you want to take top floor control. If you take the Monty into, let's say, Archives, and you take, so Office, Archives into Armory, you cut the map in half top floor. That means the defenders in security have nowhere to run. They can drop down the hatch and give up top floor for free. They can fight it out with their lives. When you got Blackbeard Monty, they shouldn't win those fights, right? Instead, what happens? League Effect solo walks in Archives, and then they play from outside the building expecting swings aggressive from Unwanted maybe, but that doesn't happen, so they lose so many bodies before entering the building, and the second last player alive is the Monty, who should be first in the building. So it did feel like to me that BDS didn't have an exact, okay, this is going to be how we approach it. They're kind of rank styling it, and I don't mean that negatively, but imagine you get your best 5 friends together and you go, okay guys, what do you want to do this round? And that's just not good enough for customs, because it's a bomb set that's heavily about the setup. Just like Archive Stellars, for example.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, we're going to go back to the top floor now as it's unlocked, or has been unlocked this whole time for Unwanted. They just failed to successfully defend it.
Yeah.
But we've seen a little bit of a change of tack. The Echo brought out. The Frost also stuck from the previous rounds. The Castle's the thing that's been dropped here for Unwanted.
I don't hate it, because like, what's the Castle been doing so far? It's been getting Flourish Stone.
Yeah.
And it's been destroyed 1-for-1. But this also means that BDS can free up their attack and up their lineup. That's what we have to keep in mind. Castle did do something. It forced up the floors. Now we have Zero, we have Grim, we have Leak Effect on the block. Very active lineup here for BDS with a ton of intel to work with, and they can do it vertically. So, it's a different attack approach, and I love that. Keep Unwanted on their toes. It's a great drone.
Man, Brede has so many Sam cams as well.
Here we go.
This is going to be cheeky. Here, the Buck. A little bit of damage done to Gav. He falls back. E1D reveals his position, but he should be safe for now. He needs the combination of the Buck and some lateral pressure to flush out Gav. One alone is not going to be enough. He can continue to contest that vert. He's sitting safely on that reinforced hatch.
This is so good.
They know exactly where he is, but they can't do anything about it.
Nope. No nades. Well, they have used nades actually online, but he's not in the right position to use them. Maybe they can air jab him. This is a frustrating thing. They know exactly where he is. Oh, is there a pixel?
The angle, surely. So close to having the angle is Leak Effect. Dream somehow finds Solotov, and here come the nades, but I'm not sure if Leak Effect's in position to find him. The first nade goes on to Gav, and Dream's found Shaiko. Somehow Unwanted are baiting picks, while BDS are trying to hunt down just one player inside a CCTV. E1D goes out. Finally, Leak Effect will finish him off, thanks to Skeleton Key from below, but the damage has been done.
Value found for Gavin. Dream getting those 2 kills around him. And I mean, there's over half the round burnt. All the flashbangs are gone. 1 nade left. Line scans. I mean, that took so much effort and utility. BDS, again, plan B initiated. They gotta go for broke. Rotate around to archives. Hopefully there's gonna be a gap. If not, they gotta create one by hitting some nasty shots. The 2 people working together. Around office. Archive store. Leak Effect, of course, went to East Stairs.
It's a late rotate for BDS. Unwanted is still well positioned. I mean, all that effort, and BDS aren't even executing on the CCTV side. And they still have to clear Adam's position here. Oh, he finds the kill as well on a Leak Effect. Is there a trade? Oh. No, there is not. Dream supporting him with a C4. 3K for him for the round. All up to Brede now. As Sam Fisher looks to act his age and school some youngers. It's Dream, Hot and Cold, and Spirits holding on. Brede finds the first. Diffuser in pocket, baited out. But Hot and Cold, remember, here's the Echo. He should be able to deny this plant. He doesn't even need to use the drones because he's got that SMG, and he will pave way forward for Unwanted to tie the score.
Yeah. So to explain what happened that round. So essentially what the case is, Gavin was stuck on the hatch, and you think to yourself, when that nade goes out, how does he run away? It's because Solotov was on that break room door, died to Dream shortly before. So Dream allowed Gavin to live by opening up the angles for him to run around the building and escape for as long as possible. So gunfights there for Dream going the right way really carries Unwanted with the support work. Let's go. Also, I believe both Yokai drones were shot towards the end of the round. So
right.
It was a 2v1 gunfight there.
Right. I didn't see those
At least no
getting
defenders
shot.
were spectating them.
Yeah. No, probably a good read. I mean, that is at least something that BDS managed to achieve in that round while they were so distracted with poor Gavin hiding in CCTV. I do wonder if perhaps the Yokais were found out partly by the Sam cams as well. Of course, you get that little laser shot.
So many of
He
them,
had
right?
6 Sam cams, right? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
he had 4, and they didn't give it a 5th. They gave him a 6th.
Yeah,
they went
that's
+2, which is kind of it's one of those things where I think Zero is massively underplayed, same with Sense, and teams are slowly figuring it out. It is hard to play both of those operators because they're gadget-oriented, but I love seeing a little bit of action sometimes.
There's a lot of operators to pick between on the attacking side, like so much value, so many powerful operators. You got to decide what fits your lineup. Back in the day, we just went for the most well-rounded operators, but these days you can pick things a little bit more specialist.
It's going to be Ying bathroom drone hole to blind all the bathroom players.
Oh, here we go.
Smoke, Monty in, plant deep on side, Landscan goes out.
All right, in goes the Montaigne. Solotov finds the opening kill. Uses watching for the hash drop. A second smoke goes out. He's still watching. The Yokai denies the plant, but just for a brief moment. And again, Brede still trying to force that plant down. He goes again. Solotov has found a second kill. Where on earth is Solotov finding these picks from? Unwanted still trying to deny this plant, but BDS will pull it off. Leak Effect upstairs immediately jumps in on the back of taking down Adam. It's too late now for Dream to use those Yokai drones to deny the plant. He might be able to use them to try and kill this Montaigne, but only if his teammate is there and ready to assist him.
2v5 is almost impossible. I mean, Dream and Gavin got a bunch of mid players. The upside down repel and the hash drop down to 3 people. What else? It's a Monty right next to you. What are you going to do about it?
Well, you can find 1 kill, but a 1v5 is not going to be possible. Almost a shot from Solotov. Dream looking to try and reposition, go in a workshop, but there's no way that he will make this one happen. Crossfired by all of the BDS players. And a well-planned rush goes in favor of the French.
Couple issues there. Echo, great operator for a plant deny, low on time. Terrible when you're getting rushed because those two yokai stuns, they can slow things down by about 10, 11, 12 seconds. They got the whole round to play with. They had glass, they had the smokes. There were not a single C4 in the defender lineup. No smoke, no warden. They couldn't do anything about that rush. And then Solotov walked in passport while the execute started and found those two picks cutting off the bomb site by that blue double door. So BDS, I mean, they just had such a good understanding that Unwanted had the wrong defending lineup to stop that push.
Great read from BDS, and what Stuflex was saying at the end of that round was just one more round. One more round.
Yeah.
He's not even looking too far ahead to the game. He's just thinking about this half. And on the attacking side, BDS, I mean, it's not easy, right? Unwanted got 2 defenses in a row. They have quite hard to break through setups a lot of the time. BDS are finally getting some reads on the board. One more round. If Unwanted win it, then we're going to be even again going into the second half.
Yeah. Biggest thing right now, you know, as a player is when you get rushed like that, you're gonna go into this upcoming round being, okay, we can't stray too far off the bomb site. We have to now play Warden to respect the possibility of those smoke units again, and it's gonna mess a little bit with your own game plan because BDS have forced your hand by exposing a weakness previously. Thankfully for Unwanted, this happened on the second last defending round. You don't have to live with this fear for a very long time. You do need to just figure out for this one. Pretty sure inside.
Oh, this is good value. If you can take this bulletproof cam,
You can then hide the drone after. They have constant side information. So BDS know it's going to be 4 or 5 people upstairs. Yeah, just solos below right now. Bombset is weak. That's what it looks like, but do not be fooled. You cannot just rush the side here with a Monty, smoke and plant. You got the solos, you got the warden. BDS are respecting that. They know they need to attack top floor every bit.
The one thing that Unwanted are missing on this defense, however, is explosives. They don't have any C4s. They don't have any impact grenades. It's going to be really hard to take down that Monty.
I like this, the shield. BDS might just go for a plant here. Warden's going to be looking down, then push top at the same time. You got to set up for it.
Good pick.
The run out.
Yeah,
Wait,
there's the Solas as well, which is the main info gatherer.
Yeah.
We have discovered where that plant was going. Look how deep Hot and Cold got all the way outside the main door. Very desperate. And immediately BDS, with their numbers advantage, rotate players.
They can totally go for plant here. EMP the warden, smoke off and plant. This could very well work.
Is it a bait? No, it's serious. Breeday's going in for it.
EMP can see.
Spirits still trying to look down through these holes, but like you said, he can't see through the smoke while his glasses are EMP'd. The plant denied, however. Adam has snuck in and also claimed Leakafak. Advantage Unwanted as BDS have that diffuser cold on the ground in the middle of the bomb site.
Very lackluster. It looked so good. It was clean, but somehow, somewhere, Adam found the Monty plant in the smoke as a Fenrir, by the way. Shagu gets 1 kill for him, though. Back to a 2v3.
Shaiko, nade goes out. Now Gavin's position revealed. Oh, Shaiko wants to fight him. He says, give me that chance. Make my day. Moving into site, diffuser picked up for Shaiko, but guess who's on site? Again, Adam is second of the round. Making a 3K. Big from the new guy on the block. And it turns out the first half is an even result. 3 rounds apiece.
I mean, Adam's saving the round massively there. I don't know how he killed the Monty in the middle of that smoke grenade, but it was clean. The Monty just snap, headshot, died, and that slows down the entire push in BDS. Makes it almost impossible. They had 1 set of smokes. They only had the Monty that could plant safely. So when Monty dies, it's time for Plan C. Plan A was a roam clear. Went for Plan B, the straight take. Plan C got activated. They didn't find any success. That 3-3 scoreline. Stuflex won it another round. That 4-2. It didn't happen. And Border historically has been a tagger favorite. But I always think that's a bit elusive because it comes down to how do you execute. You can be on Border as a tagger favorite, but if you are terrible at attacking, it doesn't matter all that much.
Something, Vince. I just heard a call from my...
The same.
Yeah, I don't quite know what our producer was... I think our observer knew how that plan got denied.
Oh.
And is trying to tell our producer, and I didn't understand what the producer was saying. That's okay. We might get that information eventually.
Oh, he might have been in the rotate and then got an angle on it.
That's
so
apparently
cool.
what happened. Yeah,
Right.
I think that's what happened.
Okay.
Oh, well.
He's just crazy with it.
Yeah. Well played from Adam. Great round from him overall. I've been really impressed by him. Like, I didn't know much about the guy. I knew that he played in the Montreal Major, and that was about it. First
That
SI,
was
though.
about it.
Yeah, that was literally
He
all I knew
played.
about. He played.
He
Well,
was there.
he came last. It was on CL4L, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, he's had a big up here on Unwanted.
Oh, he has been,
Really
for sure.
loving what I'm seeing out of him.
I just think Unwanted, they're good at enabling each other. It's very much like a team game for them. Like, Gavin was so hot as an individual on Consulate. He's been a quiet 2-5 so far, and no one's batting an eye. We got the Sense Walls, Honeycomb loves that, Ying for the Chaos Effect. If they're going to try and go for a plan like this, it'll be very risky. No shield, no OSA, no safety net, and up against 2C4s and Toxic Babes.
Is this a beta or is this the real
they're
deal?
gonna go.
In they go! And they're going for kills! Gavin on the front of it, but Users has got him. And amidst the chaos, Unwanted somehow restabilized for 2 picks. BDS have been brought down to their level.
The reset. Rotate around. Can they figure out a plant position? Adam is taking Easters control with Dream as well. They're Twitch droning. They're going to say, we'll take the 2-for-2 trade. We burned so much utility. We can just start over right now. Over half the round to go. Office being found out is completely clear. The issue is Heart Breach nowhere to be found. So the angles that they have that are soft and open, that's all they have to work with. There's a play on the main staircase. Stalk away from the bomb side. Adam can catch that kill. It'll make life so much easier.
So close,
my
but
God.
Leak Effect gets him and then immediately retreats back to site. Good shout for BDS now. 3 versus 2. Holding on to their positions, but weird off position for Brede is caught by Dream. Now a 2v2. Very winnable here for the attacking side.
So that's Toxic Babe, and there's, there's a Goo Mine, so Honeycomb, technically speaking, you go into office, Sense Projector off the bomb site, run deep and go for a plant. Dream has to win the gunfight here on Beaver Door. If he can do that, the plant will absolutely go down. But it's risky, right? Support player, he's 10-3. He's been so hot in this matchup.
So that's all it takes, huh? Covering the line of sight with the Sens wall and Dream to cover. Solotov and Leakafak will have to cross this threshold. And it's up to Dream to cover it. That vault was not the right idea, Solotov. And Leakafak's going for a big flank. It's been read well by Dream. He sees his tail. Leakafak eventually takes him down. Down to the 1v1. And information, thanks to that camera, but now taken out. Hot and Cold decides to peel on back. He's got the DMR for the long-range fight.
Oh my God.
But he looks away and it allows Leakafak to march on forward, spray him on down. He doesn't see the head. No Gas Babe to work with. As he has to bring out that SMG-11 and look for another fight. Getting close. Close that distance. Hot and Cold's got the long-range fight. And he wins it. Stealing the lead for the North Americans.
League Effect, we're hitting some nasty shots in that round. The 2v1 against Dream. I mean, they're running out armory into security, jumping that window on small box. I don't think they expected Dream to be on the offense because it's Dream, right? It has to be him crossing. He's a support player. He holds passive angles. No, we've seen Dream multiple times today against BDS, against WSM, advance forward and take those aggressive gunfights with confidence and win them. So intense in that 1v1 as well. Hyping yourself up. You didn't forget Dream though. Good stuff, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, stuff? Was that what he said?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no, that was really good. I do love that. And again, we're getting a bit of a masterclass out of Sens. Even when it's used so simply, it's so beautiful. An operator that really has not got a lot of love in the past, but has so much merit, especially now with this buff. As I say that, it is getting repicked off of for the Monty. Going for a double shield strat again, it seems.
This is the thing, though. The way that Unwanted to play Siege is very logical. I mean, you could see that play coming from a mile away because it made so much sense that in that 2v2 with one projector left and a guy covering beepers, it's what you have to do. They don't need to overcomplicate or do all these funky, weird things. No, just a big solid round of Rainbow Six Siege. And BDS, they tried to get funky with it, but that flank didn't work out.
Wrong call.
Wrong call. And they happen. It's a very even Steven right now. I mean, the only outlier right now on the scoreboard is Dream 11-4. Everyone else on both teams are very close to one another. 6 kills in the top gunner of Adam to Gavin's 2 on BDS. 6 in the top 3 in the bottom. They're so even. If Dream doesn't... If Dream gets shut down, essentially, that'll be a massive boost for BDS.
Dream's been around the block a few times with a lot of like mid-pack teams in NA. He's never really made it to one of the creme de la creme rosters in North America. And now he said that he's going to retire, maybe.
Possibly.
If he doesn't get representation, if Unwanted doesn't get picked up by an org after this event. Well, right now, I tell you what, Unwanted are playing out of their minds. Up against the world number ones. They're looking so close to making it to the main stage at 6 Invitational.
Imagine having a round lead in the third map. I mean, the nerves gotta start creeping on in, but Unwanted, remember this? Technically, they have nothing to lose, right? They're just here. No art, no big bucks to play for, just pure on passion. They make it look so easy in some of these rounds, but the struggle will start to come. Surely BDS, they will always ramp up, always fight back. They got adaptations of their own. They're holding on to top floor. What I don't want to see from Unwanted, I don't want them to let go of that gas pedal. They've been applying pressure. They're dropping the hatch. BDS right there around the corner. And there's 3 attackers closing in.
Beautiful work from Adam. The hammer and anvil strat for Unwanted working to perfection. And finding that early pick. Solotov has fallen back out of CCTV, down into customs. Now he's looking for pressure in lobby, but the drone work from Unwanted is incessant. Finally, all drones are down. Unwanted have to gun up and march forward. Spirits spots out Shaiko dancing around the angles, and he misses another opportunity to take off his head.
It is so risky, but Adam gets a kill as well. Blackbeard holding on. They're just baiting BDS in.
Oh, and all the floor is torn up, leaving poor Solotov exposed. Usus as well needs to come and support him because Solotov is being pushed back further and further, deeper into the bomb site. Unwanted encircling. Adam claims his third. Solotov is a dead man walking, abused and destroyed by the shields. That's how you get it done, son. Unwanted are looking unkillable.
What are you gonna do? They're trying to find the safe space. They're leaving the bomb site, James. They're trying to figure out how they can stay alive by running outside the building, perhaps. I don't know. SSG might have won a round.
I guess SSG just won a round.
I'm not sure if you guys, SSG might just have won a round. Oh my god, that was loud.
Oh my god. Well, you know what, BDS need to block out that. Block out the
All the
sounds of
noise.
enthusiastic Ashen. They need to focus up right now. Stuflex talking to the roster. Tactical timeout. 20 seconds left in it to figure out what the hell they're going to do from here.
This is Solotov talking. This is very unlike BDS. Always League effect, calling all the shots. There's been a couple of clashes on the player cams. Nothing I want to read into too much, but League Effect and Solotov has had their differences, it seems like, in the server when it comes to strategy and approaches. So seeing this change-up is unique to me. It could be Solotov is calling a shot right now for this map, perhaps, but he's saying, listen to me and give me the comms.
I mean, he must be frustrated after that, imagine.
Oh, it's Solotov, yeah.
That gets done to you, and then immediately into your tactical timeout. I'll tell you what, Unwanted, the vibes are absolutely unmatched.
Oh, they are.
I love seeing Hot and Cold happy. He's just, I mean, he's been around the block for such a long time. He's done so much, and yet, like, where are his trophies, right?
Yeah.
And yet he's still here. He's still absolutely killing it. He actually tweeted before this event when the Unwanted roster was dropped by Beast Coast, when M80 acquired the team and then just picked the 2 best players. Hot and Cold tweeted, what's the point of signing 3-year, $6,000 contracts if we could just be kicked to the curb? Well, guess who's kicked to the curb now? They're 2 rounds away from making top 6 at SI. Somebody pick these guys up.
Oh, it's been a great story for them so far, but the job is not done. We cannot get ahead of ourselves. BDS just had a tactical timeout. And sure, Mint could also talk to his teammates off Unwanted, but it's going to be Stuflex, Solotov, League Effect. They had something to say, something to fix and solve, and they are on defense. They have to try and pick apart. What do we do against the Monty? What do we do against the double shield? They've been struggling with both. And it seems like that good old tale of you ban one, you get the other. They've banned Blitz and Border. That's ridiculous. And they're getting rolled over by a Blackbeard-Monty combination round after round after round, just like on Conflict, and they've been unable to adapt to the right environment right now. It's falling apart from them. All Unwanted need is the opening kill. If they get the 5v4, I think that's just round over because BDS don't have the solution.
In goes the E1D, and the IQ of Adam to follow. He's spotting out these Yokais. Now this is massive value. Yokai's in an awkward spot though. It's going to be hard to take it down without exposing himself to a lot of angles. So he doesn't go for it just yet. You can hear players walking around above him.
I like this though. The IQ to assist the Monty in case of any traps. Those Yokai drones, for example. Really as well also an Echo full support. Will be playing primary shotgun. So if he's last lap on bomb side, he's going to only have the Baron 9 to work with. And Spirits, this is the thing that makes him so great as a shield player. He's the most aggressive, entry, crazy clutch blitz player in the world, but right now, it's passive Monty duty. He has to just stay alive, figure out what does the map look like, where the enemy players playing at. And while that's ongoing, we're seeing Hot and Cold use the Flourish drone, we're seeing the drones going around, Adam with the IQ scanner out. They're just mapping out everything, and then they're going to figure out, okay, this is going to be the push, guys. Spirits is likely going to IGL so much for this round with the intel from Monty.
So slow, though. They are running behind. Solotov finds Gavin. Opens the equation for BDS. Unwanted trying to march on forward. Spirit's already taken a hell of a lot of damage here as he makes his way up the main stairs.
Oh.
And Dream loses his fight. Solotov really feeling it now as the Monty starts to hunt him down. Unwanted find their first pick. Still fighting from behind. BDS looking to lock down this map. They just need to fall back.
Jago's sticking around for now. Oh, it could be risky here for him, but he's got those cute barriers. With the
nice shot,
swings
Shaiko.
out. It's a good kill. And that's kind of stopped Unwanted now. Spirits from downstairs walking up middle instead of going to Archive's Armory. I feel like they went in from the wrong areas of the map, but BDS, maybe that's just them figuring, okay, let's just keep applying the pressure. Let's keep fighting back in this round.
I don't know where Shaiko is, and they're not going to find out either. He's just going to hide
bother.
here on the mezzanine. He'll pop his head up, easily take down Spirits with, what, the second or third bullet out of his magazine.
That's clean.
Hot and Cold now called upon to 1 versus 4, and Shaiko's got him easy as you like for one of the best players to ever touch the game.
Yeah. I can. That's the counter. So that's their approach right now.
Every round,
their
in smoke.
sole purpose is to counter the shield operator because they know they're going to play it every single round. They want to force Spirits off that operator or make him miserable playing the operator. So they've recognized it. But I will say again, if Unwanted didn't walk up the middle staircase and send Monty in Archives or in Armory to, you know, just have a horizontal fight with the players, he probably could get more done. Because what happened was that Monty wasn't leading the way forward. It was the guns behind the Monty taking the fight. Monty couldn't advance.
Yeah, it was a very strange strat. I don't really know why Unwanted didn't go directly to Armory, Archives, or CCTV, or Office.
Exactly. Or
They
East Stairs.
Yeah, like literally anywhere.
Yeah.
They never managed to contain those positions. It was a very strange attack. I think it was quite a flawed attack, and BDS capitalized upon it. But you can see BDS, you know, they're not getting lax about it. They're still very locked in. They're still very stressed. Tensions are high. We've got the Smoke. We've got the Ella. We've got Legion. Even Goyo. These combination of trap operators to try and thwart the double shield that Unwanted insists on continuing to run.
But this time it's going to be Hot and Cold. The more passive Monty, more plant-oriented, where Spirits again enable on the aggression, intrigue, can play the Blackbeard instead. So let's see it. Ella, Goyo, Smoke, Legion, C-Force. I mean, it's all about the shields right now. And of course, this can work. This might be the saving grace of BDS, but there's also a world where they over-focus on the shields and lose track of the bigger picture.
I'm going to say, Dream, unreal. Like, I've never seen Dream play as well as he has in this tournament. I think I've definitely slept on him in the past, but that was huge value out of that Twitch drone. He's currently leading the server for kills with 12 and 5 from playing a very supportive role and doing his supportive role.
He's been solid. He's been so damn solid. Every match that we've cast him, he's been like the MVP or EVP in my mind. This toxic bad gas doing so much damage. Half health to Hot and Cold in a single canister. That is in crazy value. And it's going to further slow down the aggression because the lower Monty gets, the more you got to fear all that chip damage.
That's right. We've seen how good players are at this tournament, shooting the feet of these shield players. Thankfully, the Monty can extend his shield, but even then, if Hot and Cold wants to start really putting pressure on his opponent, he will have to unshield at some point.
Again, the opening kill is also important. Both teams holding on for now.
There's that Monty
in the front. Oh, the timing.
Might be able to kill the Monty if he gets his gas onto him. Gavin is locked out though, and the Monty makes his way forward. Hot and Cold spots him, but doesn't want to unshield as of yet. It's too risky to do so.
No one's holding East Stairs cross. No one's CCTV window.
Adam was too late. He was about 3 seconds too late.
You've had more than half the round to get in that position, my friend. You got to get there faster because that kill right there is your way into this round. Solotov, he's playing security, sure, but he can fall back into Armory in a second here if he wants to. We want to see Hot and Cold. We want to see Spirits, those shields, get active. Force the movement, get the kills. But no, not yet.
Careful. Spirits is trying to make his way forward. He needs some support from Hot and Cold. It's so difficult to clear this officer's position. Oh, That's a lot of damage done as well by Shaiko. Onto the feet. Pre-knifing. Expecting the pressure. And here comes the Gumai. A C4. Doesn't matter that Shaiko dies because the Blackbeard is down and Gavin is on the floor. Hot and Cold's still low HP as Leakafat comes and finishes off Adam. Finishes off Gavin. Dream and Hot and Cold with nothing left in it. The Shield will find one with the pistol. The match point is quickly slipping away from Unwanted's grasp. Leakafat finding one more onto Dream. It's all up to Hot and Cold. Brede gives him a face full of buckshot, and once again, ties up the scoreline.
5-5, baby. Give us overtime. Take us all the way. Yes, please. The thing is, BDS, they have now figured it out. And Unwanted, I don't know if this is the pressure getting to them, but they've slowed down their playstyle significantly. They're barely inside the building, and despite being slow, they had the missed timings. They allowed Leakyfact to run back. They allowed Solotov to run back as well. And then they get flanked later on. You can't be slow, have 6 drones alive, and have gaps. Either you're slow and perfect or you're fast with flaws. You can't play this weird middle ground.
Yeah, I don't know why the cracks have started to appear here for Unwanted.
It's gotta be pressure. I mean, where are the crazy injuries? Where are the rush strats? I mean, I'm not saying they should go for it, but they're playing these very sound, very flexible attacking approaches, but they're barely taking the gunfights. They see Shaiko, they go the other way.
Yeah.
Shaiko is 6 and 7, swing him, come on!
Gotta have a bit of an ego.
You do.
None of these players on BDS are playing out of their minds mechanically. My MVP for that round, aside from the flank, was still Leakafat, because from the get-go, he was putting pressure on those shields with those gas babes, using them aggressively, being a little nuisance. They couldn't handle him. They couldn't finish him off. He managed to get away with his life after dealing a hell of a lot of damage and wasting a bunch of time as well.
I don't know if this may be why Solotov is the one calling the shots right now. Leakyfact has now become that sole player. He does the crazy stuff on his own. It's risky, it might work, it might not, and Solotov can control the other players around him to make plays elsewhere. Because it has seemed like in this series, Leakyfact has not been the central pillar that everyone is working around so far. And it's worked, it's failed, depending on the map and rounds that you look at. But also, if you change your idea or change up the main leader, Unwanted will see a different BDS that they might not have been prepared for.
Exactly right.
Oh, look at this.
It's been a long day for Unwanted as well, after already taking down W7M 2-0 this morning. This is their 5th map of Rainbow Six for the day.
With a big break in between.
Yeah, with a huge break. And we know as well, like, having a big break in the middle of a long day can actually be really exhausting.
I mean, the thing is, when you play Pro League as a player, you get up to 110%, you play the game, you're full of adrenaline, now you gotta calm down, only to ramp back up after 4 hours. That's incredibly difficult, especially for less experienced players like Adam, who hasn't maybe done this at this level before.
And yeah, Adam is still performing out of his mind.
He is. Gavin slowed down a little bit. 4 and 8.
Gavin was
the curve.
Next level on Consulate. He was the guy in the server. Spirits is struggling a little bit to have the impact with the shields. Of course, we've juggled around the shields a little bit. Hot and Cold's given that Monty to Spirits. No more Blackbeard.
I feel they're just going to try and plan it. It's not going to work. It's so simple. They have no map control.
Seems risky.
Yeah,
Solotov will take down Spirits. Goodbye to the Monty. Goodbye to Unwanted. BDS are just farming at this point. Without Unwanted even being able to try and execute, the diffuser is down on the ground. Unwanted spots out Leakyfact. Leakyfact gets away with his life with full HP as well. Gav upstairs, going for a backstab, but he's not going to be given anything. Shaiko on site, turns around. What a shot from Gavin! The Brede will trade him on back. It's up to Dream. I don't care how well he's played so far. Nobody's winning this 1 versus 4.
The issue of attacking, you gotta keep fighting, keep taking risks, you gotta keep making the plays not wanted that they go off the gas. They're slowing down. They didn't even enter the building. They're trying to walk in and go for a plan. It's not gonna work. BDS still there and it's shut down the round. Solotov now has figured out, how do we beat this team? Well, counter the shields, play passive, don't give them any aggression. BDS are taking 0 unnecessary risk, but all the calculated risk together. I want to see Unwanted fire up on this potential final round. I wish Mint had a tactical timeout, because I bet you he's standing there saying, I know what the problems are. I see the issues. We're getting quiet. We're not there. We're not taking the risks. And every single time he's been talking to the boys, they keep finding success afterwards. But they called it earlier. They're on their own, these players.
And this rejuvenation for BDS came on the back of that tactical timeout that they called. Stu flexed it a little bit, but it was mostly Solotov, as you said. And he has kept that leadership throughout the rest of this map, and it has worked. He made the call, guys, we're going to play to counter those shields. And we have seen it work to perfection. Unwanted looking lost. They're going for desperate attacks, and it's not working. Now they have one last chance to push it into overtime. After the incredible performance we've seen from Unwanted this morning against W7M, after making a comeback from their 7-1 deficit on Clubhouse to then win the second map, Unwanted have felt like the better team today. And yet, here they are staring down their opponent's match point.
Position Unwanted are in is very simple. Risk assessment. When a round score is 0-0, you can do the craziest play of your career with zero pressure, because if you lose the round, it doesn't matter. Those are not the current odds at hand. If you make the play of your life, and it doesn't work out, you look like a fool, your team is 4v5, and you're gonna feel like you threw that round for your team and for yourself. But sometimes a play has to be made. We've seen what happens when inaction is present, when you don't make the play. That's been the last 2-3 rounds for Unwanted. They got the Yane, they got Blackbeard, they got playmaking operators. We know they got the players that are capable. We've seen it so far, even only a couple of rounds ago. But they've disappeared seemingly. BDS is where Shaiko is dangerous. He is such an ego challenge player, swinging out, toxic bait, Leaky Fag is there. They're always duoing up. There's no soul players from BDS that can pick because they jump at the window.
Oh, what is that?
The air jab.
Oh, the air jab, and it just enables the swing from Shaiko, who doesn't find what he's looking for. It's an even trade, but you know what? That Monty is down. That's Unwanted's secret weapon.
I think this favors Unwanted for sure. They get the opening, so to speak. It's a trade, sure, but it's 4 versus 4 with Shaiko on HP. And BDS, because of that aggressive play, they've fallen back and surrendered so much map control. Unwanted are joining it out. They still got 6 drones, plenty of intel. They can speed up a little bit right now and have a little bit spare time for the bomb site itself later on. They still are good to go. 2 Yinkandelas, 2 smoke grenades. I mean, they've even got Selma charge. They can get the hatch upstairs if they need to. They got all the right tools, besides vertical destruction. They just can't get picked apart by a flank right now. That would be the end of them.
How do they isolate these players, though? Oh,
not the... He picked
flank.
up the barbed wire.
He picked up his barbed wire so he can go for a silent flank later. That is cheeky. Maybe he can even reposition it. At this point, all eyes are on Unwanted as they poise towards the site. Goomines.
It's free. They can
sort it out. Dreams started to figure out, hey, guys, there's nothing here.
In the stall, though, there is an Asami. They might have misread this, actually.
Oh,
my God!
Shaiko! Surely not another one. Adam puts him down. The damage may have been dealt. BDS stand firm. Unwanted begin to plant. Where is the plant denial? They might not need to deny the plant. They might need to retake. Oh, but the cover from Dream. He gets out alive, but it's Adam versus Leakafak from upstairs. With that plant yet to go down. And Leakafak has been phenomenal all day. He rotates upstairs. And it's a switch of positions. As Adam, time ticking away, gets that diffuser. And starts to plant it down. Leakafak drops. And the drone is taken down. He's going to be able to go for this kill. He sprays him. Adam, with the world on his shoulders. As Leakafak just waits, bides his time patiently. So much information for him. But no gas to work with. Adam has to hold firm, but Leakafak's got him dead to rights. Revenge is best served hot. They might have missed out in Manchester, but BDS are bigger and better in Boston.
You see the whole team celebrating behind Leakafak. The captain, the IGL, maybe not on border, but for the team overall. It's been a struggle of an invite so far for this team, but they come together when they need it the most. Leakafak wins the 1v1. Wow. BDS, I guarantee the crowd.
And a huge comeback for BDS, winning 4 rounds in a row. After the turmoil of Consulate, BDS did everything that they needed. And we will see this French and European roster on the main stage at Six Invitational in Boston.
You see the Unwanted players right now, of course, being so close, disappointed, not getting those final rounds they wanted, but they fought so well, and they've beaten expectations. They've impressed, and they've surprised, and they're not out. There's a lower bracket. They can keep fighting, but the thing is, for these players, there was a dream, and the dream was right in front of them, not the player, and all of a sudden, it's gone. They gotta rest up, fight another day, lower bracket, more exposure, more experience, and they can grow so much more from this if they can keep staying in the tournament day after day after day.
I guess one upset was as much as Unwanted could muster. They might have got the better of W7M, but BDS stand tall here in the upper bracket. Unwanted go down into the lower bracket to take on CHE, but of course we'll break down that game more after this break.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Players' feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies, watching streams and videos, designing comms, reading thousands of comments a week, answering DMs. It's insane. So players do have a fancy seat at the table, no question. They just have different opinions. Sometimes it's a little puzzling, but that's all good. The Siege ID critical player base is a driving force.
I'm listening and we're all taking in so much of your positives and your concerns and trying to make the game just a better place for everyone.
You know, I'm a player myself, so I also have my own opinions, but I also think it's nice to have a good, well-rounded opinion of the sentiments that come out of the community, and it really helps me better my feedback, so when I'm in play sessions for balancing or new operators, I can not only give my own personal feedback, but try my best to bring the community into that play session.
These players are the best players, basically, in the game right now.
So having their feedback introduced into, our decision making, I think it's really crucial to have. So it's definitely why this workshop is so important.
The workshop is important for me because I like to see kind of the future that the devs want to bring the game to and how we can help bring that into a good space for everyone.
I love the workshops because I think it gives you a real opportunity to see why things are being done, kind of what the thought process was, the steps behind things. I just love seeing other people have passion for the same game.
We play the game 24/7, practice and understand what can be.
A valiant effort from the Manchester Major champs, but BDS had a huge reprisal on that third map. In that second half, their defense untouchable, 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Unwanted, their shields are great, but they weren't good enough.
They weren't good enough, but the fact that you push BDS all the way to a third map, you push them off Leaky Fag as the main RGL with sort of taken over. I think that's incredibly impressive, and they've either ran out of energy or there was the pressure because they looked so timid in those last 3 or so rounds and couldn't find any openings, and they sure didn't create any.
I wasn't even expecting Unwanted to win their match this morning against W7M, let alone push BDS to 3 maps. But BDS have proven that even though they only won 2 games in group stage,
oh my god,
League of Fact, that's a little bit much, dude. Look at his face! Oh my god!
I feel for
Oh
Adam.
my god! That took me by surprise. What the hell was that reaction?
Killer
dude?
instinct taking over right there. I got it. I took you down.
The bear got unlocked. He just far out. Oh my god, I'm recovering from that. Wow. Well-deserved win for BDS. Leak-a-Fact definitely turned it up. As you said, Solotov took a lot of the leadership responsibilities away from him, and Leak-a-Fact played out of his mind.
I feel bad for Adam in that final 1-1. He was standing literally on a bulletproof camera the entire time, and nobody knew because they were yellow pinging. So there was perfect intel for BDS, and you're not going to boil that down to, oh, if Adam won, that would go overtime. You cannot do that.
Yeah.
But Adam will.
Yeah.
As an individual who say, you know what, guys, that's on me. I'm so sorry. If I win that, we have a chance.
Yeah. A big series, though. Solotov ended up not just leading the team to victory with the calling in that final map, but also the MVP of the series. Highest EPS across the board. A great performance from him. Really, we have to shout out a lot of players on the Unwanted roster as well. Like, we already know that, Usus is a gunner. We know Shaiko is Shaiko. Bride is great. Leak-a-Fact, whatever. But, like, Spirits on that shield, unreal. Dream on that support, fragging support roster lineup. Like, man, insane. Adam as well. Like, certainly been my, like, sleeper MVP of the tournament so far.
Well,
I know,
sure.
like, his stats don't look insane. But, like, this guy, considering it's his first ever SI, his second ever event, I've been so impressed by Adam.
Yeah, no, I mean, I gotta say for Dream, he was the second highest fragger for his team. He was even 24-24. He had clutches, he had entries. He was like the full trifecta. And on Border, for the longest time, if not maybe until the end, he was the #1 killer in the server for Unwanted.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Insane stuff. But of course, the bracket has progressed. So let's take a look at how the playoffs are going down so far. Spoilers for the A stream.
What?
But SSG has taken down FaZe 2-0, and then SSG took down G2 2-1. That's right. Your eyes do not deceive you. We've had upsets on the upper bracket as Unwanted and BDS and SSG have made their way forward to be the first semi-finalists.
That's crazy. Both, of course, FaZe and BDS were quote-unquote undefeated during groups and whatnot and doing such a great job. And all of a sudden, like that, they lose to SSG, who's been kind of sneaking their way through it. When we heard them today, they got loud. We knew when they were playing, and I think for SSG, they finally met their own expectations and they unlocked themselves for Phase 2.
That's right. And of course, the other matches on the lower half of the upper bracket, Raza took down Shopify Rebellion, which was a huge surprise. Yeah. Raza, I gotta say, people have been sleeping on those guys. They haven't performed well in the past when they came to events as E1, but they actually had more wins in the group than BDS did, yet BDS was ranked above them. Now they've taken down Rebellion. They're next up going to be playing against VP, which is going to be a really tough slog for them, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they can do it.
It's been a hard to predict tournament, and there is that. So it's like the battle pass or the SI pass you can bet on for predictions. There's a weapon skin in the line as well.
Yeah.
And everyone's predictions are super cooked from group sets already.
Yep.
No one's going to get the skin now.
No, I guess no one is, but of course, we've got more matches here at the 6 Invitational, so stick around for this next up.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché,
there are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there. Because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Passa demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
Team Rainbow. Carries Legion. Listen up. Hereford Base is now under our control. But we're not giving it up without a fight. Remember the mission, and do not let anyone stand in your way. Every action you take will be the difference between victory and defeat.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Era o mesmo que vai perder o Giro no Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado! De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano! Não acredito, velho! E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa! Tranquilo! Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Giro no Brasil?
Caralho!
12 horas de fusão, pô.
Você pegou?
Cheguei hoje.
Ai, que da puta!
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo, fiz dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte. Ó, do KR ligando. Olha aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho. Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Eu prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu Eu tinha falado para eles que não iam, eles ficaram super irritados porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos. Tava um preço um preço excelente ali. Aproveita muito, cara. Envie no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou. Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir pra São Paulo e ver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Acharam mesmo que eu ia perder o envio no Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Isso, mano. Caralho, puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, isso, mano.
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o envio no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão, pô.
Você pegou?
Cheguei hoje.
Ai, que da hora, mano. Nós é o caminho inteiro falando, mano. Não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, você vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Vantage Pro versus W7M! Contra 3, Casey novamente garante o jogador finalizado.
E pra mim é um sonho realizado. Principalmente por eu estar aqui e estar com meus amigos, meus parceiros do squad e aqueles amigos que a gente nunca viu pessoalmente. Tá tendo essa oportunidade de todos eles virem aqui em São Paulo e ter essa resenha, conversar sobre o jogo, o off-game também.
Ele ainda briga e é finalizado!
Toda vez que eu assisto algum campeonato, eu vejo algum brasileiro jogando, os times, me passa uma emoção gigante. Ver ele narrando, ele passando aquela emoção.
Supera todos os seus demônios!
A comunidade da R6 me trouxe muitas alegrias. Tem um exemplo, por exemplo, o Tóquio Bustas, que foram amigos que eu conheci virtualmente e que hoje eu considero como irmãos. Hoje eu abriria a porta da minha casa para eles e tem que sempre acolher as novas pessoas, porque ela está começando, como ela começou também, para eles irem crescendo e melhorar na gameplay e principalmente se divertir.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? e ter ficado até hoje. Não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6, ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase. É como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. Meu nome é Júlia da Silva Rocha Ribeiro, eu sou do Itaim Paulista, Zona Leste de São Paulo. Eu conheci o R6 através de uns amigos meus, quando eu estava na minha depressão pós-parto. Meu cunhado me emprestou o PS4 dele, eu adicionei uns amigos e eles comentaram sobre o jogo. Na época eu não fazia ideia do Rainbow Six Siege, já tinha jogado Rainbow Six, só não o Siege, e aí eu conheci o R6. Eu engravidei em 2020. Em 21 de novembro de 2020, eu entrei em trabalho de parto, mas o meu filho ele não veio à vida. Então foi um momento muito difícil porque eu ainda era adolescente, eu tinha 16 anos, era pandemia, já estava difícil enquanto eu estava grávida. Aí chegar no final da gestação e perder o meu filho foi uma das piores coisas que aconteceram na minha vida.
Muito difícil, né? Dada a pouca idade que ela tinha. Então não é fácil, né? O luto não é um momento fácil para ninguém. Quando você não tem uma preparação, uma maturidade emocional, se torna mais difícil, ainda mais na fase da adolescência, que é aquela fase realmente complicada, né? Tá se descobrindo, tá criando essa maturidade.
Eu tive muito apoio da minha família, pai, mãe, irmã, que eram as pessoas que moravam comigo. Tudo que pudesse ocupar a minha cabeça era melhor para eles. Ela tinha muitas crises noturnas, esse terror noturno, ela acordava chorando. Ela acordava gritando e eu não dormia, ninguém dormia. Eu tinha que sair de casa para chorar. Então, quando eu peguei o videogame, foi uma forma de falar assim, bom, vou jogar com a minha irmã. Eu pensei numa dupla, né? Não para ela jogar com outras pessoas, eu pensei em momentos meu e dela. Foi quando eu comecei a jogar o Siege e de primeiro momento eles acharam maravilhoso.
E ela foi se aprofundando nessa coisa e aí eu já vi a mudança de postura dela, a mudança no pensamento, nas falas, e eu vi que isso realmente é uma coisa que transforma mesmo a pessoa, entendeu? Que transformou ela. É surreal isso que acontece, esse vínculo que ela criou, né? Na verdade é um vínculo, que o RC está associado a uma fase que ela passou e graças a Deus ela conseguiu superar.
A história do cosplay veio porque em 2021, quando eu ingressei no Siege, quando eu conheci o jogo, teve a final do Brasileirão, Liquid e NiP, e aí eu vi o Léo Bianchi, apresentador, anunciando 3 ingressos, da seguinte forma: por qual motivo você deveria ser convidado? Pensei, eu preciso pintar meu rosto de caveira e eu vou gravar o Stories. Nisso, eu peguei meu celular, apontei pro meu rosto e falei, Léo, se você me der esse ingresso, amanhã você tem uma caveira na final desse Brasileirão. Quando eu me vesti de caveira, o pessoal me acolheu muito bem no evento. Eu falei, meu Deus, é muito legal dar vida a esse personagem. Ela deixou de ser uma personagem e passou a ser uma personalidade. Ser a caveira é uma das melhores coisas que eu posso ser na área do videogame.
Estamos ao vivo com a grande final do Six Invitational 2024 em Itaco. FaZe de um lado, W7M do outro. Show! Felipox de um lado, rende do outro! Tá, C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipox! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer! Casey, Vita ainda tenta brigar, cai! JV e Neide!
E eles continuam vivos na disputa!
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6, ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6, de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar no comigo?
Mano, joga até contra.
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão. Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os menores em desenvolvimento nesse mundo, já que o mundo gamer é o futuro, né? O espaço que a gente está aqui hoje, aqui dentro do Complexo do Alemão, que é a nave do conhecimento, existe uma pluralidade de entretenimentos e aulas, né, para as crianças, adolescentes, inclusive adultos e terceira idade, que é onde vem ensinos sobre audiovisual, fotografia, temos também robótica, informática e temos também a área de esportes, né, que é onde temos ali 10 computadores, né, com uma qualidade na qual os jovens que vierem aqui para jogar têm uma experiência que um gamer teria se tivesse esse acesso. Desde a área do streaming, ao criador de conteúdo, ao próprio pro player, ou dentro da área do audiovisual, que são áreas que vêm crescendo muito com o meio digital. Além da gente trazer o mundo e o esporte para eles, a gente também vem com informação, educação e muitas das vezes o trabalho de pedagogia e psicologia. Para quê? Para agregar, além do esporte na vida dessa criança, mas a vida social dela em geral, como o cotidiano. Vai lá, cara, daqui a pouco tu volta. Ele... me quebrou, calma aí. Ele é o menor que é o padrinho. É o Felipe. Então, eu ajudo ele tanto a parte social dele quanto a parte familiar. Acompanho toda a vida dele. Ou seja, projeto social que ele tiver, eu vou lá, visito. Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar comigo?
Mano, joga até contra.
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Então, tô muito ansioso pro Six Invitational, porque assim, foi o maior corre pra mim conseguir comprar esse ingresso. Imagina se um evento de Rainbow Six Siege num estádio gigantesco, o maior evento do mundo, aqui no Brasil, em São Paulo. Pô, ver o Iconic, o Vita King, poder, tirar foto com esses caras, ver os times que eu tô torcendo vencer. Eu fico imaginando aquele estádio cheio, barulho, bateria, gente gritando, tirar minhas fotos, fazer meus vídeos. Pô, é óbvio que eu vou trazer pro projeto, eu vou trazer pros menores pra eles verem a possibilidade de gama que a gente pode chegar não é só isso, é muito mais.
Agora sim, galerinha! Último mapa dessa grande final! Eu preciso somente o KDS! Eles vão pro plant, KDS não viu e é finalizado! O que a W7M faz nesse jogo estará marcado pra sempre!
Eu encontrei o R6 um espaço, não só social, como terapêutico, onde eu pudesse me concentrar, focar, conhecer outras pessoas, interagir com o jogo, colocar um pouco pra fora aquela minha ansiedade, né, que eu tinha. E devido a todas as circunstâncias, né, dificuldades que a gente passa regional.
Boa! Caraca, pai, toma! Muita gente desacredita do mundo dos games como acesso, como ferramenta de mudança de vida para jovens de periferia, mas eu sou o próprio exemplo o quanto isso pode agregar na sua vida. Não te altera apenas quando você está sentado no computador, mas a educação, inclusive, e a comunicação de quando você leva para casa e a influência que você vai causar a partir disso. Quando esse jovem chega em casa e ele, às vezes, ele tem a possibilidade de ir para um mau caminho, ele não vai. Ele escolhe não. O que eu vou perder indo para esse lugar é muita coisa. Ele tem algo positivo na vida dele na qual ele possa se agarrar, sonhar e construir algo. Então, tipo assim, a representatividade que o Rainbow Six tem e trouxe para mim é, inclusive, o que eu tento repassar para todos os jovens que eu trabalho aqui.
Se vocês pararem pra ver, tipo assim, várias histórias diferentes, somos de estados diferentes. E assim, o quanto que o Rainbow Six conseguiu unir a gente, trazer a gente pra cá.
Tem uma perspectiva disso. Muita gente fala, é só um joguinho. Quando uma pessoa fala isso, ela não tá falando do jogo, ela tá falando dela. É um joguinho sim, pra ela. O que é pra gente? Pra mim foi a cura da depressão, foi a minha terapia.
É a terapia.
É a minha oportunidade de viver isso, né?
Um lugar seguro pra gente focar, conseguir trocar, descobrir novos amigos, conhecer presencialmente novos amigos, viver relacionamentos, cara, que isso é incrível. Assim, eu acho que não tem nada melhor do que essa experiência, a gente estar aqui no Six Invitational 2024, no nosso país. Pegou a visão? Rapaziada, vou pedir um abraço pra vocês aqui, meu irmão. Esquece tudo!
Standing here with Leak Effect after probably one of the most tense 1v1s you have ever played. How are you feeling after that?
Oh my god, I'm feeling so good, you can't imagine.
Awesome. Well, this is a really important match for you because you had an interview recently with Frenchie about how difficult it was for you to lose out on the SI 2023 main stage. But with this game, regardless of what happens next, you will play at an SI main stage, which is the first time for you. How is that feeling?
That was the goal for the start of the year when we got Uzis and Solotov. We all said, guys, we have 2 majors to be ready for the SI. And now here we go. We just finished first, a bit lucky, but first still. And after winning Unwanted, they play really well. And oh my God, this win means so much for me.
I totally understand. Let's talk about Unwanted as well, because so often you guys have a target on your back. Everyone wants to take you down. Maybe for you guys it was the other way around. Obviously the Manchester Major core. What was this match in particular meaning for you?
It's kind of revenge, but not really, because they don't have Gunnar and Diffuser anymore. So it was kind of a new lineup. The way they played, really annoying with like every time Blackbird, Blitz, Monty. They played the meta really well, but yeah, we managed to win, and the mental was really good, so perfect.
That's awesome. Well, we've had some mixed results from you guys, so at this SI. I mean, you must agree there are some things that you're really happy with so far, and some things that you feel like you still need to improve on.
Yeah, the first game we were a bit sleepy. After we were like, okay guys, we can't lose anymore. We need to win to qualify. So after we win 2 games, like not easy, but like good way. After we played PSG Talon, it was a match meanings, okay, we are first or second. I feel like we weren't like not into this match, but we managed to still get the first place, and now this match was the match to win to go to the stage. So I'm happy.
Well, you won the most important one after all, so thank you so much for your time and good luck with your next game.
Some wise words after the previous game there from Liquefac. Thank you, Anne. And yes, BDS, they are the second team to be confirmed for the live stages. But we're not done yet. One more game on this stream, one more on A. Let's get our final sort of heroes ready and willing to get themselves in towards the live stage.
Yeah, it is, of course, that part of the day where we get to qualify these teams. Now, you mentioned it, 2 already gone, and for this stream, we have Virtus.pro going up against Raza Company, who are fighting to have that 3rd or 4th spot, depending on when this game ends, into the main stage already confirmed. And, I mean, Raza, they've just played a very long best of 3 a little bit earlier, so you know, it's always that question, is this a warm-up or is this like fatigue that will start to come in? Because we know Virtus.pro as well, they are definitely a team that is always at the top levels of these events.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing, right? Is Raza, you know, it's their first time sort of playing towards an SI or playing in an SI. It's a long week. Then it's into long series against the best of the best of the best. So, how long will that stretch? Virtus.pro, they've been able to get themselves well prepped, well rested. They were obviously watching the game earlier on. But will their run that always seems a little bit extra special during SI continue on?
It's like, it's always funny to say, like, after SI ends, we go back to the regular stage. They struggle a little bit, you know, for like a couple of weeks, manage to find themselves back on top eventually. Then SI comes around and it's like, hey, we're a top 4 team. Don't you forget that. Just continues to keep happening time and time again. And that's why they're such a big threat as well, because they just have that factor. Whenever they're around at 6 Invitational, it's just something magical that comes into the roster.
Against them, Raza Company, obviously we were casting them but a few hours ago, and they were able to take Shopify Rebellion. But if you look at it, regardless of the 3rd map being pretty well under their control, first was a max OT, and the 2nd went away from them pretty hardly. So, you know, they're only really here by the difference of a single round.
If you go for it by that, yes, it is that first map that really was the difference maker there. The 8-7. And, you know, we said it then, they really needed to win that first map if they wanted to have a good opportunity of taking the entire series. Well, they did, and find themselves in all the current match that we have ahead of us.
So, what will be the stretch on the maps that we get? And, well, a lot of the ones that we saw earlier on today, Labs and Lair, gone. Consulate will be where Raza want to bring them. And, you know, it's a map that's been a bit back and forth. That haven't seen it from VP at this event is probably the biggest sort of tell here. But Raza, they've been able to get themselves a bit of mixed success on it, and they're comfortable playing it.
Yeah, so the thing with Raza is that they've basically left open Consulate to be the decider map in any of their series if they got the opportunity to. If it got banned away from them, wasn't really the case. They've only needed to go there once though, which was against Dark Zero with a 7-5 pick.
And then on towards Bank, which is pretty even ground between the pair of them, to be fair. Obviously, you know, if you look at the wider picture, it is technically the first preference for both these teams over the past 180 days. You know, they're happy to leave it up. They're happy to come towards it. They both have a sort of game here. I think they're both sort of sitting on 2-0 or a 2-1 record over the past 180 days. So it's going to be a really big back and forth battleground.
Gotta remember, we just saw Raza play here as well. The 8-7 victory came down in their previous matchup for this specific map. So there's a lot that VP can look into if they were watching, being like, oh, we can play into this, we can play into that. So, you know, we might, that's the reason why they probably picked it, just so they can go into a bit more in a countering measure.
And then, obviously, where we would ultimately end up, Chalet. Oh, again, this is sort of a lower preference map, I would say, between this and the potential Skyscraper, maybe even, but the choice was Virtus Pros. They want to lead in here on their defense. It's, you know, they've played it quite a lot. They just haven't really won it a lot recently. They're 1-for-1 on it on this tournament. So they've sort of had, you know, successes, had things slip away from them before. But then you look at who it's up against, you know, they lost it against SSG 2-7.
Yeah.
A very fast, aggressive team, the same way Raza is on the split of it. Well, I guess see if we even get there, really.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's always the decider. We don't know. I mean, if we're looking at the social predictions here, 75% in favor of Virtus Pros, definitely telling a story around here. So, well, we're just going to have to wait and see how the process is going to play out. Now, Consulate, of course, a pretty nice map. Has a lot of like quick plays available to it, but also a lot of intricacy that you need to be familiar with.
A pretty nice map. Goodbye, Blackbeard, the problem child of this major. I'm going to call an Azami ban, because she always is.
How adventurous of you.
Look at that. How did I know that? Utilizing statistics of the most banned operator. How could I possibly predict it? With the safest bet. Valkyrie.
Valkyrie's a pretty oftenly
Castle?
banned. Oh, Castle, okay. We don't often see a Castle ban to come through.
Okay.
So that is...
Now I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm listening as well.
Now I'm set up in the chair. I'm actually going to have a very quick look and then see what the rate of ban is for Castle.
I would imagine it is less than 5%.
I don't think it's the first one. I think there's probably been at least... I mean, Castle is huge for some teams' setup. They'll build whole things. Whole setups, whole strategies. He's not somebody you'd bring as just like a quick adaptation, right? Castle is there for a purpose.
It changes a lot of the angles that you're able to play and forces like a different kind of entry sometimes. I wouldn't call him like so problematic that you have to ban him out though.
No, but he can, you know, if you know a team... Okay, so he's been banned 6 times.
It is actually quite a lot.
Across the tournament, but still, if you look at the pick when available, so how often he sort of brought in it, it's 32%, which might not sound so high, but I think that is about the 10th most popular operator pick. And it makes a lot of sense. Think of the current meta, think of how people like to try and break open angles, think about we're in a sort of traded out utility game always, but it's a very...
Architects are super popular overall, like Azami, Mira, Castle, they're all part of that, you know, archetype for the operators. So, and especially when he got his 4th Castle Barricade, that's basically when he really started to pick up on popularity.
Well, my concerns here are, I think, always going to still be with the technical underdog team, Raza Company. They have been massively impressive throughout this tournament. But now, when you get towards those teams that have tasted sort of big games on the biggest stage, those stresses might start to come together when you are this close on these very long days. Virtus Pro. I mean, they're old hands at this nowadays, obviously. They were 3rd last year. They were one of the only teams that was not Brazilian fighting on the final stages in SI 2024. They are more than excited to get back to that position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and as we keep mentioning, they're always there. And, you know, they might be old hands at this time. Like, what is it like? They've been playing for like 6-7 years now at this point. So, you know, they just always keep showing up. And as such, always basically play the same as well. And this is something that a lot of people say. Like, when you're playing Virtus Pro, you know exactly what you're getting. However, they are so good at what they do that even if you know exactly what they're going to do, it is still hard to actually beat them at their game.
I think the main test here will be what I saw that was brilliant from Raza Company earlier was a lot of counter-stratting towards method of play that Shopify Rebellion wanted to bring towards the game itself. We do not have the data here. So is this just hoping that they don't have a game here or going a bit further back, going a bit deeper? It's not entirely unplayed by Virtus Pro, just not at this tournament as of yet. Veto, the man with the kit, wants to see if he can try and just creep his way from Coffin across and go towards the default plant spot. There's a minute left and every single player. So at some point, push needs to sort of come to shove because all 5 Raza players here are stacked over towards admin or underneath. The hunt begins. Actually misses the first player. The pings come together. The bulletproof will reveal everything. Still destruction, but I mean, it's this big divide you've got to cross. Pasha pops out and gets STK. And now this might be the start of the end. They lose any width that they had towards this hold. They're still bouncing around the Shumika launcher, and at this point, Raza, they just might have needed to give themselves an option B other than one player underneath. Pasha gets a second. Perez gets Dan the shield, tries to scream their way through, but again, it's all being called. They know exactly what the Monty is planning. Pulls himself back round, 20 seconds, sprayed either side, surviving most importantly, and there's the support from Shepard as well, just trying to thread the needle. Flastry does find Pasha, finally puts him down, but 10 seconds, and they still need to try and stick the kit. Basetto, he's going deep. Perez does get a kill on towards the opposite end. There's a bit of a play. They don't know where the planter is. There's the cover being attempted. They can't quite get it locked in somehow. Some way they found the plant joystick. A step too late, but they know they can try and isolate this first fight. It's an easy pickup, Perez, and there's Flastry. Credit to Raza. They didn't have a lot to work with, but they made sure it counted.
I was going to say, like, STK was in a crucial position. Being around on that balcony, had opened up the wall. There was a very unilateral push coming in from the admin side of things. STK was able to bring that depth. If he would have pushed in, would have been able to find a kill, suddenly this site would have been opened up, but he was picked up first. Very unfortunate when that happens because you mentioned it, the entire width just gets lost with it. But they were still able to sneak themselves in, get that plant in, basically fight themselves all the way back through. And on the retake, they just didn't have the information to basically take those fights evenly. And thus, Raza find themselves with that very first round on the board, taking the lead here against Virtus Pro. It's still a long series. It's the first round out of what could potentially be 45. And this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Especially considering the fact that they've already played 3 maps today.
Do you know a fun fact?
Oh, give me a fun fact.
Well, it's fun depending on who you're rooting for, actually. And if you believe in a sort of, I guess, fate. Last year, VP playing in exactly the same way after topping their group in a sort of similar fashion around, I think there was 1, maybe 2 points difference between when they topped their group last year and this year. They also were up against a Brazilian team at this moment. Cafe and Bank were the 2 maps, and they 2-0'd NIP to then keep themselves going. So, exactly the same sort of position, just a different team against themselves and a different selection of maps. Will this be, yes, but Raza being able to push and break patterns?
I'll have to wait and find out. The drones gathering the information to see where they can go for a bit of a push, but Pasha caught off on the rotate. The entry kill going to Flastry here. And that's just a very unfortunate timing there to lose one of those players. Top of Spiral being taken under control now as well. STK pushing himself in. Joystick still finding himself around on the top floor. No longer has the support from Pasha, who's out there. Has to be careful to not be picked caught off guard as well, because then suddenly Virtus Pro will be down 2 people.
Obviously, they were able to get themselves that opening kill before this time. Drifted away from them as they drift themselves out of that Joystick being hunted. Now, there is a fight and a lot of soft above him. There's not an immediate response from anyone else trying to close him down, but they have forced him across about 80-90% of the map. From where he was and wanted to be to where he's ended up, well, they did it quickly and with only really a single usage of, granted, a very dangerous utility in the pockets of who was earlier today in the last map, a very dangerous player. Now, how confident do they feel about the rest of the control that they have? All the VP players have fallen down a minute 10. And although they made a little amount of time work last time, it's probably a bit harder to get it to stick here. Think how long they were sort of proposing themselves outside, around admin, and underneath last time in this final 20 seconds. Here, they've still got the vertical to do. Not sure if the breach is open. No, it isn't. Perfectly timed. And this with a minute. It's a bit of a chance.
It's also the Cade class, so they're not going to be in an easy position to take out. They're going to struggle a little bit finding that one, probably. The hatch staying shut as well. Of course, they're going to try and see if they can get anything done there. Maybe the grenade will do some pleasure there. It's the Tuberau actually stopping the main breach from opening up, so that's going to be forcing them to rotate over towards the top floor. They cannot rely on that main breach to be their main entry point, so there's no pressure coming down from there anymore. As soon as the breach will open, though, Virtus Pro is not going to be fully aware of that, so the phantom pressure will still be there. They'll be acting like someone might be there, even though it's not.
There's the breach on towards the hatch, but 20 seconds, similar place, and, well, Flastry's able to get himself a second. Joystick's gone. Always does trade out Flastry. They're going for the aggressive retake above. They know that they can put the pressure onto the vertical, and it's a very, very slim fight here, but they win it out. They have the cover. They're going for the plant. The C4 is loose, and it doesn't quite get the connection, spraying into a smoke that they have long since left, and but there is Shepard! Eternally clutching is the fate that has been dictated for Shepard's life in Siege, but hey, it's a pretty good one to have.
It is a pretty good one. I'm not sure how much time was left in the actual diffuser plant out there. I felt like it could have gone down any second at that point. The smoke was kind of genius because it pulled all the attention towards it. Like, surely they're planting in that smoke. Not the case. Just out in the open, right next to that drone hole. So we're going through those replays. I'm going to get to see it. Look at that. Basically, the bar was almost empty. So
we need it in slow-mo.
Yeah, we need it in slow-mo to find out.
Prod.
Oh, here we go.
Slow-mo.
Frame by frame, yeah.
Frame by frame by frame.
That is 0.3 seconds or something.
About a third of a second. He had time. He could have
there was some time, yeah, but one missed shot and you wouldn't have had it.
He could have rested, relaxed, put his feet up.
Yeah, feet up in the air, you know, line up the shot carefully.
One apiece. And again, though, for all of that chaos, I have to give credit to Raza. I keep being worried. I'm the one. I'm like a worried parent.
You are the one that's worried.
I'm the one that's a worried parent going, there's not a lot of time left here. Is this? Are we? Is this? I mean, because it's not just them going for the push onto the site, but also you can see them trying to work it out. However, that's twice in a row. They've entirely proved me wrong. It's against an opponent who, to be fair, that was their whole deal. Was final 20 seconds sort of pushes and executes. It's
even before the 20-second meta and after the 20-second meta. It's just been what Virtus.pro has been doing since forever. They just play a very slow but methodical game that is hard to beat. So you shouldn't be surprised if also their opponents are going to be taking their sweet time trying to break through the entire hold and let it come down to the very final seconds. But that's when you're prone to stuff like that happening. If he's being taken down, suddenly there's nothing you can do as it's an instant round over. Now, first minute about to end as well in this round as the preparation is just being done, windows being open, information being gathered. But now, nothing really to worry about too much. STK is entering himself in from the basement, is going to see if he can find any bit of pressure out there. There's a bit of verticality on the site that he might be able to utilize, but I don't really think that Virtus.pro is going to be too prone to be caught off by that.
Now, earlier on in the series that they played against Shopify Rebellion, all of the players from the side of Raza ended up in under 100 EPS, which, if you don't know, is our sort of basis for measuring. As always, finds Perez, who is usually the one who breaks that trend. But they were also generally barely all even. It took some very big power play moments to get themselves back into the fight as well. And it sort of ties into the idea of exhaustion, right? Playing through the day, when you're having to do massive clutches out, when you're having to do massive lockouts, things can go away from you. Clean take on towards Dan. We saw it from the perspective of someone else, and it was like they got snatched away from the coils of life. 4 versus 4 blinds coming up the bottom of yellow, trying to push this player around further and further. It's a shotgun that wishes to have a fight at this point, but I mean,
for people.
Oh, he's doing his best with it. He knows that he's otherwise going to be surrounded. He's got at least the Banshee to screen, but they've done what they maybe wanted, forced him away from being able to stop the approach.
He's definitely holding on tight there, but that shotgun is always so tricky to try and take fights with. Veto take a small amounts of damage from that SMG that Joystick's carrying. They know that they're not having a clear entry through, but they still need to try and take the fight. They're trying to send some rounds back through as they're actually pushing deep now. The plant will be attempted here by Veto. I don't think anybody has an angle where they can actually try and counter it. They try to shoot the feed out, but it's way too late. Diffuser's gone down. Veto will go down right afterwards as well, but post-plant situation.
Now, how can they try and utilize this space back? Because they still have the vertical. Technically, they also have some of the control here onto yellow, so if you can find a way to just slip your way in down the hatch and lock it off, there might be a bit of this cover. It's the deep angle on benches that's the worry. There's SDK caught out, and at this point now, there's not a huge amount of time to go for the counter defuse, but they've gone for the fight on towards vertical. There's the retake, and Flastry performing better and better. The cover of Live and Virtus.pro. The rotation background to try and get revenge. Well predicted by Raza, and we are trading rounds.
Live coming in quite clutch out there as well, finding the player that was on the site. But overall, Raza just did what they needed to do there. They realized what the hold was. Okay, there is some people out on the top floor. They were able to just push by because the SMG that was being used out there, I mean, it does have quite a bit of recoil. It's not easy to hit those kind of like shots accurately, consistently. So they just dug into the corner where they knew, well, I can be hit, but they're not able to get enough rounds into me as soon as possible. To get the plant down, basically uncontested, die right afterwards, but I mean, job already done at that point.
I'm a little bit curious what VP fully assumed was going on there at that point. Obviously, as I said, Raza Company did great to shepherd the bit of space that they utilized to get the plant down, but it felt like VP were a little bit hesitant to get involved. Then they went for the sort of 4 versus 4 retake execute. Then there was a 4 versus 2 situation that went away from them. I don't know, it feels like, obviously this is Raza's map, but VP are struggling a little to get themselves fully toe-to-toe with Raza.
They definitely haven't been able to go off to a flying start that you might have had believed they would have if you were checking the social predictions a little bit earlier. Still 2-1, very early on in the series. It's still the first quarter of this map that we're seeing being played out. I always mention it, of course, it's a game of 2 halves. We're not even past the very first one yet. Reaches this time to come around, not using the Maverick, instead the Harpoon gadgets to open up onto the balcony. It's going to give them a bit of a wider opportunity to play around. STK again on this area of the map. Let's see if he can basically make some moves happen this time. As he got quickly shut down, as soon as he basically set foot into that room, instantly removed off the map, had no impact whatsoever. And that's, of course, after we had such a great map 3 in the previous series.
Wow, this was the position where the first player sort of fell away. STK doesn't want to overextend, give his life early on. But again, how, you know, the plant was confirmed at 0.01 seconds left. It could not have been closer last time we were here. So the longer that they can sort of delay versus how quickly Raza can maybe try and, you know, get a little bit of violence going between them and their opponents, they can start piecing things together. It seems a bit of a wider approach here. There's a couple more bodies dedicated towards Spiral itself. They have the blitz to try and make their way across. There goes STK, though, out on that balcony breach. Again, is the entry body. It didn't fully stop them last time, but it's happened a bit earlier, so maybe this will work in either Virtus.pro's favor. They can try and, you know, reformulate this approach, or Raza have more time to try and change things up themselves.
There is more utility this time around, though, for Virtus.pro that they can use to try and stall this out. I'm looking at the Goyo. I mean, that's going to be wasting about 15, 20 seconds now on the actual push. You see it down on the Soda hallway where they've blocked off the door. You see it on the actual site where they've blocked off the door. So, you know, they're going to lose a bit of time here trying to actually get that push to come into fruition. And as the smokes comes through, so is the blitz from Veto. Will find himself at least 1 kill. Actually, no, it was Flastry that came in. He's finding both of them.
I mean, Flastry is having an absolute barn burner here. Screaming his way across, 7-1. And he looks like he's sort of thirsting for more. Perez gets one, caught on the hop over. There's Shepard doing his best, but Perez in the picked up position gets the response. Oh, joystick could not connect. This is slipping away here from Virtus.pro. 2 rounds threaded together in a row for Raza. First time they've got this map, but I mean, credit for Flastry. I mean, the only other time he sort of had such a big performance overall of the series was against PSG. Just about plus 12. Usually he's sort of not that name that's always there in the kill game.
He had some flashy moments in the previous series as well, but not as extreme as otherwise. Like, he managed to get like a couple 2Ks quickly in succession.
He can have impact kills, but 7-1.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something he hadn't had last game.
And then you look at Perez, 5-1.
I mean, this is what you need, right? Like, if Perez shows up and you have one of the other or two of the other players that are starting to also go like in these big numbers, the games are just getting a lot more easy for you to go through. And as mentioned, you know, like the previous matchup, it's definitely a warm-up. Like, you've already been in that momentum, in that mental state. And Virtus.pro, they're basically just coming in cold. Of course, half scrim before. It's not like they've just been chilling on the couch all day and like, oh boys, we're gonna have to go and play a game right now. They've been preparing, but it's different that when you've actually been like in that mindset already. Like, it is just a state of flow, some would say.
You mean the flow state?
Yeah, the flow state.
The
yes.
flow state.
Some would say, yes.
Some would say.
Some would say.
3-1. Raza and VP don't opt to take their timeout as of yet. Remember, this is them sort of playing on their defense, and you know, you'll have the balances of how teams work, and statistically their defense is better than their attack. But Raza's defense is way better than their attack. It's 67% is their Raza's defensive win rate to 39% attack. The fact that they're making this distance happen here, if we get to the turn of the halves and they're 4-2 up on their attack, if worse, you are probably looking at quite a quick map.
No, for sure. And you know, Raza is also going to be aware of this, and they're going to be able to live with this momentum. Perez, though, will be the first one to fall. It is the Deimos tracked joystick who's able to find that kill. But they're aware of where he is. Pasha, though, coming in with the secure, finding another kill as well. Suddenly, Virtus.pro flying at the start of this round, but kind of locked off, trying to rotate out. Pasha will find another one before he gets shut down. A 2v4, I mean, that's a trade they'll be willing to take any day, any game, any round. Leaving only Flashtree and Veto up. This round definitely seeming like it would go towards the Virtus.pro side, but everything is possible. Still a player around on the window repel. Veto will find a kill as a grenade forces him to rotate around. And suddenly 2-on-3, that's a lot more even.
If they can try and find a way to isolate one of these remaining players whilst there's a bit of a distance between them, Raza, they could get towards the trade, but it's time to drone, time to prepare, and time to go for the cover. 2 smokes and the single frag grenade means they're going to try and focus themselves on towards a plant, but remember, it's going to leave them in almost a 3 versus 1. Claw and the Tiburow canister.
I was going to say, like,
flew through there. It looked like a claw was thrown, and then suddenly it stopped. I was like, oh. But the wall does get opened, and the smoke canister on bottom yellow. At this point, they're going to be throwing themselves into a little bit of a meat grinder, but with bullets.
I think the smoke on the yellow was, of course, to stop any potential instant push to come out. As soon as that breach opened up, you kind of want to isolate your fights right now, and you kind of want to force Veto to move in first. You have the opportunity to deal with him just as himself. As the last smoke canister is now being used, that means there's going to be 15 seconds of play where they can be together, but he takes the fight alone, and now it's only up to Flashtree here. This is exactly what Virtus.pro wanted. They were using the smoke to isolate the player, and as a result, they find themselves with their second round as well.
3-2, and the best round, obviously, that they've played so far at this point. Remember that their other one was a last-second planter stopping clutch, and I think it was a 3 versus 2 at that moment, maybe even a 4 versus 2, so kind of a breath of fresh air to Virtus.pro here to be able to get one so solidly. They're not going to go back up to console by the look of it. Instead, play themselves on towards piano, keep themselves rotating, bring themselves the confidence. And I'm still a bit curious as to how this one fell apart last time. It was a 4 versus 4. The plant went down with about 20 seconds left. And it wasn't really answered with anything during the attempt at the plant.
I mean, I think it was just that, you know, they had a lot of verticality. They banked a little bit too much on it. And as soon as they went for the reload, because, you know, they got some shots out, it's actually when they just sent someone right on through. It might have been, a bit of timing where they weren't aware that the plant was going down the moment it did. Also, the location of the plant was just very difficult to get from vertical angles, forcing them to go into a retake situation, which, to be fair, went, for the most part, very well for Virtus.pro. They were able to get all the kills on the board, just not the last ones that actually mattered in the end. So, a 3-2 is where we're at right now. They're, again, going for that expo site. This time, don't see a lot of pressure around on the top 4, though. I think it's just Shepard, so is joining now as well. But they might be taking this a bit more horizontal this time around.
Seems like they have their immediate idea of a drive STK. Utilizing the shotgun, and Dockerby is down towards the chance at pulling up maybe Visa stairs, find some pressure. There isn't anybody that's on the immediate fight here, but, if you can get towards the hatch itself, you can offer some of this pressure up from underneath. There's the same break going on towards the top. They want to try and fight for the vertical a bit earlier this time. Last time they did a good job of just pulling the space that they needed. It seems like even though it was successful, they want to go with a plan B here. Push across from the side of admin, force them at least out of sort of the CEO and the console side, maybe back towards the top of the yellow stairs, and go for a plant from the reception desk side instead. Is it worth the risk of the change? I don't know. That's down to Raza predicting Virtus Pro would do predictions on towards them. Good idea, but did not catch the head.
I mean, most importantly, you've just taken care of a very important position. The player that was right behind the soda machines is no longer there. It's a difficult position to clear, especially if you look at the utility. The press being shut down by always rotating up the spiral stairs. This means that Virtus Pro is trying to retake that top floor a little bit more aggressively. They know what's going on. They're trying to take a hold of it. And if you look at VP's positioning right now, they're basically all over the place. But Push and Always both die at the very same time again by Flashtree.
Flashtree is just absolutely running the show here on Consulate and doing this back and forth during calls, during checks. They know exactly where the player is. They're waiting for him to try and run his way out, but it's a crossfire. Flashtree has to make his way through, and if he doesn't know about the player back towards the small office, well, that's going to be an unfortunate execution. The air jab into the player, hops out. He's run his way around, and oh, in fact, no, it was the split there. He didn't actually fire it. I was so excited for the possibility of a player going for a big loop around. He didn't do it. But, well, as Dan gets Pasetto, he might have wished that they had done something. That was inside the site. There's Flashtree getting joystick. That was the crossfire. Holding onto this position. So now, at this point, Shepard is stuck in a box. Blinded. The flash hits Flashtree as well. And it's wasting precious time. There's the second. Swings it and they execute. But 20 seconds left. Flashtree with the chance at an ace here. And I said he was running the show. Now he's got to run the round. Live goes down. 15 seconds up against one of the most storied players, but Dan shows why.
Knew exactly where he had to come down from. He was up on the top floor with the amount of time that was left. Could only be coming down spiral. Dan choosing to go for a bit of an aggressive angle out there, challenging him. Right as he drops in, shuts him down, shuts down the ace. And again, a very flashy play coming down by Flashtree, just finding those first two initial kills, then another one on the crossfire, finds himself a fourth eventually. But we find ourselves with a 3-3 split, evenly distributed rounds. And if you looked at the very first four, you would have maybe thought that this could have been a 4-2 or even a 5-1 for Raza. Virtus Pro decided against that.
Well, an even half, will it be enough? Is kind of where I find myself sat and wondering. Obviously, as I said before, we haven't seen this map from Virtus Pro. There's stresses on their attack, but attack hasn't been technically where they're stronger, and it is definitely on the defense where Raza enjoy their time more. This map itself, 62% defensive win round to the 37 attack. It is just, I mean, it's rocky.
It's not looking good for VP.
It's rocky terrain, but you know, it doesn't mean too much until we sort of get into it. You don't really know what to prepare against. If you don't know the attacks, you can have quick plays, obviously, up towards the desk window. You can try and do a slow and steady. It's a team that was famed for a slow and steady adminitate once upon a time. And I think they actually went on sort of an interview with Milos during the season where they said, look, we're playing this stuff a bit slow. We're playing this a bit cautious. We need to be a little bit more assertive and aggressive. And well, how is that going to net itself? It starts with pressure on yellow.
It does. It doesn't look like they're going to go for an admin take, though. It looks like they're eyeing up to just go for a bit of a window push. Grenades are being tossed in, are going to take out some of the utility. Also making sure that Pasetto is actually not going to have the opportunity to go for a swing towards yellow. The three players currently looking... Oh, actually, jump out from SDK. He's going to be finding Pasha. Finds himself back into the building right afterwards as well. That's the player gone that was holding the yellow staircase. So that's going to be providing them with a little bit of extra security here on the side of Raza. Still, they're lined up. They're looking to maybe go for a jump in from the window. Flashtree will go down as a result from the connector window, bringing it back to a 4-on-4. They have the E1D. They have Perez now injured. There's a blitz inside of the connector area as well. He has the opportunity to be very much an oppressive factor in this round as Shepard tries to get in for the plant, but the injure almost coming in from below.
Love that angle, but it didn't quite net them the result they wanted, but they know they have to make a move. Now, Shepard, he is actually just on the ground waiting for potentially a hop out, maybe even baiting. up towards the player above, but without the smokes, it's going to have to turn into either get rid of SDK here and then try and play the space itself. They have time. They could drop their way around, go for the clear, or if they're confident in the work of Joystick, who is very much stuck here, I mean, what else could they do? They just sort of found themselves sat, waiting. There was not a support structure for Joystick. He was just trapped. Now as SDK gets Shepard outside as he went to try and find his way inside, Virtus Pro just stalled out. SDK drifts on, goes for his fourth, and he finds it. Virtus Pro, they found themselves off to a great start, had 2 problems, didn't come up with an answer for either of them, and just stalled out. And that was when Raza went, let's lean in, let's punish this, let's take this.
Yeah, great round coming through, especially SDK out there. Managed to get the very first from outside of the window. After that, just finding 3 more. But again, like a 4K to come through. Flashy last round, didn't quite win that one. This time SDK, round is secured for Raza. And you hear the energy coming off that. It's always great to see. Raza, of course, a team with probably like almost no expectations on them to be like one of the top contenders to go through for the live stages. Now, you know, they're basically finding themselves a game away from doing that, taking the lead in the very first map.
I mean, I said it earlier, before their game against Shopify Rebellion, is at some point, that sort of ticker of winning people over, that barometer, it'll go bigger and bigger and bigger, depending on the teams that they beat, depending on the positions. They almost technically got first in their group. They almost, they're doing it. Will they do it? And that will happen probably after this game for the majority of people, if they can pull against Virtus Pro. Not only a massively experienced, one of the most experienced teams sort of in this situation, especially one that hasn't gone through as many changes as others, but one that was massively experienced last year, one with something to prove, and yet 5 players who have never played in an SI before, where the last time 3 of them played on the stage, 2 was at Jönköping, 1 of them was at Berlin.
That's long times ago. I mean, that's so long ago.
Flash3 and Live have never played on a major live stage, and that's something that is going to fuel that barometer. Obviously, the first kill went away from them. SDK, who picked up all 4 of his kills on the previous round, is once again sent towards the early body as the hunt comes onto Perez. He leans into it. The drone is giving the game away, at least on a position, but he's able to find his way out of there. And the C4 on towards the Deimos gets them! Great communication and coordination there from Raza. The support structure was in play, and once again, they're able to just flip that body balance into their favor.
Very important kill to come through. It's a trait, though. Always. We'll find Perez from below. I believe that the kit is currently... Oh, no, it's in hands of Shepard right now, so still nothing to worry about as of yet. But it do need to go down towards that basement eventually. Pressure still coming down onto that first floor first. Shepard looking to make a push happen here. But there's a player around him. Is he going to be fully aware? I think it's actually live. Rotating off as he's been scanned by the Jackal. Meaning that the last 3 players are all on that basement side. However, Flash3 finding himself on Spiral. Rotating up. Bit by bit. Trying to be aggressive. I mean, verticality is being created right now by Virtus Pro. They're trying to find and isolate some of these players. They need to be careful of this potential rotate to come up from Spiral stairs.
4-3, bits of damage done either way, but at 40 seconds, and you said the danger here is when they go for the plant. There's still a C4 in the pocket of Paceto. It's a lot of soft potential. There's the chance at getting themselves, pressured the longer they hang around, so they're trying to force them further away, and Live's response is to actually head up top himself. He's going to rotate his way around to seeding. They have a full awareness, but 20 seconds, he can just leave. All he's done here is draw the vertical player away. It's the 2 versus 2 on the plant. Pasha does find Live, so that's the rotation game secured. There's Shepard getting Flash3 on the back. It leaves just Paceto called, pressured, and a C4 that caught nobody. Pasha gets us still trading rounds.
Important kills to come through in the end there. I mean, for a very long time, we were in a bit of a stalemate in that round, and the top floor was being retaken, and you're like, no way that they're losing it like this. Live in a perfect position to just waste time, waste about one player of his attention, and got picked up. After that, the rest of VP pulling the rest of the triggers that were required to win that round. 4-4. An equal score. We're going to rerun that garage. Probably thought that there was a better way to deal with this. Just running it back. It's not something we often see anymore. Like, a lot of the times, people just continue their rotation like they do in scrims. You know, go CEO, Garage, Expo, CEO, Garage, Expo. Just continue going on like that. But instead, they decide to rerun the garage right now. Probably saw something in that last round. It's like, okay, if we change this little thing, we're going to be able to take this round away and put ourselves back into 5. Or they have less faith in their other sites. That could also be the case. But that will be more worrying considering you picked the map.
That's it. I mean, it's always the doubling down theory, right? It's always the mental sort of differences. Obviously, we've had the other side of it on VP where they still opted to rotate, still opted to sort of change things up, whether they won or lose. It's keep themselves moving forward in a game. Don't find yourselves stuck in a bit of a rut. But eyes on admin, a classic VP tale from days of yore. And it seems like they want to try and hunt down STK. You said it before, obviously, you know, he's not usually a player that gets himself massively positive on the KD, but he had the best map he has played earlier on in the series against Shopify Rebellion. Here with the hunt coming pretty quickly and adeptly towards him. A prepped C4 baited on Coffin. Popped a step too early because the player left to pull the goo mine out. Oh, and they just missed the rotate as well. It's a lot of near misses, but they probably gutted. C4 didn't connect.
That is the thing, right? Like, you have the Deimos as the tracked person. You also get to see where the Deimos is, but it's not real time. So you might have been like, okay, he's moving in that direction. Blow it up now. The goo mine actually, as you mentioned, saving his life there, whether he knew it or not. SDK in the meantime being tracked again, but a quick cancel to come through. Not sure if that was due to a mute jammer he just walked into. Instead, it's going to be another Jekyll track to come in, this time to Perez.
Well, Perez is under a bit of pressure, more flashes, but as he rotates around and the door on yellow is still soft, he's doing okay with it. Back on cams, back on the hunt for a player that's protected by a mute jammer. SDK, again, wasting so much time. The goo mine cuts across, and so does he. He slips his way out, though, and down into the site. It's good wasting of time, but there's no punishment on the back end of it. With all the tracking, the Jackal and the Deimos, they haven't been able to grab and net a single kill on these loose players, which is probably frustrating for them, but at least it's utility that they can try and trade out later. Now, 50 seconds. And I talk about sort of late approaches here. They're worried about going for the entire cover onto the door itself. There's the bandit boxes that will get removed so they can get themselves this wall open. But you know that they're going to try and lurk their way back up. Is he about to find this fight? Well, he didn't really fully expect it. There's Live with 2. I think he gets someone through the soft, or was it just a swing round onto the bottom spiral? Either way, that's another body taken out on the back of that fight. They lose those 2 players on the track. And now, VP trying to pick up the pieces. The roll of the ROU doesn't even go through the floor properly. The wheels are sort of falling off, but Pasha drives on, takes the head. There's Live getting his third. They have the vertical control. They have another body dropped. And as we keep trading rounds, we are not done with that yet. I need to see that Live thing. I think the other player was in piano, but it might have been a swing to his right.
It might. I think it was a swing towards the spiral staircase, and then afterwards just securing the player coming into the same room as him. But I'm not too sure. We would need a replay on that to be 100% confirmed. However, Raza, a huge round there, especially with Live opening up. Like we've said it in the last game, he's had these clutch moments. Not that this was a clutch, but it was a great opener. You won't get to see it there.
Dang.
No, that was... Dang. Oh, earlier. But Raza finding themselves 5-4 up. They're definitely pulling their weight right now, and they are 2 rounds away from taking their first map home. Now, when they were in the first series, their first map, their own map pick, went to 8-7 before they finally managed to do it. I doubt that they're looking to do that again. I think, you know, a 7-5, a 7-4 is something they'll be content with. If this goes to overtime, you never know who's going to be taking this victory, considering the fact that we've been trading rounds almost consistently so far in this series. And as we head back towards that top floor, they have to make lives hard for the side of Virtus Pro. See a glass. We do see the sense as well, as they'll be looking to find themselves with a bit of an execute on the side. See if they can isolate these players. SDK finding himself loaning Visa. I'll be looking to go a bit aggressive out here, and the RC Rotero that's going by is not droning him out because he's worried about utility. So is SDK going to be unspotted in this area? That's a big question, because if he is, has a great opportunity to get some content done here. Joystick opened up the window, wasn't watching it, and SDK rotates out, but that could have just been a kill. Gone either way. Den, in the meantime, from the opposite side already, finds himself near the staircase. SDK quite literally just escaped at the exact right timing.
I rolled it back as well. It was a kill towards the bottom of Spiral.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then he swung around, tucked himself in, and got the follow on the Deimos as well. But 2 operation trackers being able to pull out the situation sort of shows where things are slightly falling apart here. And Raz's brilliance is refusing to die. SDK on secret, waiting for the chance and an approach to spray through. And there's the go, but they were more than ready always. I think he maybe baited with the flash, instantly pulled himself down, and then just aimed at secret. They had the read on everything SDK wants to do there, and all 4 of his kills have come on a single round.
Yeah.
He might be due another one soon. He's probably hoping he is.
I mean, he's been doing quite well on, like, wasting time here and there. I mean, you saw in, like, one of the previous rounds, a constant tracking to come through. Dan, beautiful headshot onto Perez, as Virtus Pro's looking to trade back the rounds yet once more. Pushed themselves to 5-5 as Dan finds yet another Veto and Flash Tree. The last 2 alive. RC Rotero's given away the position of 1, but he's trying to hold on tight. Dan down below. He'll be trying to put some pressure in from that direction. Maybe even find a different staircase to head up from. But VP, they've been in this situation so many times. They're not going to be rushing it now. They're going to take their time. They're going to take it slow. Make sure that everybody's in the right position to pull the trigger on this final execute.
I mean, surely this one can't go away. Flastry gets the down onto Always. Maybe we'll be able to get the finish once this fight has gone through.
Oh, behind him right there. Just saw that they were repelling in, but Veto will go down though. Flastry, the last man standing.
1 versus 5, and it's right in the middle of the mix. There's one gone. They've been able to pick themselves up. They're going for the plant. They should be able to get this one secured. They're prepping themselves for the run out on the opposite side as well, and they scatter. Every route, every run is watched, but Flastry gets himself his second, and look at that. They just go further back. Fear and respect, I think, at this point. They don't want to give him any opportunities because he's just been so good this map, but at this point, even this player, I don't think can
long arm this.
Try and cement themselves over. 16 seconds, and the desk shuts him out. 5-5.
They all pull back really quickly, really far after that. I was afraid he might have been able to go on long arm for a bit. Instead, went for the fight. And that means we equalize that scoreline back to that 5-5. A timeout now being called. I wonder whose it is, though. Is it Raza? Yeah.
It's a Raza called timeout.
Have a little bit of a chat. See if they can find a way to secure at least one of these rounds. Hopefully 2.
I mean, they're this close to the end, right? And you have to sort of look at the fact that after this, you're heading into your opponent's map. They know that the series earlier, eventually it came into their favor. But if it had gone 2 maps, they would have lost. And that one went to Max OT. This one feels like it's heading towards Max OT as well.
Yeah, it definitely could be. But it could also just be over in 2 rounds. Because, like,
but it could also be over in 2 rounds.
It's such a game.
That is how it works.
Yeah, but it's such a game where, like, they're trading rounds, but these rounds could also just be a coin flip Like, it's a single fight every now and then that is a difference maker.
Well, you look towards the first half, obviously the opener was all Raza with one sort of break from a Shepherd clutch, and then the end of it was suddenly Virtus Pro remembering how to hold their defenses and getting themselves locked in. Here, it just takes something to re-trigger that idea of, oh, this is how we run. Obviously, you know, Flastry puts himself over the 2.0 KD. As I said, it's not always his sort of show, his sort of drive. In fact, of all the previous sort of days, the only time he's otherwise ended up positive was the day against Falcons, where he was +3, and then the PSG day that I talked about before, he was +12. This is that sort of level that he was playing at back then, and sure, Perez isn't quite getting through bodies as he usually is, but at the same time, this is one of the best things about this Raza roster is things change up. On the other side, it's pretty even, pretty standard, but that is, to be fair, how Virtus Pro usually set themselves up. They've had, like, always had a massive day on the first day. Joystick had a massive day against OXG on the second day. There are standout moments, but still,
it is a very consistent roster, and they have been for years. Like, everybody's always able to show up, and that's, of course, a strength that Virtus Pro have. The experience and the fact that everybody has the same clutch and game factor where they can just bring it on and not slow down until they win that game. So, as approach will be made through Visa. They're droning it out. They don't see anybody out there, so control will be taken. Of course, we're finding ourselves on that split site, so they'll be looking to get a plan down. It looks like on that first floor it was a bit dangerous, though, with the amount of explosives that could be coming in from below. See the pulse out there. STK has a nitro cell, just replaced it, I believe, and explodes it in the window frame. Blaster still has one as well, so there's still a lot of danger and threat trying to actually get that plan down later on in the round.
I do like the one that was just placed there. It was like blowing up his escape, like running away from explosions. The pulse on this map, it's just perfect utilization. It's one of those very popular operator combinations, even throughout the changes of the map itself. 4 big flat sides, and somebody who can get the full read on where they're hanging and holding on to. What else could you want? As they try and clear their way here across from the admin side, Perez might be the first one they run into, but as I say that, he backs off. With SDK for support, they are just wasting time. They're sort of baiting them in towards the play space here and, you know, drawing them out as best as they can.
Joystick slowly looking to creep around. Perez is waiting right underneath that window. He's actually going to show his back. Joystick would swing over. He would have been able to find that kill a little bit too late on the action. Actually decides to jump down. And it is going to be Defend Remind that pops up, takes the fight, loses it to Perez. So Raza find themselves with a very important kill here in this round 11.
Now, as I said, the Pulse just feeding all of that over towards the approach. Almost a bit of slipped timing there as they start throwing the flashes out, start getting themselves a bit more aware onto it. And it's actually only the 4th time the opening kill has gone into the favor of Raza throughout this entire game so far. So statistically, it's something where Virtus Pro haven't really been able to get the conversion anyway. Can it be something that works for them? Suddenly, no. 2 quick kills, lives gone. It's back and forth, though. A 2 versus 3, because it's 2, almost immediately right back. A 3 versus 2 situation. Trades came instantly out. And now it leaves the chance at the plant. Oh, that is so close. Flastry is entirely caught out, though. The Shepherd locks it in. Apparently opening KD doesn't seem to be that driving statistic. The telesite finds STK alone. I said he was due, trying to get a few more kills. It's his round and his time, but oh, somehow got that. I thought that was the end of the round. 2 more to get. The vertical, they just need to pull themselves further back. I mean, look at this hold. He's going to have to come right into the middle of it. They can play on contact. Initially, they don't, but with 14 seconds, they're just running in circles at this point. They know they can get the round locked out. 6, 2, 5.
BP finding themselves on map point on their opponent's map. We said it before, this game just has the opportunity to go to max OT. Like, it's been back and forth, and player X has a big pop-off, then player Y has a big pop-off. They just keep surprising each other. But Virtus Pro, to find themselves now in a crucial position at that first map point on their opponent's map pick. They've seen Bank. They feel comfortable there themselves as well. If Virtus.pro manage to get this very next round, they are looking set to be qualifying themselves to the main stage as well. Of course, still have to play another map for it, but they're in a really good position in that case. Expo.
Yep, get themselves round on towards Piano side instead of going down towards Cafe in the basement.
Yeah, they've had that available, decided not to go for it. This position will be on next. Verticality, big important part here usually. But you start looking at the lineup here from the side of Virtus.pro. You see the shield, you see the Sense, RC roll devices, you know, putting up the light screens.
The ROUs.
ROUs, yes. And you start thinking, okay, they might be looking to just circumvent that, see if they can find a way around it. But on the other hand, you do have the pulse. You mentioned it. You can look up 3 floors. You can basically see anything that happens anywhere on the map if they're coming from that direction. Having the opportunity to use that Nitro Cell as well is going to be making it quite difficult to get that plan down until you find and hunt him down.
As I said, the entry statistic is one that goes away from them, but the sort of hole in the setup here is how much of that focus is going to be here from the side of Virtus.pro. They have the shield, the smokes, the walls, and the chance for the glass to try and do some damage. They are approaching from the top itself. Will they go for the full, you know, removal and the drop, but they don't know about Basetto. He's about to find another fight on the window. He's well prepared for it. Perez finds always. Oh, and I said it had the scent of an OT on it.
It's definitely starting to look like it here. Flash straight. Waiting, but he got baited by the drone. Shut down by Shepard. Back to a 4-on-3 now. Still in favor of Raza. They're still in a good position to push this towards overtime. They got to take this calm. They got to not make mistakes like that. You had the opportunity to basically just sit tight and wait. Decided to go even a bit more aggressive. This is how you might start out and lose on these kind of situations. STK, he's running for his life. He's trying to be hunted. I'm not quite sure if Virtus.pro is definitely going to go for that bait. Basetto with that pulse, trying to figure out where the actual push is coming from, but not getting anything on the scanner so far.
Well, that C4, we heard it for a split second, and so did Dan, but unfortunately nowhere near enough time for him to move out. There is obviously Pasha stepping in on that position, but between a Glaz and an Ace, what can they achieve here, especially without any smokes left? This is just going to have to be the awareness that plays against them, but as it's fully read, Basetto, I mean, just sort of says, here's free lunch. We'll call all of this motion. In the meantime, they've hopped in. There's the fight against the Pulse, and a triple kill round for Basetto. They know where the last player is. They get 1. They don't get a second. And we are in OT.
Again on the first map, and the map is Raza Company. And now, OT indeed. 3 rounds to decide who's going to take this very first one. And honestly, I cannot even call it. I cannot even, you know, make a 90% certain guess. It's quite literally just a coin flip now because they keep trading rounds. They keep pushing and surprising each other. And even, you know, if Raza wins this very next round, it is still a 50-50 in who's going to win the entire series because they just keep on trading.
It's fine. I didn't want to watch the Super Bowl anyway. Viewers of these two teams, well, you might have the benefit of having multiple monitors. If there was an NA team in this game, they might feel a little bit more dedicated, but
they're going to try and speedrun it at that point. It's like we have to watch the Super Bowl.
That's why. I mean, they played some very quick series early on.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't think that Virtus.pro really cares about the Super Bowl.
You never know.
You never know, but
there's a surprising amount of Super Bowl fans in production across it all for what is a Danish company.
Yeah.
Love themselves some
it was
football.
big in Europe as well. But
Football.
It's like, I don't know anybody who watches Super Bowl inside of Europe.
I watch it to feel involved.
Okay, well.
And for the ads. 6-6. Raza. They have been able to, as you said, do what they did earlier, but can they get it locked in? They've obviously utilized their team talk already, their timeout. Virtus.pro will try and ride this one through. for now. And, you know, we sort of said it at the time, like the 3-3 half, it's not a nightmare. This is sort of playing a bit against the statistics of the day and of the map in the tournament, but you never really know how teams are going to hit it, especially here at the end of a long day at the start of a new series. Always doing a little bit of drone crime, but crime doesn't always pay.
Yeah, drone got arrested for it. Basically, shut down instantly is STK. He found himself a single kill after the 4K he put up in round number 7. It's in a good position now, though. Grenade bouncing around the corner is going to relocate him. However, I believe the player just decided to leave from the window the moment that he was running by and survives with almost all of his HP.
That's what it looked like. He was around the grenade. I mean, I'm not going to pull that apart, and I'm sure he's not going to either. But one thing we can talk about is the fact that, you know, in terms of where they're wanting to go on the site, on their first swing on the defense, I believe they're back, you know, obviously finding more and more success on Piano Expo. They don't want to give common sites to Virtus.pro to attack. They think this, what was previously a tertiary for them, and where they came after, you know, a bit of a late throw-in towards it, is home for now. And well, moments like that is a bit of a gift, but you can see that their control of the space, how far they pull themselves back, where they want to go, very well threaded.
STK still around on that top floor. Is going to try and be that delaying factor, waste as much time as he possibly can, and that's basically been his role over the majority of this map. He might not have been able to find a kill, but he's definitely been able to find a time. Dando finds live. He's one of those big clutch players that Raza has been utilizing today. Flash tree about to go down as well. I believe he might have been shot through the drone hole at least a little bit as he was rotating around. Finds himself about 10 HP right now. With 40 seconds left, it's definitely starting to get some pressure right now. Perez finds one before the trade comes in from Shepard. A 4-on-3. Virtus.pro looking to put themselves on map point here.
The second silence falls as they need to reevaluate the position, but they get given Flastry. Goes a little bit too wide. Shepard gets one on the back, and SDK, all that's left, opting to drop for the fight. They're in the cover of the smoke. He wants the angle, and he wants actually benches. The wall pops open. There's a surprise moment, but he doesn't get anything from it. They know
what they do.
Oh no! Twice! Twice he has had a great opportunity to cement kills.
The diffuser's
That's
down!
the kick gold. They've got to get it picked up, and they do. But can he fight and find his way out? No. Oh, that was so many opportunities. None of them could stick.
It's just a baffling end to that round there. STK, he's been trying to waste time on that top floor consistently. Virtus.pro decided, you know what, we don't care. We're just gonna go through as they call their timeout now. I mean, now is probably a better time than ever because, you know, this map is about to end. You're not bringing this onto your next. But oh my. Did he get close there to just stealing that round away? After the first shot through that breach, they had no clue where he was. Misses the second opportunity as he comes around the rear. Somehow finds himself with the diffuser injured afterwards. And again, there wasn't a lot of time. He almost was able to steal that round away by just simply living. But Virtus.pro just a little bit too quick, a little bit too compact. Was able to get back onto the diffuser, instantly start the defuse again. And as that timeout ends, I mean, what do you talk about now? I mean, there's been plenty of rounds that you've played, and, you know, this is kind of like a surprise factor that you definitely did not need. And you now find yourselves on a map point. See the relief there from that round. Now find themselves on the fence, on the top floor. A clash is being brought and hidden as well. Always not wanting to give away that game. This might be that one little change to the setup that's going to slow down Raza even more. Especially if they're going for a bit of an admin take. A clash just has so much potential of slowing that down. Now, Monty's being brought by Veto, at least for now. Might indirectly counter it, but of course, you know, the Clash is always going to be winning that 1v1 due to the fact that the Zap just does this little bit of damage and slows them down. It's going to be coming down to which team plays better behind their shield in what could be the final round of this first map.
Six to 4. is Max OT beckoning. Now, as you were talking about Clash being on, playing for the time, but look at this, it's a little bit more of a support structure. They're hoping to surprise the lean in, but it's a Clash. Sort of makes their presence known pretty intently of saying, oh yeah, do this take you love to do. We have a response. And to be fair, they've done the same parts of the take every single time. It's done. It could have also just been the security of making sure that nobody tries to go for the Maverick based on the prediction, based on the chance of being C4'd off of what is a very narrow area to maneuver and get your way out of. At this point, eyes on towards admin. Dan isn't a million miles away to try and contest it, but, well, I'd say that. I was going to say he doesn't immediately contest it, and he thinks better of it as well. Catches out some of the utility that's coming in, and then peels himself right back out. But Raza, they're in, boots on the ground and spraying for their angles.
Capcan traps have been spotted. They should be fully aware of the operator being around now, taking down the very first set. You probably will see the Clash rotating around now. The push is coming in from the admin side. The Clash is there to slow things down. Playing around on the Soda. So what is the way that you can get rid of this operator now? Maybe an air jab or a grenade. That's all they really have. There's no verticality that can come into play here. So they're just going to have to go for a swing. And as the flashbangs go out, there goes the air jabs. Cannot really lean back into that hallway anymore, so they're going to have to find a different way to try and challenge and slow them down. Because if you're the Clash right now, you need to be on that front line, not on the back.
On the hunt underneath, Perez trying to cause some distraction, cause some disturbance, maybe pull a player away, but it also works obviously as a deterrent of, oh, I'm being tracked, I got to get out of there. Veto, huge amount of damage taken here as the Monty shuffles their way in. They're being zapped and down. They overstayed their welcome, and that was the Deimos underneath. Now, a 5 versus 4. The plant was not confirmed. They peeled themselves away from the smoke, and they're going to see if they can try and make use of the time that they have. But 40 seconds, the smoke now being forced further and further away. You can see Perez again on the hunt.
Injure from the smoke.
And there is the injure from the smoke canister. Doesn't die, but it's a very, very tricky pickup to get. A rotate underneath. Somebody is going to hunt down the Deimos, but it's SDK that gets Pasha first.
Oh,
that smoke should maybe get live. No, it doesn't. They dip away, but it also doesn't kill Veto. He sat lying and waiting. SDK driving forward 10 seconds, and
they're all
Dan
lined up
in the perfect place. 3 kills for Dan. Now with the fight back on, Dan slips away. They pick it up and move it, but here's the fight. There's one. Dan will lock it in. Round the corner. There's an ace. Dan!
What a way to lock off this first map. Dan with the ace to come through. I mean, they were all lined up, just trying to help back up that Montaigne. The smoke did so much work out there, keeping them locked for such a long time. And Virtus Pro, they find themselves with map 1 under their belts, heading over towards Bank very soon.
Well, what a way for that to come together. What a way for us to get there. Will it be our last OT of the night? We'll have to find out after a break. Well, we almost needed every single round, but seemingly that is the Raza way. However, this time, didn't quite go in towards their favor. So now they've got to see if they can try and step it up, because earlier, when they got onto their opponent's map pick, it just did not go their way at all. The intensity could not quite carry them over. A final round that fell a little bit to the wayside. And I mean, it's kind of a surprise, because although it was neck and neck, a fair few of those rounds were big clutches. To be fair, you could even cite this as being a big clutch moment. Dan rotating his way around the back. Only a 4K technically, but I think we give him the ace.
I think we give him the ace as well. I mean, you know, the Montaigne was about to be helped up, so he basically secured that deal. Like,
yeah.
We can basically say that, right? Like, it's the ace to come through. Definitely, Virtus.pro will feel a little bit relieved after that first one going their way. I mean, you know, they haven't played any Consulate throughout this tournament so far. It's very far down on their preference list as well. But now they're headed towards what is their favorite in terms of, you know, not banning it themselves, basically always being banned against them. The time they played it, they won it as well. The thing is, we've also seen Raza play this just a little bit earlier today.
I mean, that's it. It's also technically Raza over the past 180 days, their top preference map as well. There's history there. There's sort of setting themselves up and building on the back of it there, and it was, hey, a max OT earlier on today. It's not that it's impenetrable for anybody, but it plays well with their playstyle. It plays well with how they like to handle themselves around the map itself, and, you know, as you said, it's just one of those things where this whole map series felt like two teams with very similar pools hitting heads against each other.
See them talking right now. I mean, they've played Bank earlier today. They also know that Virtus.pro has been watching that, so just got to go over the mistakes you've made now. Make sure that those are not happening again. You just change your plan ever so slightly if you have the capability of doing so, because otherwise Virtus.pro is going to run with it for this game. You know, we mentioned it many times before as well. They're so experienced. They know exactly what they're doing. You know, they're just having some nice, calm conversations right now. They're like, okay, let's get ourselves ready. Let's get ourselves in that mindset so we can get going on this second push. Virtus.pro wants to end this with a 2-0 themselves as well. They don't intend to be here for what could be 44 rounds of Siege after we only missed out on the single one. They are here to be, again, a top 4 contender. They are here to try and lift the hammer themselves this time round. So, just want to dispatch Raza as soon as they can.
At this point, obviously, as you said, it's sort of getting yourself solidly locked in, getting yourselves moving forward, and getting yourselves pushed on. It's been such a long day at the office here for Raza. They've made sure that they've sort of kept themselves fighting. There was great energy, but again, a long series, an OT series, it's gonna pull out of them. It's gonna feel heavy. Having to get yourself going and mentally, all right, we're back into the lobby. Like, there's a lot of time that passed between the last series they played and this one. And you could sort of see some of the effects last time. Obviously, they dipped off, not entirely off the face of the earth, but to go from the game that they played on Bank into their labs, where it was, what, a 7-2?
Yeah, that was a complete blowout. Like,
exactly.
They were nowhere to be found on that map, just making simple mistakes, such as not taking care of a bandit when you were trying to go for opening up. Whilst it's so easy, you had the utility to do it. Just had to send Buck through the window, send in 2 or 3 skeleton key shots, job done. You can get that wall opened up. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff that you need to hope is not going to go wrong now. I mean, they've played this map. It was their map pick in the previous series, so you would assume that there is a bit of a better game here than what they've had on Labs. But again, like, it could just be fatigue starting to play a role right now. They have been up for a long time. It has been a long series now. It was a long series before this one that we're currently starting now as well. So, you know, they've had a long break.
But currently, here, 9 p.m. in Boston, we are, I mean, you can sort of see it on the players, and they're a very active, loud, cheery team. They've been making sure that they keep the energy and the vibes high throughout the entire day so far. They know how close they are to getting to the live stage. 1 series, 2 maps they would have to be able to take. And again, across this roster, you're looking at Flastrian Live, who have never played on a live stage with an audience at a major tournament, maybe at local stuff, but not at a tier 1 level.
Yeah.
Veto and Perez, who last played at Jönköping,
which is a very long time ago.
And SDK, who last played at Berlin. Both of those separate instances, they came 5th to 8th. They were knocked out in quarterfinals, but they played in front of a crowd and experienced that. And it has been a long, long time since. Virtus Pro, obviously, much more recent history.
Yeah, I think it's the funny thing about Virtus Pro as well. Like, before, like, I think if we go back a couple of years, they were like the team that didn't really have that much emotion on their faces when they were playing.
Yeah.
But they're starting to get more and more loud as well over the last couple of years. You know, they're starting to get more cheery and stuff like that. But having that crowd experience is just so, like, valuable, especially if you reach those later stages, because for a lot of players it is going to be like that extra heaviness that's weighing in your shoulders because people are watching you in the same room as you are, and they're going to be cheering for either kills you make or the opponent makes towards you. And you know, especially if you have the crowd with you, it's great. If you have it against you, it is such a heavy burden to carry.
Well, I believe we are starting to find our way flying in towards Bank. Could this be the end of the night? You all at home think so? Virtus Pro, 85% of that vote versus the 15. Raza, a long day, a tough day, but back towards Bank. As we've said, a map that they have history on even earlier today, a map that has been a bit back and forth, but decent scoring against PSG, struggled against BDS. Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Well, apart from PSG, I guess, actually.
Another shield to be removed, yeah. Sorry. I was just looking at the bans already. Montaigne to be removed. That's 2 shields off the board. Of course, leaving around the Blitz and potentially the Fuse, but they're not quite having the same impact anymore. Valkyrie now gone as well, and then the big old question comes through. Is it going to be Izami again? I mean, you know, Izami's always useful, but maybe less so on Bank. And indeed, it is going to be Cade that is removed eventually. Those hatches are just going to be way easier to open up when there is no Cade. Bandit tricking is the only way they can keep stuff close. But if you start thinking about where can you bandit trick on this map, there's not a lot of spots that start popping up in your head, except for maybe Quad Ball being the only one where you could maybe try and pull that off reliably.
Well, let us get in to maybe the last map of this evening. Maybe the start of a setup towards a hell of a story. Raza, they find themselves leading in here on their defense. They'll be trying to build up a decent amount of sort of groundswell before they find themselves on the other side. As I said before, it is, across all of their sort of play spaces and setups, their preferred side. On Bank, even more so, a 72% win rate compared to a 33% on their attack. And that is after a lot of played rounds across the board. The only site they haven't touched is Teller's Office and Archives. I'll be surprised if we suddenly get a taste of it. They're pretty comfortable.
It's just something with the verticality that's right above it that makes that side a little bit less desirable by a lot of these teams. So probably won't see that quite a lot as well. Maybe like a single time off, if it really comes down to it. But as we're headed towards lockers first, you see an open area hole to come through. The hatches have been opened up, so there is going to be the fallback route for the players that are out there. As the first drones start to roll in, it is Virtus Pro that will be on the hunt, trying to find themselves roamers. First of all, identify them, and then they can maybe hunt them down together with Dan, who has that Deimos, force the players to fall back towards the actual site, so you no longer have to worry about them on that first floor.
Hunting down loose players is hopefully going to be a little bit better this time around for Virtus Pro. They struggled with a couple of loose moments from Raza. They seemed to get a good idea of the game as it went on, but still, just the Deimos forcing them further and further away. Raza, they played a little bit coyly towards the end as well. They definitely learnt lessons about their aggression, overstaying their welcome, and well, as the fight is on towards open with the extension of the castle, and is allowed in this position, well, they feel confident as well. Joystick might try and leak and edge his way down the white stairs. They have eyes on players that can make quick rotations out of there as Pasha wants to cut off that pressure. Now, pressure above, the surprise round the side, and they are already gone. Live was not going to sit around for that.
There's 3 players now finding themselves on the actual site. There's 2 still off the actual site itself. So they're going to try and have to locate those first and start pushing them back. I think they were around open area, but when I just looked on the drone at Dan, it was pretty much clear. So we might just have all 5 players on the site itself now, with Veto trying to retake the blue staircase just a little bit to try and waste some time. Starting to pop out that Goyo canister. He's trying to rotate back towards the side as well, but there is some fire down in his way. He's going to be slowing him down. Luckily, though, it is VirtusPro that is not yet in a position to punish him for that. Hatch as well, still being closed up. They need to open it. 55 seconds for them to get a push underway. And as he uses a first hard breach gadget, he's going to be starting to put up some extra pressure towards the side with, of course, servers being taken under control by Dan right now.
Oh, sprayed through. Dan was able to find an opportunity on towards SDK. That's not the worst one to lose. Just still looking at live with 3 smoke canisters. Still a C4 on Veto, who is ripped, raring, and ready to go. Wants to loose it onto anything that comes close as the approach, but as the Bees reveal the player, he's going to be tough to kill. Dan gets one, but there is Flashtree. Gets always from deep. Had the angle on the player going for the plant itself. There's still a C4. There is still this pressure they can apply. That will not catch them. It just rolled back. The C4 is shot from a pre-fire 7 seconds. And they've got to swing wide to stop it. There's Dan with the cover, but they're above. Perez, pressure on the hatch, ripping down castle barricades that cost them the worry and the watch. Perez all that's left, but couldn't have been closer if that castle wasn't there. You have an engagement on the hatch. You can cover the planter.
But that's why they left it. VirtusPro, they were like, this is a welcome gift. We're just going to use this here because I can freely use this hatch now as a way to cover the rest of the site. They have to pull it down. That makes some noise. Dan with a great take there onto the very first player right next to the mirror window. Having to cover down as well. Shooting out the C4 initially, saving his teammates' life. A great round from Dan. And they find themselves to that first round on the board. On lockers. Very important round to take because it has been historically hard for attackers to take under control. As they get themselves that first round, they head up towards that top floor, but it's a great start for VirtusPro.
Time at plant. Well, past the time out at that point. It only took a bullet, and you could still see that there were gaps in the approach there, having to juggle it out and trying to force the C4 player. I'm not sure entirely how the smoke player got caught, but I'm assuming it was just from the great cover from Dan. I mean, 4 kills, it's a safe bet.
I mean, it was a great round from him.
But that was the... If you didn't have Dan in that position, so adept at picking heads, got the C4 attempt, and shot that out, got the smoke as he swung wide, you assume, tried to throw the canisters. The round is lost, probably. Obviously, there's still changes you can make, but it means you can't plant on the default when you have no time to really formulate a response. Things are likely to fall away, but up towards CEO.
There you go, SDK gone.
And that's it, gone.
Quick entry. Dan found himself into, you know, the little side office, jumped in, knew that there was going to be a roamer around there. There's SDK gone, and he's been doing great at wasting time in the previous map. Not been able to waste as much for this round here. That's just going to be the instant opening here for the side of VirtusPro. That's just one buddy less to worry about. And you know that you're up on the top floor. It is quite difficult to get back onto the site with the attackers all around, considering that most of the staircases can be watched by a skylight. So, you know, they're always going to be aware if you're pushing in from that position. Shields are being destroyed by these grenades. They're making the positions harder to play. And there's a player prone right next to the plants who is trying to put some damage down onto live. He's living steadily for now.
Veto has the watch and is going to utilize it to try and get rid of the Selmas, but unfortunately could not find the angle.
There's a second.
Always have your pocket mirror window ready. And it's something we actually saw them play with a little bit earlier on in the showdown. Whether a Twitch drone is going to be enough to try and pull it apart or not, either way, Kanto wall will not get open. The bandit trick, Flashtree, gets both sides covered.
Fair enough.
I mean, we've seen a couple of big, bold moments here. Utility trading out, and you're wondering, what is the cost really proving here? VirtusPro, look in the pockets. They have 1 frag grenade, 2 flashes. And other than that, just really a couple more ROU walls. It's just going to have to turn into a little bit of a shove into sight now.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But they already do have the second one. That's huge. Taking out Perez from Janitor. We stressed it so much in the last series. Janitor is a do-or-die position. If you hold that, you basically control this site. It is now gone. No one can play there anymore. And they have the opportunity to start pushing in. But you see Live, he's trying to retake. He's trying to play around the area here. He's going to shot right through the ROU. And now the plan's going down right behind the desk. There's no one in a position to try and challenge this.
Well, as we just find Flastry alone in a post plant, he gets the down onto Always. But for his heroics on the previous map, fortunately could not make anything land there. 2 in a row for VP. It's actually a rarity throughout this series. Well, 3 has been impossible right now. Can they find a difference? A timeout.
Oh, that's very quick.
From Raza.
I mean, things just aren't really connecting here. Virtus Pros picking them apart, especially in that last round we saw. Very clean takes coming through, basically unchallenged time and time again. When we were down on that basement, I mean, there was a bit more of a back and forth to go through, and it really came down to Dan picking up that 4K. However, he was able to find 1 or 2 kills of people just being in an off position, just finding themselves in a wrong position. So if you can solve this now, if you can solve this early on, you got to. Because they're also relying on getting 4 rounds here, Raza. They know their attack isn't great. They need to get 4. So if Virtus Pro finds another, and then another, and then maybe even, you know, a 5th round for good measure, they also know that the lower bracket is going to be their future. As we start off again, I sometimes wish I could speak like all the languages that like the team speak.
Never too late to learn.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many languages to learn. They're gonna go for Portuguese, gonna go for Russian, like Korean, Japanese. At that point, you have quite a lot of them. French in some cases as well.
Well, let's split them up. We'll divide them.
Yeah, sure. Let's get one talent member to learn 1 new language each.
I want to choose Korean.
You want to learn Korean? Okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun.
I'll think I'd go for French in that case.
All right. Well, we already have talent members that can speak French.
Well, that is true.
So
that doesn't really count.
Milo?
I just said I speak, you know, Dutch in that case. There's only like 2 players that speak it. There's not a full team, you know?
You can speak to Eagle Maze.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And Stefan as well.
And Stefan.
Yeah. And Anne. You know, I mean, I'm already doing quite great here.
2-0. Virtus Pro. They're also doing quite great. And we'll see if they can continue that. Obviously, timeout was very early call, but to be fair, look at it. 2 rounds, only 2 kills here for Raza. Said it earlier on the second map of the showdown, they just sort of got shut out and shut down.
Yeah.
And now it's harder to build yourself back on. They don't have the advantage of having the map under their belt. They don't have the advantage of it being their first series they've played today. Is it going to be quite tricky to sort of emotionally build yourself back into it? They're back down towards lockers. They're back onto a site. There still seem to be some soft that needed to be opened up there on towards where we saw the mirror window before. And I'm assuming they'll get round to it in time.
I mean, the thing is, you don't really expect them to go out in like a 7-2, 7-3 right now because of the fact that they've played this map earlier today. It was an 8-7. They had quite some good moments. Of course, they're playing against a completely different kind of team with completely different kind of caliber as well. But it's like, you know, you're expecting that we're going to see more from Raza. We're expecting this to, you know, at least go down to 12 rounds.
Yeah. Pressure on and round above the hatch itself. Will they try and go for the drop? SDK, I talked about it before about staying there welcome, and every single door is seemingly being watched. He has some support here. 3 players currently around the open and kitchen area, and pretty much the same amount of Virtus Pro players trying to round them up and get them shut down. You can obviously see Joystick getting them angles. They're always just trying to find a route, and there it is through SDK's head. And that is the first one gone. SDK still unable to get himself into this game.
Last map, he was doing great at wasting time when he was on the defense. This time, he's just being shut down early, time and time again, not really having the impact that he had in either the 3rd map of the previous series they played, or even the last map that they just played, where he was able to consistently waste like a minute of time and time again. Just not here now. Live dropping as well. That's just smoke on. That's a huge operator to lose on a map and a site like this, because we so often see that smoke wasting 45 seconds. So Virtus Pro, they've just bought themselves an extra minute.
The roll of the nades on towards You assume at least the bulletproof are eyes in towards the site itself. They still need to open up the soft. There's still Goyos, exactly. And they burn way longer than you want. Veto, the Jaeger shotgun, was tempted with a fight, blinded out. He knows he's being caught, and there's pressure, there's a hunt, there's a bit of damage done from the top, and now just Flastry left alone. 20 seconds. At this point, all they have to do is try and charge at him and get the trade out, but they're going to hold off, go for the plant itself. The movement under the hatch is punished. 2 flawlesses in a row for Virtus Pro, either side of Raza's timeout, and things are not looking good.
No, it's definitely not looking good. Virtus Pro has their number on this map, and this could be the inexperience to come down from the side of Raza. It could also be fatigue from the long day that they've had. I think it was 6 hours ago or something when they started, 7 hours ago when they started their very first series.
Yeah.
So it is a rough one to try and stay up in that high energy phase the entire time over. And VP 3 in a row, first time in this entire series that's happened. But the way that they've been doing it, I mean, it's a flawless, and I think it was one where they only had like 3 people left. There's only been 2 kills in those 3 rounds. So far, Raza just had not a single word to say in this match whatsoever. And that is a worrying sign for the remainder of this map and their opportunities of making it through the upper bracket. You should mention it. There's no first map that you've won to hold on to. Nope. That's gone. Like, it's do or die right now.
And every round is going to feel more and more painful. And, you know, it was that conversation I had at the beginning. Every team will have limits, and you won't know them until you hit them. And it comes from experience, and it comes from, you know, training it at the most high-intensity siege possible here. And the longer you go on at it, the better and better teams you're going to be facing. It's the nature of the beast. And Virtus Pro, is this just them? Obviously, it's their first series of the day. Having that extra in the tank. The map itself, you're looking at about a 57 defense win rate to 42, so they've already sort of exceeded that on the most rough scale, but...
And another thing as well is like Virtus Pro is so used to playing late games back in EU as well. Of course, there's like a late game here now. They're just right in their elements. Like everything is just going well for them here. They would have been more worried, I guess, if this was the first game of the day. And with 2 minutes left, they've already flushed out some of those players on the top floor. We still have Flastry around, though, holding some long angles, waiting for people to rappel through. Live as well, near the soda machines, near the stock door, trying to hold on for his dear life. But if either of those two dies, the support structure they have on that top floor is just completely gone, and the other is prone to follow soon after.
Now, obviously, we had 1 player bank from Virtus Pro before this, and technically they only won 2 attacks. Because that was all they needed. They had such a good defensive half. It was a 7-1 victory.
So they've improved, you want to say?
So, well, they've just proven the point that they can play this map all the way. It is very much a playground for Virtus Pro, and you're wondering if it's something that we might not see so immediately in their future again, especially if this game continues on in this manner. Trying to put the pressure on towards Live here. He's not quite shut down as of yet, but it's just bullying for the space here on the side of Virtus Pro.
There's a minute left. There's not a lot of time, and all of them are currently around on that first floor. Some of them on the sides, some of them adjacent to it. Virtus Pro, they definitely have a lot of work to do for this round. It is looking like Raza has some good cards in their hands right now to take this one home. Summons are being used to open up the quad wall. That's probably going to be the point of entry that Virtus Pro is going to be looking for to try and get the plant down from. Maybe get it right behind the kitchen bomb chassis. And with all the verticality they have, they're going to be aware that no one's going to be around in archives. No one's going to be able to make a push happen from there. And especially with Shepard in there now, he's just going to be acting as a glorified flank watch.
Well, he's creeping his way around. As you said, he's got that rotate a bit covered. And, you know, he's concerned that maybe someone will step in and the destruction on a castle wall is keeping things close. There's angles that are opening up, and it's actually a very dangerous position they are in. But there's Veto, sprays on, gets traded out, always
bind him, Blue.
To stack up, and yet the rotate on Blue. He's actually forced into it, but there's the crossfire again. Look at the time, though. Dan caught out, and this, a 2 versus 1 versus 1, but where's the last player? Nowhere close. Pasha cannot find it. Raza, they get 1 open, but now they got to see if they can try and get a couple more to keep themselves toe-to-toe
He thought he dropped there. That's why you saw him look around on that top floor, because there was smoke. He didn't really see. He thought he dropped the hatch after he got that kill, because he was looking to go towards the connector, see if he could get that fight, but then found himself to actually still be around on that top floor, slightly off position. But to get themselves that round, you just mentioned it. So that is at least a lifeline here for Raza. But I said it before as well. They need 3 rounds. They need 4 rounds. There's still a lot of work to do for them here to get themselves in that right position. Especially considering Virtus.pro has had such a good defense here in the past. Raza's going to have to fight through that. We've said it many times before today. Their attacks haven't been the greatest this event. So there is pressure on them there. And Virtus.pro, it seems like currently they're just playing without any pressure. They're just playing their game. They're playing what they know they do well. And they're just cruising themselves through some of these rounds. Not the case on that last. I said it, I was worried for it because it was like there's a minute left. They don't really have any control. Of course they have top, but they didn't open up anything on the side. And then they found, oh wait, there's a castle barricade. Let's get the sledge open, which is of course like as soon as you hammer that, you're going to die if there's someone playing right behind you.
Yeah. All right, Raza. You have one. One can be the start, the building block towards a bit of growth here. Open, I think statistically, and I'm just going to have a quick glance over, is their best one. It is. Well, it is, including the data from this game so far. 80% of their defensive have been won on it, but Lockers is their other stronghold, and that is obviously fallen away throughout this game. They're back towards the top. They think they can make this one work. It was a couple of just sort of cross-picked kills. There was actually a bit of a worry and a slow-out from the side of Virtus.pro. They'd used a lot of utility. Then it had been a big trade game, but things like Kanto was still locked. There was still a mirror window on Janitors because they had to double deploy. And then they were just able to get a couple of picks and push in and kill everybody. Here is maybe a moment that Raza can sort of grab onto and try and keep that locked in. The track stingers will give them some protection. Nobody is currently putting the pressure on, but SDK around Beepers isn't too far away. Joystick does find Perez, though. And once again, that opening body is Virtus.pro's.
Yeah, they've been able to find that one consistently. Perez being gone again, like we mentioned it. He's one of those top performers on this team consistently. He's not been able to hit his mark, really. I mean, none of them have really been able to hit their mark in this game so far. The 1-on-3 on the scoreline kind of tells the story. They are aware of the fact that Veto is in this corner. They tried to relocate him with that grenade, but weren't able to quite catch him off on the back of it. Not sure if the mirror window has already been opened up. You see some of those Kiba barriers used to basically reinforce. I think that's been opened up. Yeah, to reinforce the janitor side. Because, again, it is such an important position. They lost a player here the last time around. They cannot afford to have that happen again.
Now, as always, props himself up against the angle to swing in. Veto is the next to almost get knocked off the board. He has the long, long watch. He wants to try and make his way in, but 40 seconds, it's still the chance at trading live. Suffers, just spraying and sort of pre-firing on towards these rotated angles that they keep being caught out on. It's almost like Raza falling into old habits, being a little bit angsty. There is Dan getting the cover onto Flastry live. Cannot stop the planter. SDK does get Pasha, but it's a post-plant situation, and as Flastry swings round, they get that drop, but the watch on the windows. SDK's got a tough choice to make. One of them is probably have to go out the building. But now there's only one of them left. There is the Claymore. I mean, you know it's going to happen, but
yeah,
when you're in the 1 versus X, it's one of the trickiest post plants.
And if you're in a 1vx, you cannot, like, if you jump out, you've lost the round.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it kind of was just get it over with, try and get another kill, but that was basically unwinnable at that point. As soon as you're down all alone. Virtus.pro find themselves their 4th round in this map. They're continuing on with the strong kind of pace. Again, the early opening towards Perez really helped. Also, you know, the pocket mirror window no longer being able to be used right afterwards. When we go back towards the basement, we go back towards lockers and CCTV. It has been successful for VP. A near flawless round and a flawless round. Both of them got the plan down. So, Raza, what are you going to do different? Not seeing an Echo, for example, is something that worked out quite well against them when Shopify Rebellion was bringing it. We're again going to be seeing the Goyo, we're going to be seeing the smoke. The triple round might slow down things slightly. Maybe the Fenrir, I mean, could be used to blind them. But in general, You know, Virtus.pro has been really good with getting a Twitch drone in there, realizing what's going on and taking care of the most key utility before starting to go for the actual execute. So there has to be that little bit of extra here from Raza if they want to find themselves in a good position.
There is still, as you said, opportunity here for Raza. It's not done yet, and obviously the loser of this game will find themselves in the lower bracket. The winner will be our fourth and final team tonight, confirmed.
Oh, is the one done yet?
Live stage, yeah. As far as I know, the other one was quite quick. So we might be getting another name that anyone with a ticket coming on the weekend will get to potentially see play it out. Prepare your flags, prepare your little banners.
I think all the Europeans would be very pleased to see a Virtus.pro out there together with BDS, of course. Qualified already.
Yeah, I think the easiest way of putting it is you would love to have a team from every single region.
Yes, of course.
STK would love to have Joystick see forward, so he, you know, wishes for it, and it happens. There goes Joystick. There goes the Buck as well. And think about how good and how oppressive Virtus.pro have been, combining the Buck with the Deimos, forcing the players out. It's their quick way of getting clarity over Open, over Office, over Archive.
Yeah, that's mainly it. You just can create so many rotations where you can freely rotate around that complete first floor. It's not a, you know, be-all, end-all for the actual site execute that you want to go for, because Buck isn't necessary for that per se. It's very nice in the preparation to it. You just navigate through the map a lot more easily, especially in that post plant as well. They have lost that now. They do still have some breaching charges available on Always they can use for a little bit of the same kind of deal. But for now, they need to focus the very first one. And there is someone around on those blue staircases. However, a mute jammer is stopping them from finding out about Veto being around here. And he's about to go for a bit of a swing. And I'm just wondering, is there going to be flashbang still staying? Is someone going to be face checking this? Do they even know that he's around the corner? Well, there's the flashbang. Is he going to be able to fire? No, this nitro cell comes in before he gets traded out by Dan.
But Veto was playing that job there to do exactly that, right? He gets rid of Shepard. They lose some of their hard breach. They obviously still have the options here from Always, but they got to hope, you know, that whatever they need is not going to be too many hatches or anything. The plant attempted. Live, do something.
That's quite late, Live.
I don't even think it connected. No, he just took the damage.
Yeah.
Always ran the numbers. Too late of a throw from Live and pulled off the plant in the 3 versus 4. But the rotate round up above. Pasha has a huge job here. 2 of them tentative, slow, one even going above and above and above. To put the pressure down maybe on the hatch itself or get the players. They're on the counter defuse though. Live, he was slow to act and react before, and now at this point they do get him. Dan pops up. There's a big fight on beepers, but it is one out. They instantly go for it again. Dan controlling dirt and server. At this point, Perez can't get there in time. Virtus.pro pulled the wool over their eyes and put that diffuser on the ground.
Well done by Virtus.pro there. They realized that, hey, the smoke canister isn't instantly coming out. So Always just sticking it, deciding to tank that damage, able to get that diffuser down. Crucial moment out there because it wasn't looking too hot for Virtus.pro in that round. But yet again, they managed to get away with it. They managed to take that round, put themselves up on a 1-5 split. And that should be more than enough for them to lock off this second map and push themselves over as confirmed for the main stage. But Siege is a game of 2 halves. Raza has played this before today. They've not reached the same level, but this could just click at the